खोजो 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 खोजो
And I'm truly happy and so excited to welcome you all to the 5th edition of Arth, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL. एक बार फिर से तालियां हो जाए। मैं गीतिका आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ, हृदय से स्वागत करती हूँ भारत के सर्वश्रेष्ठ सांस्कृतिक महोत्सव में। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, चाहे मैं इंडिया में हूं या चाहे मैं 7 समुंदर पार कोई इवेंट होस्ट कर रही हूं, मैं हमेशा एक इवेंट की शुरुआत ऑडियंसेस को नमस्ते कह के ग्रीट करके करती हूं। आई ब्रिंग माई पाम्स टुगेदर in this bhav mudra called the Anjali mudra, and I say Namah Aste. Now why do I do this, you know? It is because हमारे सबके अंदर एक अनाहत चक्र होता है, हृदय चक्र, द हार्ट चक्र, और अनाहत चक्र में स्थित है देवीय चेतना और देवीय प्रकाश, डिवाइन लाइट एंड डिवाइन लव. So when I say namaste to you, the divine in me, it bows to the divine in you. एक आत्मा दूसरी आत्मा के प्रति आभार प्रकट करती है. And when we acknowledge each other's true nature by saying namaste to each other, we become one. And we move towards the true meaning of life, the arth of life. तो आज की शुरुआत करें एक दूसरे को नमस्ते कहकर. Ladies and gentlemen, नमः अस्ते to you and to each other. एक बार फिर से बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आप सबका. So we at Arth, what are we? We are a confluence of Indian culture, heritage, tradition, language, music, dance, cuisine, spirituality, and so much more. Indian culture के बारे में अक्सर कहा जाता है ना, सब प्रथम संस्कृति विश्ववरा, the oldest, finest, and the most supreme culture in the world. India's contribution to human civilization is mammoth in terms of our cultural contribution that we've made to humanity over the last many centuries since existence. Mark Twain ने भी कहा है, it's a quotation that's used very often, that India is the cradle of the human race. It's the birthplace of human speech. It's the mother of tradition, it's the grandmother of legend, and it's the great-grandmother of everything that we see around us in terms of culture in the world. At Arth, we intend for our physical attendees and our online viewers, hello to all of you, to deep dive into India's cultural heritage, our cultural diversity, the relevance that it has in today's new world, and the significant role that it will play in all of us coming together to create अमृतकाल का नया भारत. अच्छा, एक और उद्देश्य है हमारा at Arth, ये भी है कि ये जो हमारी नई पीढ़ी है, our next gen, our future, इन्हें हम भारत की संस्कृति से परिचित कराएं और छोटी सी एक कोशिश करें कि ये संस्कृति इनकी पहचान का हिस्सा बन जाए. तो आइए ना इस कोशिश का शुभारंभ करते हैं. Let's begin Arth, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL on ground after 2 years. एक बार फिर से आप सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. Okay, so we're going to begin and flow towards Arth, the meaning of life, with the one whose flow birthed it all. We're beginning with an act called Ma Ganga, the Trinity of creations. Now, the river Ganga, the queen of rivers in India, the most pious river in India, the most sacred river, holy river in India, it's responsible for really birthing our entire civilization. She's celebrated sometimes as Alaknanda, as Vishnupadi, as Sapteshwari, as Bhagirathi, and this morning we are so happy to start Arth with this act called Ma Ganga, the Trinity of Creations. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy.
भागीरथी पुण्यप्रदायिनी नमोस्तुते पतित पावन मोक्षदायिनी तरल तरंगे नमोस्तुते तरल तरंगे नमोस्तुते तरल जटा शंकरी हे सुरेश्वरी मां नमोस्तुते हे जगतारिणी जीवनदायिनी मां नमोस्तुते मां नमोस्तुते मां नमोस्तुते मां नमोस्तुते नमामि गंगे नमामि त्वम् भजामि गंगे भजामि त्वम् नमामि गंगे नमामि त्वम् भजामि गंगे भजामि त्वम् भजामि त्वम् नमामि गंगे नमामि गंगे भजामि त्वम् नमामि गंगे नमामि त्वम् भजामि गंगे भजामि गंगे भजामि गंगे भजामि त्वम्
देवलोक से मृत्युलोक पर पतितों का उद्धार करने गंगा धरा पर अवतरित हुई, एक नया इतिहास रचने। शिव की जटाओं के खुल गए बल, प्रवाहित हुआ मोक्षदायी अमृत जल। प्यासी धरा की तृप्ति तुम्ही, प्रकृति का श्रृंगार तुम्ही, जीवधारियों का जीवन तुम्ही, प्रारंभ तुम्ही हो अंत तुम्ही, प्रारंभ तुम्ही हो अंत तुम्ही।
ससंभ्रमालिंगन चुंबनाकुलं ससंभ्रमालिंगन चुंबनाकुलं प्रवृत्त नृत्यं कुलमध्यवर्हिणाम्
चपल चंचला अविरल निर्मला अपनी गति खो रही है, असहाय से निर्बल होकर अपना अस्तित्व खो रही है। ये कैसी स्वार्थ की आंधी है जिसने गंगा की सीमा बांधी है। बड़े बड़े मैदानों में बहने वाली आज अपने में ही सिमट रही है। बंजर धरा का नव श्रृंगार कर जिसने कभी नया रंग दिया, आज उसी गंगा की अनुपम छटा को ये किसने बेरंग किया। मनुष्य का ये कैसा व्यक्तित्व है जिस मां गंगे से उसका अस्तित्व है। उसी के साथ कर रहा ये कैसा कर्म है, मानव ये भूल गया गंगा है तो हम हैं, गंगा है तो हम हैं।
देवी गंगे त्रिभुवनकारिणी तरल तरंगे शंकर मौली विहारिणी विमले मम मति रास्ता तव पद कमले तव पद कमले कमले
गया त्रिनेत्र प्रकृति का, कहर बनकर टूटा है। कब तक सहती रखती कब तक संयम, कितने सहते आघात कितने खाते जख्म, कितने सहते आघात कितने खाते जख्म। कुपित हो सृष्टि ने रौद्र रूप धार लिया, कुपित हो सृष्टि ने रौद्र रूप धार लिया, कुपित हो सृष्टि ने रौद्र रूप धार लिया, रौद्र रूप धार लिया, रौद्र रूप धार लिया। सांस मेरी रोक, क्या तू जी पाएगा? पिलाकर मुझको विष अमृत कहां से पाएगा? कभी कानों के पास गुजरती हवा की सरसराहट, तो कहीं संगीत हवा में घोलती पंछियों की चहचहाट। महसूस कर शीतल हवा की ताजगी, सरसर बहती नदियों की रवानगी। रंग बिरंगे फूलों की छटा बिखरी कहीं, रंग बिरंगे फूलों की छटा बिखरी कहीं। महके वन उपवन से धरा निखरी सी कहीं, महके वन उपवन से धरा निखरी सी कहीं। महके वन उपवन से धरा निखरी सी कहीं, धरा निखरी सी कहीं। आज बिखरे हैं रंग, आज बिखरे हैं रंग, फिर सजेगी धरा। रंग धानी ओढ़ के अभी निखरेगी और जरा। सतरंगी चुनर ओढ़ के आज बिखरे हैं रंग कई, आज बिखरे हैं रंग कई। आज बिखरे हैं रंग कई, आज बिखरे हैं रंग कई, आज बिखरे हैं रंग कई, रंग कई, रंग कई। Tana tana dere nadim, tana tana dere nadim, tana dere na tana dim, tana tana dere nadim, tana tana dere nadim, tana tana dere nadim, tana dere na tana dim, tana tana dere nadim, tana dere na tana 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 dere na. Nisa ga sa ga pa ga pa ni pa ni sa ga ni sa ni pa pa ni sa ga sa ga pa ga pa ni pa ni sa ni sa ni pa sa ni pa ga ni sa ni pa pa ni sa ni pa sa ni pa ga ni sa ni pa pa ni sa ni pa ni pa ga re sa ni sa ni pa ni pa ga re sa. Takadim takit takadim takit dha 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 takadim takit da takadim takit da takadim takit da takadim takit takadim takit da takadim takit da ta ta thai da skrutai ta thai da skrutai ta thai ta ta thai thai da thai da thai 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 ta ta ta
Ladies and gentlemen, Ma Ganga, the Trinity of Creations. The concept and direction of this presentation is by Kartika Singh. Kathak content is designed by Kartika Singh. Music composition, Pandit Madho Prasad. Script, Ms. Bhavna Bharadwaj. Bharatanatyam, Priya Srinivas. Chau, Rakesh Sai Babu. Odissi, Pushpanjali Mohanty. Did you all enjoy that, ladies and gentlemen? I did, whatever little I could see from behind. So let's put our hands together for the artists once again, please. We're all at Arth, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL. And we at Arth, we are absolutely delighted with the presence of the Honorable Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji. प्यार भरी तालियों के साथ हम उनका स्वागत करेंगे. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, श्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर जी भारत के वो युवा नेता हैं जो भारत की युवा पीढ़ी के दिलो दिमाग को समझते हैं और उनके सुनहरे भविष्य के लिए निरंतर कार्य करते आए हैं. दिव्यदर्शी व्यक्तित्व रखने वाले ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ने अपनी ऊंची और प्रभावी सोच से भारत की सूचना और प्रसारण मंत्रालय को एक ट्रेल ब्लेजिंग मिनिस्ट्री का रूप दिया है. मैं एक बार फिर से उनका स्वागत करती हूं एंड आई इनवाइट हिम टू प्लीज जॉइन मी ऑन द डेज. सर, आइए प्लीज. बहुत सारी प्यार भरी तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करें माननीय मंत्री जी का. I also have with me on stage Shri Puneet Goenka, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, ZEEL Entertainment Enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, it is his futuristic vision and sharp acumen in the new media domain that has led the company to achieve global stature. Puneet is also responsible for expanding the company's international presence across 190 plus countries and its reach to over 1.3 billion global viewers. He was conferred the prestigious IAA Leadership Award as the Game Changer of the Year. Please welcome once again Shri Puneet Goenka. And I'd also like to welcome Dr. Vikram Sampath, Festival Director, Sahitya Academy Puraskar Vijayata, a man at the forefront of the creative and artistic renaissance movement in the country. Dr. Vikram Sampath, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. भारतीय परम I'd also like to welcome in our midst on the dais Rahul Johri ji, President Business at ZEEL Entertainment Enterprises Limited. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका. भारतीय परंपरा का मान रखते हुए आइए इस सभा का हम शुभारंभ करें दिए के उज्ज्वलित प्रकाश के साथ. May I please invite the dignitaries on the dais to light the ceremonial lamp. और दिए के उज्ज्वलित प्रकाश के साथ आज हम इस सभा का शुभारंभ करेंगे. And as we light the lamp, we say the shloka, Shubham Karoti Kalyanam, Arogyam Dhana Sampadah, Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya, Deepa Jyotir Namostute. We in India, we believe that the divine's first and foremost appearance is in the form of Divya Jyotir or divine light. And we ask this Divya Jyoti to bless us with auspiciousness, good health, wealth, abundance of it, and to destroy intellect's enemy. Ladies and gentlemen, at Arth, a culture fest, as we flow towards the Arth of life, we once again thank the dignitaries for lighting the lamp और इस दिए के उज्ज्वलित प्रकाश के साथ आइए अर्थ की शुरुआत करें. धन्यवाद सर. Thank you all. And now to render the opening address of Arth, a culture fest, may I please invite forward Dr. Vikram Sampath. Vikram, aaiye please.
Honorable Union Minister, Shri Anurag Singh Thakurji, Mr. Puneet Goenka, Mr. Johri, all the esteemed delegates, writers, artists, poets, speakers, artisans and craftsmen, culture enthusiasts, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar and a very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of Srimati Shreyasi Goenka and the entire team of Arth, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 5th season of Arth, a Culture Fest. 5 years is a long time. In the language of politics, it's almost akin to the successful completion of an entire term of a government. So we've also, from a nascent idea which we saw and dreamt of together as a team, it's been 5 long years and a journey that's been very, very satisfying and fulfilling. It particularly warms my heart today to welcome you all to a live gathering after 2 years of only looking at all of us in those online Zoom screens due to the pandemic and all of it that we suffered as humanity collectively. So I think the worth of getting together in a celebratory, festive atmosphere like this, we all realize all the more now after what we saw in the last 2 years. The first 2 editions were on-ground editions in Delhi as well as in Kolkata, and the following 2 years were online. I'm very pleased to report that in the on-ground sessions, we had close to 50,000, footfalls over the different sessions, and more than 400 million, views on the online versions of the festivals over the last several years. So it has been a journey that we've traversed, and that's been possible only because of the support and affection of all of you, for which I'm immensely thankful. India, one of the most ancient living civilizations of the world, continuously is sought to be discovered and rediscovered, and it conjures multiple meanings for different people. Every time we take a walk through India's long history, through her multitude of achievements in the fields of art, in scriptures, philosophy, spirituality, science, and so on, your personal interpretation becomes your own meaning, your Arth, so to say. And it is this very Arth, or the meaning of what it means to be an Indian, what are the aspects of our past that we can be genuinely proud of, what are the problems and challenges of the present, what are the achievements of the present, and also what is a roadmap for the future that we can look forward to, particularly with also the Honorable Prime Minister giving us all as a nation a vision of an Amrit Kal where India at 100, how do we envision the country there, and what role does culture play in this whole envisioning? It is to deliberate and discuss on all these issues that over the last 5 years we've had some of the best brains, thinking minds, scholars and others who have had these panel discussions, debates and sessions. I strongly believe that the soul of India manifests herself through her arts, through the performing arts and the visual arts. So a very integral and important component of Arth has always been interspersed performances from the best of performers that our country is blessed with in the fields of classical music, dance, folk traditions, theatre, literature, cinema, and all the allied fields. We've not made these standalone performances which are done at the end of the day, but in between sessions, after a lot of brainstorming, you also, sometimes allied performances which are linked to the theme of the discussion. Those have been, our very unique programming concept at Arth. And in these 5 years, we've sustained this festival thanks to the support, the unstinted support of the Z group, Dr. Subhash Chandra, Mr. Puneet Goenka, and the entire group. And for that, we're immensely thankful to them. And we hope they'll continue to support us for the future as well. There are a few people I'd certainly like to thank today, without whom a lot of elements of Arth would be impossible in these 5 years. All those beautiful arts and crafts installations that you see there, bamboo craft, pathachitra, cherryal painting, wood carving, and so on, these are put tastefully every year, year after year, by Srimati Neerja Sareen, and she's there waving at all of us from there. It takes a lot of effort, ladies and gentlemen, to bring these artisans from every nook and corner of the country, and they're all award-winning artists who are there. And so to get them all, you can also go and experience those crafts, do-it-yourself kind of art workshops, where you will learn a little bit about those art forms and crafts as well. The classical music and the folk arts and so on, in the programming of that, we are very, very fortunate to have had a great advisor in Sri Panchamji, who's sitting here, and immense thanks to him for being of great support to all of us. And on behalf of the entire team of Arth, we are also immensely thankful to Sri Anurag Thakurji for gracing this occasion, for inaugurating this festival. I know that there's a lot of demand on his time with numerous other requirements, right from the G20 to elections to so many other things, and it means a lot, sir, that you've come here to bless us on this new initiative. Finally, this would not have been possible without all the speakers, the artists, the poets, scholars, historians, economists, and of course the culture-loving audience, which we hope as the day progresses and the heat subsides a bit, there'll be more and more people who will be joining in. A big thanks to all of you as well. And I do hope, please soak in the cultural ambience that we've tried to create, the festive atmosphere. There's lots of the food court where you can, cuisine is an integral part of Indian culture. So there's food from almost every part of India served there. So please do try your taste buds as well. And I hope all of you will go back with a lot of memories, learnings, and experiences that you'll cherish for a lifetime. And we hope to keep coming back year after year to give you this very experience to discover what the Arth or the meaning of India is. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vikram Sampath, Festival Director there, with the opening address. I thank you for joining me on stage, and thank you both, sirs, too. Honorable Minister, please stay with me on the dais. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as India celebrated its 74th Republic Day, I felt that there were a few interesting facts that went under-acknowledged, if I may, sir. And one of them being that we became the 5th largest economy in the world. Anyone happy about that? और क्या है ना, एक और बात हुई. We also became the most populous nation on earth, surpassing all other nations. Yes, lots of opportunities there and a few challenges too. But can you imagine a little over 1.415 billion people together rising and rising and rising? Oh, the feeling. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that India's rise it's already underway. And India's rise will lead to a Shaktishali, Samarth and Samriddh Vishwa. We will become Vishwaguru. I believe that. And that is why, rightly so, the theme of India's G20 presidency is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, and one future. As Prime Minister Modi said at the India Ideas Summit, that the rise of India It will lead to the rise of global trade opportunities by doing trade with a nation that you can trust. It will lead to the rise of global integration with increasing openness, and it will lead to the rise of global competitiveness as you do business with a country that has this market scale to offer. The Honorable Minister, who's with me on the dais, he is a true Karm Yodha of this rise of India. And sir, I am looking forward to this discussion with Shri Anant Vijay, who I will now invite on the dais. Shri Anant Vijay, ladies and gentlemen, is a senior journalist with 2 decades of remarkable experience in the field of journalism. He's currently with Denigrating, and he's also an author. Please welcome him. And all ears for this session, a billion rising. What will the rise of India? How will it impact the world? Over to you, Anant.
नमस्कार। दिल्ली के इस खूबसूरत मैदान में अर्थ फेस्टिवल में आप सबका एक बार आयोजकों की तरफ से मैं पुनः स्वागत करता हूं। और मुझे आज दायित्व दिया गया है कि मैं माननीय सूचना प्रसारण मंत्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर जी से बात करूं। मैं बातचीत में इनको यंगेस्ट वेटरन ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स कहता हूं। ये 4था टर्म है इनका लोकसभा में, और सबसे कम उम्र में अपनी पार्टी के मुख्य सचेतक रह चुके हैं। ग्लोबल लीडर का अवार्ड मिल चुका है। तो इतनी कम उम्र में अंडर 19 को लीड कर चुके हैं, तो स्पोर्ट्समैन भी हैं, स्पोर्ट्स खेल मंत्रालय भी इनके पास है, युवाओं की जिम्मेदारी भी है। देश की राजनीति में जो दूसरे युवा हैं उनके बारे में भी आपसे कुछ पूछूंगा थोड़ा ठहर के, लेकिन इस सत्र की शुरुआत करते हैं। और आज का जो विषय है अ बिलियन राइजिंग, इस भारत उदय को लेकर इसका क्या अर्थ है? अगर हम अर्थ फेस्टिवल के मंच पे बैठे हैं तो जो भारत का उदय एक प्रकार से हो रहा है, बिलियन राइजिंग जो आज के टॉपिक है, और मैं टॉपिक को अगर पढ़ दूं सर, अ बिलियन राइजिंग, व्हाट डज द राइज ऑफ इंडिया मीन फॉर द वर्ल्ड। तो मैं इसी आधारभूत प्रश्न से ही शुरुआत करना चाहूंगा आपसे कि आपके लिए आप कैसे देखते हैं इसको, और पूरी दुनिया में भारत के उदय का मतलब क्या है, अर्थ क्या है?
नमस्कार आनंद जी, नमस्कार। हुआ धरा पर कौन है जिसने नापा गगन को, हुआ धरा पर कौन है जिसने रोका पवन को, हुआ धरा पर कौन है जो जान सका है मन को, और हुआ धरा पर कौन है जिसने रोके भारत माँ के लालों के लगन को। ना भारत माँ के लालों को कोई रोक पाया है, ना रोक पाएगा। तभी तो आज दुनिया भर में आप देखिए, IMF हो, वर्ल्ड बैंक हो, या सिलिकॉन वैली से लेके बाकी मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज हो, हर तरफ भारत के युवाओं की, भारतीयों की ही आज धूम है। और ये नए भारत की तस्वीर है। तो जैसा विक्रम जी कह रहे थे कि इस अमृत काल में नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो भारत को एक नई राह पर ले जाने का काम किया है, इन भारत के युवाओं के माध्यम से अमृत काल से स्वर्णिम काल की ओर ले जाने की ये यात्रा बहुत कुछ कहती है, और हमारी उपलब्धियां बहुत कुछ कहती हैं। सो इन टुडेज इंटरकनेक्टेड वर्ल्ड we could see India's rise as significant implications for the rest of the world. And not only this, we are witnessing an unprecedented transformation in the world order, and we could see India is at the forefront of this change. So India is taking advantage of this change in the world order, and I'm sure with in the past also, when many said, and many have been writing about this, for the millions problems, we have billions mind who are working behind this, and we have solutions for these millions problems, as India has the brightest brains with them. So मुझे लगता है जब दुनिया की निगाहें भारत की ओर है, तो कोई भी सेक्टर हो, आर्ट से आर्किटेक्चर की हो, डिफेंस से डिजिटल स्पेस की हम बात करते हो, हाउसिंग से हेल्थ केयर की बात करते हो, हर क्षेत्र में भारत ने अपना वो समाधान दिखाए हैं। और इफ इट वर्क्स इन इंडिया, इट वर्क्स इन एनी अदर पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड एज वेल। सो अगर भारत में किसी प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन है तो दुनिया के किसी भी क्षेत्र में वो चलता है। तो मुझे लगता है भारत की निगाहें, भारत पर जो निगाहें दुनिया की हैं वो सही हैं, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ऐसा नेतृत्व दुनिया को देने का काम किया है। आज दुनिया भी उसको सराह रही है। तो 21वीं शताब्दी भारत की हमें याद रखना है और इस अमृत काल से स्वर्णिम काल की ओर हमें भारत को लेकर जाना है।
अनुराग जी जब बोल रहे थे तो मुझे याद आ रहा था, अभी मैं पिछले सप्ताह विश्व हिंदी सम्मेलन के लिए फिजी में था और फिजी के उप प्रधानमंत्री ने मंच से कहा कि भारत इस वक्त दुनिया का नेतृत्व कर रहा है और नरेंद्र मोदी के रूप में हमें सबसे सशक्त, खासतौर पर विकासशील देशों को अगर देखें जो विकसित होने की दहलीज पर हैं, तो मोदी के रूप में हमें एक सशक्त नेतृत्व मिला है। और ये बात वो विमान प्रसाद जी अपने राष्ट्रपति और प्रधानमंत्री की उपस्थिति में कह रहे थे। आप खेल मंत्री भी हैं, खेल की भी बहुत सारी उपलब्धियां हैं, सूचना प्रसारण मंत्री भी हैं। एक प्रश्न मैं आपसे पूछता हूं, थोड़ा आगे बढ़ूं उसके पहले एक राजनीतिक सवाल है। राहुल गांधी जी ने अभी एक इंटरव्यू दिया है इटली के एक समाचार पत्र को और उन्होंने कहा कि भारत में बोलने की स्वतंत्रता नहीं है, फांसीवाद आ गया है और संसद लगभग अप्रासंगिक हो गया, इररिलेवेंट हो गया है। सूचना प्रसारण मंत्री होने के नाते ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी भी है और आपका दायित्व भी है कि आप नागरिकों के बोलने की आजादी को आगे बढ़ाने में या उसकी रक्षा के लिए आगे आए। राहुल गांधी जी ने ये कहा है कि मैं यात्रा में जो तपस्या की उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा लगा, तो तपस्या के बाद जो ये उनको ज्ञान प्राप्त हुआ, इसके बारे में आपकी क्या राय है? क्या सचमुच देश में फांसीवाद आ गया है?
अभिव्यक्ति की आजादी, इसके हम पहले से समर्थक रहे हैं और ये वो कह रहे हैं जिनके नाम पर देश का इमरजेंसी का काल रहा है। अगर देश ने कभी इमरजेंसी देखी है, आम व्यक्ति से लेकर भारतीय नागरिक से लेकर मीडिया पर अगर प्रतिबंध कभी लगा तो इंदिरा गांधी जी के शासनकाल में लगा, जो राहुल गांधी जी की दादी हैं। और शायद वो भूल गए उस समय जो जो हुआ, जिस कठिन समय से देश का हर नागरिक गुजरा, अगर उस समय उनके खिलाफ कोई खड़ा हुआ तो भारत के हमारी जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी है, उस समय हम जनसंघ के नाम से जाने जाते थे, वो लड़ाई हम लोगों ने लड़ी है, देश के अन्य नागरिकों ने लड़ी है। और आज चाहे पार्लियामेंट, संसद हो या सड़क पर हो, कोई भी व्यक्ति अपनी बात खुलकर कह सकता है। और राहुल गांधी जी मुश्किल से पार्लियामेंट में नजर आते हैं, आ जाएं तो अपनी बात कहकर चले जाते हैं, दूसरों की बात सुनने की उनमें क्षमता नहीं है। मैं तो इतना ही कहूंगा, संसद हो, सड़क हो, हर किसी को अपनी बात कहने की आजादी है, लेकिन कोई देश को तोड़ने की बात करता है, देश में इस तरह की बातें करता है, देश में समाज में तनाव पैदा हो, तो उसके लिए कानून को जो काम करना होता है वो कानून काम करता है। उसके लिए हमने कहीं पर किसी को रोक नहीं लगाई है। आप देखते होंगे समाचार पत्रों में, टीवी चैनल्स पर भी लोगों को अपनी बात कहने का अधिकार है। लेकिन अगर कोई देश को तोड़ने की बात करे, देश में इस तरह का वातावरण पैदा करे, तो उसके खिलाफ जो नियम है उसके अनुसार कार्रवाई होती है।
कहते हैं लोग देश में अघोषित आपातकाल है और आप मीडिया संस्थानों पर आप दबाव बनाते हैं।
मैं आपके ही चैनल पर बैठा हूं, सबसे बड़े न्यूज चैनल्स में से एक है, और इसमें स्पष्ट तौर पर कहना चाहता हूं, आज देश में एक ऐसी सरकार है जो देश के युवाओं को, उसकी सोच को पंख लगाने का काम करती है। चाहे वो स्टार्टअप से लेके बाकी सेक्टर्स हो, वहां तक आगे बढ़ने का अवसर देती है। और आज केवल न्यूज़पेपर्स नहीं है, न्यूज़ प्रिंट तक सीमित नहीं है, टीवी चैनल्स तक सीमित नहीं है, आज डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पर भी कोई भी अपनी बात कह सकता है। इतना जरूर है कि प्रेस इंफॉर्मेशन ब्यूरो के माध्यम से हम लोग फैक्ट चेक करने का काम करते हैं कि सरकारी खबर के बारे में कोई अगर गुमराह करने का काम करता है, हम देश के सामने सच्ची बात रखते हैं कि ये सही है या कि नहीं है। लेकिन अगर आप दुनिया भर में देखें, कोविड-19 पेंडेमिक के समय दुनिया भर के देशों ने कहा यह पेंडेमिक से ज्यादा इन्फोडेमिक था, यानी कि भ्रम फैलाने का काम ज्यादा हुआ, उसके कारण मौतें भी ज्यादा हुई हैं। तो प्लेटफॉर्म्स नए मिले हैं अपनी बात रखने के, लेकिन वो इसलिए नहीं कि आप दुनिया को गुमराह करें। अखबार में या टीवी चैनल पर तो एडिटोरियल बोर्ड है जो उसकी जिम्मेदारी लेता है, लेकिन ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पर यह नागरिक की जिम्मेदारी ज्यादा बनती है कि वो क्या उस पर डालता है, क्या वो भ्रम फैलाने वाला है, झूठ है, या वो सही खबर साझी करना चाहता है। मुझे लगता है ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स का सदुपयोग होना चाहिए, दुरुपयोग नहीं होना चाहिए। तो नागरिकों को ये ताकत तो मिली है, लेकिन ये ताकत विवाद पैदा करने के लिए, झगड़े कराने के लिए नहीं होनी चाहिए, बल्कि जानकारी साझा करने के लिए होनी चाहिए और देश को और सूचना देने की होनी चाहिए।
मुझे लगता है कि मैं खेल मंत्रालय से जुड़े प्रश्न आपसे कुछ पूछूं, इसके पहले जिस प्रकार से विदेश नीति में भारत इन दिनों रिएक्ट कर रहा है, या विदेश के मामलों में, तुर्की में हम सब ने देखा कि भूकंप हुआ और सबसे पहला विमान भारत का उनकी धरती पर उतरा। तो ये जो त्वरा आई है विदेश नीति में, इसको सूचना प्रसारण मंत्री के तौर पर भी और भारत सरकार के प्रवक्ता होने के तौर पर भी आप किस तरह से व्याख्यायित करना चाहेंगे?
एवरी इंडियंस लाइफ मैटर। शायद ये पहले नहीं था, हम अमेरिका के बारे में सोचते थे कि अमेरिका में कहा जाता है एवरी अमेरिकन्स लाइफ मैटर, तब हम सोचते थे कभी हमारे देश में भी होगा कि आम नागरिक के जीवन के बारे में सरकार इतना सोचेगी। लेकिन आज मैं गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूं 2014 के बाद कोई भी भारतीय देश या दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में होगा, हमारी सरकार ने वो कदम उठाए हैं कि भारतीय की जान को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए और दुनिया के किसी कोने से उसको बचाकर लाने के लिए। सीरिया, लीबिया के संकट आए हो, वहां से भी भारतीयों को बचाने की बात हो, और नेपाल में अर्थक्वेक आया या अफगानिस्तान का संकट खड़ा हुआ या यूक्रेन में युद्ध छिड़ा, तब भी ऑपरेशन गंगा चलाकर 21,000 भारतीयों को ऑपरेशन गंगा के माध्यम से जीवित और सुरक्षित बचाकर लाने का काम, बगैर खरोंच लगे लगाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने किया। यह इतिहास में पहली बार हुआ है कि मोदी जी जब देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने तो उन्होंने करके दिखाया। एक नहीं 5 भारतीय मंत्रियों को 5 ऐसे देशों में भेजा गया जो यूक्रेन के बॉर्डर पर थे, और हर भारतीयों को यूक्रेन से निकालने का काम किया गया। सुमी में जहां पर एक तरह से 2-2 लेयर थी, चाहे यूक्रेन की सेना की थी, उससे अंदर स्थानीय सेना की थी, बीच में 700 भारतीय फंसे हुए थे, निकालना असंभव काम था। लेकिन वहां पर भी भारतीय, हमारे जो फॉरेन सर्विसेज के हमारे लोग हैं, जो हमारे अन्य सर्विसेज के लोग हैं, उन्होंने जाकर 700 भारतीयों को वहां से निकालने का काम किया जहां संभव भी नहीं था। यह नए भारत की तस्वीर है, यह नए भारत की पहचान जो दुनिया देख रही है। और मैं तो यहां तक कहूंगा, भारत में कभी जब तिरंगा फहराने पर मेरे जैसे युवाओं को जेल में डाल दिया था जम्मू कश्मीर में, जब मैं कलकत्ता से कश्मीर की यात्रा पर चला था कि कश्मीर के लाल चौक पर जाकर तिरंगा झंडा फहराऊंगा, देश के किसी राज्य में कोई रोक नहीं लगी, लेकिन उमर अब्दुल्ला की सरकार ने और यहां पर कांग्रेस की मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार ने हर संभव प्रयास किए रोकने के। और जब मैं जम्मू कश्मीर के बॉर्डर के अंदर घुसा तो मुझे पकड़कर कठुआ की जेल में डाल दिया गया। अरुण जेटली जी, सुषमा स्वराज जी मेरा साथ देने वहां पर आए, दोनों प्रतिपक्ष के नेता थे, उनको जेल में डाल दिया गया। राजनाथ जी को हमारे यहां पर राजपथ पर आपके जाकर प्रदर्शन करना पड़ा, धरने पर बैठना पड़ा हमारे पक्ष में आकर। यह उस समय मनमोहन सिंह जी की सरकार के समय हुआ। लाल चौक पर मेरे युवा मोर्चा के साथी गए तो उन्हें हड्डियां तोड़ दी गई, उनके पांव तोड़ दिए गए, पीठ पर इतनी लाठियां बरसाई गई। उनका केवल कसूर इतना था कि लाल चौक पर तिरंगा झंडा फहराया गया। लेकिन आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार है, अनुच्छेद 370-35 को हटाकर वो वातावरण कश्मीर में पैदा कर दिया। आज 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा टूरिस्ट एक साल में जम्मू कश्मीर में आए, ये नई पहचान वहां पर करने का काम किया है। और यही नहीं, आज आप जाइए 365 दिन आप लाल चौक पर क्या जम्मू कश्मीर के किसी कोने पर तिरंगा झंडा फहरा सकते हो। यह नए भारत की तस्वीर है जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने करके दिया है। और यही नहीं आनंद जी, जब हमारे हिंदुस्तान के युवा 21,000 से ज्यादा युवा जब हाथ में तिरंगा लेकर यूक्रेन की धरती से सुकुशल भारत वापस आ रहे थे, तो ऐसे 21 देशों के नागरिकों ने भारत के तिरंगे झंडे को मांगा और तिरंगा झंडा हाथ में लेकर ऐसे 174 लोग 21 देशों के भारत का झंडा लेकर यूक्रेन की धरती से बाहर आए। ये भारत के तिरंगे की ताकत है। और जब आप राइजिंग इंडिया की बात करते हैं, तो जहां एक और बिलियन माइंड्स की हम बात करते हैं, मिलियंस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने की बात करते हैं, तो बिलियन इंडियंस का जो भारतीय नागरिक यहां पर हो या दुनिया के किसी देश में हो, वो पूरे गर्व के साथ कहते हैं भारत माता की जय, और उस तिरंगे को लेकर दुनिया भर के नागरिक यूक्रेन की धरती से बाहर आते हैं, अफगानिस्तान की धरती से वापस आते हैं। 3-3 बार प्लेन भेजकर अफगानिस्तान की धरती से गुरु ग्रंथ साहब को और बीड़ को निकालने का काम और सिखों को वहां से निकालने का काम, भारतीयों को निकालने का काम मोदी सरकार करती है। यह नए भारत की पहचान है जो दुनिया देखती है कि वासुदेव कुटुंबकम की जब हम बात करते हैं, वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर, ये आज के G20 प्रेसिडेंसी की हमारी पहचान है। ये केवल थीम नहीं है, हम इसको जी रहे हैं। जब दुनिया भर में कोविड-19 पेंडेमिक है, तो भारत ने केवल अपने देश के लिए 2 वैक्सीन बनाने का काम नहीं किया, केवल भारतीयों को 220 करोड़ वैक्सीन लगाने का काम नहीं किया, बल्कि दुनिया के 150 देशों को दवाइयों से लेकर वैक्सीन देने का काम अगर दुनिया के किसी देश ने किया है, तो मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारे भारत ने करने का काम किया है। आज दुनिया भर के देश उसके लिए धन्यवाद करते हैं। भारत के अंदर 80 करोड़ गरीबों को अगर मुफ्त में अनाज 28 महीने देने का काम किया, तो दुनिया का कोई देश नहीं कर पाया, हिंदुस्तान ने करने का काम किया है। आनंद जी, राइजिंग इंडिया की यही पहचान है। जब मैं कह रहा था आर्ट से आर्किटेक्चर की बात हो, हेल्थ से हाउसिंग की बात हो, डिफेंस से डिजिटल स्पेस की बात हो, स्किल से स्टार्टअप्स की बात हो, यह दिखाता है कि भारत ने हर क्षेत्र में अच्छा किया है। और अर्थ फेस्टिवल में कहना चाहता हूं, ये प्रयास जी ग्रुप के हो सकते हैं, श्रेयसी जी के हो सकते हैं, विक्रम संपत जी के हो सकते हैं, पुनीत जी आपके हो सकते हैं, लेकिन अर्थ सही में मायनों में आज दिखता है कि आज सोमनाथ मंदिर जिसको कभी तोड़ दिया गया था, दिव्य और भव्य सोमनाथ धाम बनाने की बात हो, दिव्य और भव्य काशी विश्वनाथ धाम बनाने की बात हो, दिव्य और भव्य केदारनाथ धाम की बात हो, महाकाल लोक बनाने का काम हो, या काशी विश्वनाथ धाम के साथ साथ अयोध्या धाम बनाकर अगले साल राम मंदिर भी आपको समर्पित कर दिया जाएगा। यह सही मायने में अर्थ हमारे रिच कल्चरल हेरिटेज का कहीं निकला है तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार में। अर्थ सही मायने में हमारे इस रिच कल्चरल हेरिटेज का निकला है तो आज भारत की सरकार में, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। जब हम गर्व से कहते हैं हम भारतीय हैं, हम अपने कल्चर पर गर्व करते हैं, हम अपनी कला संस्कृति को लेकर दुनिया के दूसरे कोने में जाते हैं, और जब भारत में सेंट्रल एशिया के 5 देशों के 100 ऐसे युवा आते हैं और वो वहां के संगीत पर नहीं, भारत की कला संस्कृति और संगीत यानी कि यहां के संगीत को गाकर, जब वो मिथुन चक्रवर्ती की फिल्म का गाना जिम्मी 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 आजा 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 को गाते हैं और थिरकते हैं, हमारे यहां के भारतीय संगीत जो आप अभी देख रहे थे, हमारे यहां पर भारतीय नाट्यम से लेकर उड़ीसा के डांस से लेकर बाकी सब की बात हो, अगर दूसरे देशों के लोग आज उसको अपनाते हैं तो ये उभरते भारत की तस्वीर नजर आती है कि 21वीं शताब्दी में अगर कोई नेतृत्व दे सकता है तो दुनिया कहती है भारत, भारत और भारत ही दे सकता है।
आपने नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में जो सरकार चल रही है उसके कई सारे उपलब्धियों के अर्थ बताए हमें अर्थ के मंच पर। क्या इन सारी चीजों का जो हमारे देश में घटित हो रही हैं और जो पूरी दुनिया, पूरा विश्व और एक बहुत कहा जाता है कि भारत विश्व गुरु बनकर उभर रहा है, तो विश्व गुरु का मतलब ऐसा नहीं होता कि कोई शिक्षक होगा और सामने लोग बैठ के उसको पढ़ा रहे होंगे। तो विश्व गुरु की जो अवधारणा हमारे यहाँ है, तो क्या इससे आपको लगता है कि पूरा वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर कुछ बदलने वाला है इसमें? क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से यूक्रेन वॉर के आज 1 साल हो रहे हैं और पूरी दुनिया भारत की ओर देख रही है कि कुछ करेगा, तो आपको लगता है कि वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर में कोई चेंज आने वाले दिनों में दिखेगा?
आर्यन जी, विश्व गुरु है क्या? क्योंकि आम जनमानस की भाषा में विश्व गुरु क्या, यानी कि आप किस किस क्षेत्र में दुनिया को नेतृत्व दे सकते हैं, या हम ये कह सकते हैं वी आर नॉट फॉलोइंग, वी आर लीडिंग टुडे. दैट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट एज वी show the world which is the right way, we show the path. For example, if you look at 2014, when Prime Minister Modi addressed the first UN Nation General Assembly, he could have only addressed it, but he took to the world the idea of yoga. और केवल आइडिया नहीं लेकर गए थे, मोदी जी ने इतने प्रभावशाली ढंग से योग के विषय को वहां पर रखा कि दुनिया भर के देशों ने आम सहमति के साथ रेजोल्यूशन पास करके 21 जून को योग दिवस आज पूरी दुनिया मनाती है. यह भारत की ताकत को आगे रखा है. जब COP21 में दुनिया के बड़े बड़े देश मुंह मोड़कर चले गए थे, COP21 में लीडरशिप भारत ने देने का काम किया. इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस मोदी जी ने पेरिस के साथ दुनिया के सामने रखा. आज भारत में उसका हेडक्वार्टर है. 2023 इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट, मोटा अनाज, पोषक आहार जिसकी हम बात करते हैं, जिसको दुनिया भूल चुकी थी या देश में भी भूल चुके थे. आज छोटा किसान जो है उसकी मोटी कमाई हो, उसके लिए जो मौसम पर निर्भर रहता है उसका ज्यादा पैदावार भी हो, उसको ज्यादा मूल्य मिल सके, इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट रखा भी. और आज कोई भी पकवान है हम मिलेट के बनाकर शादियों से लेकर बड़े समारोह तक हमने उसको अपनाने का काम किया है. मिड डे मील से लेकर 5 स्टार के होटल तक उसको अपनाने का काम किया है. स्पोर्ट्समैन से लेकर फिल्म स्टार तक उन्होंने उसको अपनाने का काम किया है. यह केवल सोच ही नहीं, उस आइडिया को जीवन में अपनाने का काम, ये इस स्तर तक ले जाने का काम, ये पहले कभी नहीं होता था. ये सोच से उसको अपनी दिनचर्या तक लाने का काम, ये नरेंद्र मोदी ने सोच बदलने का काम किया है. ये नेतृत्व के कारण होता है. और इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं, योग से आयुर्वेद तक, कोविड के समय भारत के काढ़े से लेकर भारत की दवाइयों तक, जो हमारे आयुर्वेद से लेकर सिद्धा से लेकर होम्योपैथी तक, यूनानी तक, ये सबको दुनिया ने माना है. ये सोच नहीं बदली, हमने साथ साथ में दिशा बदलने का काम भी किया है. इसीलिए जब आप कहते हो कि विश्व गुरु क्या, आज हमारे कल्चर को देखने के लिए, हमारी संस्कृति को देखने के लिए, आज आप यहां कोई वेस्टर्न परफॉर्मेंस करा सकते थे, लेकिन पुनीत जी, श्रेयस जी, आप लोगों ने यहां भारत की अलग अलग आर्ट फॉर्म्स को यहां पर दिखाने का काम किया है. ऐसे मंचों से ही भारतीय संस्कृति को बचाने और बढ़ाने का काम होता है. आज G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी में, शांघाई कॉर्पोरेशन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की चेयरमैनशिप में, यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल की चेयरमैनशिप में भारत ने अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर भारत की कला, संस्कृति, साहित्य को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है. हम दर्शन करा रहे हैं भारत की कला संस्कृति के, और हर मंच पे हम अपने देश के नागरिकों को आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं. तो युवा साथियों, जब हम ग्लोबल लीडरशिप की बात करते हैं तो मैं कह सकता हूं हम कहीं नहीं थे स्टार्टअप्स में, लेकिन ये जो भारत के युवा मेरे सामने बैठे हैं, मोदी जी ने इनका हाथ पकड़ने का काम किया, नई नीतियां लाने का काम किया. तो पिछले 8 वर्षों में भारत के युवाओं ने स्किल इंडिया के, स्टार्टअप इंडिया के माध्यम से आज दुनिया का 3rd लार्जेस्ट स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम हमारा भारत बना है. 90,000 स्टार्टअप्स हैं, 107 यूनिकॉर्न्स हैं, $30 बिलियन की जिनकी आज वैल्यूएशन है, लगभग 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए की वैल्यूएशन है. ये भारत के युवाओं ने करके दिखाया है. मैं आपको कह सकता हूं, ये कोई भी सेक्टर हो, हेल्थ केयर में वैक्सीन की बात करूं, या आयुष्मान भारत की बात करूं, या 1.5 लाख हमारे हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर की बात करूं, हर क्षेत्र में युवाओं ने नई पहचान देने का काम किया है। ड्रोन का सेक्टर देखिए, हम कहीं नहीं थे 2 साल पहले, लेकिन उस पॉलिसी पर मोदी जी ने स्वयं इतना टाइम दिया है। आज ड्रोन चाहे एग्रीकल्चर हो, चाहे सर्विसेज सेक्टर में हो, चाहे आपके डिलीवरी के सेक्टर में हो, ड्रोन हर क्षेत्र में, फर्टिलाइजर स्प्रे की बात हो, आज ड्रोन ने हर क्षेत्र में अपना योगदान देने का काम किया है। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आज हमारी जो प्रॉब्लम्स है उनका सोल्यूशन निकालने के लिए हमारे युवा हैकाथॉन के माध्यम से हो, स्टार्टअप्स के माध्यम से हो, नए नए यहां पर उत्तर उसके निकाल रहे हैं। सही मायने में अगर अर्थ युवाओं की ताकत का कहीं पर निकला है तो हमारे स्टार्टअप्स के माध्यम से निकला है। सॉल्यूशंस, प्रॉब्लम्स का सॉल्यूशन कहीं पर निकला है या उसका अर्थ भी कहीं पर निकला है तो हमारे युवाओं ने अपने अलग अलग स्टार्टअप्स के माध्यम से निकालने का काम किया है और उसको स्केल अप करने का काम हुआ है। साइज एंड स्केल मिला तब जाकर वो यूनिकॉर्न बन पाई है। इसलिए मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है देश के युवाओं पर, उनकी क्षमता पर भी, जिन्होंने अगर इतने कम समय में ये किया है तो भविष्य का भारत क्या होगा, मैं यही कह सकता हूं, इन युवाओं के माध्यम से दुनिया को नेतृत्व देने वाला ही भविष्य का भारत होगा।
आप खेल मंत्री भी हैं, युवा मामलों के मंत्री भी हैं, युवाओं पर आपने खेल में पिछले दिनों हमने देखा ओलंपिक में हमारा प्रदर्शन काफी अच्छा रहा और स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर पिछले दिनों काफी काम हुआ है। भविष्य की आपकी क्या योजनाएं हैं कि मेडल टैली में जो डिफरेंट इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स होते हैं उसकी मेडल टैली में हम थोड़ा और ऊपर जा सकें?
मुझे लगता है सबसे पहले तो मानसिकता बदलने की आवश्यकता है। सोच बदलो, देश बदलेगा। और कहीं ना कहीं मानसिकता बदलने का काम, सोच बदलने का काम प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने किया। एक समय ऐसा था देश के एथलीट मेडल जीतकर भी लाते थे तो पहचान नहीं मिलती थी, लेकिन आज हमारे देश के युवा खिलाड़ी किसी बड़ी चैंपियनशिप में खेलने जा रहे हो तो जाने से पहले कोई और बात नहीं करता, देश के प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं हमारे खिलाड़ियों का मनोबल बढ़ाने का काम करते हैं। उनके परिवार के लोगों से, उनके कोचेस से बात करते हैं। वो वापस आते हैं, मेडल जीता हो या ना जीता हो, उनकी पीठ थपथपाने का काम करते हैं। ना भी किया हो तो कहते हैं आपने देश का प्रतिनिधित्व किया है, यही आपकी बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। 140 करोड़ भारतीयों में आप इस स्तर तक आने का काम किया है। मैं छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूं। मीराबाई चानू अनफिट हो गई ओलंपिक से 6 महीने पहले। कोविड का समय था, 24 घंटे के अंदर उसका वीजा भी लगवाया, उसको प्लेन में चढ़ाकर अमेरिका भेजा, उसके कोच और उसके साथ में सपोर्ट स्टाफ को भेजा। 6 महीने हमने 70 लाख रुपए से ज्यादा खर्च किया और यह नहीं सोचा क्या होगा। कोविड के समय भी उसके साथ हम खड़े रहे। जैसे मीराबाई चानू सीधा टोक्यो पहुंची तो भारत के लिए पहला मेडल भारत की बेटी ने जीतने का काम किया। यह टारगेट ओलंपिक पोडियम स्कीम टॉप्स के माध्यम से हमने भारत के एथलीट्स की बोर्डिंग, लॉजिंग, ट्रेनिंग, सारा खर्चा हम सहते हैं। आउट ऑफ पॉकेट अलाउंस 6 लाख रुपया यानी कि 50,000 रुपया महीना उनको अलग से देते हैं। 3,000 अन्य खिलाड़ियों को हम खेलो इंडिया एक्रेडिटेड अकेडमीज के माध्यम से उनको 6-6 लाख रुपया उनके सालाना ट्रेनिंग पे खर्च करते हैं। उनको हर महीने जेब खर्च अलग से देते हैं। देश भर में जहां 2014 में कांग्रेस के जमाने में 1,000 करोड़ से कम का बजट होता था, आज 3 गुना से ज्यादा बढ़ाकर 3400 करोड़ रुपया बजट कर दिया है। यह भी अपने आप में बड़ा बदलाव किया है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा बदलाव है खिलाड़ियों में यह सोच पैदा कर दी कि आप मेडल जीत सकते हैं, आपको दबाव के बिना खेलना है। और जब खिलाड़ी दबाव में थे तब मोदी जी ने फोन उठाकर जब उनको फोन किया कि मन छोटा क्यों करते हो, आप यहां तक पहुंचे, आप आगे बहुत कुछ कर सकते हो। और जो हमारी टीम उस पड़ाव पर थी कि क्या होगा, 41 साल के बाद हमारी हॉकी टीम ने मोदी जी की फोन कॉल के बाद अपने प्रयासों से देश के लिए ब्रॉन्ज मेडल जीतने का काम भी करके दिखाया। यही नहीं, थॉमस कप हम कभी जीतते नहीं थे। 73 साल में गोल्ड जीतने का काम थॉमस कप में बैडमिंटन टीम ने हमारी किया। ये वही बैडमिंटन टीम जब उदास बैठी थी ओलंपिक्स के बाद, तो मोदी जी ने कहा था क्यों निराश होते हो, अगला अवसर आएगा फिर जीत जाओगे, और इन्होंने गोल्ड मेडल जीतने का काम किया। तो यहां प्रधानमंत्री वो हैं जो खिलाड़ियों का मनोबल बढ़ाते हैं। और आनंद जी, यही नहीं, इस बार की रिपब्लिक डे परेड में सामने वाली स्टेज पे मोदी जी के और इजिप्ट के राष्ट्रपति के सामने कोई और नहीं बैठा था, वो मजदूर बैठे थे जिन्होंने राजपथ को कर्तव्य पथ बनाने का काम किया, जिन्होंने किंग जॉर्ज पंचम की मूर्ति को हटाकर ऐसी मूर्ति तराशने का काम किया जो नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की मूर्ति वहां पर स्थापना करने का काम किया। हमने सोच बदलकर देश को बदलने का काम भी किया है। और काशी विश्वनाथ धाम में भी आप देखिए, किसी और को बैठने का मौका नहीं मिला, वहां पर भी मजदूर बैठे थे, उनके पांव धोकर उनके बीच में बैठने का काम और मजदूरों के योगदान के काम को भी प्रणाम करने का काम किया, तो देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया। यह सोच बदल दी है कि राष्ट्र निर्माण में मजदूर की भूमिका हो या साइंटिस्ट की भूमिका हो। हमारी सॉफ्ट पावर में हमारे साइंटिस्ट से लेकर सिनेमा से लेकर हमारे स्पोर्ट्समैन की भूमिका हो, उसको पहचान दिलाने का काम भी नरेंद्र मोदी जी करते हैं। ये मनोबल बढ़ाने वाले, नेतृत्व को आगे बढ़ाने वाले नेता आज देश को मिले हैं, और दुनिया भर में सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता के रूप में भी एक बार नहीं 3 बार नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नाम ही दुनिया में सबसे पहले आया है।
रक्षा के क्षेत्र में पहले हम विदेश पर निर्भर करते थे, उनके उत्पादन पर निर्भर करते थे, एयरक्राफ्ट और मेंटेनेंस में भी या हेलीकॉप्टर निर्माण में भी। पिछले दिनों ये देखा गया है कि रक्षा के क्षेत्र में भी जो आत्मनिर्भरता थी वो बढ़ी है। इससे क्या हमारी सैनिकों की कार्यकुशलता पर कोई असर पड़ेगा? इंडिजिनसली बिल्ट जो हमारे हथियार हैं, या जैसे अमेठी में AK-53 या 56 लग रहा है, या अभी हेलीकॉप्टर निर्माण शुरू हुआ है, तो इनकी गुणवत्ता को कैसे ध्यान में रखते हुए, ताकि सैन्य बलों को कोई इंपैक्ट ना हो, कैसे काम कर रही है भारत सरकार?
आनंद जी, मुझे लगता है हमें से थोड़ा सा, एक तो आत्मनिर्भर की आपने बात कही, उस दृष्टि से देखना चाहिए
जी।
एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच हम कैसे लेके चल रहे हैं। अब सैनिक को अगर आप केंद्र बिंदु रखें या भारत की सुरक्षा को केंद्र बिंदु रखें, तो पूर्व सैनिकों की मांग थी 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन।
बिल्कुल।
35-40 साल में किसी ने 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन को पूरा नहीं किया। नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने आकर पहले निर्णयों में से 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन पूर्व सैनिकों को देने का काम किया। फिर आया हमारे सैनिकों को मजबूती प्रदान करना, तो उसमें बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट कांग्रेस ने 10 साल नहीं दी, हमने मेक इन इंडिया बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट पूरी की पूरी बनाकर दे दी। स्नो बूट, स्नो सूट नहीं मिलते थे, हमने वो भी बनाकर दे दिए। भारतीय सेना को लेटेस्ट हथियार बना दे दिए, लड़ाकू विमान दे दिए। अब यह था कि 70-75 सालों में भारत आयात पर निर्भर था, दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा इंपोर्टर आयातक था हथियारों का।
बिल्कुल।
हमने सोच बदल दी, और उससे क्या बदला? आज हमने देश के 400 ऐसे डिफेंस के प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जिनको आयात करने पर प्रतिबंध लगा दिया है। अब देश में ही निर्माण होता है। जहां भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा आयात करने वाला था, आज रिकॉर्ड 16,000 करोड़ रुपए का एक्सपोर्ट किया है, और अगले 3 साल के अंदर 40,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा का एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे। तो 400 प्रोडक्ट्स को हम बना भी रहे हैं, आत्मनिर्भर भी हो रहे हैं, और साथ ही साथ यहां पर रोजगार उत्पन्न भी कर रहे हैं। चाहे AK-56 हो, या लड़ाकू विमान हो, या हेलीकॉप्टर हो। जिस फैक्ट्री को बंद करने की बात राहुल गांधी जी HAL की करते थे, आज उसका सबसे बड़ा प्लांट हेलीकॉप्टर निर्माण का कहीं पर लगा है, तो मोदी सरकार ने कर्नाटक में लगवाया है। आज रायबरेली में ही बात करें, इनकी सरकार के समय तो कुछ नहीं हुआ, आज वहां पर सबसे बड़ा हथियारों का प्लांट वहां पर लगाने का काम किया है। आज हम दुनिया भर को, जहां 75 देशों को डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, यह सोच ही नहीं बदली। हमने नई दिशा देने का काम भी भारत को किया है। मैं इतना ही कहूंगा मित्रों, यहीं पर नहीं, ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल से लेकर राफेल विमान तक भारत ने हर क्षेत्र में सेना को मजबूत करने का काम किया। लेकिन एक बार फिर बात करता हूं, यह केवल बजट बढ़ाने का काम नहीं किया। बजट तो हमने कई गुना बढ़ा ही दिया डिफेंस का। मनोबल भी भारतीय सेना का कैसे बढ़ाया है। जब अतिक्रमण करने का काम चीन की तरफ से हुआ तो भारत के प्रधानमंत्री और रक्षा मंत्री भारत की सेना के साथ हमारे बॉर्डर पर जाकर खड़े हुए। यह आज से पहले कभी नहीं हुआ था। यह भी हमारे लोगों ने करने का काम किया और हमारे सैनिकों ने मुंह तोड़ जवाब भी दिया है। लेकिन दुख इस बात का होता है कि जब भारत के सैनिक कुछ अच्छा करते हैं तो उन पर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करने का काम कांग्रेस से लेकर आम आदमी पार्टी करती है, विपक्ष की कुछ पार्टियां करती है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हमारे सैनिकों ने करके आतंकवादी ठिकानों को ध्वस्त करने का काम किया। लेकिन हमारे सैनिकों के हौसले पस्त करने के लिए हमारे विपक्ष के नेताओं ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। यह दुर्भाग्य है इस देश का कि जहां एक और सेना का मनोबल बढ़ाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी करते हैं, वहीं उनके हौसले पस्त करने का काम हमारी विपक्षी दल करते हैं। ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। ये सैनिक अपनी जान पर खेलते हैं किसके लिए? ताकि 140 करोड़ भारतीय सुख चैन की नींद सो सकें, स्टार्टअप से लेकर हमारे स्किल्ड युवा अपने देश को आगे बढ़ा सकें। हमें तो एक बार भारत माता की जयकार करनी चाहिए और उन सैनिकों को गुणगान करना चाहिए जो भारत को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए अपने परिवार से दूर रहकर भी भारत को 24 घंटे और 365 दिन सुरक्षा उपलब्ध करवाते हैं।
अनुराग जी, आपसे 2 प्रश्न पूछूंगा, समय कम है, आपको जाना भी है। एक तो आप अभी चीन की बात कर रहे थे। राहुल गांधी लगातार कह रहे हैं कि चीन आगे बढ़ता जा रहा है और आप लोग रोक नहीं पा रहे हैं।
मुझे लगता है गुलामी की मानसिकता जिससे मुक्ति दिलाने की बात मोदी जी करते हैं, तो कम से कम राहुल गांधी जी को गुलामी की मानसिकता छोड़ देनी चाहिए। और इटली के न्यूज़पेपर में जाकर क्या कहते हैं, अब उनकी पृष्ठभूमि क्या है, मैं उस पर ज्यादा जाना नहीं चाहता। लेकिन ये इतना जरूर कहना चाहता हूं, इस सोच से मुक्ति पानी जरूर थी। और मोदी जी ने जब पंच प्रण की बात की तो उसमें पहला ये कहा, पहला प्रण विकसित भारत का निर्माण करना, दूसरा गुलामी की सोच से गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्त होना, तीसरा अपने गौरवशाली इतिहास पर गर्व करना, चौथा एकता एकजुटता को बनाए रखना और पांचवा नागरिकों को कर्तव्य पालन की ओर लेकर जाना। तो राहुल गांधी जी भी नागरिक हैं तो उनको कर्तव्य पालन करना चाहिए, अपनी गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्त होना चाहिए और ये जान लेना चाहिए कि जहां वो देश को छोड़कर गए थे फ्रेजाइल 5 में, आज फ्रेजाइल 5 से 8 सालों में मोदी जी ने फर्स्ट 5 इकोनॉमीज में दुनिया की लाकर खड़ा कर दिया है। 10वें से 5वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था को भारत को बना दिया है। और ये पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस से लेकर आज भारत की पॉलिसी मेकिंग की ओर दुनिया देखती है, भारत के नेतृत्व की ओर दुनिया देखती है। यही बड़ा बदलाव हुआ है। दुर्भाग्य यह है कि जब चीन अतिक्रमण कर रहा था तो राहुल गांधी जी चाइनीज एम्बेसडर और चाइनीज नेताओं के साथ भोजन खा रहे थे और ना जाने क्या क्या चर्चा कर रहे थे। राहुल गांधी जी की राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन चाइनीज फंड लेती है, ना जाने किस बात के लिए लेती, शायद इसीलिए लेती है कि उनको चीन ही आगे चलता नजर आता है, उनको भारत के बढ़ते कदम नजर नहीं आते। और मैं कहना चाहता हूं, भारत यहीं रुकने वाला नहीं है। ये दुनिया भर की ताकतें जो लगी हैं, एक के बाद दूसरा प्रोपेगेंडा और एक एजेंडा के तहत जो भारत को अस्थिर करने का काम किया जाता है, बदनाम करने का काम किया जाता है, ये बढ़ते भारत की ताकत को ये रोक नहीं पाएंगे। चाहे किसी चैनल को पकड़ लें, किसी बिलियनियर को पकड़ लें, चाहे किसी और मंच को पकड़ लें, ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का नया भारत है जो अमृत काल में स्वर्णिम काल की ओर ले जाने के लिए चला है। हमें रोक नहीं पाएंगे, हम आगे ही बढ़ते चले जाएंगे।
आपने ये छेड़ भी दिया तो मैं एक सवाल पूछने का लोभ संवरण नहीं कर पा रहा हूं। जिस प्रकार से विदेश के मीडिया में या जिस प्रकार से बिलियनियर का नाम लिया सोरोत का आपने, उसने जिस प्रकार से कही, या जिस प्रकार से रिसर्च एजेंसीज भारत के को टारगेट करते हुए इस तरह की रिपोर्ट्स कर रही हैं, क्या भारत सरकार की कोई इसको काउंटर करने की योजना, जैसे आपने यहां पीआईबी को फैक्ट चेक का काम दिया, तो वर्ल्ड लेवल पर उस तरह के दुष्प्रचार को काउंटर करने का कोई प्लान आप लोगों के पास है?
लोकतंत्र में सबसे बड़ी ताकत क्या है? क्या ताकत है लोकतंत्र में सबसे बड़ी? लोग हैं और लोगों का वोट है। तो मैं आप सबसे तो ये कहता हूं, ये जो एक एक वोट, हर एक वोट आपने मोदी जी को पिछली बार दिया, वो आपकी ये ताकत आपने दुनिया भर को दिखाई कि 140 करोड़ भारतीय किसके पीछे खड़े हैं। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भारत की ताकत को आज दुनिया भर में लाकर खड़ा कर दिया। दुनिया भर के प्रयासों से कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा क्योंकि जनता मोदी जी के पीछे खड़ी है। और आज मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं, ये ताकतें कोविड-19 पैंडेमिक के समय भी लगी थी। कहते थे करोड़ों भारतीय मर जाएंगे, भूखमरी से और महामारी से मर जाएंगे। आज मैं सीना ठोक कर कहता हूं, ये मोदी जी का नेतृत्व ही था जिसने आत्मनिर्भर पैकेज भी दिया। 80 करोड़ भारतीयों को अन्न योजना के माध्यम से 28 महीने तक मुफ्त में राशन भी दिया, जिन्होंने आत्मनिर्भर पैकेज के माध्यम से अर्थव्यवस्था को बचाने का काम भी किया। आज दुनिया में सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था कोई और नहीं, हमारा भारत सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था है। तो दुनिया कुछ भी कह ले, कुछ भी प्रोपेगेंडा कर ले, कुछ भी प्रयास कर ले, ये भारतीयों की ताकत को ना ये अरबपति खरबपति रोक पाएंगे, क्योंकि यहां पर गरीब नागरिक की भी और आम जनमानस का आशीर्वाद भी, 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का आशीर्वाद नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ है। जो दुनिया के बड़े बड़े देश नहीं कर पाए, भारत ने अपनी क्षमता को जानकर पहचान कर अपनी ताकत को खड़ा किया। पीपी किट हम नहीं बनाते थे, एक महीने में 10 लाख से ज्यादा पीपी किट बनाने की हमने अपनी ताकत खड़ी कर ली। मास्क नहीं बनता था, वो बना लिया। ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से लेकर कॉन्सेंट्रेटर से लेकर वेंटिलेटर तक बनाने का काम किया। और 2-2 वैक्सीन बनाना ही नहीं, दुनिया भर को देने का काम भी भारत ने ही किया। यह भारत की ताकत को दुनिया जान चुकी है। योग से लेकर आयुर्वेद से लेकर स्टार्टअप से लेकर युवाओं की ताकत को जान चुकी है। भारत हार्ड पावर हो या सॉफ्ट पावर हो, हर क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ रहा है। अब हम आंखें झुकाकर नहीं, आंखों में आंखें डालकर बात करते हैं। इसलिए दुनिया का कोई व्यक्ति हो, हमें रोक नहीं पाएगा। यह प्रोपेगेंडा भी किसी एजेंडा के तहत कोई हमें रोक नहीं पाएगा।
मीडिया की बात कर रहे हैं तो फिल्मों की बात कर लेते हैं। पिछले दिनों कोविड के दौरान भी और उसके बाद भी कुछ आंतरिक कारणों से, कुछ बाहर के कारणों से ऐसा लगता है कि भारतीय फिल्में कुछ संकट में हैं। जिस प्रकार से सिनेमा हॉल, सिंगल थिएटर्स पूरे देश भर में लगातार बंद हो गए, बहुत दूर दूर तक थिएटर्स नहीं है, थिएटर्स में टिकट बहुत है। क्या थिएटर्स को लेकर आप कोई पॉलिसी बनाने की या थिएटर्स को रेगुलेट करने की या उनको प्रोत्साहित करने की कोई योजना सूचना प्रसारण मंत्रालय बना रहा है?
नहीं, मुझे लगता है भारत में कंटेंट और अच्छा बने। आज हमारे अच्छे फिल्म्स के कारण, अच्छे कंटेंट के कारण दुनिया भर में हमारी धूम है और हमें इस क्षेत्र को थोड़ा और पकड़ना चाहिए। इसलिए पकड़ना चाहिए कि हमारे जो इंडिया है वो स्टोरी टेलिंग कंट्री है। हमारे पास बहुत सारी कहानियां हैं, गांव गांव से जुड़ी हुई हजारों कहानियां हैं। हमारे पास ऐसे कैरेक्टर्स हैं जिनके ऊपर बहुत कुछ लिखा जा सकता है, बहुत कुछ बनाया जा सकता है। पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन हब भारत बनना चाहिए। हमारे यहां पर शूटिंग हब भारत बनना चाहिए। टेक्नोलॉजी का लोभ भारत को उठाना चाहिए। तो मैं तो यही कहूंगा, हमारी पॉलिसीज जो हैं वो इनवाइट करे ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को यहां पे शूटिंग के लिए, पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन के लिए, कंटेंट क्रिएशन के लिए, और हम उस तरह से नीतियां बना भी रहे हैं। इंडिया हैज द पावर टू बिकम द कंटेंट हब ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। इंडिया हैज द पावर टू बिकम द पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन हब ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। इंडिया हैज पावर टू बिकम द शूटिंग हब ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। एंड वी हैव शोकेस्ड हाउ आवर फिल्म्स फ्रॉम रीजनल with the good content, they have no more regional, they become global now. So इस केवल क्षेत्रीय नहीं, अंतरराष्ट्रीय भी बनी है। RRR से लेकर आप अन्य फिल्मों की ओर देखेंगे, ये भारत की ताकत है। लेकिन भारत में सिनेमा हॉल्स की कमी है, इसको बढ़ाना चाहिए। मैं तो आपसे दूसरी तरफ जा रहा हूं कि इसको कई गुना ज्यादा भारत के सिनेमा हॉल्स को बढ़ाना चाहिए, ताकि हम देश के अंदर भी, दुनिया के अंदर भी भारत के कंटेंट को दिखा सके। जो OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स है वहां पर भी हमारे कंटेंट ज्यादा लोकल बने, तो हमारे क्रिएटिव माइंड्स को ज्यादा उस पर ताकत मिल पाएगी। इसलिए उसको थोड़ा लिबरल भी रखा गया, बहुत बांधा नहीं गया है कि लोग स्वयं तय करें कि किसको क्या देखना है, क्या हमें देश और दुनिया के लिए बनाना है। क्रिएटिविटी को मारना नहीं, क्रिएटिविटी को और बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है। लेकिन नागरिकों को, क्रिएटर को भी यह सोचना है कि सीमाओं को लांघना नहीं है। देयर इज अ वेरी थिन लाइन एंड वो लक्ष्मण रेखा को हमें क्रॉस नहीं करना चाहिए, नहीं तो सरकार को फिर इंटरवीन करना पड़ता है। मैं तो यही कहूंगा कि बहुत बड़ा अवसर भारत के पास है इस क्रिएटिव फील्ड में अपनी ताकत को दिखाने का। और मैंने आपको रशिया से लेकर सेंट्रल एशिया से लेकर बाकी दुनिया भर के देशों का उदाहरण दिया, कैसे भारत ने अपनी क्रिएटिविटी, अपने सिनेमा, अपने रिच कल्चरल हेरिटेज, इसके माध्यम से दुनिया भर में अपनी पहचान बनाई है। और हमारा जो आज दुनिया भर को एक मेंटल हेल्थ की जब हम बात करते हैं तो मेंटल हेल्थ के लिए भी लोग योग और आयुर्वेद की ओर देख रहे हैं। हमें उस फील्ड को भी बहुत तेजी के साथ अपनाना चाहिए। लोग स्पिरिचुअलिटी की ओर देख रहे हैं। हमारे भारत के पास, मैं कहता हूं, हर मुसीबत का हल हमारे पास है। फॉर मिलियन प्रॉब्लम्स वी हैव बिलियन सॉल्यूशंस बिकॉज देयर बिलियन माइंड्स आर वर्किंग बिहाइंड दैट।
एक आखिरी सवाल, आपके बॉस बहुत टफ टास्क मास्टर हैं। आपके जो बॉस हैं वो खुद भी बहुत काम करते हैं। पिछले दिनों हमने जयशंकर का एक इंटरव्यू सुना विदेश मंत्री का कि किस तरह जब अफगानिस्तान में ऑपरेशन चल रहा था तो रात 3 बजे पूछ रहे थे जग के। ऐसे टफ टास्क मास्टर के साथ आप लोग कैसे कोप अप कर पाते हैं?
मुझे लगता है मीडिया में एक जो छवि है टफ टास्क मास्टर, इसके साथ साथ इज अ वेरी काइंड हार्टेड पर्सन। इतने नरम दिल इंसान है जो एक गरीब से गरीब व्यक्ति के बारे में भी इतना सोचते हैं। और शायद उनकी सोच के केंद्र बिंदु में भारतीय नागरिक है, गरीब जनता है, जो वंचित, शोषित, पीड़ित है, उसके बारे में जो मोदी जी सोचते हैं, इसीलिए ही वो कहीं ना कहीं इतना कुछ कर पाते। मैं तो ये कहूंगा, आप उनको टफ टास्क मास्टर कह लीजिए या हार्ड वर्किंग इंडिविजुअल कह लीजिए, मैं तो यही कहूंगा वो 24 घंटे जीते हैं इस देश के लिए, देश के नागरिकों के लिए, भारत के लिए, भारतीयों के लिए। यही कारण है कि आज देश दुनिया में ऐसा काम कर पा रहा है। और जिस देश का प्रधानमंत्री इतना समर्पित हो, इतना मेहनती हो, तो उस नेता के नीचे काम करने वाली टीम में वो समर्पण भाव और वो मेहनत नेचुरली आ जाती है। जब आप अपने नेता को देखते हैं कि रात के 1 बजे भी वो आपको फोन करते हैं कि देश के इस कोने में ये हो रहा है, इसका ये समस्या का हल, इसका निकलना चाहिए, और सुबह 7 बजे आपके उठने से पहले आपसे रिपोर्टिंग ली जाए, तो आप सोच सकते हैं कि वो व्यक्ति 1 से 7 बजे के बीच में भी सोया नहीं होगा। वो सोच ही रहा होगा कि इसका हल निकल गया कि नहीं निकला। आपदा उत्तराखंड में आई थी, आप याद करिए। मोदी जी उस समय देश के प्रधानमंत्री नहीं थे,
गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे।
गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे, लेकिन उत्तराखंड में उन्होंने वहां पर मदद देने का काम किया, गुजरात की सरकार के नाते मदद करने का काम किया। भुज में संकट आया था, अर्थक्वेक आया था, ताजे ताजे मुख्यमंत्री बने थे, वहां पर जो किया वो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को लेकर आज टर्की, सीरिया में अगर अर्थक्वेक आया है तो फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर के रूप में भारत दुनिया के सामने खड़ा आया है। जो कभी मदद मांगने वाला था आज मदद करने वालों में खड़ा आया है। यह सोच को बदला है, भारत की छवि को बदला है। आप इसको टफ टास्क मास्टर कहें, मैं तो कहूंगा इस व्यक्ति के दिल में, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के दिल में, हर व्यक्ति के जीवन की वो कीमत है, चाहे वो टर्की में हो, सीरिया में हो, चाहे वो भारतीय हो या दुनिया का कोई व्यक्ति हो, जो दुनिया के किसी 2 देशों के बीच में युद्ध चल रहा हो तब भी कहता है दिस एरा इज नॉट ऑफ वॉर। ये युद्ध का समय नहीं है, ये शांति का समय है, ये चर्चा का समय है, ये लोकतंत्र का समय, चर्चा से समाधान करने का समय है। तो ऐसे नेता की ओर दुनिया देख रही है। आप इसको टफ टास्क मास्टर कहिए या नरम दिल इंसान कहिए या समर्पित ऐसा नेता कहिए जो भारत को एक नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना चाहता है। मैं तो कहता हूं हम सौभाग्यशाली हैं जो मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उनके मंत्रिमंडल में काम करने का अवसर मिला है। हर भारतीय को आज भारत को एक नई पहचान दिलाने का अवसर मिला है। हम सौभाग्यशाली हैं। हर भारतीय का जिसने वोट नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया है तो भारत को संकट के समय से निकालकर आज शीर्ष पर ले जाने का काम हो रहा है। हम धन्यवादी हैं हर भारतीय के।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर जी। और आपने देखा होगा कि मैंने आरंभ में ही ये कह दिया था कि ये यंगेस्ट पॉलिटिकल वेटरन है, तो इनकी बातचीत को सुनने के बाद आपको लगा होगा कि इन्होंने, और क्रिकेट भी खेलते हैं, चाहे कितनी भी गुगली मार लो ये स्ट्रेट बैट से ही खेलते हैं। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका।
आनंद जी ने भी कोई क्षेत्र नहीं छोड़ा, सही अर्थ निकाल लिया कि इंफॉर्मेशन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग मंत्री आया है तो खेल कूद से लेके, सिनेमा से लेके, इकोनॉमी से लेकर दुनिया भर के संकट के सब सवाल पूछ लिए।
जी, आप माना ये जाता है, जब हम लोगों ने पत्रकारिता शुरू की थी, कि जो सूचना प्रसारण मंत्री होता है वो भारत सरकार का प्रवक्ता होता है। तो आपसे तो प्रश्न पूछे ही जाने चाहिए थे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, आपने समय निकाला। और अर्थ फेस्टिवल की तरफ से मैं आपका आभार प्रकट करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जो कारवा 5 साल पहुंचा है वो आगे भी चलता रहे। पुनीत गोयनका जी को धन्यवाद, श्रेयसी जी को धन्यवाद, और डॉक्टर विक्रम संपत हमारे मित्र हैं, उनका बहुत बहुत आभार कि उन्होंने मुझे आपसे बात करने का अवसर प्रदान किया। बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपका धन्यवाद। और एक बार फिर सभी अर्थ फेस्टिवल से जुड़े हुए महानुभावों का मैं आभार प्रकट करता हूं। इसलिए करता हूं आनंद जी, क्योंकि सही मायने में जो हमारी पहचान, हमारे कल्चर की, हमारे फूड की, हमारी कला की, संस्कृति की, उसको एक मंच चाहिए कुछ ना कुछ दिखाने का। और एक बहुत बड़ा मंच अर्थ फेस्टिवल के माध्यम से हुआ है, अर्थ अ कल्चर फेस्ट। मुझे लगता है एक सही पहचान, एक अर्थ सही मायने में भारत के इस कला, संस्कृति, साहित्य को मिला है। बहुत बहुत आभार, धन्यवाद।
आप सबका भी बहुत धन्यवाद, धैर्यपूर्वक आपने हम लोगों को सुना। बहुत बहुत आभार।
एक बार फिर से श्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद for joining us here at Arth, a Culture Fest promoted by ZEEL. Thank you, sir. A billion rising was this session, ladies and gentlemen. कितने बाजू कितने सर गिन ले दुनिया ध्यान से, जीतेंगे हम हर बाजी क्योंकि अब हम खेलेंगे जी जान से. Well, that was a session there for you. As the Honorable Minister said, who will be the leader of the world in the 21st century? It will be India. It will be India. Yes, it will be India. All right, let me steer you towards the next session coming up at Arth, a Culture Fest promoted by ZEEL, Myths and Miasma of a Dharmic Nation. Now, this session has two elements to it. We will first, in your presence, launch Dharmic Nation, authored by Sri R. Jagannathan, and we will head towards a panel discussion on the myths and miasma of a Dharmic Nation. May I please invite on the dais Dr. R. Jagannathan, a force to reckon with in the space of journalism. He's been editor of prestigious publications such as Financial Express, Business Today, DNA, and Forbes India. Dr. Jagannathan has led his passion project to fruition through his latest book, Dharmic Nation. Please welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. I'm also enthused as I invite on stage Dr. Ram Madhav, Indian politician, social leader, author, and thinker. Most recently, Dr. Madhav has been instrumental in ideating the Relegant 20 Forum, R20, as part of India's presidency of the G20. Dr. Madhav has over 300 publications to his credit, having authored several books in English and Telugu that include The Hindutva Paradigm, Integral Humanism, and The Quest for a Non-Western Worldview. Namaste, sir. Very warm welcome. I'd also like to invite on the dais Sanjeev Sanyal, co-chairperson of the G20 Summit. He is a Rhodes Scholar, having published over 200 articles and columns nationally and internationally. He is economic advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister of India. Warm welcome to you. And now, may I please invite on stage Aarti Tikku, reputed journalist, strategic affairs analyst, and a notable voice on the matters of Kashmir. Very warm welcome to you. Namaskar, Mara. May I please request my guests on the dais to come together for the book launch of Dharmic Nation, authored by Sri R. Jagannathan. I've already booked my copy backstage. One of these is coming to me. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate the launch of a very significant book, I believe so. Dharmic Nation, authored by Sri R. Jagannathan. Thank you all for doing the honors. And Arthi, at this point, I'm going to hand the stage over to you for the discussion, Myths and Miasma of a Dharmic Nation. Here comes the second session at Arth, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL.
Thank you, Arth, for giving me this opportunity to be sitting and discussing Dharmic Nation with the greatest minds of India today. My first question, Dr. R. Jagannathan.
Not doctor.
Okay. Since there are too many doctors on the stage, I assumed you are one too. My first question is, what is Dharmic Nation? Is Dharmic Nation different from the nation as envisioned by the Constitution of India? For the last 75 years, we thought that there's only one nation as envisioned in the preamble of the Indian Constitution. So please explain to us, why is the necessity to have India as a Dharmic nation, and what does it really mean?
Thank you, Arthi. So, basic point, I'd like to start from where I was and where I am today. I'm usually an economics writer, and I've been doing that for a long time. For the last couple of years, I've been looking at something different. I said, what makes us different from just being an economic and materialistic people, right? But that's not what our history was. We had both. We had all kinds of things. Our 4 Purusharthas talk about dharma, artha, kama and moksha. So everything is valid in the concept of what we think are individual objectives to subserve, right? So to come first to why I started writing this book and shifted from economics to the social, cultural and national sphere. The reason is simple. I mean, there has been a lot of loose talk latently. Many people talking about Hindu Rashtra without defining what it is, what do they mean. It allowed some of the enemies of this nation to say, okay, if you ever have a Hindu Rashtra, you're going to become a Hindu version of Pakistan, a theocratic state that torments all its people, including its own. We've seen that in Pakistan. Even though it's been defined as an Islamic state, Muslims are the biggest victims there because I think they made it a theocracy, right? And forget the minorities. The minorities anyway didn't have a place there, but they are now targeting their own people, right? So ultimately a theocratic state will destroy itself. So where I came from were on basically 2-3 points. First, in order to define what we mean by our nationhood. I mean, in 90s, I think Samuel Huntington defined who are we for Americans and the Western civilization. I think somewhere we need to tell ourselves who are we, what defines us as a civilizational people, as a civilizational state, and what are we, right? So before we come to the idea of Hindu Rashtra, I think the idea is to decide what are the 4 key things, 4 key pillars of what I think define our attitudes. That is the 4 religions that we call Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism. These were birthed in this place. 4 pillars. And there are a lot of myriad smaller traditions and all that all were came together, sometimes fought with each other, but ultimately they came to a synthesis, a consensus, that we can have all kinds of differences, but we agree to live together and despite our differences. So that is what is defined by what I mean by a dharmic state, in a sense that it sets a playing field for both managing differences and living in unity at the same time. So which is why I say we are a dharmic state, because the idea of dharma, however you define, whether it is in religious terms or in non-religious terms, whether you accept the spirit of the Vedas or you are against it, it works very well. So that is first part. The second thing I thought was, though the idea of Rashtra, Hindu Rashtra, Rashtra is different from state. But one of the things I do want to emphasize is that Rashtra cannot also be separated from state, because it is a state that ultimately protects the rule of law. And if the Rashtra has a certain set of, it defines the playing field for all faiths and all differences, that Rashtra needs to be protected by something that the state defines as the playing field, the limits to which anybody can go, right? So, and we are also in a unique position, in fact, a unique negative position, where there are 100 nations that define themselves as Christian or Christian majority. There are 50 plus calling themselves Muslim majority. So what really happens is we have two large minorities here. So it's easy for the world to see what you're doing wrong. But you as a nation cannot defend even the Hindus in your neighborhood. You cannot defend them in Afghanistan, you cannot defend them in Pakistan, you cannot defend them in Bangladesh, despite all the demographic threats to all of them, and you can't defend them inside yourself. You know, you come from Kashmir. We know how we have not been able to defend even that. So if India and the anti-CAA protests, actually the penny dropped for me there. I said, look, if you as a dharmic nation cannot even define some of your core civilizational rights and the rights of some of the people who call themselves Hindus, then what are you? You are not just an economic being trying to be a global superpower in the next 10 years. You are actually destroying yourself. And in the process, it doesn't matter whether you are a Hindu or not, because anybody can become a global superpower tomorrow by just doing the right economic policies. But if you don't define your core, and that's one thing, and if this state is not able to define the basic collective rights of the great religions that were birthed here, then you're going to fail, because you need two legs to stand on. One is the economic one, which I think has to be our focus over the next 10 years, but you also define yourself as a civilization so that there is some spiritual solidity behind all this economic core. So that's the reason I have tried to connect all the threads in this book. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me get Dr. Ram Madhav. Would you agree that over 800 million Hindus are at a back foot and do not get the same rights or do not have the same advantages that they should deserve or they should have in this nation of India, which we formed, let's say the Republic of India formed in 1950?
Thank you, Arthi. Let me at the outset congratulate Jagannathan for this wonderful new book that he has brought out. Dharmic nation he talked about is very unique to India at one level, but I must also add that today the discourse globally about the identity of nation is no longer about a geography and a polity. The new discourse, right from the godfathers of liberalism like Francis Fukuyama down the line, the new discourse that they are engaged in today is that nations also require certain values, certain culture in order for them to survive as one unit, in order for them to flourish. So this whole idea that nation is not just a political entity, not just a geographical entity, actually this idea is only 7 decades old. It's the post-Second World War idea. When, the West got so much, naturally so much disturbed by people like Mussolini and Hitler misusing the word nationalism, they started saying that this whole idea of nationalism is wrong. Let us build civic states, civic nations, run just on constitution. That idea, which had only 7 decades of existence, has today proved to be futile. Jagannathan referred to Samuel Huntington. Samuel Huntington was the first Western scholar to challenge that idea. When he wrote that first book, of course, was Clash of Civilizations, which is a bit controversial. I also do not fully agree with him. But his second book in 2003 was a book called Who Are We? I mean, that question that Jagannathan was also asking. Who Are We was a book authored by Huntington about Americans. He said, who are we? Are we just what is described as a melting pot? A sambar, like every sabji is put in it.
A thali.
A thali. Or we are something more than that. There he also talks about we as Americans should have a value system. We have an identity, which he called as, Protestant values minus church. It's a big debate. I don't get into it. But he said that you have to build a value system based on which you create an American national identity. That, of course, that time he was demonized, vilified. But today, Fukuyama is accepting. He's saying, oh yeah, cultures also form backbone of nations. So, cultural nationalism, dharmic nationalism is now gradually becoming an in thing in the world. So first thing for Hindus is, we have been saying this for many, many centuries now, that we are a nation of antiquity. We are not a nation born in 1947. State, of course, is run by constitution. That way we are a constitutional state. We have full respect for Indian constitution. But that constitution, that state and the entire nation is driven by a very ancient idea. That idea is what Jagannathan called as dharmic. Somebody may call it Hindu, somebody call it Sanatana. But that idea is what which keeps this country together. That belief Hindu should not give up. Today, the liberal onslaught sometimes makes us feel a little defensive about that whole idea. But this is the time for Hindus to stand up and say, you are proud to be a nation of antiquity here. This cultural, civilizational, historical, dharmic nationhood of India is a role model for the world. How did we survive for so many thousands of years? Mohammed Iqbal wrote, यूनान मिस्र रोमा सब मिट गए जहां पे कुछ बात है कि हस्ती मिटती नहीं हमारी. There is something in this. Yunan gone, Egypt gone, ancient Rome doesn't exist today. But we survived. Survived because our epicenter of our national life was never constitution or state. It's that great dharma, great value system. So in that, your point that are we at the defensive, I say no. We are today awakened. So first of all, probably we should give up that victimhood syndrome. That no, we are at the receiving end. We were. But today we are at the cusp of a big transformation. With confidence, we should take this idea forward.
No, so my question to Dr. Sanyal also.
Sanjeev, please, Sanjeev.
Okay, Sanjeev. Sanjeev, is this idea of India as envisioned by Dharma, as envisioned by our Indic philosophical system, is it different from the idea of India as embedded in the Indian constitution?
Not at all. So in fact, the word secularism was only added in 1976 by an illegitimate parliament. So if you go back and look at the original discussions, there is a shared understanding throughout in the conversation that that the modern republic that will happen is a manifestation of an ancient civilization. So Nehru in his famous 15th of August 1947 speech says, the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. He didn't say soul of a union of states long suppressed finds utterance. Did he say that? No. So this is an important thing to remember. Now, the constitution itself begins by saying India, that is Bharat. Now, if India and Bharat, the whole point was just a linguistic one, then we would have got on with having an English translation which was started with India, and the Hindi version would have Bharat. That would be the end of matter. But both of the words are used in both versions, India, that is Bharat. So why are both used? Because there is a clear understanding that the Republic of India is only the modern manifestation of an ancient, pre-existing civilization. And I have given many talks on this. This idea is a very, very old one. The name Bharata is mentioned in the Rig Veda as a tribe. You can clearly see in there that the name, the space, the geographical space, the cultural space in which this name is spread slowly expands. And by the time the Purana is written, by the way, the Vishnu Purana is very often quoted, but every single Puran, when you open it, in the beginning, it describes, it says, it talks about we, the people who live between the Himalayas and the oceans in the south, are called the Bharatis, or we are the sons of Bharata, or something to that effect. And different Puranas have slightly different way of expressing it, but basically the idea that these are a people who live between the northern mountains and the southern seas is repeated in the beginning of every single Purana. So it's very, very clear what is going on here. Now, in addition to that, when you see in the Constitution that the words, by the way, both the word secularism and the word socialism had to be introduced much later, because in the beginning, when these words were actually suggested, it's not like we turned up in 1976 and said, these are nice words, let's put them in. They were actually actively rejected by the drafting committee. And you have clearly, again, Ambedkar on both socialism and secularism actively rejects them. So in fact, there is a speech he gives to the Constituent Assembly in which he clearly states that the soul of this country comes from the same imperium, i.e. source. And therefore the dividing up of states is not about, it's not a union of states in the sense that the US is a union of states. It draws its soul from the same imperium. And he says that I know that in many decades from now or in future time, somebody will question the fact that India is not one unified whole and is just amalgamation of random groups. And he says that I want to make this absolutely clear right in the beginning that this is not the case.
So even if we leave the words secularism and socialism aside, you in your book have actually criticized several articles which you think are problematic and in a way deny India this dharmic identity, this Indic identity. Why do you think these articles are problem for that? And second, where do you see the place of minorities in this dharmic nation? What is the vision for minorities in Hindu Rashtra, or you can call it whatever, but where do you see minorities in this space?
So come to 2 points. First, just have a slight difference in the way we said what's right or wrong with the Constitution. Our Constitution had the right ideas written in the wrong language. The problem is when you use English to write your Constitution and then try to translate it in Indian languages, what happens is religion suddenly becomes dharma, which is ridiculous. And denomination becomes sampradaya. Whereas if you do the reverse, it will not be the same. So what really happens is we inherited a certain colonial structure. Large of great ideas were gotten from the French, British, Irish, American and German constitutions, but somewhere the soul that should have been dharmic is probably missing. So words like dharma and all should have been there in the preamble and not there as a translation. So that's one part. Second thing is we inherited a colonial structure where we had an ICS that became an IAS and a judiciary that followed that kind of law. Okay, so the judiciary takes its views from what is discussed in British law or American law, not from our own jurisprudence, which preceded our birth as a nation. So the problem is when you put something like an Article 25(2), okay, which says that the state will intervene whenever they think there is a problem with, restricting entry of some people into the thing. The problem is not that you should ban anybody from entering a temple, but that when you put it into the Constitution, it gives every government the right to interfere with Hindu religious tradition no matter what. Okay. So when Article 17 already bans untouchability, to put an additional thing, it basically gives you a lateral entry point into controlling Hindu dharmic institutions. That is one problem, I think. I think it should not have been there. And to Article 25(1) talks about secular activities, you want to separate them from this thing. Can that ever be done? It cannot be done. Well, coming to the position of minorities, the whole point of dharmic nation is that we were able to live with all kinds of contradictions. After all, Buddha did not accept the authority of the Vedas. The Charvakas didn't. But none of those people were ever rejected. So when you're talking about minorities, the idea of minority itself is a wrong idea in India for the simple reason that we are a nation of minorities as defined like this. The reason is Hindus exist. Hindutva exists. Hinduness exists. Hinduism is something like we sort of lump together a whole lot of people who are Nota people. None of the above. If you're not a Muslim, Christian, Sikh, Jain or Buddha, then you become Hindu. I mean, it's like something like none of the above. So we are actually defined by a group of traditions, practices, and of course philosophical thought that substantially unifies us, but each one of us is actually a part of a confederation of ideas rather than one single thing. We were not created by one founder with one set of fundamentals. So in that sense, Hinduism is not that you come to 80% straight away and say, oh, you're such a brutal majority, you have to worry about minorities. Actually, it's not the case. We are a conglomerate, loose confederation of whole of ideas, which actually the whole majority minority is a stupid conflation in Indian context. We should think beyond this and say everybody has to live within the thing that you accept differences and live within the confines of dharma, which is you can appreciate your own God, you can believe in monotheism, no problem, but no monopoly, no binary. That if you don't believe in my way, you're in the highway. My God or your devil. You know, this is the way the binary of is what we should abandon thinking. And there will be no problem with minorities if they accept the dharmic way of deciding differences rather than thinking that it's all a binary. So that's where I think minorities should stop thinking of themselves as minorities. We are all minorities. I mean, within every sampradaya can be considered a minority religion in its own right, right? So if we are all going to play victim cards by calling ourselves minorities, at one point in the 80s, the Ramakrishna mission said we are not Hindus, right? And sometime back, Lingayat said we are not Hindus, right? I mean, everybody has a right to deny that he is a Hindu. So in that case, my point is, let's not have this majority-minority binary. We are a nation defined by certain dharmic principles which is not equal to religion. So in that sense, Savarkar got it right. He said that, look, Hindutva is the larger reality. The religious part of it is a subset, you know. So I'm not trying to defend Savarkar or whatever he did or did not say. My point is, we should stop the binary of majority and minority. Acceptance of difference is the central feature of dharma. And if you see the Rigveda, the very last thing says, we are all here gathered together, we want to respect all gods. Huh? So if you get into a binary, you're going to be a problem. So no minority, majority, we are all equal, but they will be protected as long as you protect dharma, because dharma protects those who protect dharma.
Dr. Madhav, would you agree that there is no such thing as minority in India? Everybody is a minority. And also, would you agree that since Abrahamic faiths, since we have made a very clear distinction here that dharmic religions, dharmic philosophies are different from, let's say, the Abrahamic traditions and value system, do you see that people who practice Abrahamic faith in India, do you see them reconciling with this idea of dharmic nation? Do you see that they can be both practitioners of Islam, Christianity, as well as be dharmic or Hindu?
Oh, why not? In fact, taking the second point first, it's only and only in India that you have that liberty to practice whatever religion you want, in whichever form, whichever way you want to practice, you can practice. That is the beauty of this country. In fact, that question as to whether they can still be a Muslim or a Christian here under this system, under this whole what we call as dharmic system, is actually a foregone thing. It is only and only in this dharmic system that that kind of a freedom is available, nowhere else. In no other country of Abrahamic faith, this kind of freedom is available. And especially take the case of the so-called Islamic countries in the world. Forget about non-Islamic faith. Within Islamic faiths also, dominant sects not allowed to practice their sect-related activity. In fact, in that sense, for a Muslim, I'm just speaking from the Muslim point of view, real Darul Aman or Darul Islam should be India. Because it is this country which has allowed for practice of all the 70 plus different sects of Islam in India. There is no one single Islamic country in the world which has different sects living together. So where is that question in the first place, that whether a minority can live in a dharmic system? Yes. And remember, it's not because of our constitution alone, although constitution does guarantee certain special rights to minorities. It's a different debate altogether, what Jagannathan has raised. Why? Because very interestingly, Constitution talks about linguistic and religious minorities. There is a minority commission also in our country, formed much later. There was a question to minority commission. Can you define who are minorities? You know, after very long deliberation, they declared that we do not have any definition. You have a commission. You have its duties, its rights, but there is no definition for minorities in India because the very concept of minority is very alien. It's a big anomaly in our country. Who is a minority here? Are you going by numbers? If you go by numbers, how can 20 crore people be a minority? If you go by numbers. If you go by religious faith, as Jagannathanji said, in this country every day a new religious faith takes birth. So this whole concept of minority is totally a big misnomer in our system. It doesn't fit into our system. But India always has a place for all the different faiths, practices, to the extent that you can be an atheist, you can reject religion, yet you will be part of the dharmic system. He mentioned about Charvaka. Charvaka was not even like Buddha. Buddha opposed the concept of God, divinity. But Charvaka rejected entire tradition. He said, Yavajive, Sukhanjive, Tronam Krutva, Bhipam, Grutam Pibet. Live as long as you want to live happily. Borrow ghee and enjoy life. Because once you die, who is going to ask you? It was a pure materialist life. But we never rejected him. Instead, we called Charvaka a rishi, a saint. So in this country, everybody has a place to happily live. That the minorities of this country should understand. Their safety or their life and religion safety is not only because it is enshrined in Constitution, but because it is the character of this land. You can happily live here, provided you agree that you are a part of this great system, great nation, ancient nation. For one simple reason, I say this and close. The reason being, unlike minority populations in other countries, in Europe especially, minorities in India have not come from outside. They all are part and parcel of this very country. In fact, there is a very famous post-partition statement by Khan Abdul Wali Khan, who was the supreme leader of what is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa today. Those days it used to be called NWFP. He tells, when Pakistan was to be created, was created, he tells that, what are you saying? I am a Pashtun for many centuries. I'm a Pashtun. I'm a many centuries. And I'm a Pakistani only for 40 years. Yes. I'm not that. So in this country, that identity that we all belong to this country for thousands of years should be accepted by the minorities of this country for the simple reason that except for less than 1%, Sayyids and Sheikhs, no Muslim in India has come from outside, from Arabia or some other country, or Turkey or any Central Asian country. They all are born here, their grandfathers are here, their great-grandfathers are here. How can mere change of religion disconnect them from their history and from their ancestry?
Well, if you asked somebody who really believes in Muslim chauvinism, he would say that I'm a Muslim first and every other identity comes later. So Sanjeev, do you see a clash between this dharmic identity and, say, for Muslim identity?
See, those who want to make an issue of it and have a monochromatic view of their identity, then that's how it is. But let's go to another country. Sometimes it's very difficult to make these comparisons in your own country because you're too close to it. So let's take Indonesia into account. Okay? Indonesia has clearly embraced its Hindu roots. It still has a small but significant Hindu population. But if you go to Indonesia, you'll see there is Hindu cultural motifs everywhere. It's there on their currency. Their national symbol is the Garuda, which is their national airline is called the Garuda, Vishnu's Garuda. And you will see Hindu symbols literally everywhere. So if you ask the average Indonesian, you are a Muslim, but how come you have all these Hindu motifs everywhere? They will very simply tell you that we changed our mode of worship, we did not change our ancestors. So it is not something that is unique problem to India, but place like Indonesia has happily been able to carry on with the taking along their history along with their relatively recently acquired Islamic identity. This is also true for many communities in India, by the way, who may have converted but have, like Muslim Rajputs, continue doing many Hindu rituals even to this day. And they proudly remember that they had been Hindus in the past. So there are many such stories, and I think the problem is having these hardwired monochromatic identities which lead to all this conflict. Because in the end, if you go for purity, there's no end to purity. Why just Muslim, then which sect of Muslim Islam? And within the sect, there is further purity required. So there is no end to this. So this is, by the way, interestingly, an issue that was discussed in India going back 5,000, 6,000 years back in the Rig Veda. So in the Rig Veda, it's quite interesting. How did the why is the Rig Veda held so much in esteem? To understand this, you've got to understand that the Rig Veda is really the amalgam of all the chants, incantations and hymns to all the gods to whom the original Haryanavi Bharata tribe had contact with. There were some of them were their subject tribes, which they had defeated in the Battle of 10 Kings. Others were surrounding tribes. And what they did, and what the Vedas is a amalgam of all their traditions, their gods, their thoughts of their rishis and so on. And at the very last hymn of the Rig Veda, the chant is, come together, sit together, let all the ancient gods have a place around the sacrificial fire. So the point being made here is this, that all the gods have a place around the sacrificial fire. You can bring your own god in, and you consequently then accept everybody else's gods there. That is why many of us call ourselves Bharatiya by the name of this Haryanavi tribe. I am from Bengal. Right? Why do I consider my identity related to this ancient Haryanavi tribe? Because at some point in time, a long, long time ago, my ancestors signed up to this idea. They may have contributed their own gods. I don't know what they were. Presumably, since I am a Shakta, it may have been Durga or Kali or whatever. And they were given a place around the sacrificial fire. And in return, I then accepted the gods Vishnu and Indra and others of the others. And so, therefore, in that way, we added ourselves to the Bharatiya identity. And breaking away from this Bharatiya identity, by the way, and not accepting the other gods is a serious matter in the Vedic tradition. So there are many legends which tell you this. So there is the legend, for example, of Sati. What is the problem with Daksha's yajna? One of the gods has not been given his place around the fire. Therefore, Sati declares that particular yajna as being not valid, invalid. And she therefore desecrates it by entering the fire herself. And this leads to a situation where Shiva is grief-stricken, he's going to destroy the world. So what does Vishnu do? He cuts up her body into pieces and scatters her. And if you see the scattering, it's not random. It is across a certain defined geography. So literally in her own body, she unifies back this entire landscape. So this idea is not something we are sitting here in 2023 February in Arth Festival and suddenly discovered it. It is an integral part of what is there in the Vedic texts. And the very last hymn of the Vedic text makes it absolutely explicitly clear.
Jaggi, and yet, even though Dr. Madhav said that India is the best place for Muslims to live, practice their faith, different sects, in fact, it's the only country where every sect has the freedom to practice their faith. And yet, you, in your book, have raised the concern about demographics. You are asking Hindus to go out and proselytize. You are asking Hinduism to almost imitate Christianity and Islam. So where is this concern coming from? Why is this concern? And why do we need to be afraid of demographics?
Yeah, see, whenever you look at demographics tend to change the ideology of the nation if they grow beyond a point. We know what happened in 1947, right? Demographics decided that this country would be divided into two, right? So when demographics start to move adversely against you, then your ability to preserve your core thought process of allowing diversity and in a certain unity starts changing, because the whole problem comes from the fact that if you don't accept what he mentioned in the last verse of the Rig Veda, that all methods of reaching God or even abandoning God have to be found a place, then you are in a binary situation where somebody has to destroy the other, right? So demography matters for the time being. There are two things here. The reason why Hinduism has always been a missionary religion, but it was not a missionary religion of the type that Christianity and Islam have been. In their missionary purpose is not to discuss great ideas and let people adopt whatever they find useful. Their missionary is to convert you. It's like if a missionary religion is more about politics and power and less about your approach and your relationship with the cosmos, with larger spirituality and other things, then it becomes a different form of missionary thing. If you have read Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs, there are human beings at the bottom level for whom safety, security, basics are very important. Hinduism has a very high level of thought process, metaphysics, thoughts about it, right? The point is you cannot appeal to everybody only with that. Gandhi himself said, for a poor man, food is God. Swami Vivekananda said the same thing, that there is no point in talking about the high metaphysics of Vedanta as long as you're going to be poor and people are going to be scrounging around for food, right? So in that sense, we have to address those issues. So when you're talking about people at the bottom of the range in terms of poverty and things, it is the ability to give him some food or a school admission or a health care support that makes a difference. So you need to address that segment of spirituality, which can only be done by a different kind of mission, where you give something simple so that the spiritual needs are met. Like if you say, okay, look, Advaita, then it's not going to work with him. He says, okay, you are this, there is only one reality. It doesn't make sense. My reality is I'm going hungry, right? So you need to have a simpler variety of Hinduism where he stays within it. So that I call is the base camp of Hinduism. Once you cross that base camp, then you can attempt the high peaks of Vedanta. So you need to have a simple form of Hinduism that says that, okay, you do A, B, C. Like in, say, Islam, you say, oh, you do 5 prayers a day and you do Hajj and things like that and you're done. And just believe that there is one God and Muhammad is his last prophet. So the 3-4 points are there, which makes it easy for people to say, okay, that's all I need to do to stay a Muslim, right? Now, in Hinduism, you have no such thing. You have to say, so the people who are at the bottom rung of hierarchy of needs, base level, they need a Hinduism that's very simple, a Hinduism light, as I call it, which says that you do the 3-4 things, you can remain a Hindu. And so when you have crossed that level, you are beyond poverty and you have moved to the next level, then you can remain and go and search the high levels of Hinduism. So I think you need to keep a lot of that. And demography is closely connected with that, because if you do not get people, I think the Gharwapsi programs and all are meant to deal with at a very basic level. So I think you need to keep the masses at your thought process by giving them simpler ideals to follow while you meet their basic economic needs. So I think. But
where is the fear coming from? Why do we need more numbers? We are over 800 million people who call themselves Hindu. Where is this fear coming from?
Look, I don't know whether you should call 80% of people as Hindus. First of all, even demographically, that's not true, because a lot of things are not counted. Like if you look at states specifically, say Kerala is only about 55% so. Over the next 2 censuses, you will find that it has fallen below 50. Assam is definitely facing a demographic thing. Kashmir, you know all about it. You know that the valley has practically no Hindu left. And this is going to happen in large chunks of other states, right? Whether it is Bengal, some parts of it, Western Uttar Pradesh, various things are actually moving demographically against you. The issue is, if you do that, sooner or later you will tend to have two-nation theory coming back, whether you like it or not. In parts of the Northeast are already substantially anti-Hindu. You know, if you look at Nagaland or Mizoram, they think of themselves as different from India, right? Now, how do you integrate them? You need to have some way to do that. to integrate them back. So that's my feeling. I am sure there are disagreements among some of the panelists, but we need to look at demography as an important determinant of whether we retain our essential dharmic core or not. And for that, we need to fight at several levels and make sure that we stay on course to defend all our people against bad ideas.
Okay, Sanjeev.
Actually, I agree with Jaggi with the need for having a proselytizing Hinduism, but for a slightly different reason. I think the idea that Hinduism is bringing to the table of creating a operating system in which different kinds of apps can be played is a very powerful idea. It's a good idea, and I think good ideas should be spread, period. I mean, irrespective of implications it may have for India's politics. It's a good idea, and it's a good idea that the rest of the world, very frankly, has use for, given what is happening to many other societies. You see, when you were a monocultural, mono-ethnic societies, they were able to maybe get away with behaving in a particular way because all the other sort of ethnic groups, etc., would eventually be dominated and destroyed into and amalgamated into this cauldron. Even America, ultimately, what was the idea? That everything you had to pour into the cauldron, but you had to lose your identity very quickly and become this one mush called American. So that is no longer a practical world that we live in. Most countries in the world, including lily-white countries or Nordic countries, are now multi-ethnic. They have populations that are not going to give up their identity into the larger identity. It is now possible for them, because of communications with different communities around the world, for them to maintain that identity even if they're a small minority in one place. People travel around, they are in touch with people like themselves, there are people converting back, forth, etc. There are new religions like wokeism that are rising. So in this environment, the solution that the ancient Bharatas found is a solution that may ultimately have to be tried by everybody. So quite apart from any political reasoning that you may have for the Republic of India, I think the dharmic idea is a good one and should be spread.
Dr. Madhav, would you agree that Hinduism should also imitate Islam and Christianity, and as Sanjeev is actually endorsing the idea of Hindu proselytizing around the world? Second, that don't you see that there is a clash in habits, in the way, for example, Islam practices, Islamic practitioners are? Wouldn't an ordinary Muslim actually say that this dharmic identity is an imposition on his Muslim identity? He has certain tenets which he follows, and he places those tenets above everything else. Don't you see there is a clash? And this might not, this whole movement, whether it's Hindu proselytization or this imposition of dharmic identity on Muslims, don't you think it will create tension and a certain conflict between Hindus and Muslims in India?
Firstly, I don't think when the word proselytization was used by Sanjeev, he meant the proselytization of the way that Christians or others do. I don't think he was saying that. If he's saying that, I obviously disagree. Because the moment you try to make Hinduism also like a Semitic religion, it is the death knell of Hinduism. Hindu is not an organized religion as we understand religions today, whether it is Islam or Christianity. In fact, that has been the conflict right from the beginning. When we first encountered these groups, Muslims some 1500 years ago and Christians a few centuries later, the biggest challenge for Indians was not that a new God has come. New gods always came in this country. But a totally alien thinking has come, which said that I am only right, my path is the only path. Now that is where proselytism comes. The day Hinduism starts saying that I am the only truth, then it is not Hinduism. So if we are saying that, of course, that path Hinduism can never take, because, that famous Supreme Court judgment, although I am not a big fan of Supreme Court judgments because they keep changing, but still, that Hinduism is not a religion but a way of life. So Hinduism can be easily understood as a certain value system. You know, there was this discussion about minorities and how that whole feeling of alienation came. Sanjeev was also referring to it. In 1891, the first religious census was conducted by the British, 1891. Those days, Bengal was the largest state in India. When India had 30 crore people, Bengal itself, one state, had about 9 crore people, the largest state. The census reporters of Bengal recorded that it is very difficult to distinguish between Hindus and Muslims here because the Muslims attend Durga Puja and they do all these ceremonies. They do Chhat Puja, Muslim women do it. So it is very difficult to, differentiate between them because the cultural practices were integrated. So much so that Savarkar, in his 1857 story, the First War of Independence, he praises 1857 as a glorious example of Hindu-Muslim unity. So there was one kind of a situation which was destroyed essentially by certain Muslim scholars, starting with Syed Ahmad Khan. They tried to create a wedge between Hindus and Muslims, and it went on growing, and final nail was hit at the time of the partition. So coming back to that question, so in that scenario, when lot of suspicion developed between the two communities, Hindus, only definition that we can give is, Jagged's definition, that those who are not Muslims, Christians and Buddhists and all, they are all Hindus. That is 80%, 82%, whatever you are talking about. So there is a suspicion that needs to end, that we have to do. For that, yes, this glorious idea, see, MC Chagla, he was our minister in Nehru's government. You read his Roses in December autobiography, in which he states that I am a Muslim by religion, I am an English by education, because I learnt my education was in English, but I am a Hindu by culture. This he writes in his book, autobiography, and he gives this as a panacea. He says, this divide of minority, majority, Hindu, Muslim is actually the problem in India. Let us declare that all of us are Hindus. This was MC Chagla, Muhammad Karim Bhai Chagla. We are all Hindus, period. So, when we say that, it's not through a process. You, Ganga Jal chidkoge, Hindu banega. No. The whole belief is, if you are a Hindu, Kanchi Paramacharya, Christians of Kanchi came to him. Changalpattu Christians came to him, asking for reconversion to Hinduism. You know Paramacharya what he said? Be good Christians, you are as good as Hindus. Now, what is a good Christian? That is the big question. Is proselytizing good Christianity? If you think so, no, you are not a good Christian. You are a good Christian as long as you are part of the milieu of this country. And is it possible, that is your earlier question, I tell you, you know how many Muslims are there in America? As many as Indians there. We have 4 million Indians, there are 4 million Muslims in America. There was attack on Twin Towers, but that attack was done by fellows who went from our neighborhood, Pakistan. Maybe some people have helped, but they all follow the American constitution, American rule. There are Muslims in Russia. Will they raise their head? They are quite following the law of the land. There are problems in Europe, because Europe today, as Sanjeev rightly pointed out, is in a great rush for suicide. They are in a homicidal mode, this woke culture. You know, nobody asked, but the Archbishop of Canterbury, who is the head of Anglican Christianity, declared from the pulpit that we will have Shariat in our country. Is Shariat Archbishop's business? You are out for a suicide. There is a problem there. But Muslims have examples of living in peace with ancient traditions. They live in peace with Iranian culture. They don't behave like a 600-year-old Muslims or 800, 1400-year-old Muslims. They follow Iranian cultural practices even to this day. Sanjeev has given an excellent example of Indonesia. Indonesian Muslims, it is a 3-layered Islam. Bottom layer is Hinduism, middle layer is Buddhism, third layer is Islam. They behave differently. In fact, Indonesia's national motto is Bhinnaka Tunggal Ika. That is unity in diversity. That is Hinduism. It is the national motto. it is possible. If they can live like that in Indonesia, if they can live like that in Russia, live like that in America, in Iran, why not in India? But Hindus have to emphasize on that. The effort should be that. One line about demography. Demography is destiny, no doubt. I agree with Jaggi on that. But the demography scenario from 1947 to today has changed. I'm only going by macro figures. There are certain problem pockets that have evolved over 200-300 years. But today, demographic growth rate among Muslims stands at about 2.4. It is called fertility rate, TFR, total fertility rate. A woman, how many children she gives birth to in her lifetime. Among Muslims, it is 2.4. Actually, any country for its stable demography, it requires 2.1. They are at 2.4. They were at 5.4 in 1951. Slowly, gradually, it has come down. So that has to be brought further down. It has to be a national average. But the problem really is with us, with me also, but many others. Hindu population growth today is 1.9. So the real problem is, it's not that others are growing, it's as much a problem that many Hindus do not want to have the second child. One child policy, undeclared. Many, these days, marriages happen very late, sometimes don't happen. So there is a demographic challenge creeping in because of this problem. So probably, I have no right to advocate for more children, but I can say that the 2.1 level, Muslims have to be brought down to that level. Then I think this demography as a big crisis can be avoided. Where there is a problem that is more of a political nature, since you referred about Northeast, I can tell you about Northeast today. Northeast is no longer that kind of anti-India anymore. A little anti-Hindu because of religious practices. No longer anti-India because there the nationalist ideas have reached. Today a BJP flag is fluttering on the remote corner of Nagaland. Where there is BJP flag, there will be also national flag. That is the kind of sentiment that travels with it. So that problem is a slightly different political problem. Same is Kashmir. But yes, demography needs to be tackled with a lot more rationality and lot more sensitivity also.
I'm sorry, we don't have enough time actually. There were several questions I wanted to ask you as well as you. But thank you for this enlightening and fascinating conversation. Hope all of you enjoyed. Thank you, Arth.
Khojo, khojo. Khojo, khojo.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know all of you enjoyed that session. I saw all of you listening very intently. Those of you watching us online, wasn't this the session that I promised it would be? We have a book store right to my left there called Kunzum Books. The books getting launched here will be available to you there. There are book signings happening, conversations with authors happening. So do check that out when you get a little break. All right, let me steer you towards the next session. Can we recreate traditional education systems? Now, as the Master of Ceremonies for sessions at events like this, I am not really supposed to express my personal opinion, but I think this is black and white. Yes, yes, yes. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I believe that gurus in the coming future are going to be able to change the face of India if they are given the ecosystem to do what they're really meant to do. For me, I feel that the education system failed me, where my spiritual guide and Guru Maitri Dada Shriji succeeded in leading me towards the true meaning of life, the Arth of life, which really should be, the objective of education. Now, in ancient India, ladies and gentlemen, the education system of India was rich. It was correct. And it's a great idea for us to today take gems from India's traditional educational systems and create a whole new ecosystem where you bring together in a wholesome manner academics, extracurricular activities, life skills, and guidance and teachings in the areas of mindfulness and spiritual awareness, so that our students can turn out the best versions of themselves. I'm talking especially about the Gurukul system, which dates back to the 5000 BC in the Indian subcontinent. Many a Gurukul system has been mentioned in the Upanishads, including Guru Drona's in Gurgaon, now Gurugram. Aye, let's have this very important conversation, a conversation and the path ahead that will probably end up changing the future of India. For this session, I'd like to invite on the dais Dr. Ankur Kakkar, Professor of Indian History at Indus University, Ahmedabad. He holds a doctorate in the history of the most significant educational reform movement in colonial India, the Dayanand Anglo-Vedic movement. A very warm welcome to you. Namaste. I'd also like to welcome on stage Shri Neeraj Atri, a physics teacher and chairman of the National Center for Historical Research and Comparative Studies, and the author of the most interesting book, Brainwashed Republic. Get the hint? Our next guest on the panel is the multi-award winning Sahana Singh, author, journalist and commentator. She's authored numerous books on the educational heritage of India, and she's also written widely on water management, environment and Indian history. Namaste and welcome. And moderating this session is columnist Shefali Vaidya. Shefali has her own vlog titled Chef's Special, and you can watch her online. She has written a book on parenting, Ghar Hindate Akashi, that has a unique spin on traditional education systems. Ladies and gentlemen, you're at Arth, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL, and the next session puts the spotlight on recreating traditional education systems. Over to you, Shefali.
Thank you so much. Namaskar. It's a very hot afternoon, but I'm so glad to see that so many people are here going to listen to a very, very interesting conversation on India's ancient educational systems and what we can do to get it back today. We have a very, very interesting panel who all are experts in this field, and I myself am looking forward to this session, because when I talk to my children's teachers, and my children are about 16 right now, and when I talk to the educators now, they keep talking about terms like holistic development of mind and body. They keep talking about value education. The terms that they use, like no child left behind, to each according to his or her ability, are all terms that were in practice if you study India's ancient education system. And Sahana has done a lot of work in it. So let me start the conversation by asking Sahana, why do you think India's ancient education system is still valid today? And why do we need to replicate it in today's scenario?
Thank you, Shefali. I hope I'm audible. Again, it's wonderful to be here and engage with a live audience. For very long, I have been talking to people on the screen. I'm first of all very happy that we have a session on traditional education in a mainstream event like this. So why do we need to recreate traditional education? It's because the answer is right in front of us. When we look at all the problems that the world is facing today, whether it is climate change, air pollution, water pollution, mountains of garbage being thrown and landfills becoming mountains literally, every kind of cancer crisis, all of this, when you look at it, it has come from if you go by what Einstein said, he said you can't solve a problem with the same thinking that created the problem. So now when we look at all these problems that we are facing, global warming, pollution, everything, this has come from people who are educated in the modern system. So they looks like their education did not help them to live in sync with the environment, to respect nature. They have created all these problems. So I see a real reason for going back to the traditional system, because it was under this system that a lot of knowledge that we call knowledge today has come from that very system. So for thousands of years, our gurus and rishis, gave us all that knowledge because of which we have the various disciplines. So today you go to the history of any discipline, whether it's math or science, you can trace it back to the Indian gurus. So when we had that kind of education, none of these problems existed. There was no global warming, there was no trash piling up somewhere because we were recycling, we were not using plastics, use and throw kind of products. We were not doing any of that. So this is the reason why I say we need traditional education. And the other thing is that modern education is giving some skills. It makes you learn a bit of physics, chemistry, maths and things like that. But end of the day, most of the people are still unemployable in India. We have a report saying that 80% of engineers are unemployable. So where has modern education helped in any way? And then in fact I have spoken to entrepreneurs and they tell me it's so hard when you interview so many students, none of them are good enough to be employed. So that's why I feel that traditional education has the answers to all these problems.
Thank you, Sahana. Now, when I listen to you, and you made a very important point saying that the modern education system basically gives you rote learning or book learning, but it does not make the students capable of dealing with real life situations by and large. Of course, there are honorable exceptions. See, we all know, if you go back in history, and I'm coming to you, Neeraj, with this question, that our education system basically underwent a body blow during the time of the Islamic invaders, yes, but the biggest systematic body blow to our way of thinking and to our way of education was dealt by the British when they forced English education on us, that too with the intent of creating clerks. Basically, people who are just educated to do the bidding of the white masters, but who do not have independent thinking, who cannot find solutions. And your book, Brainwashed Republic, deals largely with that. So I would like you to start with this and tell us about where we lost the plot as a country in this shift to this system of education, and what can we do to go back?
Thank you, Shefali ji, and I'm glad to be here. Thanks to the entire team of ZEEL and Arth who have organized this wonderful festival. Coming to your question, जब आपने बोला कि जो मुसलमान आ रहे थे या इस्लामिक इन्वेडर्स थे, तो उन्होंने तो फिजिकल डैमेज किया कि इंस्टीट्यूशंस जला दिए, लेकिन उससे ज्यादा मेथोडिकल, ज्यादा सीरियस काम किया अंग्रेजों ने, या हम क्रिश्चियंस कहना चाहें तो वो भी कह सकते हैं. तो अगर जैसा आपने मुझे क्वेश्चन पूछा है कि अगर उसे डाइसेक्ट करने बैठेंगे तो मैकॉले के मिनट्स बाय एंड लार्ज लोगों ने पढ़े हुए हैं, लेकिन उसने किया क्या था, उसने एक डिमांड क्रिएट की. उससे पहले, या अगर उसके मिनट्स को भी आप एनालाइज करें तो उसकी डिस्कशन क्या थी कि जो भारत के लोग हैं वो मरे जा रहे हैं अंग्रेजी सीखने के लिए, और इसके लिए उसने कुछ अपनी तरफ से फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स प्रेजेंट किए कि उसका आर्गुमेंट बेसिकली ये था कि जो संस्कृत कॉलेज चल रहा है वहां से रेवेन्यू जनरेट नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन जो इंग्लिश कॉलेज चलाया गया कैलकाटा में, वहां पर एक साल में 200 रुपए का रेवेन्यू जनरेट हुआ. तो इस क्लेम से उसने कहा कि यहां पर लोग चाहते हैं उनको इंग्लिश एजुकेशन मिले, तो हम संस्कृत वाला सिस्टम खत्म करेंगे और इंग्लिश वाला इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे. और दूसरी चीज जो आपने और अभी सहाना जी ने भी बोली कि अनएम्प्लॉयबल लोग हैं, तो दूसरा काम जो वो कर रहा था कि हमें क्लर्क्स जनरेट करने हैं. और मुझे अभी भी याद है जब मैं कॉलेज में था तो हमारे किसी रिश्तेदार की एक सरकारी नौकरी लगी, तो मेरे पापा उसे कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट कर रहे थे कि आपका बेटा नौकर हो गया है. दिस वाज सो शॉकिंग टू मी एंड सो डिस्गस्टिंग टू मी कि कोई बोल रहा है नौकर लग गया और आप उसकी बधाई दे रहे हैं. तो ये मैकॉले ने जो किया, ये उसका एक जीता जाता एग्जाम्पल था. अब उसने डिमांड क्या क्रिएट की, उसने डिमांड क्रिएट कर दी ऐसे पेरेंट्स की जो क्या चाहते हैं कि हमारा बच्चा नौकर लगेगा. सिर्फ आजकल वो जो टर्मिनोलॉजी है वो चेंज हो जाती है कि उसमें बोल देते हैं इतना पैकेज मिलने वाला है, तो लेकिन अगर आप सिर्फ वो स्किन से उसका वर्बिएज हटा देते हैं तो बेसिक जो अप्रोच है वो वही है कि नौकरी, हमें पढ़ाई वो करनी है जिससे हमें कोई नौकरी मिलनी चाहिए. दिस इज व्हाट ही एक्चुअली क्रिएटेड. जबकि हमारा जो ट्रेडिशनल सिस्टम है जिसकी हम बात करते हैं वो क्या कर रहा था, उसमें आप एक ह्यूमन बीइंग को डेवलप करते थे.
जैसे मानव मूल्यों की बात करते हैं कि हमने एक पूरा ह्यूमन बीइंग डेवलप कर दिया, लेकिन उसका मतलब ये कहीं नहीं था कि आप अदर वर्ल्ड ही हो जाते हैं। क्योंकि फिर से एक मेरा अपना एनेक्डोट है वैसे तो, कि हमारी हिंदी की टीचर थी, पता नहीं क्लास में क्या टॉपिक चल रहा था, लेकिन उन्होंने बोला कि ये तो बड़ा ना पलायनवादी विचारधारा है जो हिंदू धर्म की है। पलायनवादी है कि इस संसार में कुछ नहीं रखा, तो दैट इज व्हाट शी वाज ट्राइंग टू कन्वे टू अस। तो ये वर्ड पलायनवादी क्योंकि मेरे लिए नया था तो मुझे याद रह गया। लेकिन व्हाई इज इट रॉन्ग, व्हाई इज इट अ मिसफिट इज कि अभी जो एंगस मेडिसिन की रिसर्च आई है, जो कुछ लोगों ने पढ़ा भी है उसे, कि अगर हम पिछले 2000 साल का वर्ल्ड की हिस्ट्री को ट्रैक करते हैं, वर्ल्ड हिस्ट्री की इकोनॉमिक्स को ट्रैक करते हैं, तो उसमें पहले 1200 वर्ष तक जो भारत की जीडीपी और जीडीपी पर कैपिटा वर्ल्ड में सबसे हाईएस्ट थी। उसके बाद सेकंड नंबर पे चाइना था दोनों पैरामीटर्स में। फिर 1200 तक जब ये मुसलमानों ने पैर जमाने यहां पर स्थापित कर लिए थे, तब जीडीपी गिरनी शुरू होती है, लेकिन जीडीपी पर कैपिटा फिर भी 1500-1600 तक नंबर 1 पे रहती है। ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि जब हम डिमांड एंड सप्लाई पे आते हैं तो उसके 2 कंपोनेंट्स होते हैं। जब हम गुरुकुल की बात करने बैठते हैं तो एक आर्गुमेंट आता है कि आजकल तो मां बाप ही नहीं चाहते कि बच्चा गुरुकुल में जाए। तो पूछो क्यों नहीं चाहते? उनको लगता है कि गुरुकुल में जाएगा तो ये अदर वर्ल्ड ही हो जाएगा, ये इस संसार में तो ध्यान ही नहीं रखेगा, ये तो बस सन्यास ले लेगा और बुढ़ापे में हमारा ध्यान कौन रखेगा। ये उनकी एक परसेप्शन है। तो इसलिए हमें याद रखना है कि जिस समय हमारे गुरुकुल चल रहे थे उस समय हम संसार में सबसे बड़ी जीडीपी और जीडीपी पर कैपिटा के पावर हाउस थे। जब से हमने वो सिस्टम को तोड़ा है तब से हम पीछे गिरना शुरू है। इसका कहीं भी पलायनवाद से या अदर वर्ल्डलीनेस से लेना देना नहीं है। सेकेंडली, जब हम जॉब्स की बात करते हैं तो जॉब हमें कैसी चाहिए? आज हम क्या कर रहे हैं, अगर हम आईआईटी भी करके जाते हैं, आईआईएम करके जाते हैं, तो क्या हम टेक कूली बने हैं दुनिया में? क्योंकि जहां भी हम एक आर्गुमेंट तो देते हैं कि हमारा जो गूगल का सीईओ है वो ये है, जो इस कंपनी का सीईओ है वो ये है, लेकिन हम ये जानते हैं कि जो वहां पर सॉफ्टवेयर की एक कोडिंग एक लाइन भी लिखी जाती है, उसकी प्रोप्राइटरी ओनरशिप हमारे देश की नहीं है, वो किसी और की है, प्रोबेबली अमेरिकन की है। तो क्या हम इस तरह की जॉब चाहते हैं? और इवन अभी क्या हो रहा है, वी रिसेंटली आई केम टू नो के जहां पर लेडीज को जॉब दिया जा रहा है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स में, वहां पर एक कन्वेयर बेल्ट है जिस पर प्रोडक्ट्स चल रहे हैं, उनको उनकी कुछ पैकेजिंग करनी है, कुछ इंस्पेक्शन करनी है, तो इसलिए कि वो लू ब्रेक पे ना जाए, उनको डायपर पहन के वहां खड़ा होना पड़ता है। कैन यू इमेजिन? डायपर पहन के जॉब पे खड़े होना है क्योंकि आप उस ब्रेक के लिए नहीं जा सकते। तो इसमें डिग्निटी कहां है, आप ये बताइए। ये मॉडर्न एजुकेशन सिस्टम है जो हमें, सॉरी जी,
दैट्स वेरी इनह्यूमन।
या तो दिस इज द सिस्टम विच वी आर राइट नाउ प्रोड्यूसिंग। जिस तरह के सिस्टम को हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं, दैट इज वाई द सिग्निफिकेंस कि जिसने हमें विश्वगुरु बनाया था वो सिस्टम हमने तब छोड़ा था, डिमांड एंड सप्लाई उल्टी क्रिएट की गई। अब हमें उसको रिवर्स करना पड़ेगा कि पेरेंट्स को समझ में आना चाहिए कि अगर बच्चा इस सिस्टम में जाता है तो वो सिर्फ एक पैसे कमाने की मशीन नहीं बनने वाला, उसमें मॉरल वैल्यूज होंगी, ह्यूमनिस्टिक वैल्यूज होंगी, वो आपका ध्यान रखने वाला है बड़ी आयु में जाने पर भी, प्लस वो उसके पास ऐसी स्किल्स होंगी, ऐसे स्किल सेट्स होंगे कि वो अर्न तो करेगा ही, लेकिन केवल अर्न नहीं करेगा, वो एक आर्य होगा, वो बेस्ट करेगा, जो अपनी फील्ड में करेगा वो बेस्ट करेगा। तो दैट इज आई थिंक, इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि हमें उस सिस्टम पे जाने की आवश्यकता है। और आई थिंक आई टेकन सम टाइम, तो क्यों करना है तो उस पर बाद में आ जाते हैं। हाँ। जी,
वही मेरा नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन था। मैं अंकुर जी से ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि जहाँ तक मैंने स्टडी किया है, आप लोगों का तो अभ्यास इस विषय पे मेरे से ज़्यादा है, लेकिन जहाँ तक मैंने पढ़ा है, हमारे गुरुकुल की एक सबसे अहम वो जो बात थी वो ये थी कि वो जो स्टूडेंट्स थे, वो जो स्नातक थे उसके, वो अपने गुरु के साथ पढ़ते थे, गुरु से नहीं पढ़ते थे। वो उनके, क्योंकि गुरु भी निरंतर पढ़ते ही रहते थे, तो स्नातक भी गुरु के साथ पढ़ते थे, एक दूसरे के साथ पढ़ते थे। तो आजकल जो कोलैबोरेटिव लर्निंग, पीयर लर्निंग, जो वर्ड्स हमको दिए जाते हैं मॉडर्न एजुकेशन में, वो सारा तो हमारे सिस्टम में ऑलरेडी अंतर्भूत था। तो मेरा आपसे ये सवाल है कि अभी भी गुरुकुल एजुकेशन कहीं कहीं चल रहा है, कहीं कहीं लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं गुरुकुल इस्टेब्लिश करने का या गुरुकुल शैली में शिक्षा देने का, लेकिन वो काफ़ी नहीं है। वो जब अगर हम भारत की पूरी स्टूडेंट्स पॉपुलेशन की बात करें तो बहुत कम लोग इस तरह की एजुकेशन से उनको बेनिफिट मिल रही है। मेरा आपसे ये सवाल है कि हम इसको फॉर्मल सिस्टम को और इस लर्निंग को इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए, एक एमालगेशन करने के लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं, और ऐसे प्रयास हो रहे हैं क्या? खासकर अभी जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आ रही है, आपको लगता है क्या कि ऐसे प्रयास हो रहे हैं?
थैंक यू शिफाली जी। तो सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि जो अब आ रही है आवाज़? हाँ जी। तो बेसिकली जो लेयर है कॉलोनियलिटी की, जो कि विच वाज द मेन प्रॉब्लम बिकॉज ऑफ विच दिस इंडियन ट्रेडिशनल इंडियन एजुकेशन suffered, okay? So the first thing that we can do to remove that layer within the formal education system is to introduce a Indian knowledge system module, okay? So as you were saying that we have to first think about solutions within the existing framework of formal education system, okay? As a first step, we can introduce IKS modules. For example, Indian knowledge system traditional modules have been developed by Professor Kapil Kapoor and Michel Denino. They have developed a series of textbooks called Knowledge, Traditions and Practices of India, okay? So these are meant for school children, okay? Similarly, other work has been done by Anadi Foundation in Tamil Nadu. They have come up with very beautiful textbooks on IKS for young kids. Then at the Center for Indic Studies at Indus University in Ahmedabad, we have introduced IKS core curriculum in our university. So we are teaching undergraduate students one module in every semester, which is called IKS core curriculum. Now this IKS, Indian Knowledge System, contains some basic lessons, around 30 lessons in every module on Indian knowledge traditions, okay? So this is the first step that any institution can do it. Anybody can implement only one module. In fact, now, as you are mentioning, the National Education Policy mandates every institution to have at least one module of IKS. Okay, so we have some encouragement now from the National Education Policy. Okay, the second thing that we can do is we can at least introduce yoga, pranayam, mantra jap and yagya in every institution. Okay, because ultimately the fundamentals of Indian education are based on exploration of inner consciousness, and without the development of the consciousness we cannot understand Indian knowledge systems. And this has been stressed by all the original thinkers of India, whether it was by Ram Swarup or Sri Aurobindo. They stressed that the fundamentals of Indian education depend on on the consciousness of the student, not on the amount of information that he receives. So it doesn't matter if you are repeatedly learning lots and lots and lots of information, until your consciousness is pure to receive that, so there is no use of that. So that is why I think even within formal education system, these two things we can do very easily within our existing rules and regulations. Okay. Now if you talk about the larger aspects, larger scale, on a large scale, you talked about Guru Shishya Parampara. We can also replicate that. In fact, I should say we can revive that. In fact, so many efforts have been made to do that. For example, in the 20th century, there were many nationalists and educational thinkers who came up with their own experiments and institutions. I'll give you one famous example. You must have heard about the Kala Kshetra in Chennai, right? It was started by Rukmini Devi. It was a beautiful, it still exists. It's a beautiful institution. And the idea was to create a space for the gurus to come and live there. And they were given all the freedom to interact with the students. So you had a space and you had infrastructure, you gave them freedom, and that is the kind of atmosphere we need, even in modern setup, to encourage a Guru Shishya Samvad. Because you see, as you were mentioning, the education of the Gurukul type did not happen only in fixed hours. It did not happen only in fixed places. It did not happen according to any fixed curriculum. You learned with the Guru all the time. That's why you lived with the Guru. You imbibed the inner workings of him. Okay, you observed his lifestyle, everything he did. So that is possible only if you are living with him 24 hours. And that was made possible in Kalakshetra, as an example. So when we talk about reviving, we have with us some models that we can follow. Just to give one example, okay. Then there are many other things that we can do. There are, for example, education.
I'll come to that in the next question. So Sahana, to come back to you, what Ankur said is very valid. These are the things that we can do to include the elements of our ancient education system in today's formal education system. But as you know that we have an education system that's very diverse. So there are multiple layers. Even today, there are very traditional Veda Gurukulas which are operating the way they probably operated thousands of years ago. We have modern interpretations of Gurukulas where a lot of students come together and, as Ankur said, they live with the Guru all the time and they learn everything from doing rather than rote learning or book learning. And then we have the so-called formal education system, which is your ICSE, CBSE, your state board schools, which are basically continuing with the British mandated education system. Now, obviously, one size doesn't fit all approach. So what is the lowest common denominator that we can take from the Indian education system that will fit all this? And what do you think is the role of ourselves as society and to a deeper level of the government to encourage these traditional education gurukuls?
Thanks, Shivali. So first of all, I want to mention that, there are three kinds of traditional education system possible today. One is the Veda Pathshala. So Veda Pathshalas, which you mentioned, they have come down from thousands of years, and our gurus and rishis have taken so much trouble to chant it exactly as the way it should be chanted. And so we need to support the Veda Pathshalas. So there are those shakhas, a few shakhas are left, and most of them have been destroyed. But the ones which are left, they are sincerely chanting it every day. And they have a benefit for the whole world, right? So that needs to be supported by the government, by the society, everybody, because it has an implication for everybody. So Veda Pathshalas. And the second one would be the institutions that Ankur ji mentioned, the regular institutions, the mainstream, the government schools, all the schools, which can implement IKS modules and learn something, in a generic way about Indian knowledge systems. Okay, what was there in the yoga, what was there in Nyaya, those kind of things. Or there can be after school classes, there can be weekend classes. So I just came back from Chinmaya Vishwavidyapitha, where I was seeing how all the children are very rooted, even though they are following the regular mainstream courses, but they are also rooted because the teachers are rooted. And so they all have that, they have the core concepts clear. Right? So that was amazing. And the third one, which I'm finding very interesting, when I wrote my book on India's educational heritage, my first book, it actually ended on a somber note because I said that we are destroyed. Our old system is gone. But then when I set out and started visiting, traveling all over India, I came across so many beautiful gurukulas which are still running excellently. And so they are small schools. They have like 40, 50 children. Like some of them are like devoted to, say, martial arts. So there's one which the main focus is martial arts, but then they study some other subjects also. Then Kalakshetra, as you mentioned, some are centered on music and dance. So we have all these. But the one which I found most interesting was near Bangalore, which is called Vidyakshetra. And there I was very impressed because Munit Dhimanji, the founder, he is focusing on how he can integrate modern subjects and the ancient learning techniques. So it's like a research in progress that I saw. And so, like for example, the first subject in the morning, everybody has to do Krishi. So whether it's the teachers or the students, first 1 hour in the morning, everybody has to do agriculture. So they're all taking care of plants. So that is an education in itself. Watching the plants grow, seeing what makes it die, putting fertilizer or not, what kind of fertilizer. That's the first hour of the day. Then one thing about the traditional education system is that you have to be rooted in the arts. So whether it's music or dance or some painting, anything, there has to be a rootedness in the arts, because that is what makes you civilizationally rooted, right? So in Kalakshetra, for example, they have 4 arts. They have dance, they have Hindustani classical, they have cloth making, and then they have some others. So a child has to do all the 4 arts in the beginning, because the child doesn't know what he or she likes to do eventually. So and then every year the child will have to drop one art, and ultimately I think in the last year the child has to choose one art as the main one, which he or she will practice lifelong. Now this is very important, because if you're not rooted in the arts, you're not going to be good at anything, in my opinion. You can't be a scientist just doing science all the time. And in fact, if we look at the greatest scientists, they were good musicians, they had other things, other arts along with them. So arts is one thing I noticed. And then there is a way in which they're proceeding. They're looking at the Panchakosha technique of developing a child, right? So when from the age of 0 to 5 or 6, they are trying to, the child can only relate with the Annamaya Kosha, right? Because you can't give deep concepts at that young age. So then you take them for nature walks, show them things in nature, that kind of thing, tell them stories. Then so at with every few years, they work on a different level of Kosha. So then Manomaya Kosha comes, then Vijnanamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha. So they're looking at the Indian way of teaching, but they are integrating it with modern concepts. So for example, they make them watch the night sky. So watch the moon for the next 30 days and observe everything about the moon and come up with a list of 20 questions and then find the answers to them. So I saw all their notebooks, what they are doing there. Then Then other subjects, they have 250 experiments in that Gurukula. And they are not spoon feeding the kids. So they make them do the experiments, and then they ask them, do you see a pattern here? So what kind of law are you deriving from this? And they will come up with the laws that we used to learn by rote. And frankly, these Gurukula kids, I mean, they can beat any student in the world. Their concepts are so clear. So they are learning about all the Indian concepts, the ashrama approach, the Triguna approach. They are learning all that, and then they are learning all these subjects. This was a fine example of integration that I saw, and I would like to see the other Gurukulas do this too, because some of the Gurukulas that I visited, I noticed that in the day they are learning Vedic chanting and all that, but in the evening they're going back to whatever CBSE and ICSE courses. I feel like that is not going to be very helpful. Now we have boards like Bharatiya Shikshan Board, then you have the Rishi Sandipani Board. So there are various other boards which are equivalent to CBSE and ICSE. The government gives the same primacy to them. So this option allows a lot of Gurukulas to develop their own curriculum and make these children really good at what they are. And actually, in my experience, the parents have been telling me to suggest a good Gurukula. You were saying that parents don't want to send their children to Gurukulas, but for me, the reaction has been that I get dozens of emails every day saying that, Sahana ji, please, I want to send my child to a Gurukula. I don't want to send them to the modern system. Please recommend. So in fact, to give a good answer to them, I am traveling all around India for finding good Gurukulas.
You can answer that question. And my question was, while I understand your passion, you're talking about one Gurukula which is very impressive. My point is, how do you replicate this model across the board? Whereas, if a parent says that I want to send my child to a Gurukula, he should find a Gurukula which is within 50 kilometers from where he or she stays. Not send the child, 5 states away to that one Gurukula. That is the point. How do you make it scalable? How do you make it mass? And secondly, your question, and I want you to answer this, that how do you convince the regular parent? I'm not talking about the few people who are aware of the system and who know what it is about. I am saying the general parent who is considering a good school for the child. So for him, the obvious option is any good ICSE school, any good CBSE school, because they are nearby available. And the society says that you should send your child to school. If there is an option, assuming there is a viable option nearby, how do you convince that general parent who probably may not be learned enough to know that Gurukul system is bad? So how do you convince, how do you reach out to those parents? So that is something that Neeraj ji, maybe you can take.
Yeah. Firstly, जो सहाना जी ने बोला ना कि लोग मेल करते हैं, डेफिनेटली करते हैं. तो जो पैटर्न मैंने देखा कि जो बहुत ज्यादा पढ़ लिख गए और जनरली जो वेस्ट में गए, जिनको कोई कमी नहीं थी पैसे की, कोई कमी नहीं थी प्रोफेशनल सक्सेस की, उन्हें समझ में आता है कि यार ये सब कुछ कितना खोखला है, मैं ये चीज अपने बच्चे को नहीं देना चाहता। वो उनमें तड़प होती है, जो फिर आते हैं कि सहाना जी आप बताइए कि हम कहाँ बच्चे को गुरुकुल में डालें।
Exactly, that is my point.
लेकिन जो आम पेरेंट्स हैं अभी भी मैक्सिमम वो वही है, वो दे आर इन अ रट कि हमने बच्चे को एक फैक्ट्री प्रोडक्ट बना के निकाल देना है ताकि वो इतनी कमाई करेगा, फिर इतनी उम्र में शादी करेगा, फिर ये एसयूवी खरीदेगा, फिर एक फ्लैट खरीदेगा, वर्ल्ड टूर पे चला जाएगा। वो एक टेम्पलेट बना हुआ है। अब इसमें क्वेश्चन आता है कि हम इनको रेप्लिकेट कैसे कर सकते हैं। इसमें दो चीजें हैं। पहला ये कि अगर हम एक ही सिस्टम को रेप्लिकेट करेंगे तो वो शायद एक आइडियल गुरुकुल सिस्टम नहीं है, क्योंकि वहां पर हमेशा लोकल फ्लेवर की बात की जाती है कि सब जगह की अपनी पेक्युलैरिटीज हैं, उनको यूज किया जाए। लेकिन आपके क्वेश्चन का क्रक्स बिल्कुल ठीक है कि हाउ डू वी डू इट एट अ लार्ज स्केल। अब अभी तक हम जिन गुरुकुलों की बात कर रहे हैं वो कोई एक लीनिएज के हैं जो बहुत डेडिकेटेड हैं, वो करते रहे, या जैसा मैंने बोला कि अमेरिका में गए, वहां पर उन्होंने देखा कि क्या नॉनसेंस चल रही है, वो तंग होके सब छोड़ के आए, उन्होंने अपना गुरुकुल शुरू कर लिया। ये इंडिविजुअल एफर्ट्स चल रही है। जो एक जिस तरह की आप बात कर रही है वैसा एक ट्राई कर रहे थे जो स्वामी रामदेव हैं, उन्होंने एक गुरुकुल बनाया हरिद्वार में, और फिर वो चाहते थे कि मैं कम से कम हर स्टेट में एक खोल सकूं इनिशियली। तो उन्होंने प्लान किया कि 26 गुरुकुल और खोलूंगा। लेकिन उसमें सबसे पहला उनके लिए जो सबसे मेजर स्टम्बलिंग ब्लॉक है वो क्या है? अभी अंकुर जी ने बोला कि बच्चे गुरु के साथ रहते थे तो उनको इम्बाइब करते थे, उनसे सीखते थे, इसलिए हम उनको आचार्य कहते थे कि आचरण से सीखते हैं वो। तो उन्होंने जब ट्राई की स्वामी रामदेव ने इसे रेप्लिकेट करने की, तो उनकी पहली समस्या थी कि उनको उस कैलिबर के, उस डेडिकेशन के वैसे आचार्य ही नहीं मिलते। तो ये फिर वही क्लासिक चिकन एंड एग वाली उस सिचुएशन आ जाती है। तो एक तो ये प्रॉब्लम है इसमें, लेकिन ये प्रॉब्लम सॉर्ट आउट कैसे हो सकती है? क्योंकि अब स्वामी रामदेव इज अ वेरी सक्सेसफुल एंटरप्रेन्योर। उन्होंने काफी एक सिस्टम बना लिया जिसमें वो उनको उतनी शायद पैसे की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, लेकिन ऐसे और लोग नहीं हो सकते। ये काम स्टेट के करने का है। पहले जब गुरुकुल की बात करते हैं तो वहां पर भी जो राजा था वो भूमि का अनुदान देता था कि आप अगर इसको चला रहे हैं तो इतने गांव का जो कर है वो गुरुकुल को मिलेगा और उससे वो चलेगा, क्योंकि बिना कर के, बिना धन के तो चला नहीं सकते। आज जो स्टेट है वो इंटरफेयर तो करती है, वो करिकुलम भी बनाती है, वो उसे प्रोपेगेंडा का टूल की तरह यूज करती है। लेकिन अगर स्टेट समाज के भले की बात करती है, सोशल वेलफेयर की बात करना चाहते हैं, तो ये स्टेट की ड्यूटी बनती है कि जो यहां पे हम डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं, इस तरह स्टेट को करने की आवश्यकता है कि ये जो सिस्टम था जिसने ना सिर्फ हमें एक फाइनेंशियल सुपर पावर बनाया था बल्कि सोशल सुपर पावर बनाया था, साइकोलॉजिकल सुपर पावर बनाया था, जिसने हमें हर एस्पेक्ट में सुपर पावर बना दिया था, अगर हम उसकी एस्पिरेशंस तो रखते हैं, आज की गवर्नमेंट उसकी एस्पिरेशंस रखती है और फॉर्चुनेटली उसकी बात भी करते हैं, तो अगर उसे रियल लाइफ में ट्रांसलेट करना है तो स्टेट को अपनी माइट इसमें डालनी पड़ेगी कि ये एक सक्सेसफुल मॉडल हो सकता है। एक नहीं हो सकता, वो हो सकता है 6 हो सकता है 10 हो, प्रोटोटाइप्स बनेंगे और फिर उनको इंप्लीमेंट करने की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी। सिर्फ उसमें जो कैविएट है मुझे लगता है वो क्या होनी चाहिए कि इसके लिए पॉलिटिकल विल पावर चाहिए, प्लस एक थोड़ी सी बोल्डनेस की जरूरत है, क्योंकि कई बार क्या करते हैं हम, वी डोंट एड्रेस द एलिफेंट्स इन द रूम। अब जब हम ये डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं तो हम इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि एक सिस्टम था जिसे वाइप आउट किया गया, ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ 1000 ईयर्स किया गया। तो हमें ये पहचानना है कि वो रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की एक पोएम थी जिसमें वो बताते हैं कि ऋषि को भी तभी तप प्राप्त होता है जब धनुर्धर राम उसके पीछे खड़े रहते हैं। तो असुर तब भी थे, असुर आज भी हैं। ऐसी 3 आइडियोलॉजीज हैं जो नहीं चाहती कि इस तरह का सिस्टम यहां पर पनपे, इस्लामिक, क्रिश्चियन और लेफ्टिस्ट आइडियोलॉजी। तो जब तक हम उन्हें भी इंटीग्रेट नहीं कर लेते अपने सिस्टम में, हमें पहले तो ये आइडेंटिफाई तो हमने कर लिया, एक्नॉलेज करना है कि दीज आइडियोलॉजीज आर अ प्रॉब्लम, इंडिविजुअल्स प्रॉब्लम नहीं होते, कि इन आइडियोलॉजीज के साथ प्लूरैलिटी की, इंक्लूसिवनेस की कंपेटेबिलिटी नहीं है, और ये फिर से उस गुरुकुल सिस्टम को डिस्ट्रॉय करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं। इसलिए स्टेट के दो काम होंगे, फर्स्टली टू सेट अप दैट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो इस तरह की स्टडीज को प्रमोट करेगा, सेकेंडली टू एंश्योर कि इनको सैबोटाज ना किया जा सके, विच इज बीइंग डन बाय दोज मोनोथीस्टिक या मोनोपोलिस्टिक कल्चर्स। तो अगर हम इन दो का ध्यान रख सकते हैं, प्रोबेबली वील बी एबल टू रेप्लिकेट इट।
थैंक यू सो मच। अंकुर जी, अभी आपने बात की कि टू इंटीग्रेट the values from India's ancient educational system into the formal system, two things, like the lowest denominator things that we can do is to include Indian knowledge system modules and to introduce yoga. I just remembered I was watching a video by Sadhguru when somebody asked him, but why are they forcing yoga on the students of general schools? So Sadhguru says, do you ask this question that why are they forcing trigonometry on the students or physics or chemistry on the students? Because ultimately you are learning what some board has decided for you, right? So true. You don't fight. But yoga, which is essential for your holistic health, that you will fight because in your mind it is associated with a certain ideology or certain religion. So my question is, when there are so many people from our own society who are vehemently opposing this, how do you integrate this? How do you make that possible? State support is another thing, but how do we convince society to include this wholeheartedly?
See, first of all, this is a gradual process. It's a slow process. It cannot happen overnight. We cannot expect the whole society to change overnight because of many layers of many years of colonization. Okay, and then there have to be certain prominent big examples, successful examples of people who come out successfully from these institutions, and then they can be role models for society, because society looks at people who can be role models. Okay, so as you were mentioning Sadhguru, his institution is one example that he can show by example that, okay, I am a big public figure, and from my institution there are some products who are coming out successfully because they don't give any degrees for music or dance that they learn there. Okay, the other thing I want to say is that mass education is a very recent phenomena, and mass literacy should definitely be our goal. But if we talk about the deeper Guru Shishya Paramparas that are meant for specific subjects, they are not meant for masses. Okay, so Kala Kshetra, for example, was not meant for masses, not for everybody, for specific people who wanted to learn under a guru. Okay, now if we talk about elementary education for masses, we can do many things for introducing elements within the elementary education system, like Shahana ji was talking about arts. So we can introduce education through art. Like I'll give you an example of indigenous education system that was based on Dharampal ji's work. So when students were young, they used to learn by writing alphabets on the sand. They used to draw figures on the sand. They used natural substances like sand, clay, and bamboo, okay, to create their whatever they wanted to create. If we use similar techniques even now in our elementary education system, use clay, for example, to create idols, Saraswati idol, Ganesh ji idol, okay. So we can use simple techniques like these in our elementary education system, which are meant for masses, and that is very simple way to introduce IKS. So I think that there are many ways like this by which we can make it relevant and also appealing for the masses.
And Shefali, I just want to add that, when you talked about, I gave you that one example, but the reason I give you that example is I see that as a model for the other Gurukulas, because I feel that what is being developed there can easily be replicated in so many Gurukulas. And what we really need is many success stories. The people studying in those Gurukulas coming out and doing great things, coming with innovative solutions to problems, or they come into the public eye. That is when you will see a craze that everybody wants to join. This is just like that, the Saregama program, once it became a hit, everybody wants to learn music so that they can participate in that. So I was thinking of some innovative ways in which, you can promote this traditional education. Like I was thinking of IKS games, maybe, because I saw one when I went. IAS already हैं, कई सारे गुरुकुल के जो graduates हैं, they are IAS, but just you don't know about them, right? There are few, they are not talking. They need to be highlighted, and that's what I'm trying to do. And the games, I saw the reaction to the IKS program that was in Chinmaya, which was called the National Youth Conference. So it was a competition where children came from different parts of India and made presentations, poster presentations and various other presentations on any aspect of IKS that interested them. And there were so many students who presented on Chanakya's Arthashastra, how it is relevant today. Somebody is talking about Paka Shastra, how, the quality of a good cook is that he should have a knowledge of metallurgy, which is written in Paka Shastra. And it's relevant today because, all this non-stick cookware and all those things we use, are they good for the food? All these things, they were deriving fun in relating the old knowledge with today's requirements. So it was a competition. And the winner in one of the categories was somebody from the US, a student who has come to study Ayurveda in India, and she won the poster presentation. So I feel like a lot of things are happening below the surface, and we are thinking that, this is not going to happen. But suddenly one day, I think Gurukula education will explode. At least I am very optimistic.
Tathastu. To answer your question, actually, if tomorrow for IIT entrance exam, if the top 10 students are from Gurukulas, everybody will want to send their children to Gurukula. We are almost out of time. There are about 8 minutes. I would like to take questions from audience if there are any. I just have one request. Please identify yourself and ask the question. Do not make an observation because we just don't have the time for it. Yes, please. You will need to come in front, sir.
Is there a mic?
आपका नाम बताइए और प्रश्न पूछिए.
Yes, sir. So, ma'am, my name is Rohan Alag, and my question is to all the panelists. Like, जो हम लोगों ने पूरा अभी तक डिस्कशन किया है, it is also based on the brain drain that happened. So, जैसे अब US में जितने US and specifically अभी जैसे जर्मनी में the pattal they just patented it and they said कि ये अब हमारा है and it's all like environmental. How do we prevent that? Because in India we have been using it since way long back. आज भी हम लोग गुरुद्वारे में जाते हैं उसी में हमें प्रसाद मिलता है. But they are say, if they patent it and now 100 years later they say Germans invented it. So how do we overcome that problem?
I think उसका आंसर भी यही है. If I may answer, the Gurukula education system, if we are rooted in our civilization, then we will also not allow our knowledge to be stolen by the others. It's because we are not rooted in it and we don't know what we are capable of or what our ancestors did. So then we are watching this tamasha happening where, they're trying to patent turmeric, they're patenting so many things. So this IKS, this implementation of Indian knowledge systems, modules, Gurukula education, traditional education, all this is going to stop all this, it's going to make us take ownership of our knowledge and prevent it from being patented. That's why I feel that we need to bring back this traditional education.
ये जो इन्होंने क्वेश्चन पूछा है ना, ये जो एक देव असुर संग्राम की बात करते हैं उसका एक टिपिकल एग्जाम्पल है. और एक एनेक्डोट है छोटा सा कि कहते हैं कि विष्णु ने एक बार एक भोजन के लिए बुलाया, भोज के लिए, तो देवताओं को भी बुला लिया और राक्षसों को भी बुला लिया. दोनों के अलग अलग कैबिन से जिसमें उनको भोजन मिलना था. तो सारी जो फेवरेट डिशेस थी वो सामने रखी हैं और जब वो टेबल पे खाना खाने बैठे तो उनके हाथ स्टिक के साथ सीधे बांध दिए कि वो बाजू मोड़ नहीं सकते. बोला आप खाओ. तो जो राक्षस थे उन्होंने बोला हमें पता था ये विष्णु चालाक है, कोई ना कोई चालाकी जरूर करेगा, लेकिन हम खा के जाएंगे. तो सामने मान लीजिए गुलाब जामुन है, उठाया, अब हाथ तो मुंह तक पहुंच नहीं रहा, तो यूं करके डालने की कोशिश की. कभी वो नाक पे गिर रहा था, कभी आंख पे गिर रहा था, लेकिन मुंह में नहीं जा रहा था. तो दे वर डिस्गस्टेड. तो खड़े हुए विष्णु को गालियां देते हुए बाहर जाने लगे. तो देखा जो देवताओं वाला कैबिन है उसके आगे से निकल रहे हैं, तो वहां बड़े मजे की आवाजें आ रही थी. तो बोले इनके हाथ नहीं बांधे होंगे. तो वहां गए तो हाथ उनके भी बंधे हुए थे, लेकिन वो क्या कर रहे थे कि आमने सामने बैठ के ये वाला सामने वाले को खिला रहा है, वो उसे खिला रहा है. तो हमारी जो ट्रेडिशन है उसने कभी भी योग आसन को पेटेंट नहीं किया, आयुर्वेद को पेटेंट नहीं किया. ये वो राक्षसी आइडियोलॉजीज हैं जो सिर्फ अपने खाने के लिए बनाते हैं, इसलिए उन्होंने पेटेंट का रेजीम बनाया जो सिर्फ लूटने के लिए बना हुआ है. कई बार लोग मुझसे लड़ते भी हैं इस बात पे कि क्या यार किसी ने अपनी सारा जीवन लगा दिया, उसने निकाला और फिर वो अब उससे कमाई नहीं करेगा. तो हमें याद ये रखना है कि जब हम बड़े हो रहे हैं ना, आज जितने भी बड़े हुए हैं, हमारे समाज ने हमें पाल पोस के बड़ा किया है। माँ ने पहले दिन छोड़ दिया होता तो मर जाता, बाप ने पहले दिन नहीं पैदा किया होता तो मर जाता, पालन पोषण नहीं किया होता तो मर जाता। तो पूरे समाज का कलेक्टिव एफर्ट होता है जो हमें बड़ा करता है, हमारे ब्रेन को डेवलप करता है। तो ये पेटेंट रिजीम में एक अलग डिस्कशन हो जाएगी, लेकिन आइडियली बेसिकली ये दो बिल्कुल ऑपोजिट आइडियोलॉजीज का क्लैश है। इसका सॉल्यूशन निकालना पड़ेगा, निकालने की जरूरत नहीं।
नीरज जी, वी हैव अ सॉल्यूशन। द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया प्रिवेंटेड द पेटेंटिंग ऑफ टर्मरिक, सो दैट मीन्स we prevent them. We have systems ready so that if they patent it, we stop them from doing
Exactly.
it.
अपनी लाठी स्ट्रांग होनी चाहिए, जिसकी लाठी उसकी भैंस।
That is a different discussion. Yeah. Let's come to it on some other time. Any other questions, please?
Hello, panelists. My name is Divyansh. My question for you guys is: we've seen a new technology come up, which is AI, and it is inevitable. If you've seen ChatGPT and things like that, that it will inevitably now come to education. And when something like this comes, it becomes competitive advantage for those who know it versus those who don't know it, right? For example, scientific papers are written in English, so you need to know English if you want to read those papers and that kind of thing. So what is you guys' view about how this will turn out, whether India will need indigenously develop AI, whether we'll need certain kind of protection for models, because we are already seeing ChatGPT having a left-wing bias and this sort of a thing. So what's your view on it?
See, as far as AI is concerned, what has been happening for last maybe 7 or 8 decades is that we've been missing the bus. अभी तक we've been mimicking the West, कि जो कर रहे हैं हम उसको mimic कर रहे थे. It is not only in AI, it is in genetics also, it is in biotechnology also. We've lagged. So unless and until we also start putting huge amount of resources in research and development, plus we have to think out of the box so that the bus that we have missed, that is gone. Sometimes what happens is the other team has been given such a head start that we are not able to cover that up. So we'll have to come up with our own what should we call cutting edge technologies. Unless and until we do that, we can. Now the discussion was going. That is not to say that we have to go into that some utopian past and we have to relive that. We have to accommodate what is presently happening along with what we've been talking so far. I guess, Divyansh, that was your question.
No, but I don't think ChatGPT is going to replace the work of scientists and innovators and all that. I mean, so in that sense, I mean, I see it more as okay, collecting information, giving you data and things like that. But in the real work of knowledge generation, I feel that for that to be disrupted, I'm not seeing that happening very soon. So I'm seeing ChatGPT more as helping people to do their homework and write some essays and things like that. But in terms of real knowledge, I feel that it's not going to disrupt that. I'm not too alarmed by that aspect.
Next question, please. I can only take one more question, this and one more question.
On one side here, we are talking about getting back.
Ma'am, can you identify yourself, please?
Yeah, I'm Jayanti. I live in Gurgaon. I'm a teacher too, a parent as well as a teacher. On one side here, we are talking about going to the ancient system of Gurukulam and integrating it, which is a wonderful idea. But what practically we are seeing is with the advancement of technology and this online schooling, every parent, every teacher here would definitely agree that children are so much diverted by use of the online technologies, whether you call it mobile phone or iPad or iPod or whatever it is, and even with the existing little bit of academics, which the standard of which has been brought down compared to pre-COVID to today. And even for making them concentrate on that, if you are a teacher or a parent sitting with a child, you give them a few seconds break.
Ma'am, what's your question?
Immediately they are on the YouTube or whatever. So how is that? So that has become the trend today for the children. So it is all the more difficult to bring them back even to the basic academics and to bring them to a standard that is expected of their age. So then how do we handle this and then uplift them to this Gurukula system?
Anybody would like to take
I think
this?
parenting, there has to be proper parenting. So if you are saying that children are addicted to this and that, then the parenting has not been right. So I mean, the answer is parenting number one, and then we'll talk about schooling. So if
It
you have
is-
not
no,
built
it-
the...
No, it is. I'm not talking about the parenting. I'm talking about the impact of the usage of or misuse of use or misuse or abuse of the technology available to them. How much? I, almost
Yeah, so-
every teacher and every parent faces this problem.
So first
Yeah,
of
but
all,
that is a universal problem. That is not specific to students in the Gurukula. In fact, students in a Gurukula, residential Gurukula, are actually a little bit more immune to it because it's a residential school and screen time can be very rigidly controlled. So while I understand your concern,
I'm not saying that Gurukula is wrong. I'm saying that how to divert the children from that attitude of towards practically. I'm just wanting to know the practical problem that we are all facing.
that is a universal problem, ma'am, and every day it's a Kurukshetra for all of us parents. I also have 3 teenagers. I also face it every day. So there is no easy solution to that. Next question, please.
Yeah. हाय मेरा नाम गौरव तिवारी है, मैं सूत्रधार का फाउंडर हूँ. सो आई हैव बीन रनिंग दिस स्टार्टअप फॉर लास्ट 3 years. और हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव ये है कि हमारी जो पुरानी एंशियंट नॉलेज सिस्टम है और जो हमारा स्टोरीज हैं, बेसिकली पहले श्रुति स्मृति, राइट, लोग कहानियां सुनाते थे और उसके थ्रू नॉलेज ट्रांसफर करते थे. सो वो हम लोग 3 साल से एफर्ट कर रहे हैं एंड वी आर डिजाइनिंग एक्टिविटीज लाइक पजल्स, बोर्ड गेम्स एटसेट्रा विच आर रूटेड इन इंडियन कल्चर. Because our thought process is that if you want people to divert to our knowledge system, you have to catch them young and you have to catch them where they are, right? So if they are playing jigsaw puzzles...
What's the question?
So the question is that, like me, there would be many other people who are making this effort. How to collaborate and how to bring these efforts together so that we can make a collective attempt towards making this dream of ours a reality.
Excellent question, sir. Anybody would like to take this? How do you collaborate? There are different people who are doing different things in this field. Some people are designing games, whatever, but they all have the same thought behind it. So how do you collaborate to make this a greater ecosystem? Am I right? That's your question? Yeah.
So yeah, you have to create a network of institutions. For example, there's this IKS network that has been created now by the AICTE. They have identified institutions working on IKS only. So they have created a list of institutions, and they are creating more networks where they can come and collaborate and work together. Okay, so we need such networks. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
If you can please, I have a very
I'm
quick
sorry.
question.
I'm sorry. The time was up. You can always meet the speakers after that, and I think she's already waiting for the next session. Very sorry about this. Thank you so much for a very enlightening discussions. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honorable Moderator and thank you to all of you panelists. Thank you very much. Aapka bahut bahut dhanyawad. Just from the questions that were being asked to this panel, I'd like to kind of add to that and say that parenting really is a 24/7 job. And yes, children come with their challenges, but I think parents also have to give that 24/7 dedication and khoon pasina ek karna padta hai to bring up a child who's the best version of himself or herself. Having said that, let me steer you all towards the next session at Arth, a Culture Fest, promoted by ZEEL. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you are sharing your experiences by posting on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram. On Twitter and Instagram, our handle is @Arth_live. Facebook @Arth, a Cultural Fest. You could also use the hashtags #India Ka Arth and #Arth a Culture Fest. Looking forward to all of you sharing your experiences and posting online. The next session is putting the spotlight on the legend of the Aryan invasion theory. Now, as a child, I read a lot about it, and I still didn't get my answers, and that's why I'm looking forward to listening in to this session. The Aryan-Dravidian debate, it rages on and on and on. Did the Aryan invasion really happen in India, or was it fabricated? AIT, the Aryan invasion theory, is it based merely on linguistic conjectures that are unsubstantiated? Is it not through recent findings at Harappan sites that we have found continuity between artifacts found them of religious and cultural nature to practices that are present in today's times too? आइए, समय के आईने से अगर धूल है तो उसे हटाने की कोशिश करें with this next session. I'd like to invite on the dais foreign affairs journalist Dr. Konrad Elst. With doctorates on Indology and Ayodhya, he's a favorite amongst Hindu stalwarts, having published 2 books, Decolonizing the Hindu Mind and Who is Hindu. He also champions the debate on the Aryan homeland. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Our next panelist is the world-renowned scientist, Neeraj Rai, who's pioneered this unique subject to trace our DNA from 10,000 to 1,000 years ago. Wow. He's won the prestigious Young Scientist Award from the Indian Society of Human Genetics and the Young Investigator Award from the International Society of Applied Biological Sciences, Croatia. A very warm welcome to you. I'd also like to invite on stage our moderator for this session, Kushal Mehra, famously known for the Karvaka podcast that covers talks on diverse subjects from philosophy to politics to science. Ladies and gentlemen, at Arth, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL, here comes the next session, the legend of the Aryan invasion theory. Ooh, let's listen in. Over to you.
One, two. Am I audible? Yeah. A very warm welcome to everyone. Namaskar. So, if there was ever a subject that has been fraught with controversy in our country, it has been the subject which is Aryan invasion. Now, as it has already been explained to you, the Aryan invasion is about multiple lines of argumentation, primarily stemming maybe from a linguistic point of view, supported originally by archaeology, or supported in quotes, should I say. And in the last, maybe if Dr. Rai can correct me, maybe in the last 2 decades, genetics has come in a huge way. When I say genetics, I mean population genetics and movement of people. So I want to keep myself to be the least possible time ka speaker. So I guess I'll come first to Dr. Rai. Dr. Rai, maybe we can start over here, and if you could explain to everyone what role does genetics have to play in this entire discussion on the Aryan. Like some people want to call it the Aryan invasion. Now somebody says, no, it's not the invasion. Now it's a migration. So semantics aside, everybody knows what we are talking about. So maybe we can start, and if you could tell us what role does genetics have to play?
Thanks, Kushal. Genetics is a very interesting discipline, and in India, genetics has taken very important role to understand our history, migrations, admixtures event, not only human but other animals also. It's as I said, it's very diverse discipline, and to understand a complex country like India, genetics has very important role. As you said, Aryan invasion theory, to rule out or to support it, genetics has very important role. So we are using genetical informations from modern day population groups all across the country, and at the same time we are using cutting edge ancient DNA technology to retrieve genetic informations from the deads who are no more, who have passed away 100, 200 generations before present. We have analyzed vast number of samples all across northwest of India. We have DNA data from all across the country. Now we are more strong in terms of our data. We did careful examinations of all the genetic resources and data, and then our publications and our works are being published day by day. So as you said, Aryan invasion, if invasion is taking place, that means it should contribute a lot of genetic components to the present population's scenario. And if somebody is coming in that masses, they will also leave lot of impressions about their cultures, about their artifacts, about their knowledge systems, languages. We did not find any cultural assemblies so far from Central Asia or from the Pontic steppe regions. That time, all across the country, So if somebody is coming and invading India, they should have come with a lot of their knowledge and cultural artifacts. And genetically also we have ruled out, like so far we have ruled out that there are no step integrations or no Central Asian ancestry which is arriving to South Asia much earlier than 1000 before Christ or 3000 years before present. So it was claimed that that ancestry or that invasion would have taken place in 15th, 16th century BC. So that is completely false in terms of genetic evidences and the new data sets.
But then maybe I could bring Dr. Elst over here. Dr. Elst, as Dr. Rai has said that when it comes to the genetic evidence, we don't find it beyond 3000 years. But then there is a very specific date that is given to the Rig Veda. It was literally gotten, I mean, you could explain it better, but from what I know is that Max Muller had a way to calculate it. He picked a baseline and then he went 100 years, 100 years, 100 years, 100 years. And then he said, okay, 1500 BCE is the tentative date for the Rig Veda. And then on the basis of that, they came up with what is famously known as the Proto-Indo-European language hypothesis. So what is the linguistic case? Maybe if you could start by presenting the case for the Aryan invasion to explain to people, and then you can maybe inform us about what are the problems that case has.
Well, to start at the beginning, in 1767, the French Jesuit Gaston Laurent Coeur-Doux, who lived in Andhra Pradesh, sent a paper to the Academy in Paris showing the link between Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit. That's the start of the Indo-European language family. The very first one to go public with this was the French leading freethinker Voltaire. In fact, we might call him a Charvaka, if that sounds familiar to you. And so he said, the essence of European culture finds its origin on the banks of the Ganga. So the out of India theory was not started in 1990 by the ugly, vicious, disgusting Hindu nationalists. No, it was started by the cream, the top layer of European Enlightenment intellectuals. It was taken over by Immanuel Kant, by Johann Herder, by Jules Michelet, by Friedrich Schlegel, and so on. So this was the dominant theory for about 60 years. Then from 1830 it starts to change. This was for an innocent reason, namely linguistically they found that perhaps there was a distance between this reconstructed Proto-Indo-European, of which they didn't know yet very much, and Sanskrit. And from this they deduced, not quite logically, that there must have been a geographical distance between the homeland and India. And so in 1834, August Schlegel, the brother of the earlier mentioned Friedrich Schlegel, proposed the Caucasus area as the homeland. And so ever since, it has been changing a little bit, but it stays close to the Caucasus, so now it is the Volga-Don area in Russia, Ukraine. That's now the favorite, that's what we're up against, in fact. And so in the mid-19th century, the whole thing shifts. One of the last people to actually defend the out of India theory. So at that time already there was a debate between Aryan invasion and out of India theory. The last person to defend it was a colonialist par excellence, but who was also, like William Jones, like Gaston Laurent Coeur-Doux, an European living in India, which is important because those people understood the importance and the magnitude of India, which was very much minimized and belittled by people living in Europe. So they could easily ignore India, whereas people living in India couldn't. And so Mount Stuart Elphinstone argues, and it is still argued, that none of the Vedic literature contains any hint at all of a homeland outside India. So he uses that as an argument. He's perfectly right. Nobody has ever been able to refute it. Nevertheless, there were two other factors that then were sort of the nail in the coffin of the out of India theory. So one was linguistic paleontology. This means that you can recognize the environment of an ancient language where that was spoken by the vocabulary it has. For instance, Indo-European does not have a word for giraffe or for kangaroo or so, but it does have words for European animals and also, as will be shown later, for North Indian animals. Like the elephant, as Sri Kantalagiri has shown, is also part of it. There are no elephants in Europe. That's very much a pointer to India. But so what they said at that time, there were words for wolf, for bear, for birch tree, and these seem to suggest a cold climate. That's not entirely accurate because India too has wolves, has bears. In Kashmir it even has birch trees. So, we just have to accept it's a historical fact that Europeans at that time thought and genuinely thought, oh, this points to Europe. So at that time it became hard to believe India was the homeland. The second factor is the racial factor. Mid-19th century is the rise of the racial thinking. Like the British Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli said, everything in history is explained by race. So if you see a new cultural element arising, it's because of the immigration of a new race. Right? And so the first Veda translations appeared, and there they systematically interpreted everything as if it points to white, dynamic invaders conquering the country of the dark aboriginals. Like in the Battle of the Ten Kings, systematically there is, for instance, a reference to the Vedic seer Vasishta as being white-clad Shvitniya. This was translated as white-complexioned. And their enemies are described as the Visha Asikni, literally translated as the black tribe. So that seems to be like a very clear description of a racial war between white invaders and black natives. Now that's not the meaning. The Asikni is the name of a river, which is the Chenab in West Punjab. And so it means the people from the Asikni, which is exactly what is said about the enemies, that they come from the Asikni river. And the battle takes place on the next river, the Parushni or present-day Ravi river. And so, because of these mistranslations, the impression was created that, you can argue all you want that there is no testimony of a foreign homeland, but if they themselves are saying, oh, but we're fighting against the dark aboriginals, then it becomes pointless to deny the Aryan invasion theory. So, for relatively sound, rather innocent, but consequential reasons, the Aryan invasion theory won through. Mind you, it was not the original theory. It came only after 60, 70 years. But from then on, it was the theory. And so the next thing to decide was, okay, when did this invasion of India happen? And that's when Max Müller makes a rather random guess that it is about 1500 BC. And so among specialists, a few told him, well, this is not based on anything. And so he, after a while, admitted, this is purely a guess. Actually, we'll never know. But by then, you see, with his big authority, his big prestige, everybody had already swallowed this 1500 BC. Until today, that has never been questioned. Now, one consequence, and here genetics comes in, is that when David Reich from Harvard 5 years ago showed, or at least argued, that there was an influx of people into India in about 1700 BC, that was applauded by people like Tony Joseph in India as proving the Aryan invasion theory. In reality, that totally hinges on the chronology of Max Muller, saying that this invasion took place in the mid-2nd millennium BC. In reality, and I'll stop here, but in reality, it doesn't show that. You see, people may have come in, as the Scythians and the Greeks and the Huns and so on have also done, but they were not the Aryans. They were not the bringers of Sanskrit. Why not? Well, because Sanskrit was in India. The Rig Veda dates all the way back to like 3000 BC. And so whoever came in, they were too late to be the Aryan invaders. So the Aryan invasion theory has not been proven genetically.
All right, Dr. Rai, in fact, this is the crux of the issue, the date of the Rig Veda and the Reich lab and the input of what they now call the step DNA, or I don't know, R1A1 jisko kehte hain. But the problem here, I also want to ask you this question. Like I said in the beginning, this hypothesis, I don't even like to call it a theory. I think it should be called a hypothesis, whatever it is. It's not a theory. I think you are a scientist. In a scientific method, a theory, the word theory is used after a lot more evidence. This is what it is. It is a hypothesis at best. Now, this hypothesis hinges a lot on this 1500 BCE date that Dr. Els mentioned. And another thing that is used and weaponized in India is on, we are different people. So now I just want to ask you, from the horse's mouth, are we different people genetically?
Yeah, genetically South Asians are different. No doubt, we have a lot of differences. Among the audience, I think we have diversity 4-5 times more than entire European diversity. So we are highly diverse groups. We are diverse in food, lifestyle, languages, and genetically also we are very diverse. As he said that Max Muller himself was not sure that whether this Aryan invasion theory was really taken place in 15th century BC. Genetically, we are not finding any evidence of West Eurasian admixtures until 500 BC. So I told you about 1000 BC, that is our lower boundary. That signature we are finding on the basis of modern DNA evidences. So we have tested a lot of permutations and combinations and lot of probable events. We did a lot of modeling. So the minimum age goes to 1000 BC, but most of the ancestry that is arriving after 500 BC. So like Scythians, Huns, Kushans, like they have been continuously coming to India. We have a lot of examples like Jews. They have come in 8th century AD to Kerala, and they have settled down and they have admixture to the local populations. Now, if you go back to their ancestry, you won't find any differences. You will just find like 2 to 3% of their Middle Eastern ancestry, which is consistent in the local populations. Like Parsis landed to Gujarat in 7th, 8th century AD, and they have mixed to the local populations. Now Parsis are highly endogamous group. But as soon as they came, they landed here, they have mixed with the local populations, they have been assimilated with the local populations, and now they are they are highly endogamic group. So to understand the genetic components that is coming from the West Eurasias, we have to do a lot of modelings because different populations behave differently. If you are working on South Indian populations groups, their genetic analysis we have to do a lot of other modeling that model doesn't fit with the North Indian populations. For example, we are working in Kashmir Valley. In Kashmir, we are not finding any West Eurasian ancestry that is going back to 500 BC. But Kashmir is very close to Swat Valley, Iran, and then that was a route of long-time trading. So we expect more steppe ancestry in Kashmir Valley, but we are not finding until 500 BC. So, like Aryan invasion theory itself is a controversial subject. I have discussed this issue with many scholars all over the world. No one believes this theory, and still we are talking and we are debating this issue and we are debunking this hypothesis.
But it's taught in India in our school textbooks.
But who started? I think it's all this bogus. We should not discuss about Aryan invasion theory at this platform, because this has already been disproven linguistically. This has been proven genetically, and nothing much left to discuss about this issue. We can discuss about the chronology of Rig Vedas, This still is a debatable topic. We don't have much data to date the chronology of Rig Veda. We have to discuss about our linguistic affiliations, about Austroasiatic languages, Indo-European languages, Proto-Indo-European languages, their timings. But Aryan invasion theory is already debunked genetically and linguistically.
Another question I had, from an archaeological perspective, when you talk about an invasion, every time there is an invasion, the archaeological record will show it in the form of change in, let's say, the grey ware or recorded ware culture. Let's say X culture has a type of pottery, and when they invade a nation, they bring their technology with them. So the first part is, does archaeology show any change in the cultural spike, or it's just gradual in over the years, we've just changed in technology? Second, if there, does archaeology show any kind of mass graves? Because it's literally called an invasion. So what happens during an invasion? People die and they fight. So are there, like, these are my two questions to you before I go to Dr. Elst.
So far in Indian context, we did not find any cultural assemblage that is coming from so-called Aryan land. So far, we did not find any cultural assemblage. Instead, we are finding a lot of cultural assemblies and a lot of burials which can make a very good case of out of India theory. You know, there are a few sites in Iran and Turkmenistan. Their burials are reported, and those burials are genetically linked to the Harappans. And it dates back to 5,200 to 5,500 years before present. So we have clear-cut example of out of India migration theory. But so far we have not found any archaeological assemblies or any cultural material that links to the West Eurasian component to the Indian context. Coming back to potteries, like potteries has a lot of transformations. Different ages had different pottery tribes. In India, like for Ganga plain, if you go back to Mahabharata time period, that pottery that we call painted grey ware culture potteries. We have OCP cultures that is very predominant in this Yamuna Doab regions. And then we have Indus-specific exclusive pottery that you find in mature and late Harappan context. That is widespread in Haryana, Punjab, Gujarat. So we have pottery continuity until megalithic time period. But so far we have not found any West Eurasian pottery or any cultural artifacts in Indian context. And our this R1A1 work, like on the basis of very small number of sample sets, few research article came in late 90s and early 2000 that has make a case of Indo-European language family expansion, and the sample size was surprisingly 100. And that paper talked about the entire Indian populations that also includes Sri Lanka. Now we have tremendous amount of samples, and we have thousands of data we have generated so far, and that on the basis of R1A1, they have proven, few the scholars, European scholars, they have proven that R1A1 might have been originated in Europe, and then that might have come to South Asia with the languages. Now we have 50 times more data, and then our data shows that R1A1 diversity is 4 to 5 times more diverse than the entire Europe. So that also another set of data that we are going to use, not to debunk the Aryan invasion theory, because being a scientist, my job is not to debunk the Aryan invasion theory. My work is to understand the deep population history of South Asians and how population moves and how they admix, and what are the consequences of that migrations, how that helps to understand our genetic makeup, and that has a lot of implication to understand the genetic burdens, disease burdens in the populations. So, but my data has a lot of implications to also disprove and prove few hypotheses that was given long back, and that's still persisting in the current scenario.
Fair enough. Dr. Elst, now on genetics, the standard confusion lays. I'll start with an example. Buddhism has clearly spread from India as an idea, as a set of ideas, or a memeplex outside India, and it has gone to various parts of the world. But we can clearly not see a significant genetic spike to, let's say, make it a comparable analysis. Why is it that when it comes to the so-called Aryan invasion or migration hypothesis, why is it that even if I would take it on face value that there was a genetic migration into India and these people came into India, so it's natural that they were the ones who got the Proto-Indo-European language family into India?
Well, there are a few genetic data that indicate the out of India scenario, like this R1A1 spread from India rather than into India. Then there is the evidence of non-human species that has been worked out by Premendra Priyadarshi. To give the most salient example, the cattle. You see, no Western cattle has been brought into India, which is strange because the Aryans are supposed to have been cattle raisers.
Nomadic pastoralists.
Yes. And so they came into India without their cattle, which is quite bizarre. Whereas their cattle somehow went the other way, because what is that the Zebu cattle has left genetic traces in the cows all the way in Ukraine and in Syria and as far as Italy. So clearly these cows have gone all the way there. Now cows don't go out of their own volition across mountain passes like the Khyber Pass. Cows live in the plains in a very pleasant climate with a heavy soil and so on. They don't go into the mountains unless human beings drive them to. So clearly human pastoralists have gone out of India. And moreover, exactly at the time when Indo-European spread, some 6,000 years ago. So genetics, plays a role. And of course, genetics is still, I won't say in its infancy, but certainly it's not mature yet. It's going to teach us a lot more in years to come. The far more detailed evidence is in archaeology, where you have plenty of evidence of a spread of Harappan culture into Bactria, into northern Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, also into Oman, the Arab Peninsula, into Mesopotamia. And so you can see Central Asia was kind of a backyard for them. So it's only logical that if in India a crisis broke out, whether a political crisis or a climatic crisis with the desiccation of the Saraswati River in 1900 BC, the logical thing for them to do was to seek refuge into Central Asia. And so we find lots of artifacts and jewelry and so on spread from India into Central Asia. Then linguistically also there is a very interesting development going on, and this not at the hands of the out of India theorists. You see, among the established Indo-Europeanists, there is a realization that the supposed homeland in Russia, Ukraine, is only a secondary homeland. And, this insight is already quite official. This September, I attended in Leiden, in the Netherlands, a very good conference devoted to precisely this realization. All the papers were about aspects of this topic. And so the main two alternatives are that they originated in northern Iran. That's what David Reich says, who is here always quoted in support of the Ukrainian homeland theory. Actually, he says, no, they first went into Ukraine, and then from there they went all the way to India. And the other is the Anatolian homeland theory. But so nothing excludes another original homeland from which Ukraine is only a settlement area. So if you look at it from a European vantage point, you can reasonably say, oh, Ukraine was the homeland, because that's where the invaders into Europe came from. And so in Europe, you have an absolutely clear record, both genetically and archaeologically, for an Aryan invasion. You see new pottery types, new burial types, new habitat types, and so on. You see a great genetic replacement, often taking the form of a real genocide. So you see a real new population coming in. Now that is exactly what you don't find in India. There is no such sign of dramatic replacement by newcomers. Not even a peaceful replacement by newcomers. So, you see, that's why some people insist, oh, it was not an invasion, it was an immigration. You see, they're faced with the problem that an invasion would have left more archaeological signs. So they say, yeah, you know, they came in under the radar, unseen, but somehow they still managed to completely change India. Well, yeah, you know, it's a weakness bit, you know, I don't think it is correct. But so that's how they try to save themselves. But so the important thing is that in linguistic circles also, they realize that the present status quo is weak and has to be revised.
So just because we have to hop onto the Q&A too, just one quick comment from both of you. What about the horse?
In India, we have horses since 30 million years before present. Yeah, we have horse fossils in India. So horse were here every time. We had pony horses. So you were talking about Arabian horse, a Central Asian horse.
Exactly. A very specific horse is used to make the case that you don't find the horse.
No, horses are everywhere. Horses were found in Mohenjo-daro, Kalibanga, then Sarakota. There are plenty of horses remains. So, like, I think there is no question of horse. Horses were always in India. So, in fact, we use pony horses. They were short in height. And, yeah, like we had a lot of horse-driven chariots and decorated chariots that time.
But we just found a chariot in Sinoli
now. But that dates back to 2100 BC. And that is for sure like horse-driven chariot.
So did the Aryans send it by courier?
No, but they were very much present in Central Asia. And so while exporting things, they may also have imported a horse or two once in a while. So there were these ponies, these native horses along the Narmada River. There was also an import of horses from Central Asia where you had strong, good horses, you know. So they were very prized among the elites in Harappa. I was just at the archaeological Harappa conference in Gandhinagar. So I learned there the new state of the art about these horses. So some specialists enumerated, I think, 12 cities in Harappa where horses were found. So the story that you still hear that there were no horses in Harappa, that's completely outdated now. So there certainly were horses. As for the Sinoli chariot, it confirms the chronology of the Rig Veda. Why? Because you have mention of horses early on in the Rig Veda, but it's only in the 10th book that you have mention of horse-drawn chariots. So carts, wagons, drawn by oxen, they exist already for a long time. Since the Indo-European starting period, which is why in all the Indo-European languages, you have the same native word for 6 parts of the cart, and for the car itself, the wheel, the axle, and so on. So they clearly already had wagon technology, which was unique in the world at that time. But so the horse-drawn chariot that developed, that's a big technological development. So that comes only in the 10th book, totally at the end of the Rig Veda, which is dated by archaeology also to about 2000 BC, which corresponds to other archaeological evidence, like the desiccation of the Saraswati River, 1900 BC. So that's about the end of the Rig Veda, but it took more than 1,000 years to compose the Rig Veda. So it starts in about 3300 BC. And so, you see, that chronology, I reiterate, is really fatal to Max Muller's scenario of an Aryan invasion.
All right. If there are any audience questions, we can go forward and take, if there are any, we have someone. Can somebody go with the mic? And please make sure your questions are short and precise so that more people get the opportunity.
Sure. Hi, my name is Deve Singh Rathore, and my question is regarding the 2015 excavation at Rakhigadi. Like there were some skeletons discovered which didn't have any steppe ancestry, but they had some Irula tribe ancestry from what I read. So like I read both perspectives, one saying it confirmed the Aryan invasion theory and one rejecting it. So could you just explain a little bit more on that, like shortly, if that's possible?
Yeah, thanks for your question. That Rakhigadi data has a lot of genetic affinity with not only Yerula tribe, but all other tribes of Tamil Nadu. And that Harappan ancestry is the largest carry forward ancestry in modern day Indians. So, Sri Lankan, Vedda tribes and Sinhalese, they also carry Harappan ancestry. That is on basis of only one sample data, but the proportion of that ancestry varies. But all Indians has that Harappan ancestry. And what was the second question?
No, so I guess the question was that they make a for and against case. So where does the truth lie, right?
Well, in this case, the Aryan invasion viewpoint, and it has been expressed in personal correspondence by Martin Kümmel, who is one of the great Indo-Europeanists at the moment from Germany. You see, whatever this evidence says about the intra-Indian relation between populations in Tamil Nadu and in Harappa and so on. So it's very interesting for Indian population history, but it says nothing about the Aryan invasion theory, because the Aryan invasion theory itself presupposes that the Harappan people are not from Central Asia. They are precisely supplemented or even replaced by Aryan invaders later.
All right.
Yeah, and that ancestry also shows that agriculture in India was indigenous. Before that, it was hypothesized that agriculture might have brought from Anatolia or Fertile Crescent, but now we have archaeological and archaeobotanical evidences that confirms that agriculture was indigenous, and that Rakhigadi ancestry does not share any ancestry with populations from Anatolia or Fertile Crescent. In fact, the ancestry of Rakhigadi individual was separated to ancestors of Iranian hunter-gatherers about 12,000 years ago. So since 12,000 years ago to 5,000 years ago, Harappans did not contact or did not interacted with population found in Anatolia or Fertile Crescent that time. So whatever the agriculture system was developed and innovated, that was indigenous. Now we have also barley and wheat evidences that is going back to 5,000 years before present. So day by day, this chronology is we are pushing back the the data is pushing back the chronology.
Hello. Sir, as we just heard, it's clear that, the entire panel is clear that the whole debate around Aryan invasion is more of a myth or, as you said, hypothesis. But how come is it that it's still, lingering? So is it, are we the one who are lingering it, or is it, the other side? And when would we see an end to this, whole fabricated debate around Aryan invasion? When there is so much, consensus that's just, bogus theory.
Well, I don't think there is so much consensus. You see, in the West, still the, East European homeland theory is still dominant, and they justify that on linguistic grounds, though, of course, the case in archaeology is much more difficult to make for them. But then they take heart from developments in genetics, where they don't see the Indian findings showing an emigration from India, and very much count on David Reich's findings of an influx into India. So at least they see sufficient reason to hold on to a homeland outside India, which necessitates an invasion into India. However, this is purely a scholarly thing, and because the political use of the Aryan theory existed in Europe, for British colonialism, it justified the colonization of India, and in National Socialism, where the Aryan invasion theory was the perfect illustration of their whole racial worldview. However, after 1945, it became obsolete. And so today, after several generations have passed that are not brought up in this racial view anymore, most Western scholars wonder what the fuss is all about in India. And so the reason is that in India, the political use of the Aryan invasion theory has continued, uninterrupted. And so the missionaries, the Ambedkarites, the Dravidianists have simply continued to use it. And so that explains also why in the 90s, when the Out of India theory was being revived, it received such an enthusiastic welcome from the Hindu nationalists, because it countered the dominant narrative that was hurting Indian unity, that was supporting different separatisms. So in India, it keeps on playing that political role. You have recent statements by Mallikarjuna Kharge, the Congress leader, or by Rahul Gandhi, that support, that build on this Aryan invasion scenario. So it's still very much alive. It still needs to be countered here. So in this case, a purely scholarly finding now supporting an out of India scenario suddenly becomes overlaid with political implications, which they need not have. Suppose that the Indian population was really the result of an invasion, 4,000 years ago. Well, so what? And Savarkar, for example, Veer Savarkar, grudgingly accepted the Aryan invasion out of respect for prestigious European scholarship at that time. And yet, he didn't see this as problematic, because after all, a nation is formed over the centuries, and 4,000 years is more than long enough. Americans are very nationalistic, and yet America as a nation is only a few centuries old. So what's the fuss about? It's not the Hindu nationalists who are saying anything crazy by applauding the out of India scenario. It is the Aryan invasionists who are really bizarre by shouting that people who have come in India only 4,000 years ago are not really Indians. Mallikarjuna Kharge, who said in Parliament, "You Aryans don't belong in India." Now, what nonsense is this?
All right, I guess we have to take a few more questions, so, yeah.
Hello. Yeah.
And can we make sure that, because we have two questions, so we can keep the answers very short?
Yeah, my question is to Dr. Elst, and the question is that we found the Harappan script long back, and I'm just trying to ask if we've been able to decipher the script, because we were able to, as in the Orientalists were making some claims that it is either the Tamil or the Dravidian, Proto-Dravidian script, or another claim that I heard was that it was written right to left and not left to right, like the other scripts in India are.
Yes.
So is there any consensus on that?
Certainly not, though there are a few interesting new attempts at decipherment. Like there is this one by Yajna Devam that has method. Most of the decipherment attempts are have no method, are just inspired, are intuitive and don't really go anywhere. This one looks more serious. It also has a lot of mathematics, decoding, deciphering behind it. It looks more serious, but it needs more analysis. But so far, this is undeciphered. What we can guess, reasonably well is that there were different languages spoken in the Harappan area. Probably Dravidian was spoken along the coast of Gujarat or Maharashtra. But in Punjab, Haryana, so it was Sanskrit. And so reasonably, you can guess that most of the inscriptions represent Sanskrit. But, again, I really don't want to commit myself to one theory as yet. But I am relatively optimistic that I'll still live to see the decipherment. I think it's around the corner.
All right, next question.
Good afternoon, panelists. My question is to Neeraj, sir. Sir, that recent haplogroup analysis of the males and females that was done across South Asia, that gave an inclination towards the idea of out-of-India theory rather than Aryan migration or Aryan invasion theory. And the same has been supported by people like Abhijit Chavda, sir. So what are your views on the haplogroup analysis and why the West scholars, specifically people like Audrey Trishke and all, they deny the out-of-India or the cancellation of Aryan invasion theory rather than supporting it?
Yeah, because out of India theory we have proposed just few years back. So it's very young. So I think not much people will support it. But yes, we have genetic evidences that proves that it's not out of India migrations, but we have found Indians in Turkmenistan and Iran, okay, about 5,000 years ago. It could be a case of trading, but they were buried in a proper way, it was a proper Harappan burial. A lot of also rituals evidences also were found while excavation. Coming back to mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosomal DNA haplogroup analysis. So we have a lot of haplogroup variations within India. Within India, we are not finding any differences between groups. Like the haplogroup patterns are unique and common within different groups of populations. For example, if you go back to, if you're talking to a population group in North India, for example, Eastern Uttar Pradesh, we are not finding any difference between different population groups or like different caste groups. The frequency pattern of different haplogroup is very common and very uniform within different groups. Few haplogroups also we are finding in Mesopotamia. For example, M3 haplogroup. It is also found in Mesopotamia, and that makes a case of out of India migration about 4,500 years before present. So there are like evidences, but we have not proposed so far like a big case about this out of India migration theory. We are not working in this direction to prove or disprove any hypothesis. We are just producing data, and we are giving our statement on the basis of data. So we are saying that we have found this many haplogroups or this many samples in Mesopotamia, in Syria, in Turkmenistan, but we can't propose a hypothesis on that.
Thank you, sir.
You want to say?
We have one more question, I guess. Yeah, make it quick.
Yeah, namaskara. My name is Jitu Mohan Sharnai, and my question is to Konrad SG. It's regarding the Haravaidi river, that is, they are referring to as Helmand River, which is they are saying it's essentially Saraswati and it's not in India and all. So, what do you have to tell more about that?
Dr. Els, I think he's talking about the Helmand Afghanistan hypothesis by Witzel.
Yeah. Well, the Helmand is the Haravaiti in Persian, and so that's simply a repeat of the same name that it had in India. This happens a lot. Like you have New York in America named after York in England. It's a normal procedure. So you have this repeat of the same name many times. Like the Sarayu exists at 3 different places. For example, the Rasa is the name of the Amudarya, but later becomes the name of the Volga River in Russia, even. So this is a normal thing. And no, there is no reason to say, the one in Afghanistan was the original one. You know, this is also shown by archaeology. There is a clear gradient with Haryana, the Saraswati River, as the original center, like it is there that you find the city of Bhirana, which is one of the oldest archaeological sites, thousands of years older than the Harappan urban period. And so, you know, all these cities in Afghanistan and Central Asia and so on come much later. So, you see, there is a very serious indication that India is the origin and Afghanistan is the imitation, not the other way around.
All right, I guess this was a very interesting session. Let's just end on this note. We're not going to find any answers any soon, and this is going to go on, so I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you and thank you to the Honorable Moderator and the panelists. Once again, a very, very, very enlightening session there at Arth, a Culture Fest. Thank you very much for sparing your time and joining us here. Dhanyavad. And at Arth, a Culture Fest, promoted by ZEEL, comes the next session, and this one is delicious. Blurring the lines between history and mythology. Now, history, we all know, is the study of the past based on fact. Mythology, I'd say, is it's a stream, it's a study, it's an interpretation of tales and fables from the past addressing human conditions such as culture, tradition, life and death, afterlife, human origins, stories of celestial gods, so on and so forth. And now, if we talk of Vaishnavism, followed by millions and billions across the globe, the center of which stands love for Lord Vishnu, often people would ask, okay, so did the Dash avatars really happen? Were they mythology or was it history? Is Kalki really going to come and lead humanity towards a transition into the Satyug? Or we, the people of the modern world, will all alone, without the help from divinity, have to battle the perils, the evils, the trials and tribulations of the modern day world? Talk about Lord Krishna. Some do ask in murmurs that is it mythology or is it history? We know the Bhagavad Gita exists, but did the Virat Roop really get projected on a battleground in Hastinapur that does exist? Now, all these questions that I'm asking have a lot of childlike enthusiasm in them, but that's not why we're having this session. We're having this session because I believe, and I truly believe, that clearing dust from the aina will help us relay the foundation of ideal societies, communities, and nations. Let's get straight into this next section coming up. Please welcome on stage Ms. Ami Ganatra, historian and alumna of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. She is a scholar on lesser known facts of the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. Very, very warm welcome. We also, ladies and gentlemen, have in our midst celebrated author, Mr. Ashwin Sanghi. He's one of India's highest selling fiction writers, having won numerous literature awards. Among them is the Lit O Fest Literature Legend of the year 2018 and the Kalinga Popular Choice Award 2021. Good afternoon, namaste. We're so delighted to have you here. I'd also like to request our session moderator, Shri Arjun Singh Kadian, to join the panel. He is a reformist with the CMO of Haryana, a gold medalist from Hansraj College, Delhi. With numerous books to his credit, he also pioneered initiatives like the Haryana Thinkers Forum and the Indic Academy. Arjun, warm welcome and over to you.
Namaskar. Thank you very much. Sabhi ko pranam. Hello. Jumping straight into, the discussion and blurring lines between Indian history or history and mythology. I'd like to begin by quoting the festival director Vikram Sampath himself in his book Brave Hearts of Bharat, Vignettes from Indian History. He writes in the prologue, like all other things, in historiography too, there has been a very unique Indic way of historiography, exemplified by the shlok, often attributed to Kashmir's historian Kalhan in his seminal work, the Raj Tarangini. Dharmarth kam mokshanam upadesha samanvitam kathayuktam parvaruttam itihasa tachakshmate. Parvaruttam or narratives of the past that are in story form or kathayuktam and impart updesh or instruction in the four limbs of humanity's pursuits: dharma, righteousness; arth, which means material pursuits; kam, sensual pleasures; and moksha, liberation, is called itihas, literally translating to "it does happen." And I think that very introduction brings us broadly on in the beginning of the this session. I'd like to begin with you, Amiji. First, congratulations for two wonderfully written works, and in fact, even Ashwin sir, it's been it was a right question just behind stage as to the number of books you've written, all of them shuffling between and discussing history, discussing mythology, and bring it all together. Amiji, so you delve into a topic, or rather, both of your works delve into a discussion between myths, or so to say myths, and itihasa. Because there are preconceived notions, there are preconceived ideas, there are thoughts that people in general have about Indian history or ancient history that you take on basically head on in your works. I want you to discuss and tell the audience, because although we've been talking about these points for a few years now, but definitely there's a scope for the fresh and the younger audience to understand the difference and nuances between the two. I'd like you to explore that in your response.
Thank you, Arjun. Namaste, everybody. Shubh Sandhya. So happy to be here amongst all of you. So itihas and mythology, itihas and Puran. So history. As we all know, the definition of history typically means story of the past, something that is verifiable, something that is real, versus the way mythology is understood. It is a set of beliefs of a group of people. It may or may not be true. One that has to deal with gods, demigods, all of that. This is how dictionaries, define the two terms. So somehow it has so happened that for when people talk about India, itihas, history, everything that we consider itihas is made just mythology and not itihas. Now, my question always was, how does our parampara, how does the tradition see history and mythology in our tradition? Do we really have these categories, or is it all one? So, Arjun, I was very, very fascinated to find that the way our rishis have categorized the literature is very elaborate. We have Shrutis, Smritis. Now, within the Smritis, we have Dharma Shastras, we have Vedangas, we have Itihas, Puran, we have Darshanas, all of that. Clearly, when the rishis said something was Itihas versus something was Puran versus something was Dharma Shastra, they knew what they were talking about. They did not confuse. Okay? And then as you just defined history, as you defined Itihas from Vikram's book, I'll just repeat that. It says, Dharma Artha Kama Mokshanam Upadesham Samanvitam Purva Vrittam Katha Yuktam Itihasam Prachakshate. Purva Vrittam. Something that happened in the past. Very, very clearly, no confusion. That is the definition given to us for itihas. Something that happened in the past, but narrated in a katha format. And it had a purpose, not just documentation, but a larger purpose. The larger purpose was to teach us the lessons of life. As you rightly mentioned, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. That said, there was also an understanding that there is something which is itihasa, itihaasa, which means so it was, asa, which is a root word to be, asati. So itihas is called itihas, which is something that had happened for sure. It might have been told to us in a katha format. Also, there is something called as Puranas, which is many very often spoken with itihas, but it is still separate. It is not called itihas. Yeah? The difference being in Purans, the person who wrote it or composed it eventually was not necessarily present when it happened, unlike Itihas. So when we say two books are called Itihas, Vyasji Rachit Mahabharat and Valmiki ji Rachit Ramayana. Nothing else is called Itihas, at least in that era, yeah? And then we have Puranas, which are Vishnu Puran, Garud Puran, Shiv Puran, you name it, where we talk about the demigods and all of that. So clearly from tradition, they were clear what they were calling history and what they were calling Purans. And in the Itihas itself, there was a little bit of understanding that to ensure that people understood, there were some metaphors used, there was some exaggeration done, yeah? Now, I can go into it in detail, but without that, I'll just give one simple example. Why sometimes people think that ये तो सब मिथ्या है, ये सब false है, ये केवल कथाएं हैं और इसमें इतिहास नहीं है. This is not an academic criticism, but somebody recently told me. They said, ma'am, आप बोलते हो इतिहास, but आप मुझे एक बात बताइए, दुर्योधन, दुशासन, उनका नाम ही बुरा है. So villains का नाम ही उन्होंने बुरा लग दिया है. ऐसा कैसा इतिहास हो सकता है? उनको क्या पहले से पता था ये बुरे हैं? So I asked the person, I'm sure a lot of you might have this question, कि ऐसा कैसा जो villain है उसका नाम ही बुरा रख दिया पहले से, क्या पता था वो बुरे हैं? So then I asked that person कि मुझे एक बात बताओ, आपको दुर्योधन का नाम का अर्थ पता है? And they were like, हाँ, दू मतलब कुछ तो खराब है. I said, नहीं, दुर्योधन का अर्थ होता है दुखेन योधनीयम, दुखेन युध्यते असौ. उसको वो जिसके साथ लड़ना अत्यंत कठिन है, जिसको हराना अत्यंत कठिन है. अब मुझे बात बताओ, दुर्योधन का अर्थ अच्छा हुआ है बुरा? एंड इंटरेस्टिंगली महाभारत में जो कौरव है वो तो दुर्योधन को दुर्योधन बुलाते हैं, बट कई बार द्रौपदी है, युधिष्ठिर है, जो पांडव है, वो दुर्योधन को सुयोधन बुलाते हैं. तो कई बार क्या हुआ ना, बिकॉज ऑफ इवन द फिक्शन दैट इज रिटन, उन्होंने दुर्योधन को सुयोधन कह दिया. क्यों? क्योंकि सुयोधन अच्छा नाम है, बट सुयोधन मीन्स वन हु इज डिफीटेड इजीली. So that is why the Pandavas called him that. Yeah. So many a times we think these things are just mythology, especially our itihas, because we think we know them, but actually we don't. This is a very small example of that, and over time I'll probably speak more on it.
Yes. So the same question for you as well, Ashwinji, because Amiji has explored the Vedic literature, she's talked about the Puranic literature, she's given the idea broad of understanding the canvas of what itihasa means. I want you to step further, because your work essentially from the Bharat series dabbles into mythical accounts or mythology, as many would. I've heard you on multiple platforms talking and exploring this idea. So how do you differentiate between the two?
To my mind, first of all, what is mythology? What is a myth? I think one of the best definitions was C.S. Lewis, who said a myth is a lie that reveals the truth. So in that sense, what may sound fantastical is ultimately getting at a deeper truth. And it is for us to be able to dig that deeper truth and get at it. But in that sense, we like to believe that a myth is not real. It is fiction. And on the other hand, we like to treat history as what we consider to be factual. Itihas, as it happened, and so forth. My favorite definition of history is George Santayana, who said that history is a pack of lies about events that never happened, written by people who were never there. In that sense, history is also just a version of events. And it is impossible to take out the bias of the narrator from the narrative. So you have an event in 1857, which school children in India are taught that this was the first war of Indian independence. It is also sometimes called the Great Rebellion of 1857. But on the other hand, in the United Kingdom, it is rarely ever taught in schools, because colonial history is missing from the school curriculum. But even if you went to a master's level, it would be taught to you, but as the Sepoy Mutiny of 1857. So मतलब नज़ारा एक है, but जो देखने का तरीका है वो बिल्कुल अलग है.
नजरिया अलग हो गया.
बिल्कुल नजरिया अलग हो गया. So the point is that, to my mind, there are enough things within what we consider to be history which we could actually consider to be fiction. And there are many things in fiction which sometimes are far more truthful than history. So my view always has been that can we possibly bridge the gap between what we consider to be very well-defined disciplines. So, I mean, when one of the incidents which occurred to me when I was just starting out as a writer, I had been invited to speak at a festival in Kolkata at a university lecture. And the thing got over early, so I had a little time. So I told the driver, I said, take me to some interesting place in Calcutta. He said, साहब आप मंदिर चलेंगे? I said, okay, चलो. Now, अगर ड्राइवर आपसे कहता है कलकत्ता में कि मैं आपको मंदिर ले चलता हूं, तो you take it for granted कि ये देवी जी का मंदिर होगा. हम वहां पहुंचे. It was a very ordinary sort of place. In fact, from outside, it didn't look like a mandir. I went up the steps. In fact, in Calcutta, there is a road known as Sridhar Roy Road. So I went up the steps, went inside. I saw a green-colored throne. And there were people doing puja. They were praying. Agarbattis. Arti was going on. And when I looked closely on that green-colored throne, there was a portrait of Amitabh Bachchan. So I was wondering that what is this? Is he playing a joke on me? So, but when I looked at the people around me, they were seriously doing their worship. For them, this was a mandir. I came outside and I was waiting for my car to come and pick me up. And when I was waiting for the car, this little boy came with a basket and he was selling all types of things, agarbattis and phool, patte. He was selling prasad, all of that. Actually, the stuff that I should have picked up before I went in. So I didn't buy anything from him except for one little book. And that book is still preserved in my library. It's called the Amitabh Chalisa. And at that moment, I was thinking to myself, I said, okay, now this is real. But I said, Ashwin, now for a moment imagine कि आपकी जो गाड़ी है, वो गाड़ी आपको पिकअप करने आती है, बट वो ड्राइवर का जो गाड़ी का ब्रेक है वो फेल हो जाता है, and he knocks you down and you get run over. And I die on the spot. And now, as per the karmic theory, I take rebirth 1,000 years later. But 1,000 years later, Arjun, now the cult of Amitabh worship has really caught on. And now there isn't one temple, but 1 lakh temples. But now someone comes to me and says, do you think that Amitabh could have been a real man in history? But Ami, isn't that the question we are asking about Ram and Krishna today? That could these have been real? So the way I like to think about what we like to refer to as our mythology, I have a problem with that word, but nevertheless, what we refer to as mythology is nothing else but the layers that we have applied to certain core stories that must have occurred. Because I find it difficult to believe that we could have written 300 versions of the Ramayana if there wasn't some core truth to it. And what we consider as Rishi Vyas, I do not believe that there was one Rishi Vyas. I believe that there were probably hundreds of Rishi Vyasas down the ages, and each one layered after all, you started out with something called the Jaya, which was give or take 20, 30,000 verses. Then you morphed it into something called the Bharat, which became double the size. And then it morphed into something called the Mahabharat, which became double of that. I believe that every generation added its own wisdom. So that layering is what we normally nowadays call mirch masala. That mirch masala that was added down the generations is the reason why we can discount the entire thing. But I think we run the risk that we are throwing out the baby along with the bath water.
Then perfect defense by a fiction writer or non-fiction. But so we'll take it on again because this is a wonderful trajectory we're taking in this conversation. But Amitji, you tell me how you, because you've explored Mahabharata and Ramayana in both your books. What is your creative process? And I want viewers who are seeing this through the medium, social media and everything, and also audience here. How do you dangle between your subject? How you dangle between what is your creative process? Because like you said, there are layers which have been added over the years, and now you're trying to write a non-fictional account of what has happened. In fact, the very geography that we are sitting in right now is very much, or is written about, and very much the geography of Mahabharata.
Yeah.
So exploring that, how do you, because they're preconceived notions. So I want you to address that angle.
Yeah. So with you, Ashwinji, completely, right? There could have been layering. And again, that is open to assumption. We can assume there is, maybe there is not. We don't know. Yeah. But to your point, clearly the definition itself says that something that had happened in the past, and there is a katha aspect to it as well. There are metaphors. That said, when you actually read the text, it is not that difficult to figure out actually kya hua hoga versus metaphor. But that is for later. Yeah, the question you asked is very interesting. I didn't start studying because I wanted to write. I was studying because I had questions. Exactly all these questions are things which are called dharma shastras, because Itihas, Mahabharata, Ramayana are not just any text. Yeah, they have defined a value system for us. Even today, they have been weaponized to create narratives and propaganda against the entire civilization. So it is not as if they are trivial and they don't matter. They matter a lot. So my question was, what is it? What is the real story, right? And as Ashwinji mentioned, there are others also who say that history is written by victors. Then what is right? Is it that Pandavas were actually wrong and it is the Kauravas who were right? So then, I realized something during my research, that this does not apply on Indic Itihas, what is called Itihas. Because one, the people who we say wrote it or composed it were contemporaries. It was not written later, they were contemporaries. Even more important, when we say there is a bias of victors, let's see who composed Mahabharata. Rishi Vedvyasa. Who was Rishi Vedvyasa? He was a Rishi for sure. But he was the son of Satyavati, who called upon him to do niyog with Ambalika and Ambika, who were Vichitravirya's wives, widows rather, who did not have kids, to run the lineage of the Kauravas, right? Through that, Pandu and Dhritarashtra were born. And then we have Kauravas and Pandavas. So in that sense, he is actually related in blood to Pandavas and Kauravas both. So he is not one of the court poets who is writing about history just to glorify the Pandavas for the heck of it. He is actually their blood-related grandfather. And if say we assume still there could be a bias, the bias should have been for the Kauravas, because the Pandavas were also born through niyog. They were not Pandu's blood, right? So if I look at that, then the whole definition of West on history, about history is written by victors, does not apply here anyways. It is as unbiased as we can get about the narrative, so to say, right? So that is one aspect which made me even more confident that Mahabharata, Ramayana that we are talking about are actually histories worth knowing. And you see, the theme of all of them is dharma, of both of them. What is dharma? Why do we need to talk about it? So that we take the right lessons from it. In that sense, itihasa, because lessons, kya karna hai, kya nahi, wisdom, we get that from dharma shastras also. We get that from Upanishads also. Then what is it about itihas? Itihas is nothing but a case study of that wisdom. How do we live how do we live that wisdom in our life? What happens when we don't? What happens when we do? We always talk about Indriya Nigraha, Kam, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mad, Matsarya. So if you see both Ramayana and Mahabharata, the heroes and the villains are not identity based. Aajkal there is a trend ki sab mein identity ghused do. Ramayana kyun hua? Because Aryan Ram wanted to defeat the Dravidian Ravan. Yeah? That is bullshit. Sorry for my language, because Ravan was the son of Vishrashrava, who's the son, Rishi Vishrashrava, who's the son of Pulatsi Rishi, right? So there is no Aryan Dravidian there anyways. Everybody is called Arya in that. So it is not about identities, but it is about the wisdom that we get from Gita. It's about the wisdom we get from the Upanishads, that when somebody lives his life overcome by Kam, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mad, Matsarya, giving in to their senses, sensual indulgences only, they will end up acting in a way that is disastrous to the society, versus the others who are caring for the good of the society, right? Those are the heroes and these are the villains. Now, if this story has to come out, I have to be true to the itihas as much as I can be. Now, I want to talk about one more thing here, because another thing which Ashwinji mentioned is very, very apt. How do I know what is the true story? There are so many books, there are so many retellings, 300 Ramayans, as there is this very famous essay, right? You know, sometimes people talk about these things. However, even in that 300 Ramayans, there is only one which is Valmiki ji Rachit. Others are not written by Rishi Valmiki. They all somehow pay their obedience to Rishi Valmiki for writing the Itihas of Ram, and then they build upon it. So if I have to go by Itihas, I will have to go to Ramayan, which is Valmiki Rachit Ramayan. Just one more thing on that. The Jaya, Bharat, Mahabharat thing, again, this is a theory. There is no manuscript of only Jaya found till today. The manuscripts that have been found are of Mahabharat, some parva of Mahabharat, either entire, either half or whatever. So this thing about building up is also only a theory, right? So when I put all this together, I was like, nahi, if I can find the right version, or if I can find Valmiki Rachit Ramayan and Vyasji Rachit Mahabharat, I'm actually sorted to talk about the Itihas. And that's what I did. I used the Gita Press version, which is not exactly the critical edition, but I figured what are the difference between the two, and I referred the critical edition as needed. And for Valmiki Ramayana, actually it's not that different. Be it southern recension, northern recension, whatever, they are very similar. So that's what my point was. I wanted to be true to that story as much as I can be.
Fair enough. I get the broader understanding that, because you've given a great defense of how non-fictional or account research happens. You can go to the original or primary source and you build that story from there. But my question, now to Ashwinji, and I wanted, building it up from what Amiji said. And I understand that you don't want to be, you've talked about in your podcast that you don't want to be specified into one or two, in a box, right? But while she goes about doing some non-fictional hardcore research work, do you think in your work, which is otherwise, you hate the word as well, mythological fiction, do you end up taking creative liberty, in your canvas when you're bridging or writing a story? You definitely would pick points or stories from Puranic literature, which might, it ends up telling stories to a lot of young people because the way you weave it. But there's a possibility that you take a greater liberty, because at the end of the day you can write on the bits all a fictional account, and that makes your job easy and makes her point or her research more pertinent. I want you to address that sort of question.
See, the point is that, first of all, I must tell you, I make no bones about the fact that I am a fiction writer. I've never attempted to project myself as either a historian or as a scholar or as someone who knows the Shastras. I know nothing. At the end of the day, I am just a storyteller, and I am writing that story in order to entertain you. And what am I have always maintained that a good story is about so-called 3 E's, and they are separated out in the 70-20-10 principle. 70% of what I do is for entertainment. So if I can't entertain you, you won't turn the page. 20% is maybe stuff that you may come across in my writings, which you may not have heard of before, which you may say, Arey, I never thought that this was true, or that this particular fact was there. That is the moment where I consider that maybe you are getting slightly more educated, the way I was in the process of writing that book. And finally, at the time of reaching the last chapter, I hope that you will have a batti on moment where you'll say, why didn't I think of this entire story this way? And that is what I consider to be the moment of enlightenment. So, entertain, educate, enlighten, and in 70-20-10. And I make no bones about it, that's all I'm trying to do. I remember when I had written my first novel, The Rosabal Line, and for first time I had a press conference. One of the young press reporters very cheekily asked me, he said, "You're an MBA in finance. You have an entire education in business. And now suddenly one fine day you decide that you are going to write a theological thriller which is based on history and spirituality and religion. What are your qualifications to write this?" So I said, during the time that I was growing up, my mother always used to say that I'm a bloody good liar. I could tell a lie with a straight face. As a fiction writer, all I'm doing is spinning yarns. But the corollary to being a good liar is that you tell the lie as close to the truth as you can. Because then it makes the lie that much more believable. And how do you tell a lie close to the truth? You tell the lie close to the truth by trying to do research in order to deviate only to the extent of a couple of percentages here or there. So when I'm writing a novel, what am I doing? I normally will spend anywhere around a year in terms of whether it is the historical or the theological or the philosophical narrative, or it could be elements of geography, it could be elements of linguistics, it could be elements of science. All of that is the so-called, what you can probably call the non-fiction research that goes into writing a fictional narrative. Once I've done that, then I consider that to be the building blocks. So I make a foundation, I put up the columns and the beams so that I have a superstructure of this stuff. And then where are the gaps? Those gaps are where I put in my brick and plaster. That is where the fiction comes in. But there have been many, many instances where either I'm taking a narrative which already exists, or sometimes I may be taking a point of view which is contrary to the narrative, but you'll find it in the references at the back of my book that this runs contrary to that narrative. Because I'm not attempting to pull a fast one on you. The other important point which I want to bring out, Arjun, is that many of the things that we consider to be our historical narratives, how much can we depend on those narratives? Like, for example, when I was writing Chanakya's chant, there is the Arthashastra, which most of us at some point of time in our lives, we will end up reading the Arthashastra. But while Chanakya has written the Arthashastra, there is very little written about Chanakya. In fact, we don't even know who he was. Was he Vishnugupta? Was he Kautilya? Was he Chanakya? A reference to him is there in the Panchatantra, but that's about it. But where do we get the major part of the historical narrative of Chanakya from? We get it from the Mudra Rakshas. What is the Mudra Rakshas? A Sanskrit play. When was it written? 700 years after the supposed death of Chanakya by Vishaka Datta, written by Vishaka Datta. Vishaka Datta was writing Mudra Rakshas to be performed on stage. What if Vishaka Datta was that time's Ashwin Sanghi? He was taking fact and fiction and mixing them. But today we consider that as our narrative. The point I am making is that we now need to start understanding that there are many, many things in our historical narratives that could have been fiction, and there are many, many factual truths in our fiction which we are overlooking. Take, for example, Kalhana's Raja Tarangini. There are fantastical accounts of kings who can sprout wings and can fly. But does that imply that it is not a historical narrative of Kashmir? Certainly not. We can't get a narrative of Kashmir if we ignore that.
That brings me to the next point here. The evolution of, or the historical evolution of the Indian right-wing thought process. You've been writing mythological fiction, so to say, for a couple of years now. Amiji, you have been writing in the last few years non-fictional accounts. In the last few years, we've seen, and I think a lot of it owes to the leadership that we have today, that many more writers, historians, biographers are coming along, coming forward and writing accounts of a thought process which demarcates or differentiates them from how we've seen in the socialist era or how we've seen in the pre-1991 days. Do you factor in the sensitivities and sensibilities of your readers and the audience while deciding on the subject that you're working on? And do you think that the timeline that we are living in today is important, and which is why it's sort of become convenient to write more on these lines? That's for you, sir.
So, honestly speaking, to give you a quick answer to that question, that do you worry about the sensibilities of your readers? I've never done it. Had I done it, I wouldn't have written the Rosabal line. Because 47 publishers and literary agents told me that there isn't a market for this. So the point is that I think this entire genre has come into existence because there are writers in this space who wanted to explore stuff that publishers didn't want to really publish. Because the publishers thought that they already knew the sensibilities of their readers. To answer the second point, which is in terms of, are we living in a time where it has become convenient? Well, no. The fact of the matter is that if I look at when was the Rosabal line written, the idea for the Rosabal line emerged sometime around 2002, when I was on a visit to Kashmir and I ended up chancing on this particular tomb, which is purportedly the resting place of Jesus Christ. Then I spent the next couple of years researching that story. At the time when I actually published that story, we were not living in a Narendra Modi era. We were living in a time which was firmly a UPA time. And I think the book was self-published by me sometime around 2007. It eventually got published in India in 2008. So we are talking about books that came out very much during a time when the political dispensation was very, very different. I think to a very great extent what has happened is that in every industry there is what is called a bit of a herd effect. That when you taste success in something, for example, in the last 70 years, why did we have more and more of the same films in Bollywood? Because a certain formula worked, and therefore more people came into that space because they said, "Ha, ye to chal jayega." It is the same thing which happened with Chetan Bhagat during the early days with campus romances. And then you suddenly had such a large number of people coming in and writing romance stories which were set on college campuses. So the point I'm making is that the reason why you have more of this happening now is because of the fact that people have already tasted success with this particular subgenre. It has very little to do with the political dispensation.
You clearly differentiate between that. Okay. What's your take on this?
सबसे पहले तो I do want to clarify that I have nothing against fiction. I have enjoyed fiction completely. I was only talking about my way of writing, where I think when itihas starts getting weaponized and starts creating fissure in the society, sometimes we just need to take a step back and see what the actual narrative was, right? Because so much gets written, and I have immense respect for you, Ashwinji. You actually write your references, you do your research, you write your references, and you do not create a story with an agenda in mind. It's purely for entertainment, which actually even educates, yeah? So that's been fantastic. In fact, because of this kind of work, people get interested in actual itihas going forward. So let there be more fiction be written, but I would only want to caution that when people start thinking they've become historians and their retelling is actually true, then it becomes a problem, which sometimes happens, yeah? That said, about the sensibilities...
Has it happened, you would argue, or you're arguing that it can or it has happened?
So, for example, what I mentioned, right, that lot of people say actually Aryan Dravidian, Ram Ravan Yuddha was Aryan Dravidian. People say Mahabharat was all about casteism, it was all about misogyny, right? And वैसे तो they'll say it is all itihas, it is not itihas, it is only mythology. सब कथाएं हैं, सब झूठ है. But when they want to denigrate the civilization, they'll say, "अरे आप में तो जातिवाद इतने वर्षों से था. Look at Karn," right? Now the actual the heroification of Karn is not what we see in Mahabharata at all. Yeah. Whatever happens to him is not because of his jati. It is not because of, where he was born or anything. It happens to him because of his karma and the decisions he made in life. It is not because of his jati at all. In fact, I'll just take one example there. People say, अरे जातिवाद नहीं था तो फिर द्रोणाचार्य ने कर्ण को पढ़ाने से क्यों मना कर दिया? द्रोणाचार्य ने कर्ण को पढ़ाने से मना नहीं किया. He was a student. Karna was a student of Dronacharya. Yeah? He was the one who left Dronacharya because he wanted to learn the Brahmastra. And Dronacharya said, you are not ready to learn the Brahmastra. Dronacharya did not teach Brahmastra to anybody else. And that's when he said, I'll go to Parshuram, right? So the whole narrative is changed in this fashion, where sometimes problems of the present are projected to the past. And then our past is weaponized to again whip us in the present. Yeah, that's what I have an issue with.
But more on these questions and conversations later. But if there's someone in the audience who has a question for our lovely speakers here. Anyone? I see a few hands there, please. Do tell your name and please direct your questions to...
Yeah, my name is Siddharth. Question is to Ashwin sir. While writing Magicians of Mazda, what sort of similarities did you find in pre-Islamic Iran or Persia that we find in Vedic India in the similar time frame, if you could?
Ashwin ji, we are looking for quick responses. The time is looking at me.
No, we don't have 10 minutes.
We can definitely take 2 questions, but okay. Quick responses.
No, I think with Magicians of Mazda, honestly, for me also it was a learning experience, because suddenly I realized that there were so many things. For example, I always knew that we were talking about a central character within the world of Zoroastrianism called Ahura Mazda. But then on the other hand, when I started going back into our own Vedas, then I found that we have another character which is basically Varuna, who's considered to be the greatest of the Asuras. And a reference to him is Asura Maya. And so in that sense, then suddenly it becomes evident to me that there was possibly a transposition of Asura Maya being connected in some ways with Ahura Mazda. Or for example, the idea that the entire possible conflict between Bhrigu and Brihaspati could have been a reason for the so-called conflict of the 10 kings, which resulted in a movement beyond the Saraswati of a certain part of the civilization, which then eventually flowered into a new religion or a new religious thought process. Or the idea that the so-called, the reason for the so-called purity that we talk about is because of the Shvetambaras. So there were many, many connections that I found between our Vedic thought process and between what was written in the Gathas. So in that sense, if you actually put the Rig Veda and the Gathas side by side, except for the fact that in terms of sequencing and in terms of the pronunciation and inflection points, they are pretty much similar. And for me also, that was a learning experience and a learning journey. So I frankly ended up finding out things which I didn't know when I started writing that book.
Yes.
So I hope that probably that learning journey has translated for you also in terms of reading it.
Quick second question, please.
My question is from Ami ma'am. Hi ma'am, I'm Manas. Ma'am, we have heard that the Battle of Troy was also a mythology, and as the time goes on, the researches were done on that. We are hearing now that it was true. So, is it need to be more research on Mahabharata and Ramayana in India?
Yeah, there is always scope for more research, and we should definitely encourage as much research as possible, which is also happening. Archaeology की खुदाई चले जा रही है. We know there are some advances there. Astrophysics, astronomy को use करके dating कर रहे हैं. That should definitely be there. But I would also say this. There is a certain view which the tradition has, which we don't necessarily need to discount only because it doesn't fit in the framework of the West. Yeah? Because if we look at what even they consider history, has enough mythological aspects to it. For example, let's talk about the birth of Jesus. I have nothing against Christianity, right? The birth of Jesus, we call it Immaculate Conception. It has happened without the normal procedure, right? Is it not a mythological aspect? But we still consider it to be history. Yeah.
You're opening
So yeah,
a new
anyways,
conversation,
so
new
I
session there.
say we don't necessarily, we should still do research, but not limit ourselves to the parameters and the framework.
Can I
of
add
the
one
past.
line? One line
Just
I want
one
to
line,
add, which is that when I was writing the Krishna key, I came across this, Ami will probably know better, but I came across this particular line which talked about Rishi Vyas going and meeting Dhritarashtra on the eve of the battle and saying that don't fight this battle because these are the stars that I have seen. And there is a professor by the name of Narhari Achar in the University of Memphis who actually did studies in order to look at the night skies over Kurukshetra over a period of some 10 or 20,000 years. And eventually he came up with only a single date, which was 3067 BC. So in that sense, now today technology is enabling us to dig into many, many things which earlier we could not. We were challenging the very existence of the Saraswati river. Today now satellites are telling us that Saraswati existed. Today now we are being able to dig down and see when was the last electrical recharge of the waters under Jaisalmer and Jodhpur. And it's showing us that the paleo channels were stopped flowing about 5,000 years ago. So
Absolutely.
all of this is now happening.
So yes, more research and historical as well as geological research continues. भाई आपका शुभ नाम क्या है?
अतुल बीना.
अतुल जी, भाई ये सेशन के बाद लेते हैं. मुझे बुलावा आ गया है. With that note, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Quite enjoyed the conversation and speaking with you. I hope you had a good time. Hope you got to learn a few things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arjun, for doing the honors. And my response to this session is, Baap re baap. Wow, I wish this could continue forever and ever and ever. Rongte khade ho gaye. But at the risk of sounding overexcited, I'm saying that. Thank you, panelists. And thank you, Arjun, for doing the honors. Are you all enjoying yourself at Arth Culture Fest, promoted by ZEEL? Of course you are. And those of you watching us online, I hope you are enjoying yourselves too. I'm taking you straight into the next session that talks about the changing landscape of Indian cinema. We are the world's largest film industry. Uff, kya baat hai, taaliyan ho jaye. चलचित्र से हमारा बहुत ही गहरा और अटूट नाता है. Films in India, well, we're obsessed with them and we're also obsessed with the film stars that come along with them. Now, Indian cinema really, it's an emotion that transcends all our cultural diversity and it connects with everybody in the country and has a spellbinding effect. From starting as vehicles of social change, then going on to be vehicles of entertainment and then coming back to be vehicles once again of social change, cinema has come a long way from being just entertainment to something now that is driving the change and making people think. There are other changes that are happening in the Indian cinematic landscape. Now, whether that is the technology of cinema that is progressing at breakneck speed, or whether it is our special format that we used to tell stories, the song and dance format that is now being relished even by the West, or whether it is the government backing the cinematic trade by tax benefits and helping in its resurgence. A lot is happening on the cinematic landscape in India. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd love that we talk about it next at Arth Culture Fest. I'm going to invite on the dais a national award-winning filmmaker, chronicler, and storyteller of our times. His films, The Kashmir Files and The Tashkent Files, have broken all records, but more importantly, told truths that needed to be told. I must note here that very few filmmakers today use cinema as a direct tool for socio-political impact. He, indeed, is one of them. Please put your hands together in a resounding round of applause and welcome on stage Vivek Agnihotri.
Khojo, khojo. Khojo, khojo.
And talking to Vivek Agnihotri is Kushal Mehra, once again on Arth stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Vivek Agnihotri. And Kushal ji, it's over to you.
Namaste. So, as always, I'm going to be keeping it as short as possible from my end, and all of you are here to hear Vivek. So Vivek, when we talk about, so the title is The Changing Landscape of Indian Cinema. So at least we should try to keep it to Indian cinema. We should not stick to just a type of cinema. So let's start here. What do you think are the different waves that we've had in Indian cinema? Post independence, uske pehle ki baat nahi karte.
Oh yeah, of course. And I always say, if you want to understand, forget cinema, if you want to understand the evolution of India, it's very important to study either the villain or the hero of Indian cinema. And see how it is changing with the aspirations of people, with government policies and the changing global economy and politics. So when India got independence, just take hero and the villain. Who used to be the hero and who used to be the villain? The villain was necessarily around that time or before that in 40s, if you see, zamindar. Because we were a village oriented society and the zamindar used to be the oppressor and the oppressed was kisan ka beta or landless farmer ka beta, and he would stand up and take revenge and ultimately he would win. But he was always somebody who was a common man can relate with, a poor guy. And then slowly this villain zamindar moved to cities and he became a mill owner.
Textile mill ka malik.
50s ki baat hai ye. And again the villain, the hero used to be a common man, a very poor guy, either kisi mazdoor ka beta, या किसी ट्रेड यूनियन वाले का बेटा या टीचर सन और somebody's son. And that changed in 60s. 60s he became an industrialist because India was going into big dams and all these big universities, colleges, road, and industry was coming up. Cement industry started coming in. Steel industries, Tata became more powerful. The new cars started, Indian cars in 60s, Ambassador Fiat started coming in. But because of the socialist policies of the government of India, industrialists were hated. The political narrative was कि सारे industrialists चोर होते हैं. So therefore films also started projecting industrialists as chore people. And again the hero was son of a trade union or something. और ये 70s तक चलता रहा up to emergency, late emergency. And that's why you see Diwar is a very iconic film of that time. Then came the phase of suddenly these industrialists, because banks were nationalized, the tax department was corrupt, and it was impossible to do business in India. Most of the industrialists, it was assumed that they were now doing money laundering, investing money with smugglers, and smugglers started taking over the real power of this underbelly of Indian economy. And that's when you see smugglers started becoming villains. There was no zamindar, no industrialist, no mill owner. Smuggler, और again एक किसी टीचर का या क्लर्क का बेटा जो है वो स्मगलर को पहले ज्वाइन करेगा फिर उसका पर्दाफाश करेगा. और यहां तक कॉमन मैन की लड़ाई चल रही है सोशल ईविल के साथ. कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. दीज फिल्म्स, वेदर दे आर मेड बाय नेशनलिस्ट लाइक मनोज कुमार, वेदर दे वर मेड बाय कम्युनिस्ट्स like or IPTA people, Bimal Roy and all these people, but they were in Indian milieu. They were never ever anti-India or anti-Hindu. These films. फिर 80s was a very confused era where there was dearth of Indian Hindi writers, and from South, if you see all these writers, producers came from South, and then started this Qadar Khan phase, you know, and this showed the nexus of smuggler, politician, and police and IS officers. So most of the 80s films, if you see, it was about the nexus, and that's when again a common hero from lower middle class, he would pick up a gun, go to Vidhan Sabha, kill all the politicians, or he will, even if you see this film Damini, okay, it was common man Sunny Deol versus this powerful lawyer, which means people in late 80s and early 90s were realizing that all these big intellectuals, powerful influencers, they are all part of a nexus and they are all corrupt people. So there was very anti-elitism somewhere was the undercurrent, and that's why those films were made. And then after 90s, we got liberalized. Liberalization came. Liberalization, I think, changed everything in Bollywood. Because the aspiration of common youth was not to be happy with Bata and Corona. And he said, ये सब पुरानी बातें हैं, we don't care about corruption, we don't care about these things, we want to be part of the global world. And that's when Shah Rukh Khan, Karan Johar era came. And our hero used to be an NRI. If not NRI, he would immediately go to Europe or US, he will romance there or do whatever he has to do. And slowly, the common man and the common villain, they were eliminated from films. It was taken over by moneyed hero of a rich father. And there was no villain left. The villain was basically the girl's father, or some inane person was villain. And we survived with that kind of cinema, dance, drama, costume, ostentatious, very superficial. And we invented a term called mindless, brainless film. Arey yaar, dimag ghar pe chhod do, ye wo, and all that. And we were not investing anything which was deeper. And that phase, I think, continued till 2015, 16, 17. And then people, with the change of the government, nationalism came back, patriotism came back. And then after a long time, films like Uri came, or even I got chance to make a film like the Tashkent Files, Buddha in a Traffic Jam, which I made in 2010, released in 2016. You know, and because of the digitalization, and especially after COVID, people said, now we want to know the real story about India. Because of the political change, everybody is saying Indian history is wrong, Indian history is wrong, and Nehru was not the real hero. Heroes were different. There was debate on Savarkar, there was debate on Kashmir, Bengal, Kerala. In fact, almost all issues of India, this glorification of Mughals or the British ne sadke banai and all that. Then younger lot, somebody who was 10-year-old in 2014, today he's a 18-year-old young man who wants to know, tell me the real history of India, tell me what is the truth. And therefore you see the Kashmir Files kind of film worked. Even patriotic films are working now, nationalistic films are working. So this is how I think Indian landscape of Indian cinema changed.
So what is very interesting is that a significant phase that you talk about was, whether from a Marxist lens or from a nationalist lens, was of the celebration of the underdog, right? Yeah. So the underdog was always
the celebration of a common man.
Yeah.
But ये cinema से ही नहीं गायब हुआ. If you see post 2000, slowly as private television came, even from news common man disappeared. Even from magazines common man disappeared. Look at the novels which came after 2000. These were all talking about high society, high things, and the whole culture became more club culture, and we were enjoying our new wealth and new cars and new ACs and everything. Nobody wanted to look at the real problems of India, and therefore there is no common man anywhere left today in Indian discourse.
But don't you think that this change, now obviously post-liberalization we have seen some changes, but the fruits of liberalization also have had a disproportionate impact on, I guess cinema used to also be in a way a comfort for people that koi to hai jo hamare liye bol raha hai ya hamare bare mein kar raha hai, kind of a scenario. Somebody is talking for us. But do you think that post-liberalization, this has been a drawback in cinema, that it has stopped caring for those issues? And this is where some level of antagonism has come in the mind of a few people about cinema in general then?
See, 2-3 things happened. First of all, there is a very dangerous thing which is happening in India, and I want everybody to know. What happened before, post-liberalization around 2000, earlier all the films were made by independent producers. And these producers are very rooted in Indian customs. They knew everything about India. वो आप देखिए राज कपूर बहुत होली दिवाली मनाते थे. अमिताभ बच्चन के घर की भी होली बड़ी मशहूर है. सबके प्रकाश मेहरा हो, मनमोहन देसाई सब ये कुछ ना कुछ करते रहते थे. इसलिए इनकी फिल्मों में भी इस तरह से होता था. But then this new generation of moneyed kids, the second generation, Raj Kapoor's children, or Prakash Mehra's children, or Yash Chopra's children, or Yash Johar's children, they didn't know anything about India. You know, most of them studied in Switzerland and London and everywhere. They had no clue about India. So when they came back with the aspirations of impressing their friends who were in London and New York. You know, and Shah Rukh and all, they started this new impress NRI movement. They forgot about Indian. They didn't care, and it was a true thing. Second thing which happened was that all these multinational production studios came into India, 20th Century Fox, Viacom, and all these Universal, Sony, they came. And when they came with their money muscle, then the independent producer, Yash ji, आज भी मुझे पता है कि वो घंटों घंटों ये जो भी राइटर आ जाए, आजा तुसी बैठ जा, सुना क्या कहानी है, और वो कहानियां सुनते रहते थे. और मैंने जब मैं when I entered film industry, there was a culture of sitting. Sitting means you sit, discuss, talk, argue. 10-12 हर डिपार्टमेंट के लोग बैठते थे. Today nobody meets each other. I mean, you may have a story writer or script writer, you may not see his face more than twice in the journey of filmmaking. He doesn't care about you, don't care, it's all professional. So जो studios आए, in these studios what they did was, and the traditional actors were not signing films of studios. So they came, dumping kind of thing, they started buying. So somebody who charged 1 crore, they said just give him 2 crores and buy him off. And that's how star prices suddenly changed. They bypassed directors, writers, producers, everybody. Today there are hardly any Indian. Who's an Indian producer? Name one. Except for Aditya Chopra. Tell me, or Sajid Nadiadwala bhi nahi. Because they are also making money with the finances of American studios. Karan Dharma also makes films with their money. And all the copyrights, everything stays with the Hollywood studios. Except for Aditya Chopra, there is no producer in India. Perhaps we are trying to be an independent 100% Indian producer, but there is no Indian producers left. Second thing which is very dangerous, and I think every single Indian must know, I know it's going on TV, people will watch it, which is all, जैसे East India Company आई थी, और धीरे धीरे all cotton factories, because they started financing them, उनको mortgage पे रख दिया था, और सारी they started owning them. So Kanpur became Manchester actually. All your content today, we go gaga over OTT series. अरे OTT देख के क्या मजा आ रहा है? मजा आ रहा है आपको आज. But all the IP of India, created by Indians, is owned by Americans. Do you realize that? There is no OTT company except for Z5 today in India. But Z5, the problem is that they don't go globally. They have some technical issues all over the world as of now. But Netflix, Amazon, Hotstar, Sony, all these are American companies. And even if you make a feature film, if you make, say, the film which you have loved the most, or you say, this is my film, a great Indian film, Uri, but ultimately Uri is with Z, my film is Z. But suppose Amazon or Netflix, RRR, great Indian film, even if it wins an Oscar, it's winning for an American company, not for India. Do you realize that? So you are selling all your IP, these greedy producers, they are selling all the IP to foreign companies, and just wait and watch, see what happens after 15, 20 years. There will be no Indian directors, writers left. This is the problem.
So at a creative level, what could be the possible drawbacks? So let me play the devil's advocate here. Maybe a consumer might say, मेरे को तो पिक्चर देखनी है, what do I care? I'm just trying to throw that idea. But from a creative perspective, what are the possible roadblocks in this change in landscape where more and more control from outside companies? Would creativity be muzzled in that scenario?
No, see, the thing is, they are into number game. They want content. They say, okay, Mr. Karan Johar, this year you give me 10 films. So here's a blanket signature, this is the content, give me 10 films. Now they make any kind of crap and they sell it to them. Even if you look at most of the movies which have gone directly to OTT, look at the quality of those films and try to understand. I mean, I'm not against any film. I'm absolutely, trust me, I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, because every single word of mine is scrutinized, but I'm an honest man. See few films which have come. They have nothing to do with India. Nobody behaves like that in India. Nobody thinks like that in India. Nobody dresses up like that in India. Gehraiyan. Even the richest of the richest people in India don't live like that. Or now you'll say it's entertainment. Fine, entertainment. It's a very abused word. Entertainment does not mean that tomorrow you start making film on Chinese culture and culture which does not exist. I mean, a film cannot be isolated from the culture. So what is happening is, you are just making films what you like, so it's become more personal thing. What is your personal aspiration and ambition? You're not making it for the masses. So making movies for the masses, when people have stopped, that's why people have stopped going. Second, another very big problem is that the studio model works primarily on personalities. So therefore they encourage that even if you are not a real film star, even if you are an OTT star, they invest a lot of money in creating a big image for you. And you will find that most of the pictures which are printed, or people who have big names and all, they hardly do movies. They just go to airports and gyms and the pictures are being circulated, and you are creating stars out of nobodies. And I think it's a dangerous trend when you, without substance, you start creating stars or faking stardom.
So one thing that gets neglected, and I wanted to know your thoughts, is a lot of times when Indian cinema is discussed, we give way too much, I'm not saying this in a positive or a negative way, but disproportionate amount of time is given to Hindi language cinema or Hindustani language cinema, whichever you want to call it. I mean, they don't speak in Shuddha Hindi, so I guess it's Hindustani, the dialect that they use. But let's say you and I are from Mumbai, so Marathi cinema is there, or Gujarati cinema is there. I forgot the name. Like a lot of my Gujarati friends are looking forward to this particular Gujarati movie that is coming up. Nowadays, we talk about only Southern Indian cinema as a viable alternative. But what do you make of maybe, let's say, a Nata Samrat kind of a movie, or many others that have come? Like, I have seen a few Marathi movies. I thoroughly enjoyed them. Where do you see a revival of other regional languages in India in terms of cinema?
Of course, I think if you look at the quality of Marathi cinema, you look at Malayalam cinema, whether you agree or not, leave the politics aside. The Malayalam cinema, I think, is brilliant. Then Tamil independent cinema is brilliant. Now some Odia films have come which are very good. Gujarati you said are doing well. So regional level, there has never been problem. They have been making because they are more rooted. And the minute you have a regional language, then you have to pick up regional literature. Then your people have to reflect the local culture and all those things. Why a film like Sarat, when it was Sarat thi na, kya naam tha wo? Sarat, sorry, I'm sorry, Sarat. When Sarat was made in Hindi, the film didn't work. बिकॉज आपने इथॉस तो महाराष्ट्र का पकड़ लिया और उसको आप नेशनल लेवल पे जब दिखा रहे थे तो वो ना यहाँ की रही ना वहाँ की रही. ऐसा भी नहीं कि उन्हें अडेप्ट करके उसको मेन स्ट्रीम बनाया हो. सो द प्रॉब्लम इज दैट देयर लॉट ऑफ ग्रेट रीजनल फिल्म्स आर बीइंग मेड, बट वी हैव नेवर बीन एबल टू डेवलप अ कल्चर वेयर पीपल गो एंड सी दोज फिल्म्स बिकॉज द डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चेन्स आर नेशनल. Right, they don't pick up regional cinema for national distribution, but I am very happy that now films like Kantara and Kashmir Files on one hand, we were most successful in, for the first time in the history of Indian cinema, a Hindi film started with one cinema hall in Kerala and ran for 6 weeks up to 25 or 30 cinema halls household. Now this is a changing trend. Kantara worked in North, Kashmir Files worked in South. I think that is a changing, but saying that all other cinema does not exist and only South films are great, that is also, I think, political exaggeration.
So, do you see from like a lot of times these comments are made about, oh, people are not going to the cinema halls because the business model is not viable, etc., etc. So, does that not apply to other cinema or other languages? Like, why it's so unique about Hindi cinema?
Okay, there is a very specific answer to that. The thing is, see, cinema in India more or less works on stardom. We cannot deny that. Even if you don't like it, you hate it. There's been debate since I have been born, I have heard that star system is not good. But in India, it survives on that. But there is a difference between the modern Bollywood stardom and rest of India stardom. See, these stars in South, you will never find them being spotted at airports, gyms, or all that. They live very simply. Most of the South stars wear chappal, lappal, kaise bhi chale jate hain. And they try to live like a common man. And that's why their connect with the common man is very strong. They have fan clubs. They meet their presidents of their fan clubs every week. They get to know what's happening. Even in films, one thing I must say that in most of these films in the South, look at the hero. Look at the hero of Pushpa. So all these heroes are like common man who's fighting some social evil in village or in city, wherever. That theme they have not left. This oppressor oppressed, common man versus the evil, सत्य की असत्य पे विजय, ये फॉर्मूला उन्होंने नहीं छोड़ा है. उसके बाद गाने डालो बीच में, जो डालना है डालो, वल्गैरिटी डालना है डाल दो, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली व्हाट पीपल टेक बैक द क्लाइमैक्स ऑफ द फिल्म, दैट इज ऑलवेज दिस. In Hindi cinema, that's absent, you know. That is the problem. And our stars are now totally disconnected from common people. Just to give you an example, we have discussed many times this thing. During COVID, when people were so frustrated, dying, hopelessness was there, there was death all around us. Bollywood stars were putting their pictures in Maldives, cooking, doing parties, cooking, singing, having fun.
सब लोग डलगोना कॉफी बना रहे थे.
Yeah. And some actresses were writing that where do you get this lipstick, that lipstick, somebody saying it costs 1.5 lakh rupees, how can you want this at this time and all. But in South, you see what they were doing. They were quiet, inside home, they were behaving like common people, concerned. So the connect between the star and the common people is very important. They have lost this connect because all they are interested in is building their own images. They don't care about movies. They don't care about movies because 70-80% of their income comes from branding, dancing in weddings and all. And South stars, no, I'm not saying everybody, not most of them do not do these dances in weddings, you know.
So, one last question before we take the audience questions. Then, how do we, I guess, because of all the children in the room, I guess Hindi cinema is the problem child. So how do we revive Hindi cinema?
I'm trying. We are disrupting. We have disrupted the system. And I've been trying for a long time. It's not today. I mean, I used to make commercial films. I would have been richer and better off. But then I decided to take this break and go into totally. I wanted freedom. I didn't want to be answerable to Netflix. I didn't want to be answerable to 20th Century Fox. I would rather be answerable to Puneet Goenka at ZEEL or some Lala producer in India. I have no problems being, I am willing to sit with them. Because this corporate executive who spends most of his time in LA and not in India, he is being dictated terms from LA and their politics is so woke. I just somehow do not agree with that and don't connect with that. So how can I just go and tell some young, fresh off the boat or fresh off the college, young boy or girl that why it is important to make Kashmir Files? Now at Netflix office, this executive, now she's in some other side and we are doing business together. Now she's somewhere else. She had told me that if you talk about Islamic terrorism, in the equal proportion you have to talk about Hindu terrorism. मैंने कहा तुम कहाँ की हो? उसने बोला यूपी से हूँ. तो मैंने कहा तुम बताओ चाहे हिंदू टेररिज्म कहाँ एग्जिस्ट करता है? She said, I don't care, this is our global policy, that we have to do equal. If we are talking about Islamic terrorism, then you have to show this also. And you cannot show 9/11 like that's the Twin Tower, America. You can't show it in isolation. If you're doing that, then you also have to show what made it happen, what was the reaction. Now, this is something I cannot agree with, you know. So therefore, I decided to go independent. We decided to disrupt. We work in a non-star system. We work only with actors. We don't follow any formula of Bollywood. We try to work with independent money. Now we are trying to do with the vaccine war, our own independent distribution, our own money. And we stopped hyping up films and actors by paying to social media and by paying to this and that. We are not doing that. If you see in the recent big blockbuster from Bollywood, the latest one, I'm told that they spent something like 100 crore rupees in paying to social media influencers globally and everywhere, just carpet bombing the social media. And now this is running a campaign like political parties. And I'm not comfortable with that. So I said I'll make my own independent world. And we are trying to disrupt. If vaccine war works even moderately, I'm not saying 100 crores, it's a very small budget film. Even if it makes 10 crore rupee profit, we will reinvest this time in making small films with younger lot. I won't direct them. But I want to slowly disrupt, create a parallel kind of narrative which talks about Indian issues, Indian concerns and Indian problems, celebrating India and also correcting wrong history. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, we wish you all the best. I guess we can take audience questions now. So just one request, everyone. Please keep your questions short and crisp and no marathon sagas, please. If it is there, I will cut them off.
And just ask question, please.
Please, matlab, pravachan nahi, prashna.
Hello, sir. I'm Kunal. Nowadays, we are witnessing hero worshipping trend going on everywhere. So, does that affect the quality and content of cinema?
Yeah, if producers and directors also start doing hero worshipping, then it definitely affects. But we have been a hero worshipping society. The world has been hero worshipping. Most of our literature is full of heroes, great heroes. Our freedom struggle is full of heroes. Nothing wrong in worshipping a good hero. A good hero who fights the evil and solves your problem. Problem comes when you start celebrating wrong heroes. And that's where I think everything suffers, including the society.
Hello, sir. My question is, an year back, I reviewed a movie that was titled Gulal by Anurag Kashyap. It's a commercial movie, but it addresses issues like the caste-ridden politics, or the secessionist movements, or even the student politics of Rajasthan. So, sir, is the sense of that, addressing such issues, losing in the current times with cinema being more commercialized?
Of course, yes. I mean, I used to love Anurag's films initially. He made Black Friday, Gulal, one more film he had made, I'm forgetting the name. So, but then, see, what happens is that you start telling social commentary through your films. But once you fall into this trap of star system, then you also become one of the Bollywood. I hope that more and more people make movies which concern Indian masses and not these fake imaginary audience which does not exist in India.
Sir, namaskar, मैं वैभव.
Some girls also wanted to ask questions.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is a girl. Yeah.
सर नमस्कार, मैं वैभव. सर मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे कि अभी OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स आ गए हैं तो एक तरह से डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन हुआ है. मतलब अब लोगों के हाथ में है कि किस फिल्म को देखना है, किसको नहीं देखना है, किस कंटेंट को देखना है. तो कश्मीर फाइल्स जैसे कि आप फिल्म बना रहे हैं, तो क्या ये जो पावर है लोगों के हाथ में आया है, इससे जो प्रोड्यूसर्स हैं, डायरेक्टर्स हैं, उनका माइंडसेट चेंज होगा कि पब्लिक तो अब रियलिटी देखना चाहती है?
नहीं, मैं एग्री नहीं करता हूँ आपसे. कैसे डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन हुआ, आप मुझे बताइए. आप कैन यू डिक्टेट विच फिल्म यू वांट टू सी? यू कांट. क्या it's a app. I mean, the minute you are paying money for it and they are forcing a content on you, they are see, बिल्कुल भी डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन नहीं है. आप इस गलतफहमी में बिल्कुल मत रहिए. You have no choice today. They are influencing your minds. You have no control over it. Because we are lazy and we like to lie down at home and watch Netflix does not mean that your life has become better. It's not a democratization. I do not agree with that.
ओके सर, कश्मीर फाइल जैसी फिल्म देखने के लिए धन्यवाद.
थैंक यू.
देने के लिए धन्यवाद.
थैंक यू.
गुड इवनिंग विवेक सर.
एक सेकंड.
हाँ, आप बोलो फिर क्या बोलेंगे.
मेरा नाम रमन शर्मा है. सर, जैसे आपने एक पॉइंट रेज किया कि OTT प्लेटफॉर्म, स्पेशली जो फॉरेन OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स है लाइक नेटफ्लिक्स एंड Amazon प्राइम, आपने इस सेंस में कहा कि उनका होना इट्स काइंड ऑफ अ डेंजरस ट्रेंड. ठीक है, आपने ये बात कही. तो क्यों, और उसके लिए आपने ये आर्गूमेंट दिया कि उस पे जो कंटेंट आ रहा है बेसिकली दे आर नॉट रूटेड इन द इंडियन कल्चर बेसिकली, जैसे कि आपने गहराइयों का एग्जांपल दिया. तो मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि नेटफ्लिक्स और Amazon प्राइम पे ही बंदिश बैंडेड जैसी टीवी सीरीज आती है या पंचायत जैसी टीवी सीरीज है जो विच आर बेसिकली डीपली रूटेड इन इंडियन कल्चर इट्सेल्फ. एटलीस्ट दैट इज व्हाट आई थिंक. सो ये आर्गूमेंट से तो अगर मैं देखूं तो शायद मैं एग्री नहीं करूंगा इस पॉइंट से. तो क्या आप कोई और पॉइंट आप इसके सपोर्ट में कह सकते हैं?
आपने सुना नहीं ध्यान से मैंने जो बोला. देखिए, जब ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी आई थी तो कॉटन तो इंडिया में ही बनता था.
जी बिल्कुल.
कॉटन तो इंडिया के खेतों का था, पर उसका मालिक कौन था?
हाँ, वो ठीक है, वो मैं समझता हूं.
नहीं, तो आप यंग हैं, आप खुद सोचिए कि वर्ल्ड में कौन सी ऐसी कंट्री है जहां पे सारी OTT कंपनीज फॉरेन की हैं. आप जरा रिसर्च करिए जाके. क्या अमेरिका में बाहर की OTT कंपनीज हैं जो वहां का नैरेटिव डिक्टेट करती हैं? क्या फ्रांस में ऐसा है, क्या जापान में ऐसा है, क्या चाइना में ऐसा है, क्या कोरिया में ऐसा है, क्या ताइवान में ऐसा है? ये भी हैं, लेकिन जो मेन उनकी ओटीटी कंपनीज है वो तो उनकी अपनी है। आज इंडिया इतनी बड़ी हम बात कर रहे हैं कि हम इतनी ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनेंगे, सुपर पावर बन रहे हैं, वर्ल्ड पावर बन रहे हैं, लेकिन आपका जो सबसे बड़ा जो एंटरटेनमेंट सेक्टर है उसके आपके पास आईपी ही नहीं है मेरे दोस्त, आपका डिसीजन मेकिंग ही नहीं है। आपको ये समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा है ये नैरेटिव कितने सटल तरीके से चेंज हो रहा है। ये जितनी जेन जी है, ये आप मुझे बताइए कि ये इंडिया से ज्यादा फॉरेन के बारे में कैसे जानती है? और दूसरी बात, आप एक बैंडिट क्वीन की बात कर रहे हैं, पर आप मुझे कितने लोग यहां चलिए बैठिए, पूछिए कितने लोगों ने बैंडिट क्वीन देखी? बंदिश बैंडिट जो भी है, कितने लोगों ने बंदिश, मैंने ही नाम नहीं सुना, बताइए जिस चीज का, बंदिश बैंडिट कितने लोगों ने देखी है वर्सेस अमेरिकन ओटीटी वेब सीरीज कितने लोगों ने देखी है? आपको पता चलेगा इट्स 9 इंग्लिश 1 हिंदी। एंड टू सर्वाइव हियर उनको भी तो कुछ बनाना है, छोटा मोटा कंटेंट, एंड दे ट्रीट अस लाइक कुलीज, एंटरटेनमेंट कुलीज। अपने जो ओटीटी सीरियल्स हैं उनको तो दे गिव 10 मिलियन, 20 मिलियन, 50 मिलियन डॉलर्स, और इंडिया में ऐसे जैसे हम लोग भिखारी हैं। ये आप, हाँ, इसका सोल्यूशन है आप जैसे यंग लोग कुछ करिए, अपना बनाइए, अपना ओटीटी खुद खड़ा करिए।
या यू ओवर देयर मैम।
हाय सर, मेरा नाम अनामिका है। मेरा क्वेश्चन है बॉलीवुड मूवीज की ऑथेंटिक अर्निंग से कंसर्न। जिस तरह की मूवीज अभी सो कॉल्ड ब्लॉकबस्टर्स हुई है, इट सीम्स कि मूवी का परसेप्शन में ब्लॉकबस्टर होना इज फार मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट देन मूवी का रियलिटी में वो कितना पैसा कमाए, एंड इट बिकम्स अ काइंड ऑफ वेपन इन ट्विटर फाइट्स। एक साइड बोलेगी कि पीआर पे स्पेंड हुआ है इसलिए, और दूसरी साइड बोलेगी कि यू कीप क्राइंग, असली में वो हिट हो गई है। इट्स ऑन विच साइड ऑफ द स्पेक्ट्रम यू आर?
मैं आपको एक सिंपल गणित बताता हूं।
हाँ जी।
आप अगर याद करें प्री ब्रह्मास्त्र, अगर ये कलेक्शन का सवाल पहले नहीं उठता था, ये अभी उठने लगा है। आप प्री ब्रह्मास्त्र देखिए, आप जरा जाके देखिए, सारे फिगर्स जो हैं वो हमेशा डोमेस्टिक होते हैं और नेट फिगर्स होते हैं, मतलब आफ्टर टैक्सेस। करेक्ट, सारी फिल्मों का ऐसे होता था। अभी ब्रह्मास्त्र से क्या हुआ, किन्ने ग्रॉस फिगर्स लिखना चालू किया और वर्ल्ड वाइड लिखना चालू किया। नो, वर्ल्ड वाइड के साथ प्रॉब्लम यह है कि आपकी फिल्म अफ्रीका में भी जाती है, आपकी फिल्म यूरोप में भी जाती है, लैटिन अमेरिका में कहीं भी जाती है, कहीं पे 10 लोग ने देखी, 5 ने देखी। हर कंट्री का टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर अलग है, हर कंट्री का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन बिटवीन एग्जीबिटर एंड प्रोड्यूसर अलग है। तो प्रोड्यूसर के पास क्या रहे, जैसे चाइना में आप, अब मेरी फिल्म अगर मैं चाइना में रिलीज करूं तो 1000 करोड़ मैं कर दूंगा उसको, क्योंकि वहां इतने ज्यादा नंबर ऑफ थिएटर्स हैं, 50, 60, 70, 80 हजार या लाख, मुझे नंबर याद नहीं है, पर ह्यूज नंबर, कि वहां एक एक आदमी ने भी देखी जो इतना नंबर होता है। लेकिन उसमें आपको कितना मिलता है? आपको 10% मिलता है, तो उसका कोई मीनिंग ही नहीं है। तो ये एक तरह का देखा जाए तो एक कम्युनिकेशन फ्रॉड है। तो मैं आपको एक सिंपल चीज बताता हूं। पहले तो ग्रॉस फिगर्स वर्ल्ड वाइड टोटल झूठ होते हैं। आप यानी आई डोंट वांट टू से इट ऑन दिस स्टेज, लेकिन झूठ होते हैं, है ना। जब कोई लिखता है ग्रॉस एंड वर्ल्ड वाइड, मतलब वो 100% झूठ की तरफ चला गया है। लेकिन जब आप डोमेस्टिक नेट फिगर्स लिखते हैं तो वो मोर और लेस करेक्ट होते हैं। अगर वो स्टार बेस्ड फिल्म है तो उसमें से आप स्ट्रेट अवे 30% कम कर दीजिए, 25 से 30%, बिना आंख बंद करके, वो थंब ऑफ रूल से। और जब किसी सुपरस्टार की फिल्म आती है जिसमें डाउट होता है कि ये फिल्म बिजनेस करने वाली है, तो उसमें से 50 से 100 करोड़ रुपए और कम कर दीजिए, क्योंकि वो टिकट्स वो लोग खुद खरीदते हैं। और ये कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरी है या कुछ है, ये बच्चा बच्चा, आप फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में किसी से भी बात कर लीजिए, यानी उनके खास दोस्तों से कर लीजिए, किसी से भी कर लीजिए। और ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं किसी एक पर्टिकुलर फिल्म की बात कर रहा हूं, ऑल अक्रॉस, जिन स्टार्स को आप लाइक करती हैं, जिनको डिसलाइक करती हैं, जो आपसे पॉलिटिकली अलाइन करते हैं, नहीं करते, उन सब की बात कर रहा हूं। क्योंकि वो सिस्टम ऐसा है, वो स्ट्रक्चर, यानी वो इतनी स्टेक्स हाई हैं उसमें उन लोगों की, क्योंकि उनकी स्टेक्स फिल्म से रिलेटेड नहीं है, उनकी स्टेक्स ब्रांड्स के साथ रिलेटेड है। व्हेन वन फिल्म डजंट वर्क, ऑल दोज ब्रांड्स हैव अ प्रॉब्लम। तो और तीसरी एक और चीज ये क्या करते हैं कि जो ब्रांड्स हैं, दे डू ह्यूज कम्युनिटी बुकिंग्स। तो दोस्त ब्रांड, और उन्हें क्या फर्क पड़ता है ना, 20 करोड़ के टिकट अगर खरीद लिए नेशन वाइड, तो उनकी भी पब्लिसिटी हो जाती है, उनका स्टार भी आगे आ जाता है, उनका तो ब्रांड बिक जाता है। कॉलगेट का अगर पोस्टर लगा दूं चलता है। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि 8-10 हफ्ते के बाद अपने आप रियल फिगर्स सबके सामने आते हैं. जैसे ब्रह्मास्त्र के कुछ भी फिगर्स पहले बोलते हो, अल्टीमेटली उनके रियल फिगर्स नाउ इट्स इन पब्लिक, और उनमें इतना ज्यादा डिफरेंस है कि इट इज शॉकिंग. सो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी यू रेज दिस क्वेश्चन. मैं अगर इस बात को बोलूं तो लोग कहेंगे यार ये तो जलते हैं, ये है वो है. आज सच बोलना भी मुश्किल हो गया है, बट देन यू मस्ट रेज दीज क्वेश्चंस कि भाई 4-5 दिन में इतने करोड़ों, 1000 करोड़ यानी दुनिया में, मतलब क्या कर दिया आपने ऐसा कि इट्स इम्पॉसिबल टू डू दोस काइंड ऑफ फिगर्स. इट्स मतलब किसी भी लॉजिक से पॉसिबल नहीं है.
Okay, I guess we have almost run out of time.
Just one last question, sir.
Madam is being asked.
Sir, so my question is, post Kashmir files, you have been accused of a lot of things. You have been, called by names. Although the other side has not, cared to provide any evidence or factual, argument in favor of their argument. So how is it that this sort of narrative is still building, and there is no evidence to it? Another thing,
short questions, please.
Yeah, after Kashmir files, people said you should donate the earnings to the Kashmiri Pandits. Although the makers of Chak De and Pathan didn't donate any money to the Indian hockey team.
अरे क्यों आप अपना टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हैं इन सब चीजों में? छोड़िए ना, वो तो आपके बारे में कोई कभी कुछ नहीं बोलता. वो तो देखिए, आप ये नहीं समझ रहे हैं कितना बड़ा एक इकोसिस्टम डिसरप्ट हुआ है. आप देखिए तो कितने लोग की दुकानें बंद हो गई हैं उस चक्कर में, रोजी रोटियां बंद हो गई हैं. तो अगर आप किसी की रोजी रोटी पर डायरेक्ट एक फिल्म अटैक करेगी तो वो लोग परेशान होंगे, कुछ ना कुछ तो बोलेंगे. अच्छा, और कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ मैं क्या करता हूं, क्या नहीं करता हूं, उन्हें कितना पैसा देता हूं, नहीं करता हूं, ये मेरे पर्सनल बात है, मैं पब्लिक में क्यों बोलूं? उसका सबसे अच्छा है जिसको कुछ है वो जम्मू जा सकता है और वहां जो बच्चे हैं उनसे पूछ सकता है हम उनके लिए क्या करते हैं, क्या नहीं करते हैं. हम आज नहीं, हम पिछले 3-4 साल से हमारी फाउंडेशन काम कर रही है. मेरा काम था फिल्म एक प्रॉब्लम को लेकर अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करना. मुझसे अब लोग कहते हैं कि अच्छा आप कश्मीरी पंडितों को पुनर्स्थापित क्यों कर देते हैं? चलिए अच्छा है, उनको उम्मीद है कि मैं कर सकता हूं, पर मैं गवर्नमेंट नहीं हूं, मैं कैसे कर सकता हूं ये काम? मेरे बस का नहीं है. ऑल आई कैन डू इज कि वॉट एवर लिटिल मनी, पहली बात तो जो लोग बोलते हैं वैसा पैसा आता भी नहीं है फिल्मों में वापस. आप जब जो स्टार्स कह रहे हैं हमारी फिल्मों ने 1000 करोड़ का धंधा किया है, कभी यानी प्राइवेटली अगर आपको मौका मिल जाए, आप किसी तरह से अपनी विश करके जा सकें, तो आपको पता चला ऐसा होता नहीं है, सब झूठ है. तो जो पैसा हमें मिला था उसको ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में, मैं सोच भी रहा हूं, मेरे दिमाग में एक थॉट भी आ रहा है कि हम उसको ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में पब्लिश ही कर देंगे, लेजर का पन्ना. हमें जो पैसा आया था, वी हैव रीइन्वेस्टेड दैट मनी इन मेकिंग दिस फिल्म कॉल्ड द वैक्सीन वॉर एंड वी आर मेकिंग द डेली फाइल्स. हमने इन 2 फिल्मों में उसको रीइन्वेस्ट कर दिया है. लेट्स सी वेयर इट टेक्स अस. अगर उसके रिजल्ट्स पॉजिटिव आए तो वी कैन मेक मोर फिल्म्स लाइक दिस.
All right.
Last question.
Just one last question, ma'am.
Mr. Agnihotri, I'm Sumana. I wanted to ask, because we are all discussing about this colonization of creative media, which was also your point. In this globalized world, how do you think we can decolonize creative media? The way OTT is taking over, their narratives are being fed to the, in Indian society.
See, the answer is that it's not that there is no decolonization. What is Kantara? What is Kashmir Files? What was the Tashkent Files? So there are so many other films which are being made. Okay, they are totally decolonized, absolutely rooted in Indian values. But the problem is हम जाके देखते ही नहीं उन फिल्मों को. हमको भी तो वो colonized films देखनी है ना. तो वो हमारे बच्चे भी किसको फॉलो करते हैं. तो ये एक प्रॉब्लम है, पर वो मेरे ख्याल से धीरे धीरे चेंज होगा. When people come and you empower people. I am trying to empower lots of people, but if you see a young person doing something like that, empower them. अभी हमारी फिल्म आ रही है द वैक्सीन वॉर. आप लेके जाइए अपने बच्चों को, अपने दोस्तों को, दिखाइए उन लोगों को. इफ द फिल्म मेक्स इवन 5% प्रॉफिट्स, यू सी कैसे डीकोलोनाइजेशन चालू हो जाएगा. क्यों नहीं होगा? बिल्कुल होगा.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I guess we'll wrap it up now.
Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you very much to everyone, and I'll hand it over back.
Thank you to the moderator, and thank you Vivek Agnihotri for joining us here at Us a Culture Fest. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move towards the next session at Us a Culture Fest, promoted by ZEEL, and this one's called Is the Right Finally Writing? For the longest time, I've heard murmurings as to how it was very important that the narrative be given a sense of balance. how it was important that the truth be told only the way it happened, and how it was important that the left's version of Indian history be re-explored, re-examined, and probably retold in many a portion. How it was important that the left of center ideology, think tanks come forward and examine it, challenge it, and re-look at the intellectual discourse that has dominated Delhi for the longest time, probably without based in academic research. These murmurings, ladies and gentlemen, have now become full-bound scripts. The right moment is here. Let's find out with this next session. Now, this next session is split into two elements. We have two book launches, two very important books written by two very important authors. And then we will head into a panel discussion that will put the spotlight on, is the right finally writing? May I please invite on stage co-chairperson of the G20 Summit, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal. We are all set to launch his much-awaited book, Revolutionaries, The Other Side of How India Won Freedom, that highlights the human side of the British Revolution. Please welcome him on stage. Good evening. What a wonderful day it's been, and it's good to have you back here on Arth stage. Also render a huge cheer, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on stage the festival director of Arth, the Culture Fest, Dr. Vikram Sampath. बहुत सारी तालियां हो जाए. ये साहित्य अकादमी पुरस्कार विजेता हैं और इनकी multi-faceted personality है, actually biggest personality है. Hold your breath. He is an engineer by profession, a mathematician by education, writer and historian by passion, and is on the forefront of the creative and artistic movement in India. Weaving words are his passions, and his books are now being made into major motion pictures. We are here to launch the widely anticipated book, Brave Hearts of Bharat, Vignettes from Indian History, a riveting account of courage, determination and victory, chronicles the stories of 15 men and women and their indomitable spirit that helped us win the freedom struggle. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Salvatore Babonis, sociologist and professor at Sydney University. He's authored the acclaimed book, The New Authoritarianism. A very warm welcome to you. And please welcome on stage noted historian Alok Pal, teacher and founder director of the Pondi Lit Fest. Good evening and a very warm welcome to you. I'd now request the guests on the dais to please come together to launch the book Revolutionaries, The Other Side of How India Won Freedom, authored by Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal. And ladies and gentlemen, all of you physical attendees present here, please put your hands together in an appreciative round of applause for the author, his hard work on this book that's going to tell many important truths. Many, many congratulations, Sanjeev. I'd request the guests on the dais to please launch Vikram Sampath's Brave Hearts of Bharat, Vignettes from Indian History. We can't write enough about these brave hearts, and I'm so glad that we have yet another definitive book on the subject written by none other than Dr. Vikram Sampath. Please put your hands together louder, ladies and gentlemen, and let's congratulate him together. And may I now please request the Honorable Moderator to take over this session.
Hello, good evening, everybody.
I'm going to call you the Honorable Moderator from here on.
I will try not to record that, register that. So good to be here, Vikram. Since I have just half an hour, I'll start away with the first question to you. The session is titled, Is the Right Finally Writing? You're a writer, but I don't want you to limit your answer to just writing. My question to you is really the right finally writing, or it always did? And if today we are asking this question, why are we asking it?
Thank you, Alo. And I think I'm guilty of framing this panel also, only for the simple reason that the right, R-I-G-H-T and W-R-I-T-E, it was just a play on the words there. But I think there is no real concept of a right and a left when it comes to India, at least. There is, of course, a left, but there is a non-left, which one can call as the right side, the nationalistic side, the dharmic side, call it as you may. And the right also, when we talk of it, I think there are several dimensions of it. There's the economic right and the economic left. I don't know what is left of, the two of them merge, I think, very seamlessly. We have a government which is called as right-wing, but then most of its policies are also welfare economics and socialist and so on. So the distinction in the world of economics, at least, I think somewhere merges. But when it comes to the domain of culture and religion, culture, identity, and so on, there the battle lines are drawn, and particularly in the field of humanities, where I think for a longest period of time, and particularly after independence, the thraldom with which a particular ideological hold was maintained on the writing, the reading, the capture of the mind itself, the intellect, that has ensured that not that people from the non-left side were not writing or thinking at all, but it was just that the space for that was increasingly getting shrinking. I think in 1968 you had someone like Nanaji Deshmukh of the then Jan Sangh establish the Deen Dayal Research Institute as a think tank. You can build an institute not just with brick and mortar, that also needs money, but after you build that, you need intellectuals who will actually ideate and give an alternative perspective, not just limited to history, which is my area of interest, but everything, economics, on policy matters, on international relations, on strategy, everything. Is there another worldview which needs to be encouraged? So there were think tanks like this which came up, which didn't do much in those days, largely because careers were destroyed for people, particularly in academic circles, for holding a view contrary to the mainstream, the hegemonic hold of what is the leftist or Marxist viewpoint. And so these institutions were perhaps floundering, some few people here and there, and those who were there also, they would always be looked down upon, derided. Many of them were perhaps not conversant in English. They probably came from the hinterland, so a lot of regional thinkers, regional literature, they didn't come into mainstream. They didn't catch the mainstream eye or of the mainstream media also. Of course, later in the 2000s, you had think tanks like, say, the Vivekananda International Foundation or the India Foundation and all of these, which started again at least cultivating these, conversations around an alternative viewpoint, which is very necessary, I think, in a democracy. There is nothing ideological about it. You need to have multiple, takes to the same issue. I think post 2014, the climate that's been created has become conducive for a lot of people to also come into the mainstream eye. They were always there. It's just that the media is now probably, looking at them with a lot more interest. As you reminded me, both Sanjeev and my first books, I think, came out in 2008. So it's been a 15-year journey for us. But then a lot of people think we've probably come into the space only now or so on, which is untrue. People were writing, people were thinking. It's just that the gaze and the attention that they received was not so much. And now people who have a pedigree, who have a background to match those on the other side, who can speak English, who can, also, hold festivals, do all kinds of things like this. I think that is the new, paradigm shift which one can see, particularly in the last decade or so.
So Sanjeev, when it comes to you, I remember you came and gave us a talk in school when Land of Seven Rivers was released, and then again with Ocean of Churn. The thing about you is that your books are so popular that, it much to the frustration of many, they can't, it's very interesting that they want to say something, but they can't, because what is the best argument that you have faced when it comes to the kind of narratives you have set with your books, and they have become so popular that have been placed for you to refute the thesis that you have put on?
So, just to build on what my friend Vikram was saying, there was a period in the 60s, 70s, 80s when either there were relatively fewer writers, or to the extent that the non-left was writing, it was not given too much credence. I mean, there was an odd person like Arun Shourie who would probably get some attention, but they were sort of thought of as a curiosity. Also important is that to the extent that the non-left was writing, they were defined still by the left, in the sense that they were basically critiques of the left. Arun Shourie writes books which criticize, but they don't provide an alternative narrative. So the place where I probably and Vikram and some of the others basically broke new ground was that we presented a brand new narrative. And this is important because eventually critiques don't replace narratives. New narratives replace old narratives. So when I began doing these books, and I think for the first time they were properly very heavily referenced books, the response very often to some of the things I said, which may have come as a surprise to many others, like for example, Ashoka the not so great. Okay? Now, the image of Emperor Ashoka is built in a particular way. To have gone and challenged that obviously ruffled many feathers. Initially, the response was just ignore it. But when the books began selling, they were everywhere. The response then went to, at first, it's complicated. It's a tricky and complicated issue, or something to that effect. Now, I thought that since I came from a different field and I wasn't an expert in history at all, I was writing popular books, that somebody would really come up with a solid argument which ripped apart everything I said. But I'm still waiting. And instead, what I have so far got is Caravan and Scroll and Wire and these kinds of magazines writing articles, and they being used to vandalize mine and his Wikipedia pages. But basically, the argument goes somewhat like this. That, yeah, it's complicated, but the real problem with him is that he's not a trained historian. Yeah, I never claimed to be a trained historian. I am an economist. That's my profession. Question is, are my facts wrong? 2, I'm hardly the first person to have made any contribution outside of his field of training. So don't bother about that. Tell me why my arguments are illegitimate arguments or incorrect arguments. And so far, I don't get real pushback on the arguments I'm making. I mostly get a pushback is that he doesn't have a PhD in history. So what? And incidentally, all those PhDs in history are mostly quoting Cunningham and Prinsep and all these people. Well, Prinsep was an East India Company clerk. Cunningham was a military engineer. None of them had PhDs in history either. You are all spending your time quoting them. So my view is that so far, I haven't had an intellectual pushback. Most of it has been personal attacks. That's it.
So one thing good about Sanjeev and Vikram is that they shift the focus away from Delhi. And for someone living in the South, you cannot imagine what a welcome thing that is, whether in the news, whether in the popular discourse, or whether in their books. I think that is one of the things that both of you have done wonderfully well. Salvatore, to bring you into the conversation now, I think speaking from a history perspective, 50 years from now, you will be the gaze of the foreigner looking into India. So today, when you have studied India for the last 2-3 years, it has been your area of focus. When you look at this discourse of right, left, what is your perception of this discussion and also the quality of the discourse?
First, I have to agree with Vikram that right and left don't have much meaning outside of their origins in 19th century Europe, but everyone knows what they mean here, and so for tonight, let's talk left and right instead of trying to be more technically correct. We haven't seen a real debate, and Sanjeev is right, we haven't seen a real debate between left and right histories in India. Instead, what we've seen is the displacement of a previously exclusive left narrative of history by this new right narrative. And the two sides maybe not be talking to each other, But if you go to the airport bookshelf and you look at the top 20 bestseller lists, it seems certainly the right, as you call it, are winning that non-debate. That is, they're selling the books. And so the new narrative, a narrative of New India, is replacing an historical narrative of old India. That old narrative is still there. The old authors are still around. They're still very well respected. But relatively fewer people are getting their history from them, and relatively more people are getting their history from the likes of Sanjeev and Vikram.
Vikram, coming to you again. You are a trained historian, so nobody can attack your academic credentials.
Oh, no, they can.
University of Queensland is not the best. We're very proud at University of Sydney to be the top history department in Australia.
That's a separate debate. So, Vikram, the reason why I'm asking you is that, yes, like Sanjeev pointed out very rightly, that there is in the right the necessity felt to debunk the left narrative. But isn't it time that we also set narratives? And if we do it, how do we do it? And the second part of this question is, you can observe also the quality of the output of the right. Do you have anything to say about the quality? Is there, do people lend themselves to jingoism, to non-facts, present them as facts? Do you have any complaint about the way the right is going about it, or everybody has a space? What should be the ideal way to tackle this? The first one was we debunk. So shouldn't we be also setting the narrative?
Yeah, that is very true, Alo, because, in this very city, I think a couple of weeks ago or something, there was a much publicized lecture by eminent historian, Professor Romila Thapar, at the India International Center. And the response that I saw, particularly on social media, was a lot of people on the so-called right side was, let's run a campaign to cancel this lecture. And then there were letters written to the secretary of IIC. There were all kinds of things like that. Now here is a person, a nonagerian, who has an established body of work over several decades, and that has made deep roots in academia. It has influenced minds. It has particularly of ancient India, of which he claims to be a scholar. Now, by shutting down one simple lecture of half an hour or 1 hour of this person, I don't know how that can be a response of any sorts. If I would be, my suggestion would be asked, a lot of people should have gone and attended that lecture, countered the person with the facts that they think are correct, or if that is not allowed, it's a closed door meeting or something. Post lecture, I sat through and listened to the entire lecture as it was happening. 5 people could have sat and drafted a point-by-point rebuttal of everything that the esteemed scholar said. I think that is a better manner than doing these very, very reactionary, and I think that reduces the entire quality of what you stand for. And then it becomes very easy for the other side to beat you down, saying, they only disrupt, they only involve in boycotts, they are fascists, they are undemocratic and all of that, which is counterproductive to your own cause. So have the intellectual heft to actually challenge. And I think Sitaram Goelji did that once when the same person had made all kinds of claims about, Buddhist persecution at the hands of Hindus. He, stating 3 inscriptions, 2 of which turned out to be fake, and one was very obscure. It was not related to that. He actually challenged her to an open debate, a public debate, to talk about this, and that was never, accepted, and the debate never happened. So I think, setting the narrative, as Sanjeev said and as you mentioned, that is very important. You don't all the time have to be reactionary. You don't have to all the time be, destructive, defensive also, even including the kind of books sometimes that get written. it's almost like what Sanjeev said, a critique or a defense. It's like a lawyer arguing in a court, which is not how a book needs to be. I think, you can set narratives in a different way. We have Dr. Uday Kulkarni who's sitting here, who, through his work on the Marathas, and which was, I think, dying to be told, it's a shame that in mainstream Indian historiography, despite the copious amount of, documents that are there of the Peshwa Daftar and so on, nobody thought it important to write the book. So this is the kind of work which sets a new tone. So I think that is more important. And rebuttal, there is a entire spectrum of writing on both sides. It's not that everything that the left writes is also extremely academically, brilliant and sound and so on. So there is riffraff on all sides. But then the usual tendency is, as we discussed earlier, to make everything that the non-left writes, to deride it as being unscholarly, pick holes at everyone's, qualification, background and this and that, which is the kind of standard operating techniques that are engaged everywhere. In fact, to add to what Salvatore said, I think Nicholas Kristof in the New York Times had mentioned that I don't think this is a uniquely Indian problem. In an article called Liberal Intolerance, he said even in the universities in America, I think only 7 to 11% of scholars are those who come from a conservative kind of a background, and that in the humanities. And in the social sciences, that further, reduces to about 6 to 7%.
And all of them are economists. So
yeah.
In the non-economics field, there is none.
There is none. So so there is this but there are at least that many people who are probably a part of that academic setup in the US, for which there is some critique. Here probably the numbers would be even more less. I don't know what is the, also the squeamishness about, for many people on the non-left side, to own up and claim, we do have a conservative opinion, and there's nothing wrong. It's a very legitimate, it's a democratic, it's an academic, position to have, and own it up with pride, wear it on your sleeve as a badge of honor.
Sanjeev, you have written the book on the revolutionaries, and I was, just for curiosity, to compare how people interpret. I was looking up Gandhiji's statement in the Karachi Congress after they were hung. And it was very interesting because there is a very clear statement that says, while we dissociate ourselves from this act, and then it goes on to. So it's very interesting if you do a Google search, there's a whole lot of people who have written about, actually, Gandhi was sympathetic. Look at how well he has written about Bhagat Singh. But the fact is that the Congress did dissociate itself. Now, something like your book, Revolutionaries, it's a welcome, finally, a change. And it's, again, I have to continue to tell that your book reads very easily, and I'm so glad it's popular. So the reason why I'm asking you this question is that, when you set a narrative like this, you would expect, if at all there is a counter argument, you would expect it to come. But there is something I have learned from you, and that is observe the left. They kill a debate by silence. So do you think this is happening again, that nobody is going to come up with the counter of what has been said about our freedom movement far?
I think they have now no longer have that power. They did at one point in time, and which is why they have finally begun to write nasty articles about the two of us, and they will shortly about you as well. Prepare for it. But the thing is that there was a time when they could simply ignore and hope that we would go away. That is no longer possible, and so there will be some sort of a response. As I said, mostly not about our facts, mostly about us as people. But I think you have to remember that I come from another field where some of this has happened in the past and some part of that battle has been won. So today, there is no serious argument left really from the left about socialism. And you can argue about various shades of market economy. You can be a mercantilist, right? You can belong to free marketeer, whatever. But by and large, nobody really, our economy now is a market-based economy. You can argue about the exact mix of it, but basically that is now the story. Now here too, this problem used to exist. If you go back to the 80s or even in the early 90s, when I was at university, by the way, the curriculum used to be entirely to the left. I was in university when the Soviet Union collapsed, when the Berlin Wall fell, and our own economy went through a crisis and we went through reforms. So we could clearly see that we were heading into a new world of market reforms, and Manmohan Singh was, dismantling the old system. But our textbooks went on and on about how wonderful Preobrazhensky, there was one Soviet writer we were still studying, and how wonderful Mahalanobis's 5-year plans were. So in some ways what happens very often is that the events simply are ahead of what the so-called intellectuals are doing. So in fact, when the 1991-92 reforms were going on, the intellectuals of that time, please go and read them. They were all to a man and woman saying how terrible and it was going to cause such great bad things that were going to happen in India as a result of those reforms. Now 30 years on, I think everybody agrees it was a good thing. So what I'm trying to say here is, look, sometimes the dam simply bursts. And it doesn't matter. You can't ignore it or do anything. Now it doesn't matter that the new types of stories are coming out. You've just heard Kashmir Files just before that. He was much ignored before that, till Kashmir Files suddenly blew through. And, I do remember till Kashmir File happens, Vivek was much mocked as, a failed director who would never make it. But now I don't think anybody says that anymore. So I think this business of let's ignore it, the silence is some way of sort of keeping them out of the conversation. I think that point has been crossed in other things. As I said, the point was crossed on the economy in the 90s. And then it became, nobody really reads. I don't know. I don't think I've read the EPW in like 20 years. I'm sure they still publish articles about how wonderful Nehru was and all that. But I don't think anybody reads them anymore.
And social media is derided actually as a non-intellectual space. You think that it has played a role in both of people like you in India getting a foothold in terms of a following?
Maybe. It certainly is the case that it would have been more it provided a pathway for getting ideas out. So do remember that I already had other pathways because of my work as an economist. But it is certainly the case, it was easier to popularize them outside of the mainstream media, where I would have got edited in various ways and so on. So I do think that, yes, and of course getting feedback loops instantaneously if you said something. So yeah, so that is definitely the case that at a time when mainstream media simply is tightly controlled, the social media did provide avenues for, telling other narratives. No question of that.
Salvatore, I have two parts to the question, and this is about the noise that the left makes. In India, we are very concerned. We get very agitated with the content that's coming out, and we make a lot of noise. First of all, I suffered through your interview with Abhinandan Sekhri, and I listened to the people you read in India. So we have that set of writers. And then in India, we also make a big fuss about Indian columnists writing in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, the Washington Post. So for someone studying India academically, can you tell us, first of all, the texture of the noise that reaches you when it comes to all this noise? And second is, can you evaluate that noise for us and see what has really an impact to us academically, socially, economically? What sort of how much weight should we give to these writings?
It's clear that the New India right has had essentially zero exposure outside India. It has become the dominant literature inside India, but India outside India is still completely what you call an establishment left narrative. They're the ones who have access to the international media, who write op-eds for the major newspapers, who are at the international literature festivals as opposed to the Indian literature festivals. Now, with the rise of the Indian diaspora, that's likely to change. I expect, if you haven't already, that both of you will be speaking extensively out to Indian diaspora audiences, and so there will be some change. But right now, the international narrative on India is entirely shaped by the old establishment left.
And how seriously should we take the editorial positions of, say, the Wall Street Journal?
Those editorial positions are shaped by the people they know. It's not white Americans writing the editorials about India for The Economist or the Washington Post or the Wall Street Journal. It's their NRI Indian or Indian adjacent or American of Indian background authors who are writing those unauthored editorials. What's more, if you look at the op-eds on India, again, in the New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, almost all of the op-eds are by people of Indian origin. And again, they're still overwhelmingly coming from the old establishment left, not from this new India right. And I think the best way to change that is probably to work through the diaspora. You won't be able to work at the elite level directly with these organizations because they have social connections who monopolize their access. The old left intellectuals effectively act as gatekeepers for the West about their knowledge of India. We only know India through this small group of people. Yet the diaspora knows India. I think that's one way to get your message out. And then, of course, if the more people actually come to India and study India, the more people like me will be aware that there are two sides to every story.
And I've seen tweets of yours visiting Varanasi, etc. So what is your opinion, take back on the academic circle, the Litfest circuit, as opposed to the people? Have you got a feel of what their concerns are, and is this discourse even important in their lives?
Look, I have to be humble here. I'm a monolingual, English-speaking, American, atheist, liberal intellectual. I can't tell you what the people of India think, except through survey research. And I'm sure we'll be talking about that on Sunday. We have a lot of very good survey research about what Indians think, and that tells us that it's very different from the narrative we hear coming out of the left liberal establishment.
That's a clue, that's a hint. Do I have the time to...
7 minutes.
Okay. So, no, I have actually 2 more minutes to ask a question. Vikram, 5 minutes of Q&A.
Okay.
My last question to you is this. When I'm actually going to talk about your forthcoming book, which is Tipu. So, the reason I'm asking you is that, when we have set ideas, like you said, when a name comes up, we either are for or against. The discourse is so strong. So when you write a book, do you have an agenda that this is a myth I'm going to break or create, or what makes you write really? What is your pursuit? What are you seeking when you write?
For me, very clearly, Alo, I think a historian's role is to illuminate the facts, illuminate the archives, illuminate documents as they appear to him or her, and not go with a preconceived idea. This much talked about, forthcoming book on Tipu Sultan. It's not like some answer to someone. It is not to break all the myths that are there about him. It is my exploration of this person. And in the process, if new narratives are built or existing ones are broken, I think that is just a very unintended consequence. I think if a writer or a historian begins the journey with that in mind, then the difference between a propagandist and a scholar, I think it's a very, very thin line. To sum up, I think, to the larger, theme that we have of this panel itself, I think the only answer to all the amount of material that is there, that exists already on the establishmentarian side, is more and more scholarship, more and more scholarship that cannot be, emphasized more. All these other things, social media, these things, I mean, they are very, very ephemeral. It lasts for a few days, but ultimately, as writers ourselves, we would like to believe that a book captures the mind for generations and, many decades after we are dead and gone as well. So the power of scholarship and how we can nurture that can happen through various ways. Traditionally, government does it, or business corporations and private individuals who are HNI and so on, or religious, and social, cultural organizations which also sponsor scholarship. In the case of India, most of it is absent on all the three counts. The government doesn't sponsor, which is good. It's good that the government keeps out of a lot of this. A lot of people on the non-left side who are, well endowed, they don't put their money where their mouth is. There is not enough of sponsorship for ventures of scholarship, which is very, very unfortunate. There was just one such initiative which, I ran with Miss Asha Jadeja Motwani. We ran a one-year fellowship program to actually encourage scholars, and some of them are here, sitting here. Ankur Kakkar, Abhas is here, and few others. So 7 people, 1 year's fellowship where every month, sizable amount of stipend is given to them, and the ask is at the end of the year you bring out a manuscript which is worthy of publishing with a mainstream publisher. So every year you bring out 10 books. In 10 years you have 100 books. That is the only way I think one can build a corpus which can give an effective answer. Now, once that body of work is created, how that can be used, through social media, through videos, through all kinds of other things, OTT series and films and all of that, that is the secondary thing as to how you can disseminate the information. But the heavy lifting, the research, the documentation, that dirty work, getting down, getting your hands dirty, that is most important if one really needs to shift the needle of the narrative and bring up something new and original which makes sense for the long term.
Thank you. Before questions, just one little correction. I am no historian at all. I read historians to inform my classes. I am not a historian. Okay, any questions?
There's a lady there. Okay, there's somebody with a mic, and then to that lady there.
Hello, sir. My question is mainly geared towards Sanjeev sir and Vikram sir. What I want to ask is, I can't help but notice that this emergence of right-wing or non-left literature has accelerated in post-2014 era. So I can't help but wonder that there's a political, not intentional, but some aspect to it. So what I'm wondering is, if in the future things change, is this sustainable? I want it to be sustainable. Is there a risk of going back to the original situation?
So let me say first of all that it's not a coincidence, because in a sense both the political emergence as well as the emergence of this literature have co-evolved. They are reflections of a particular time in our history. So in that sense, it's not the case that in 2014 a particular government came in power and suddenly this literature came up. I mean, many of my books are published before 2014. So both of these phenomena happened together. And I think they feed on each other, maybe to some extent, it's possible. But it is, at least my work is totally self-funded. I have never taken a single cent from any organization, government or non-government, for doing my research. So my work is, at least, and I think that may be also the case in Vikram's case. Therefore, any change in the political dispensation, at least in my case, will have zero impact. Having said that, certainly for as with everything, it's not black and white. So there may be a person like myself who may continue doing that irrespective of the political situation. But certainly the sort of mahal, so to speak, matters. And there are certain kinds of things that may become much more difficult to do in a different environment. For example, movies may be more of a particular kind, may be more difficult to show, or OTT series will be, or these kinds of things may be more difficult to do in a different dispensation. It's possible. And we see that even at the state level, it happens quite often.
One more question, the lady here.
I have a question.
The lady. Let's take a question on the lady.
Thank you. So I'm going to run really ahead of that question there and ask you: are we ever going to see the change in narrative that's all of you have got here, reflected in academia in this country, and a change in curriculum? I don't know if I'm really running ahead with this.
Well, it takes time because this has been an entrenched system for 7 decades after freedom. So to expect it to happen overnight is tough. But then, as I said earlier, the beginning point for that is to generate new scholarship. A lot of people, let's remove Irfan Habib's books, let's remove Romila Thapar's books, let's take them away. But what do you replace it with? What is the other alternative that you have? So the first step is to first create newer scholarship, and then once that scholarship gains ground, either through the popular medium or through academic circuits, then it's a matter of time. Because I'm told that my Savarkar volumes have now been included as reading material for the Delhi University itself. So it's going to take time. Someday maybe that's going to become the textbook in place of the Bipin Chandra and the
Bravehearts a class is doing, Revolutions a class is doing. I want to claim that.
In her school, our books are being taught to the students. So I think it's a process. It will take time, but it's on.
Thank you. Time's up, unfortunately. That's all we have time for. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And thank you to the moderator, and thank you panelists once again for an extremely interesting session there. Ladies and gentlemen, as we set the stage for the next performance, I'd like to thank these people for being a part of us, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL, media partner ZEE News, entertainment partner ZEE Studios, session partner Rekhta Foundation, heritage partner Incredible India, channel partners ZEE TV, ZEE Cafe HD and Pictures HD, and TV, and Flicks, and Prive, Zing, Big Magic, ZEE Ganga. Storytelling partner Amar Chitrakatha and Guru Leela. Radio partner Red FM. DOOH partner Cash UR Drive. Ambient media partner Khushi Advertising. Outdoor partner Publicity Engineers. Publication partner Penguin Books and Westland Books. Bookstore partner Kunzum Books. Digital outreach partner Hex Tech. Food curation partner Blue Lemon. And registration partner Book My Show and Paytm Insider. With that, let's move on to the next presentation here on Arth stage. It's a beautiful evening for those of you who are watching us from your homes. Let me tell you, there are magical lights all around us. There are lots and lots of elements of Indian culture spread across this garden. The weather is great, and we have yet many interesting people going to come up on Arth stage and talk about very interesting things. But for now, we have for you a dance performance, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we at Us, we pride ourselves for bringing onto this platform dance forms of music, forms of art that are rarely seen on national platforms. Yakshagana is what we bring to you now up next. Yaksha meaning celestial and Gana meaning music. Now this dance form is performed largely on the outskirts of Karnataka, coastal Karnataka to be precise, and is a beautiful combination really of music, dance, scholarly dialogues and colorful costumes. This evening, Yakshagana is presented to you by Sangeet Natak Academy winner, renowned exponent of the same, Keramane Shivananda. So all of you seated here, give it up please for our artists this evening, who will now bring to you this most riveting dance performance, Yakshagana. Believe me, it's going to blow your mind. You're going to enjoy this. Those of you watching us online, this is a treat for your senses. Please enjoy Yakshagana at Arth, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL.
सर्वकार्यार्थ सिद्धये ಜನರೆಲ್ಲ ಗುಣಯುತನಾವಿತ್ತ ಕರ್ಕಟ ಭಿತ್ತ ಅತ್ತಯ್ಯತ್ತ ನೆನೆಯಿರೋ ಜನರೆಲ್ಲ ಗುಣಯುತನ ಘನ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮದವುರ ಗಣನಾಥನ ಲಂಬೋದರನ ಗಜಾನನ ವಿನಾಯಕನ ಗೌರೀಸುತನ ಜನರೆಲ್ಲ ಗುಣಯೋತನ ಗಜಮುಖನ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದವನೆನೆ ತರಗಿಡುತ್ತಾಂ ತರಗಿಡುತ್ತೈ ತರಗಿಡುತ್ತಾಂ ತರಗಿಡುತ್ತೈ ಗಜಮುಖನ ಪಾದವನೆನೆವೆ ಭಜಿಸುವೆ ಕರುಣಿಸೋ ವರಗಳನ್ನು ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಮೋದಕ ಹಸ್ತ ಪಾಶ ಕುಶಧರ ಪರಮ ಪವಿತ್ರ ಪಾಶ ಕುಶಧರ ಪರಮ ಪವಿತ್ರ ದೇವ ದೇವರ ಓ ದೇವ ದೇವರ ದೇವನಲ್ಲವೋ ಓ ದೇವ ದೇವರ ದೇವನಲ್ಲವೋ ದೇವರ ದೇವನಲ್ಲವೋ. ಮಾರನೆಂಬ ನಿರಪರಾಧಿಯ ಬೇರುಗೊಲೆಯನು ಗೈದ ಲಜ್ಜೆಗೆ ನಾರಿಗಂಗೆಯ ಶಿರದಿ ತೊಡೆಯಲಿ ತಾಳ್ದ ಗೌರಿಯನು ಕಾರಣದಿ ಸಹ್ಯಾದ್ರಿ ಬೀಡನು ಸೇರಿ ತಾನಲ್ಲಿರ್ದು ಸಲಹಿದ ಭೈರವೇಶ್ವರನಾಗಿ ಕೃಪೆಯಿಂದ ಈ ಜಗತ್ರಯವೋ ಉಡುಪತಿ ನಗುತ್ತಿರೆ ಕಡುಗುಳಿದೋ ತೊಗೆ ಬಿಡದೆ ಶಾಪವನಿತ ಮೃಡಸುತ ಫಳಿರೆ ಒಡವಿಗುತ್ತಮವಾದ ಇಡಗುಂಚ ಪುರದೊಳು ದೃಢವಾಗಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿಹ ಒಡೆಯ ವಿಘ್ನೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಜಯ 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 ಜಯತೋ ಕಿಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಕ ತಪ್ಪಿಲ್ಲ ದಿನಕ ದಿನ ಅಂತ ಕಿಟತ ಕಿಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಕ ತಪ್ಪಿಲ್ಲ ದಿನಕ ದಿನ ಅಂತ ಕಿಟತ ರಾಮ ರಾಮ ದಯಾ ಸಾರ ರಾಮ ರಾಮ ದಯಾ ಸಾರ ಭೂಮಿ ಪಾಲಕ ಭಕ್ತ ವತ್ಸಲ ಭೂಮಿ ಪಾಲಕ ಭಕ್ತ ವತ್ಸಲ ಭೂಮಿ ಪಾಲಕ ಭಕುತ ವತ್ಸಲ ಸಾಕೇತಾಧಿಪ ಆದ ದಶರಥ ಸಾಕೇತಾಧಿಪ ಆದ ದಶರಥ ಆ ಕುಮಾರರು ರಾಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ಆ ಕುಮಾರರು ರಾಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ಆ ಕುಮಾರರು ರಾಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ಈದವಂಶಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ರಾಘವಂ ಮಹಾ ರಾಕ್ಷೌಘವಂ ಕೊಲ್ಲಲು ಮಹಾರಾಕ್ಷೌಘವಂ ಕೊಲ್ಲಲು ಮನ ಸಂತೋಷದೊಳಿರ್ದರಿತ್ತಲು ಮಹಾ ಮೌನಿ ಜನ ತೋಷದ್ಯೋ
ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ಅಣ್ಣಯ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಪಂಚವಟಿ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲೆ ಮನೆಯನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ವನವಾಸದ ದಿವಸಗಳನ್ನ ಕಳೆಯುತ್ತಾ ಇರುವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಋಷಿ ಮುನಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು ಓಳಿಟ್ಟರಲ್ಲ ಗೋಳಿಟ್ಟರು.
ಹೌದಣ್ಣ.
ತಮ್ಮ ತಪಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆಯಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ದುಷ್ಟರಿಂದ ಎಂದು
ಹೌದು
ಕಿರಿದು ದಿವಸದೊಳಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನಿವಾರಿಸಿದಂತೆ
ಹೌದು
ನಿವಾರಿಸಿದ್ದಾಯಿತು. ಶೂರ್ಪನಖ ಪ್ರಸಂಗವಾಯಿತು. ತದನಂತರ ನೆವ ಒದಗಿ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ.
ಹೌದಣ್ಣ. ದುಷ್ಟರ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಶಿಷ್ಟರ ರಕ್ಷಣವಾಯಿತಲ್ಲವೇ
ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ.
ಅಣ್ಣಯ್ಯ,
ಈ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಈ ದಂಡಕಾರಣ್ಯದ ಒಂದು ಭಾಗ ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲಿನಂತೆ ಇರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಹಳ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಇರಬೇಕು. ನೆನಪಿರಲಿ, ದುಷ್ಟರ ಅದರ ಉಪದ್ರವವನ್ನ ನಾವು ತಡೆಯುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸದಾ ಸಿದ್ಧರಾಗಿರೋಣ.
ಸ್ವಚ್ಛಂದವಾಗಿರಬೇಕಾದ ನೀನು ವಿರೂಪಗೊಂಡು ಹೀಗೆ ಬಂದಿಯಲ್ಲ, ಏನಾಯ್ತೆ ತಂಗಿ? ಏನಾಯಿತು?
14,000 ರಕ್ಕಸರನ್ನು ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಗೊಂಡಾರಣ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಯೋಧ್ಯೆ ರಾಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣರು ಬಂದರಣ್ಣ.
ಅಯೋಧ್ಯೆಯವರು
ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಂದರವಾದಂತಹ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ರಾಮನ ಮಡದಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾಳೆ, ಸೀತೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದಾಗಿ. ಅವಳ ಚಂದ ಬಹಳ ಚಂದ ಇದ್ದಾಳಣ್ಣ. ಅವಳು ಇದ್ದರೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕೆಂಬ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಅವಳು ಹಾಕಿದೆ.
ಪರಿಣಾಮ
ಮೂಗನ್ನು ಕತ್ತರಿಸಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲ.
ಹೌದಣ್ಣ ತಂಗಿ. ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ನಿನ್ನ ವಿರೂಪಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಆ ರಾಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣರು?
ಹೌದಣ್ಣ.
ಉದ್ದೇಶ ನನಗಾಗಿ ಅಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ರಕ್ಕಸರ ಮೂಗಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಹಾಗೆ
ಅದರ ಪ್ರತಿಕಾರವಾಗಿ ಅಣ್ಣ ಅವಳನ್ನು ನೀನು ಕರೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಬರಲೇಬೇಕಣ್ಣ.
ರಾಮನ ಮಡದಿ ಸೀತೆಯನ್ನ
ಕರೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಬರಲೇಬೇಕು.
ನಮಗುಂಟಾದ ಅವಮಾನವನ್ನು ಪ್ರತೀಕಾರವಾಗಿ ತೀರಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ರಾಮನ ಮಡದಿ ಸೀತೆಯನ್ನೇ ಇಂದಿನ ವಾಲಕವನ್ನು ವಿಸರ್ಜಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಅಂತಿರುವಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಬೆಳೆದು ಬಂದ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬದುಕೇನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಬಾರದೆ ಮಾವ.
ಏನೋಗಿದೆ?
ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಣ? ನನ್ನ ಒಬ್ಬಳು ತಂಗಿ ಶೂರ್ಪಣಕಿಯನ್ನ ದಂಡಕಾರಣ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳಿಯುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದ ರಾಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣರು ಅಯೋಧ್ಯೆಯವರು ನನ್ನ ತಂಗಿಯ ಕತ್ತರಿಸಿದರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಪ್ರತೀಕಾರಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಆ ರಾಮನ ಮಡಲ ಸೀತೆಯನ್ನ ಅಪಹರಿಸಬೇಕೆಂದು ನಿರ್ಧರಿಸಿ.
ಸೀತೆಯ ಅಪಹಾರ?
ಹೌದು.
ರಾವಣ
ಸಿಕ್ಕಲರಿಯಳು ಸೀತೆ, ಸಿಕ್ಕಲರಿಯಳು ಸೀತೆ, ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಡಕ್ಕಲರಿಯಳು ಕೇಳು, ಕೈಕಿ ಕದನಗೆ ಸೋಲ ರಾಮನಿದು ಸಿದ್ಧ.
ಸೀತೆಯ ಅಪಹಾರ ಸುಲಭ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಸೀತೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಲಾರಳು, ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರು ದಕ್ಕಲಾರಳು. ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಸೀತೆಯ ಗುಣವಿಗೆ ಹೋದೆಯೋ ರಾಕ್ಷಸ ಕುಲ ಸರ್ವನಾಶವಾದೀತು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಬೇಡ ಹೋಗು.
ಸೀತೆ ದಕ್ಕುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸಿಕ್ಕುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯ ನಮಗೆ ತರವಲ್ಲ. ಕೇಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಹಿರಿಯರಾದ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಹಾಯವನ್ನು ಅಪೇಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಬಂದರೆ ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ.
ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಬೇಡ, ಅದು ಬೇಡ, ಅದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವ್ಯಾಕೆ
ಕೊಲ್ಲಬೇಡ ಮಹಾರಾಯ. ಈಗ ಸೀತೆಯ ಅಪಹಾರ
ಆಗಬೇಕು.
ಹೇಗೆ? ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು?
ಮಾವ, ನಿಶಾಚರ ವೀರರು, ಸುದೀರ್ಘವಾದಂತಹ ಬದುಕಿನ ಅನುಭವವುಳ್ಳವರು, ರಕ್ತಸರ ಮೂಲವೇನು ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನ ತಿಳಿದ ನೀವು ಸೀತೆಯ ಅಪಹಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುವಂತೆ ಬಂಗಾರದ ಜಿಂಕೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಬಂಗಾರದ ಜಿಂಕೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು.
ನನ್ನ ಮಾಯಿಕದ ವಿಶೇಷದಿಂದ ಬಂಗಾರದ ಬಣ್ಣದ ಜಿಂಕೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು.
ಕುಣಿಯಬೇಕು,
ಕುಣಿಯಬೇಕು,
ನಲಿಯಬೇಕು. ಸೀತೆಯ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನ ಅಪಹರಿಸಬೇಕು.
ಸೀತೆಯ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಅಪಹಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
ರಾಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣರು ಆಶ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ದೂರ ಹೋಗುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
ಆಯ್ತು ಆಯ್ತು, ನಾನು ಜಿಂಕೆ ಆಗ್ತೇನೆ, ಕುಣಿತೇನೆ, ಕುಣಿತೇನೆ, ಜಿಂಕೆ ಆಗ್ತೇನೆ, ಕುಣಿತೇನೆ, ಕುಣಿತೇನೆ, ಜಿಂಕೆ ಆಗ್ತೇನೆ, ಕುಣಿತೇನೆ.
ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಕಲ್ಪನೆಗೂ ಮೀರಿದಂತಹ ರೂಪ. ಯಾರೇ ನೋಡಿದರು ಮೋಹಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು, ಲೌಕಿಕವನ್ನು ಮರೆಯಬೇಕು. ಮಾವ, ಏನು ಅನುಮಾನ?
ಸೀತೆಯನ್ನ ತರುವಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಕೈ ಬಿಡುವುದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು ನನಗೆ.
ಮಾವ, ಸೀತೆಯನ್ನ ಕೈ ಬಿಡುವುದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು
ಪೀರೈದು ತಲೆಗಳ ಬೈದಿಡುದ ಪೀರೈದು ತಲೆಗಳ ಬೈದಿಡುತ್ತ ಅಡಗಿಸಿ ರಾಕ್ಷಸ ಕಳೆ ಬರವ ಅಡಗಿಸಿ ರಾಕ್ಷಸ ಕಳೆ ಬರವ ರಾವಣನು ಬಂದಾಗ ಓಲಾಡಲು ಪಂಚವಟಿಗಂ ಬಂದಾಗ ಓಲಾಡಲು ಸೌರಮ್ಯಾತಿಶಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಕರದಿಯು ಕಂಡಾಗ ಓಲಾಡಲು ಸೌರಮ್ಯಾತಿಶಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಕರದಿಯು ಕಂಡಾಗಲ ಜಾನಕಿ ಚೋರತ್ವಂಗಳ ಮಾಯದಾಕೃತಿಯ ನಿಂದಾಕಾಂತ್ಯ ತಿಳಿಯದೆ ಚೋರತ್ವಂಗಳ ಮಾಯದಾಕೃತಿಯ ನಿಂದಾಕಾಂತ್ಯ ತಿಳಿಯದೆ ಚೋರತ್ವಂಗಳ ಮಾಯದಾಕೃತಿಯ ಆಕಾಂತ್ಯ ತಿಳಿಯದೆ
ಎಷ್ಟು ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದೆ?
ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಇಲ್ವಾ?
ಮೂರೆಂತೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಹೌದು ಹೌದು, ನಾನು ತಡೆದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ನಿಲ್ಲುವ ಲಕ್ಷಣ ಕಾಣಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಓಹೋ
ಜಾನಕಿ, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬಾರದು ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಯೋಗ್ಯ.
ಯೋಗ್ಯವಾದದ್ದೇ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಆಯ್ತು.
ಎರಡನೇದು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅವನ ಭಾಗ್ಯ.
ಆಹಾ, ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಇಂಥ ಭಾಗ್ಯ?
ಮೂರನೇ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಬಂತು, ಏನೋ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅನಾರೋಗ್ಯ.
ಖಂಡಿತ ನನಗೆ ಅನಾರೋಗ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸಂತೋಷ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಓಹ್, ಸಂತೋಷಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೇ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ.
ಹೌದು.
ಏನದು?
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬನ್ನಿ.
ನೋಡಿದೆಯ ರಾಮ, ನೋಡಿದೆಯ ನೋಡಿದೆಯ ರಾಮ, ನೋಡಿದೆಯ ರಾಮ, ನೋಡಿದೆಯ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾಡಿನಿಂದ ಓಡಿ ಬಂದು ಆಡುವಂಥ ಕೊಂಬಿಗವ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾಡಿನಿಂದ ಓಡಿ ಬಂದು ಆಡುವಂಥ ಕೊಂಬಿಗವ ನೋಡಿದೆಯ, ನೋಡಿದೆಯ. ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಾಲ ಬೆರಳು ಸಾಲಿನ ಗುರು ಭಾವಗಳ, ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಾಲ ಬೆರಳು ಸಾಲಿನ ಗುರು ಭಾವಗಳ, ಕನ್ನಂಗ ದಿಂದಂಗ ದಿಕ್ಕಿಟ ತೋಯಂದು ಕನ್ನಂಗ ದಿಂದಂಗ ದಿಕ್ಕಿಟ ತೋಯಂದು ಕುಣಿವನಿಗವ, ಕನ್ನಂಗ ದಿಂದಂಗ ದಿಕ್ಕಿಟ ತೋಯಂದು ಕುಣಿವನಿಗವ ನೋಡಿದೆಯ, ನೋಡಿದೆಯ. ಆಡುವಂಥ ಕೊಂಬಿಗವ ನೋಡಿದೆಯ ರಾಮ, ನೋಡಿದೆಯ.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ? ಆ ಮಿಗದೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಹೌದು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ,
ತಡೆದು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಅದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ.
ಓಹೋ,
ಈ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ, ಪರಿಸರವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ
ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ನಮಗೆ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸಹಜ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಧಿಕ ಸಂತೋಷ. ಕಾರಣ ಬಂಗಾರದ ಜಿಂಕೆ, ಸ್ವರ್ಣ ಜಿಂಕೆ. ಆ ಜಿಂಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಯ್ತು. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ,
ಆಗಲಿ, ಸಂತೋಷ ಪಡುವ ತೊಂದರೆ ಏನು?
ಹಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಜಿಂಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಶ್ರಮದಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ಲಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಆಸೆ. ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಆ ಜಿಂಕೆಯನ್ನು ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ?
ಆ ಜಿಂಕೆ
ಬೇಕು, ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು.
ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು,
ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು.
ಅರಸಿನಿದು ಮಗೆ ಭ್ರಮೆಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಡವೇ.
ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಜಾನಕಿ, ಬಂಗಾರದ ಜಿಂಕೆ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಉಂಟಾ?
ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕವಾದದ್ದು, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋಸ ಇದೆ. ನಿನಗೆ ಬಂಗಾರದ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂದಾದರೂ ಕೊರತೆ ಆಗಿದ್ದುಂಟಾ?
ಛೇ, ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ
ಆದ್ರೂ ಇದು ಜೀವ ಇದ್ದ ಬಂಗಾರ ಅಲ್ಲವೇ?
ಬಂಗಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಜೀವ ಇದೆ.
ಹೌದು,
ಅದರಿಂದಲೇ ಅಪಾಯ ಇದೆ.
ಅಪಾಯವ?
ಜೀವ ಇದ್ದವರಿಗೆ ಬಂಗಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೆ ತಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ. ಬಂಗಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಜೀವ ಬಂದರೆ ಜೀವ ಇದ್ದವರಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಉಂಟು.
ಓಹೋ, ಹಾಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಪಾಯ ಅಂತಲ್ವಾ?
ಇದರಿಂದ ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಪಾಯ ನಿನಗೆ. ರಕ್ಕಸರ ಮಾಯೆ, ಮೋಸ, ಇದು ಬೇಡ.
ಅಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಈ ಕಾಡಿನ ಮಿಗದಿಂದ ಯಾವುದೇ ಅಪಾಯ ಬರಲಿ, ಎಂತಾದ್ದೇ ಅಪಾಯ ಬರಲಿ, ನಾನು ನೋಡಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ಹೌದಾ?
ಹೌದು.
ಈಗ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಗೆ ಹೇಳುವುದು. ನಾನು ನೋಡಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು? ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು.
ಅದೇ ಧೈರ್ಯ ಅಲ್ವೇ?
ಏನೇ ಇರಲಿ, ಇದರಿಂದ ಅಪಾಯ ಇರುವುದರಿಂದ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ಒಲ್ಲೆ ಬೇಡ.
ನನಗೆ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಹೇಳಿದನಲ್ಲ, ಇದರಿಂದ ಮುಂದೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆದೀತು ಅಂತ. ಎಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಲಕ್ಷಣಗಳನ್ನ ಪರಿಶೀಲಿಸಿದಾಗ ಅದು ಮೋಸದ್ದು ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ನನ್ನ ಜೀವವೇ ಆ ಜಿಂಕೆಯ ಮೇಲಿದೆ, ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಣವೇ ಇದೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಪ್ರಾಣಕಾಂತ ನಾನಲ್ವೇ?
ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿರುವಂತಹದ್ದು. ಪ್ರಾಣಕಾಂತ ನೀವು. ಈ ಪ್ರಾಣವನ್ನ ಉಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ ಜಿಂಕೆಯನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿದುಕೊಂಡು ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ.
ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಖಂಡಿತ ತರುವುದೇ.
ಜಿಂಕೆ ತರುವುದೇ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಇದು ಕೊನೆಯ ಮಾತಾ? ಕೊನೆಯ ಮಾತಾ? ಹಾಗಿದ್ದು ನನ್ನದು ಕೊನೆಯ ಮಾತು. ನನ್ನ ಜೀವವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಆ ಜಿಂಕೆಯ ಮೇಲಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷಣವೂ ಆ ಜಿಂಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಬದುಕುಳಿಯುವುದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬದುಕುಳಿಯುವುದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಚಂಚಲಾಕ್ಷಿಯೇ ಕೇಳು, ಚಂಚಲಾಕ್ಷಿಯೇ ಕೇಳ್, ಚಂಚಲಾಕ್ಷಿಯೇ ಕೇಳ್. ಅರಣ್ಯದಿ ಸಂಚರಿಪ ಮೃಗ ಕಂಬನಸೆದು, ಅರಣ್ಯದಿ ಸಂಚರಿಪ ಮೃಗ ಕಂಬನಸೆದು, ಪಂಚತುವ ಒಯ್ದಿದರೆ ನೀ ಮಾಡ್ಪು ಏನದನು. ಪಂಚ ಕೇಳೋ ಹಸು ವಂಚಿಸುವ ಮಿಗ ಮಡಿದುದಾದರೆ ಹಸು ವಂಚಿಸುವ ಮಿಗ ಮಡಿದುದಾದರೆ ಕುಂಚುಕ ರಚಿಸುವೆನು ಚರ್ಮವ ತೆಗೆದು ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಲೇ
ಬದುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೆ ಇರುವುದು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಆಸೆಯಿಂದ ನಮಗೇನಾದರೂ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಬಾರದಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ತಿಳಿಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈಗ ಬಂಗಾರದ ಜಿಂಕೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆನ್ನಟ್ಟಿ ಹೋಗ್ತೇನೆ ನಿನಗಾಗಿ. ಕೈಗೆ ಸಿಗದೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ಬಾಣ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಪ್ರಾಣ ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ, ಏನು ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಆಯ್ತು?
ಆ ಸತ್ತ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಯನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿಕೊಂಡು ಬನ್ನಿ.
ಯಾಕೆ?
ಈ ವನವಾಸದ ಸವಿನೆನಪಿಗಾಗಿ ಆ ಸತ್ತ ಜಿಂಕೆಯ ಚರ್ಮವನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದು ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದಲೇ ಕಂಚುಕವ ರಚಿಸಿಕೊಂಬೇನೆ. ವಲ್ಲಭ, ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿರ್ತೇನೆ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ
ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಅನುಜ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ಜನಕನಂದನೆ ಅನುಜ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ಜನಕನಂದನೆ ಮೃಗಮನೋಜಿತ ಆದಳಲ್ಲಯ್ಯ.
ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ, ಅಣ್ಣಯ್ಯ, ಅವಸರವಾಗಿ ಬಂದೆಯಲ್ಲ? ಹೌದು. ಕಾರಣ ಮತ್ತೇನಲ್ಲ, ಬಂಗಾರದ ಜಿಂಕೆಯನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ ನಿನ್ನ ಅತ್ತಿಗೆ ಅದು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹಠ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ಓಹೋ, ನಾನು ತರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೇನೆ, ಕಾದಿರು.
ಅಗ್ರಜ ವೀರ ಅಗ್ರಜ ವೀರ ಈ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಅತ್ಯುಗ್ರದಿಂದಲೇ ಹೋಗಲಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಶೀಘ್ರದಿಂದಲ್ಲ ಅಣ್ಣ ಕಡುವ ಬಾರದೆ ಅತ್ಯುಗ್ರದಿಂದಲೇ ಹೋಗಲಾತಕ್ಕೆ.
ವನವಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆಗಾಗಿ ಬಂದು ನಿಂತ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣನಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಯಕಶ್ಚಿತ್ ಜಿಂಕೆ ಮರಿಯನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿಯುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ನೀನ್ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತು? ಒಂದು ಅಪ್ಪಣೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡು, ಕ್ಷಣ ಮಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ತಂದು.
ತಮ್ಮ, ಈ ಜಿಂಕೆಯ ರಹಸ್ಯವನ್ನು ಅರಿತವನು ನಾನು. ನಿನ್ನ ಅತ್ತಿಗೆ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನೂ ತಿಳಿದವನು ನಾನು. ಓಹೋ, ನಾನೇ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಅತ್ತಿಗೆಯನ್ನ ಕಾದುಕೊಂಡಿರುತ್ತೇನೆ.
ಇಂಥ ಹಾ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಧ್ವನಿಯನ್ನ, ಇದು ನನ್ನ ರಾಮನ ಧ್ವನಿ. ರಾಮನಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಅಪಾಯ ಸಂಭವಿಸಿದೆ. ಹೋಗು ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ, ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಧಾವಿಸು.
ರಾಮನ ಧ್ವನಿಯಲ್ಲ ಜಾನಕಿ ನೀ ಕೇಳು, ರಾಮನ ಧ್ವನಿಯಲ್ಲ ಜಾನಕಿ ನೀ ಕೇಳು, ಯಾಮಿನಿ ಚರರು ಅವಸಾನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ.
ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಆರ್ತನಾದವೇ ಆದರೂ ಇದು ನನ್ನಣ್ಣ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರನ ಧ್ವನಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾವು ಬರುವುದುಂಟೆ? ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮೇಲಾಗಿ ಅಣ್ಣನ ಆಜ್ಞೆಯಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಕಾಯ್ದುಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿರಬೇಕೆಂದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನಾನು ಕದಲಲಾರೆ.
ಏನು ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ವರದ ಯೋಜನೆ, ಅವನೆದುರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಸಂಕಟ. ಏನು ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ,
ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀಯಾ?
ರಕ್ಕಸರ ಮಾಯೆ ಇದು.
ವನವಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನೀನು ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂದೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಈಗ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ರಾಮನ ಅಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಆಳಿಕೊಂಡಿರಬೇಕು.
ಕಾಮಿನಿಯ ಕಠಿಣತರ ವಾಕ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿ ರಾಮ 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 ಎಂದು ಕರ್ಣವರಟ ಮುಚ್ಚಿ
ವನವಾಸದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಹತ್ತಿಗೆಯನ್ನ ತಾಯೆಂದು ಭಾವಿಸಿ ಬಂದಿನಲ್ಲ, ಅಂತಹ ಮಾತೆಯ ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂತಹ ಮಾತೆ. ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿ? ಈ ಕಠೋರವಾದ ನುಡಿಯನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿಯೂ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ತಪ್ಪಾದೀತಲ್ಲವೇ? ಅಣ್ಣನ ಆಜ್ಞೆಯೂ ಇದೆ. ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿ?
ಭೂಮಿಯೊಳಗಿಳಾಜ್ಞೆಯು ಬರೆದು, ಭೂಮಿಯೊಳಗಿಳಾಜ್ಞೆಯು ಬರೆದು, ಇಳಾಜ್ಞೆಯು ಬರೆದು ಇದ ಮುಂದಡಿಯ ಇಡದಿರಿಂದ
ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ತಿಗೆ ಮುತ್ತು ಆಕೆಯನ್ನ ಕಾಯ್ದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿರಿ. ಅಣ್ಣ, ನಿನ್ನ ಆಜ್ಞೆಯನ್ನು ಮೀರಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆಶ್ರಮದೊಳಗೆ ಯಾರಿದ್ದೀರಿ? ಭವತಿ ಭಿಕ್ಷಾ
ಲೇಸಾಗಿ ತೈ ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿಯೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಸಿವೆ ಶರಣೆಂಬೆ ನಾನು. ಎನ್ನ ಬೇದರಟ್ಟಿದು ದೂರ ಪಾದ ದರ್ಶನದಿಂದ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಯಿತು ಎನ್ನ ಮನಕ್ಕೆ.
ಮಹಾತ್ಮರು.
ಹೌದು, ನಾವೇ
ವಂದಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ.
ಭಿಕ್ಷಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ ತಾವು.
ಬಹಳ ಹಸಿದಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
ಭಿಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಇರುವಂತಹ ಹಣ್ಣು ಹಂಪಲಗಳನ್ನೇ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ.
ಧಾರಾಳ. ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿಗಳಾದ ನಮಗೂ ಕಂದಮೂಲ ಹಣ್ಣು ಹಂಪಲೆ ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು.
ದಯಮಾಡಿಸಬೇಕು.
ಯಾರು
ಬರಬೇಕು? ಹೀಗೆ
ಎಲ್ಲಿ? ಒಳಗೆ
ಬರಬೇಕು.
ಒಂಟಿ ಸ್ತ್ರೀ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಆಶ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರವೇಶಿಸುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿಗಳಾದ ನಮಗದು ನಿಷಿದ್ಧ. ದೇವಿ ತಾವೇ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ಭಿಕ್ಷೆ ನೀಡಿ.
ನಾನು ಹೊರಬರುವ ಹಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ರೇಖೆಯನ್ನ ಎಳೆದು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಹೌದು, ತಾವೇ ದಯಮಾಡಿಸಬೇಕು.
ಅಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ನಿರ್ಬಂಧ.
ಹೌದು.
ಯಾಕಾಗಿ? ರಕ್ಕಸರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಂದು. ನಾವು ರಕ್ಕಸರೇ ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿಗಳಲ್ಲ. ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಂಥ ಸಂಶಯವನ್ನ, ಸಲ್ಲದ ಆರೋಪವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಿ ಅಂತಾದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಆದರೂ ನೊಂದು ಕ್ರೋಧಗೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲಿಯಾದರೂ
ನಾನಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರದಿ ಕಳಕಪಟದಿ ನುಡಿಯೇ, ನಾನಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರದಿ ಕಳಕಪಟದಿ ನುಡಿಯೇ, ಮಾನಿನಿಯ ಮನದ ಸಂಶಯ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿಯದಾಗೆ ಏನು ಬಂದರು ಬರಲೆನುತ, ಏನು ಬಂದರು ಬರಲೆನುತ, ಆಜ್ಞೆಯನ್ನು ದಾಟುತ್ತ ಅವನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ನಡೆ ತಂದಳು. ಏನು ಬಂದರು ಬರಲಿರುತ್ತ ಆಜ್ಞೆಯನ್ನು ದಾಟುತ್ತ ಅವನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ನಡೆ ತಂದಳು.
ಅಡ್ಡ ಬಂತೆ ಅಂತ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಅವರನ್ನ ಎಳೆದು ಒಯ್ತೇನೆ.
ಕಳ್ಳತನದಕ್ಕಂತೂ ವೈವೇ
वर्षतु पर्जन्यः काले वर्षतु पर्जन्यः पृथिवी सस्यशालिनी देशोऽयं चोबरयिता देशोऽयं चोबरयिता सज्जना सन्तु निर्भया सज्जना सन्तु निर्भया सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयः सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् दुःख ದುಃಖವಾಗ್ಬವೆ ಗಜವರ ಪದನ ಸುಶೋಭಿತಗೆ ಭುಜಗಭೂಷಣ ಲಂಬೋದರಗೆ ಸುಜನೋದ್ಧಾರಗೆ ತ್ರಿಜಗ ಸುಪೂಜ್ಯಗೆ ಭಜಕ ಮನೋರಥ ಪೂರಕ ಭಜಕ ಮನೋರಥ ಪೂರಕ ಜಯ ಮಂಗಲಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶುಭ ಮಂಗಲಂ ಶುಭ ಮಂಗಲಂ ಶುಭ ಮಂಗಲಂ
Khojo, khojo.
How was the experience? So then express it. Put your hands together. Listening and expression, two key skills of the future, communication skills. All right, we're heading into the closure for day one. We still have a long, long way to go to that, but we're almost sort of there. And what a day it has been, really, day one at Arth, a Culture Fest promoted by ZEEL, and it gets even better. We're going to dive into the next session coming up that puts the spotlight on whether Bollywood is staring at an existential crisis. Now, being a huge fan of Hindi films or other films from across the country, I find it difficult to say this on a stage that is being viewed by the nation, by the world, through live streaming, but when I think this is the truth. They actually may be, for the first time in their existence, staring at an existential crisis. Now, in a country where the line of waiting for a certain XUV car is till February 24, in a country where the most recent US visa interview you may get is in June 2024, you could just probably walk into a film theater and get a seat, because not many hordes are watching these films in theaters nowadays. Well, it's not a very nice thing to know, but I think the route forward should be positive once we start taking corrective measures. This is what this session is going to be addressing, but before this session, we will be unfolding, for your eyes only, a very, very special book launch. A book written by Vani Tripathi Tikku, Why Can't Elephants Be Read? All of this action coming up in this next session. To give us their unique perspective are stalwarts from the movie business. First on, I'd like to invite on the dais Sri Prakash Raj, actor, director, producer, television presenter, and politician. He's worked predominantly in Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Hindi, and Malayalam language films. Prakash Raj is the recipient of many, many prestigious awards. Namaskar. Very warm welcome. He's won 5 National Film Awards, 5 Filmfare Awards South, and 4 SEMA Awards. He's truly a veteran of cinema and a masterclass in himself of the craft of acting. एक बार फिर से, हाँ? दिल खोल के तालियां प्रकाश राज के लिए. Warm welcome to stage, Arth. I'd also like to invite on stage censor board member, new age politician, actor, filmmaker Vani Tripathi Tikku, who's now also author. I'm going to congratulate her on the new chapter in her life. She's now author of her book, Why Can't Elephants Be Read? Yes, put your hands together, everybody. Vani has been a change maker for our nation. She's been an activist bringing issues related to youth and women to the notice of various forums and has led several leadership programs in India and across the world. Once again, बहुत सारी प्यार भरी तालियों के साथ आप इनका स्वागत करें, please. Vani Tripathi Tikku on Arth stage. Very, very warm welcome to you. Namaskar. Our next guest is a popular and acclaimed film critic and journalist, Mayank Shekhar, ladies and gentlemen, entertainment head at Midday. He's also the first film critic to have bagged the Ramnath Goenka Award, that is the top honors for journalism in India. Please welcome Mayank Shekhar. Anant Vijay, who's been on Arth stage before this day. Please put your hands together and welcome him once again on stage. We also have with us on the panel Sahana Singh, author, commentator and journalist. And we also have with us Shefali Vaidya, popular author and columnist. Welcome to both of you. And moderating this hugely anticipated session is scholar Abhijit Iyer Mitra, senior fellow at the Institute of Peace and Conflict with several publications to his credit. Very warm welcome to all the panelists of this session. I'm going to request you all to come together for the book launch of a very, very special book, ladies and gentlemen, that asks the most interesting question: why can't elephants be read? So I was talking to Vani earlier, below stage, and she told me how this book really was an ode to the last play that she performed when she was in NSD. It was Lal Lal Hathi, right, Vani? And how it stayed with her, and then how she went through a phase in life when she wasn't in India because of COVID, and her daughter, for nearly a year and a half, was brought up by a wonderful family of 12 Kashmiri Pandits. She's married into a Kashmiri Pandit family, and how this whole experience helped her pen this book, Why Can't Elephants Be Read? That's doing very, very well on bookshelves across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Vani and look forward to the launch of this book at Arth, the Culture Fest, promoted by ZEEL. Can we have the book, please? We'd love to have on stage Trisha Niyogi from Niyogi Books. Can we please have you on the dais? Aye, please. Good evening. What a wonderful book you're backing. We'd love to have you here for the book launch. Of course, this can't happen without you, Trisha. Aye. Ladies and gentlemen, chaliye na. Let's express happiness for this most wonderful book written by Vani. Congratulations to her, to Trisha, the publishing house, and happy reading, everybody. Thank you all, and congratulations. And now I'd hand over this session to the moderator, Abhijit Iyer Mitra.
Thank you. Good evening. We are slightly late, so I'm going to try to make this as exciting for you as possible. The way we're going to start this, the way I thought we'd structure this is starting from Shahana ji, working our way in. Is Bollywood going extinct? And no matter what the provocation, I'm going to give you 2 minutes each. Please put forward your hypothesis or your support or disagreement with that particular statement. Shahanaji, I'll start with you.
So is Bollywood going extinct? The answer would be both yes and no. Yes, because with the OTT platform becoming so popular, Bollywood, the people are not interested in going to the theater again unless it's going to be a very, very special experience. So OTT is eating into Bollywood. So yes, that is causing an existentialist crisis. And then COVID, pandemics. I mean, if one more pandemic, and again people would stop going to the theater. So that has also affected Bollywood a lot. And then the other thing is, of course, the people waking up to their true history, coming to know about the narratives, and so the mood is that people realize now that Bollywood for quite some time has been hijacked by that Dawood kind of gang, and the way the majority, the Hindus, have been portrayed in movies. That has been noticed by a lot of people. They'll be at the saffron-clad person who is the villain, or a tilak-wearing person who is the villain, or making fun of Murti Puja. All these things are being noticed, and a lot of people don't want to promote certain kind of anti-Hindu, anti-India actors. That's happening. But the other side is that Bollywood has also learned to strategize. So they have, when they see how South Indian movies based on certain, like Hindu stories, if they become successful, then, they've started pivoting, and they have also started bringing in these themes. They have started aligning with the South Indian filmmakers. So when we saw RRR, we saw Alia Bhatt in that. So suddenly now Bollywood is clever. They know how to, they know which way the wind is blowing. So, they'll make biopics. They'll have like Tanha Ji, which they know that is going to be successful. So Bollywood does that as well. There is a saying in Kannada that jar bidru no mise mannaglila, which basically means that, a wrestler, he falls down, he slips, and he hurts himself. But then he gets up, as he dusts himself and behaves as if nothing happened to him, and he carries along. I mean, it's a sarcastic idiom. So that is what Bollywood is. Right now, they are playing the game. So they have pivoted. They are going to, have OTT releases. They'll do whatever it takes to be in business.
Perfect. Anant ji, your...
नमस्कार, धन्यवाद आप सबका। विषय बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, और मैं थोड़ा अलग हटके कहना चाहूंगा। जब आप बॉलीवुड कहते हैं तो मैं उसको हिंदी फिल्म समझता हूं, और हाँ, हिंदी फिल्म संकट में है, लेकिन संकट उसको कंटेंट आदि से ज्यादा इसके डायरेक्टर्स से और कॉल शीट से है। क्योंकि डायरेक्टर्स नाम की जो संस्था हिंदी फिल्मों में है, वो लगातार खींचती जा रही है। सुपरस्टार अपनी मनमानी करते हैं, वो लगातार कहानियों में अपने हिसाब से बदलाव करते हैं, कॉस्ट्यूम में अपने हिसाब से बदलाव करते हैं, और सीन दर सीन कटवाते चले जाते हैं। डायरेक्टर्स की कुछ नहीं चलती है वहां, और डायरेक्टर्स कुछ नहीं कर पाते। वो लाचार बेचारा की तरह सिर्फ उनका नाम पोस्टर पर होता है। एडिटिंग में बैठते हैं, सीक्वेंसिंग देख सकें वो, दैट्स इट। और दूसरी जो सबसे बड़ी समस्या बॉलीवुड को मुझे दिखाई देती है, वो है बॉलीवुड में अब कॉल शीट का जमाना आ गया है। एक रन ऑर्डर पकड़ा दिया जाता है, और उस रन ऑर्डर के आधार पर आपको 5 मिनट में ये शूट कर लेना है, 10 मिनट में हीरोइन से डांस सीक्वेंस करवा लेना है। मुझे याद पड़ता है कि जब आप विमल रॉय जैसे या ऋषिकेश मुखर्जी जैसे लोगों को या निर्देशकों को याद करते हैं, वो 3-3, 4-4 घंटे, अगर मैं आपको बताऊं, सुजाता फिल्म का एक दृश्य है जिसमें नूतन और सुनील दत्त एक छुई मुई के पौधे के सामने खड़े होकर वो शर्माने का एक दृश्य है, उसको शूट करने में बिमल दा को 3 दिन लगे थे। कॉल शीट के जमाने में उसे 15 मिनट में शूट करके खत्म कर देना होगा। तो वो न भाव पकड़ पाते हैं, न भाषा पकड़ पाते हैं, और न भावाभिव्यक्ति पकड़ पाते हैं। ये सबसे बड़ा खतरा है जो आपके कंटेंट को भी प्रभावित करता है। और तीसरा जो मुझे लगता है कि बॉलीवुड या हिंदी फिल्मों के सामने जो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती या जो सबसे बड़ा संकट है, वो ये 8 इंच का मोबाइल है। इस 8 इंच के मोबाइल ने कोविड महामारी के दौरान जिस प्रकार से पूरे देश भर में अपनी पैठ बनाई या जिस प्रकार से अपनी लोकप्रियता हासिल की, उसने सिनेमा वालों को सोचने पर मजबूर कर दिया। और आपको कहानियों में इस प्रकार की कहानी लेके आनी पड़ेगी, इस प्रकार के बदलाव लेके आने पड़ेंगे जिससे कि कोई चुनौती से पार पा सके। अंतिम बात मैं कहना चाहूंगा, एक तो ये टिक टिक घड़ी सामने चलती है ना तो दिल धड़कने की तरह होता रहता है कि अभी अभिजीत बोलेंगे बंद कर दीजिए, आपका समय खत्म हो गया। तो इसको एकदम सामने लगा दिया मेरे यार। तो मतलब मुझे ये सारी चीजें जो टेक्निकल चीजें हैं और उसके अलावा जो इन्होंने कहा, मैं उससे पूर्णतया सहमति रखता हूं कि फिल्मों में बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो बगैर किसी चीज के आती है। मैं मुक्काबाज फिल्म का उदाहरण हर मंच पे देता हूं, यहां भी दूंगा। उसमें एक संवाद है, हीरो आता है और ऐसे ही बोलता है, अभिजीत क्या कर रहे हो यार, वो आएंगे तुम्हारी हत्या कर देंगे और भारत माता की जय के नारे लगाकर चले जाएंगे। नुआंसेस क्या है इसके, है ना। अभी एक रणबीर कपूर की कोई फिल्म आई तो उसमें कहा मंदिर तो सारे अपराध करके छुपने की जगह होती है। ऐसे संवाद लिखने के पहले थोड़ा बहुत मुझे लगता है कि सोचना चाहिए। जो लेखक हैं उनको लिखने की मर्यादा संविधान हमारा देता है, लेकिन वही संविधान जो हमें अभिव्यक्ति की आजादी देता है, वही संविधान हमें अभिव्यक्ति की मर्यादा भी सिखाता है। तो आजादी और मर्यादा जब तक दोनों साथ नहीं चलेंगे, मुझे लगता है चुनौती और संकट दोनों रहेंगे।
ठीक। शेफाली जी।
धन्यवाद अभिजीत। मैं पहले दोनों वक्ताओं से सहमत हूं, बट योर क्वेश्चन वाज, इज बॉलीवुड और हिंदी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री, एज आई वुड प्रेफर टू कॉल इट, is it going to go extinct? No, it is not going to go extinct. The earlier topic was, is Bollywood staring at an existential crisis? To that my answer would be somewhat yes. Why? Because as the previous speakers have said, Hindi movie industry for once is facing challenges that it faced never before. First of all, the audience has now access to excellent global quality filmmaking through OTT and through regional cinema as well. So it is not like the Hindi films are be all and all. तो हिंदी फिल्म जो बनाते हैं उनको सोचना जरूर पड़ेगा कि वो जनता जो मूवी देखने वाली है वो उनकी कंटेंट एक्सेप्ट करेगी या नहीं, या उनको एंटी हिंदू, ऑब्वियसली एंटी हिंदू कंटेंट वो नहीं दिखा पाएंगे। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, दीपा मेहता की एक फिल्म थी फायर। वो फिल्म was based on same-sex relationship. It was based on a short story by Ismat Chugtai called Lihaf, and which is the filmmaker has accepted it. Now, Lihaf is a story about a same-sex relationship between one Begum Jan, who is the Begum, neglected Begum of some Nawab, and her servant called Rabbo. Now, Begum Jan and Rabbo have a same-sex relationship in that movie, in that story, because Begum Jan is bored with her life. Now, that theme has been taken into the movie by Deepa Mehta, but what names does Deepa Mehta choose to give her protagonist? They become Sita and Radha. Why? Why not keep Begum Jan and Rabbo as it is, as Ismat Chugtai has said? This is clearly an attempt to provoke Hindus, which they got away with it देन। थोड़ा सा बहस हुआ, थोड़े से प्रोटेस्ट हुए, लेकिन वो मूवी चली, वो मूवी गई मूवी हॉल्स में। आज की तारीख में अगर वो मूवी रिलीज होती तो उसके खिलाफ जो माहौल था वो कई गुना ज्यादा होता, एंड आई कैन नॉट प्रेडिक्ट व्हाट वुड हैव हैपेंड टू दैट मूवी। सो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज, इन टुडेज दौर नो फिल्म मेकर विल डेयर टू मेक अ मूवी लाइक दैट, एंड इट्स अ गुड थिंग।
थैंक यू। वाणी जी।
Namaskar, good evening. I have a problem with the word Bollywood itself because it's actually a hyperbole. It's a poor step cousin of whatever is celebrated as Hollywood all across the world. I think we should be talking about the Indian film industry, which is so many different nuances, genres, and types of, films which are made, whether Kannada, Tamil, Telugu, Odia, Bangla, so on and so forth. Number two, I think a very important question about the existential crisis would be the pandemic itself created an existential crisis for content creators all across the world. Since I sit on the Central Board of Film Certification, one thing that we always speak about is what was in your palm, which was, as Anandji said, the smartphone, immediately became the collective. Families were holed up inside, it was locked down, you could not have theatrical releases of films. It obviously changed the very way expression of content was done. So having said that, after coming out of this perilous time, if we are not going through an existential crisis, then something would be wrong with us. As Jiddu Krishnamurti famously said, the observer is observed. I think the time is to observe the way this kind of nuance is going to play out as far as content is concerned. Today, storytelling, and we are a land of kathavachaks. Every nook and corner of this country, every possible state is full of great kathas. I think, in fact, the time is actually the opposite. We are finally looking inward. Despite the global appeal of cinema, I was at Cannes this year also, I go to film festivals regularly. India was an honor country at Cannes for the first time. What does it say to you? Global cinema is finally finding representation and it's giving representation to Indian filmmaking. So if we were to just put this one little bracket of saying Bollywood, we will actually do a disservice to the great filmmaking which happens in this country. The great storytellers, the poets, the people who tell various kinds of stories. Today, folk tales are becoming mainstream cinema. Also remember, more than 73% of India is under 35. Are we looking at the aspiration of the youth? Are we looking at what kind of stories they wish to see? Yes, the advent of OTT is the explosion and democratization of content. Today, a filmmaker doesn't have to struggle whether he or she can produce and distribute films is not at the behest of the so-called underworld I think ma'am was talking about. There is corporatization of finance and money. And that itself paves the way for great filmmaking and great content. I'm rather saying, if this is a moment of flux, let it remain. Chaos creates complete and beautiful storytelling. Let us not look at the negative. Let's look at what the odd sides are. I also tell producers when they come to me, yes, objectification of women is a problem. We at the CBFC have taken a complete decision. You will make garbage, we will not certify it. Having said that, if you will stop watching garbage, we will not make it.
Lovely. Thank you, Vaniji. Prakashji.
Hi, everyone. Well, I wouldn't use the word extinct at all, because nothing goes extinct on this earth.
Except dinosaurs.
Nothing. It is probably unlearning. It is evolution. There is a pause, and there is a pressure to become more relevant. And don't hold on to certain things, because respect, people have grown. And that's exactly what is happening. So at this point of time, don't look at it. And I agree with her saying, just don't say Bollywood. Of course, you wanted to have it, but it is an Indian cinema. So cinema is an art form. Cinema is a language. Cinema is a perception. Cinema is what is going to give it to the audience different dimensions of a thing, what they see. And it's a storytelling. And anybody can make any films they want. And finally, the people will decide what to watch, what not to watch. And yes, pandemic has changed a lot of things, and a lot of industries have suffered. Not only the film industry, it's a renting industry, buildings, offices, because especially the pandemic in connection with cinema was, I think it has questioned the mafia. Because when cinema is a language, it's a river, it started and suddenly they said it has to be done only through studio setups. Or there is a distribution network, there are theaters, people have to come and see. People used to spend 4 hours to watch a 2-hour film. But now, because of the pandemic, when the mafia was stopped, the whole structure which owned, like somebody built a bridge and said you have to drink water only from this bridge. But then the people now started looking at content. And probably that opened up now, because people are not just seeing films just because they want to see, they're seeing content, and language doesn't matter to them. Because they are able to expose into different things, because it was easy for them to access, and in their own time. They used to save their money, their time, and the taste, and like it's like a farmer, who farms and sells tomatoes at 15 rupees, and the consumer buys it at 45 rupees. Who ate the 30 rupees in between? That was questioned because of this, and I think it's a very healthy trend. If something is something is in a crisis, that means you need to be relevant, and there is a need for us to unlearn and look at it. And I think we need to go back to content, because you can't keep taking audience for granted anymore. You need to understand it. It is a conversation, it is a dialogue, it is a relationship between the maker and the audience, and nobody in between can play the fool anymore. Nobody should be able to control it or try to guide it. And even when you see the OTTs coming down, see, the whole mafia had set it in such a way that you have to make a film in 2.5 hours. So you have to have a beginning, you have to have an interval bang and a climax. The whole thought process has to think of a story in 2.5 hours. Now we can see a 13-hour film. You know, there are so many stories coming out. You know, in a film, in a situation, the camera can go into the maid's house, into a driver's space, somebody else's. So there's so itna kahaniyan aa rahe hain. I think it is, we are in that point of time where we have to evolve. We have to become relevant. We have to unlearn a lot of things and try to become relevant. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you, Prakashji. Mayank. That's yours.
We can share.
If not the thoughts, at least the mic.
We totally share the thoughts as well, Prakash. I couldn't agree more with you. I know Bollywood as a word itself gets debated all the time, and I genuinely don't have a problem with these things. If you go abroad and you just say the word Bollywood, it means something to someone. It's become a brand name in its own way, and of course that's not the debate we're going to have here. The debate is actually whether it's going through an existential crisis, which is the debate, right? What is not debatable is, or what is undeniable, is that there's a transformational phase. It's going through a serious transformation purely because the entire entertainment world is going through that transformation. One is, how do we define, or what do we mean by Bollywood? And presume we mean the Hindi film industry that is based in Mumbai as a city, that has a lot of people who are either artists or entrepreneurs. They make movies almost like startups. They live in a particular area, and that area is what you could say the film district, say Bandra northwards, right? This is distinct from the television industry that also exists in the same plot of land. So you have, these multiple channels that came, the 90s, mid-90s, satellite revolution that happened. So there was a TV industry, there's a film industry. I think the big change that happened, this is the transformation we're talking about, is the OTT world, which is roughly around 2016 or so, where you have long-form content, right? Which looks like television, but it is not long enough to be television. So it's not like someone's employed for 1,000 episodes. It still goes to about 8 or 9 episodes. In terms of aesthetics, it's more film. So the guys who started making this content was actually not the television industry, but the film industry. So you suddenly have Bollywood as a platform on web. And then there are two industries then, right? So that's one. So film industry itself changes then. Because all these guys, all these web shows that these are all filmmakers who were Bollywood filmmakers and were making movies before. The second change, of course, is mainstream, right? Technically, what we mean by Bollywood, when you just throw that term Bollywood, we mean it's the mainstream. There's the mainstream movie industry. The fact is, and as has been pointed out again and again, with that cell phone, there is no mainstream anymore. There used to be this one big star, whose movies used to come one particular Friday. Now you have a YouTube star, you have an Instagram star, you have a Twitter star. These are all celebrities that are all creating content in their own ways. And of course you have the OTT star, and of course you always had the television star, and then there's also the Bollywood star. That changes everything, because it changes the star system also in its own right. Whether we'll have the same Bollywood movie stars of yore, the crowd that comes out, to meet Amitabh Bachchan on a Sunday or Shah Rukh Khan, I'm not too sure. You will have our own little mainstreams in our own pockets. Every day you'll come across some person you never heard of, and there are millions of followers. Who are these people, right? So that's the democracy of content that we're talking about. The third thing that we mentioned Bollywood, we immediately think in our head is, Indian cinema. I think that's the big change also that took place. It's not Indian cinema anymore. Apparently, a movie from Bangalore can come and be the biggest hit in India, big watch for everyone in North India, right? So that is Indian cinema, KGF 2, 1400 crore. You can have a movie that comes from Hyderabad and cracks it in the market in the north. That's RRR for you, started with Bahubali, didn't it? So this idea also, this perception that because you're a Hindi-speaking audience, you will only watch Hindi movies that were made in Mumbai city, therefore Bollywood movies, has also been completely dismantled. And I think that's a fantastic thing. Because now you have movies unifying us despite our language. Something that we hadn't seen in this form before.
Yeah. So, it was a very interesting contrast between what Shahana and Shefali said about content versus what Mayank and Prakashji are saying about languages now being much more acceptable. So, Shahana ji, मैं आपसे शुरू करता हूँ. What do you feel? Because I know you come from the narrative stream, but are you willing to accept the argument that languages and that exposure, which is something Shefali also spoke about, is exposure to a lot more different genres? It's suddenly like pehle humko Delhi mein bas butter chicken milta tha, but now you've got access to Italian food and Russian food or Ukrainian food, whatever, today in Delhi. So you will like to eat a lot more of that. How much ground are you and Shefali ji willing to cede to this side?
Sorry, what is the last thing you said?
I wanted to know how much ground are you willing to cede to this side, which says it has a lot more to do with options on the table. Though both of you also brought that. But what I'm curious about is the weightage you give to it. Because in your speeches, the two of you gave a lot of weightage to the narrative, whereas the weightage here was a lot more to choices, a buffet offered. And the medium. So, Shefali, we'll start with you. Okay, Shah.
No, so when I gave a lot of weightage to OTT, so it was actually kind of there was that parallel.
But how do you split that? Like, give me a percentage.
But before that, I just want to say that Bollywood, I use the term Bollywood for movies after the 80s and 90s, whereas before that, the period of Nutan and Wahida and all those people, I call it Hindi movies. So now I love to call it Bollywood because it's that for me now. Okay. So, the choices, of course, when there are so many choices, and then the languages, yes, a movie like Kantara is now, it became a hit. So now that language barrier has been overcome. So we have more of the movies that are dubbed in different languages, and they are accessible to the people. So now it's not just, the Urdu wood or Bollywood as it's called. Urdu wood is also another word for it, by the way. So we get to see the authentic, the movies from India, where you're actually, look at what happened in Kantara. I mean, small part of Karnataka, what's happening over there, you're getting to see that. So yes, that also is helping. That is helping in bringing out the true narrative of India's civilization, which is not helping Bollywood.
Okay.
So that is also, I would agree with that part. Right. But yes, the awakening of the Hindus is playing a role, because again, the same Twitter, the same Facebook, all this, the reason why all of us are being heard by so many people is that it's making sense to them. Why Shefali is having so many followers is because she's making an important point over there, right? That our true history, our true narrative has to come out. And so that is one of the reasons too. I mean, you will never know you can only conjecture at this point. True. But yes, the narrative does matter.
Then, Shefali, the question, the way I want to frame this to you is, there was also a call to boycott Pathan. There was the belief that it was somehow anti-Hindu. It did very, very well in the box office. So what happened to the entire narrative out there? I mean, somebody who was opposed to something anti-Hindu somewhere else should have seen to it that Pathan also bombed, and it did not bomb.
See, what I'm trying to say is that audience demands and audience tastes have definitely shifted, definitely changed. I'm not going to talk about Pathan because I'm not sure how much of the success is limited to, paid reviews or marketing. I'm really not sure. It may be true, it may not be true. Yeah, it's all very nice to snigger, Mr. Raj, but I have a point.
I have a right to laugh.
No, you're sniggering, but that's okay. I can also snigger at you, but that's besides the point. The point I'm trying to make here is he spoke about languages giving an option. Movies like Kantara, movies like KGF, and movies like RRR work not because they are Telugu or Kannada or any other language. It is because, as Rishabh Shetty put it very eloquently, that Kantara is an Indian movie made in Kannada. So that is what is happening, and those movies, they were always connected to the soil. It's not like suddenly a KGF happened or suddenly a RRR had happened or suddenly a Kantara had happened. Language movies were always true to local culture. What is happening now is that with the opening of with subtitles, with dubbed versions or whatever. And earlier that class system used to be there. हाँ हिंदी मूवी और कोई स्टार अगर हिंदी मूवी में बड़ा नहीं बनता तो वो पैन इंडिया स्टार नहीं है. अब ऐसा नहीं है. Now Rishabh Shetty is a pan India star, even though his movie is in Kannada, and he has no qualms about it. So that has changed. That has shifted. I am not saying that the boycott Bollywood call should be given for every movie or whether it will work for all movies or no. That is not what I am saying at all. All of us have a right to say that, okay, this movie doesn't fit my sensibilities, so I am boycotting it. What about you? That is a democratic right that all of us have. Right. That is not the point. Sometimes it will work, sometimes it will not work. But the point is, nobody can dare to make a film like PK now and show Shivji the way it was shown in that movie and expect to get away with it. And that is what has changed.
Fair point. And I'm going to take that to Anant Vijay ji and Vani ji. How much, you know, a lot of the thing here is being, there's a whole anti-woke movement coming out that feels that there's too much offense being taken to everything. And where would you, Anant ji, draw the line? क्या है जो बहुत ज़्यादा जा रहा है into censorship basically, like you see in America today where हर चीज़ का pronouns लगाना पड़ता है, हर चीज़ में ऑस्कर कैटेगरी में आजकल एक ट्रांस पर्सन होना चाहिए, एक गे पर्सन होना चाहिए, नहीं तो फिर आपको ऑस्कर के लिए शॉर्टलिस्ट भी नहीं किया जाएगा. And at what point is it being sensitive to an audience?
कंटेंट के साथ साथ इंटेंट का होना बहुत आवश्यक है. और मैं एक छोटा सा उदाहरण कंटेंट और इंटेंट का देना चाहता हूं आप सब विद्वान लोग बैठे हैं यहां. एक फिल्म आई थी चक दे इंडिया, याद होगा आपको, और प्रचारित यह किया गया था कि वो मीर रंजन नेगी की सत्य घटना पर आधारित वो फिल्म बनाई गई थी. 1000 करोड़ बिजनेस करने वाले शाहरुख खान उसमें हीरो थे. उसमें शाहरुख खान के कैरेक्टर का नाम मीर रंजन नेगी के कैरेक्टर से जो इंस्पायर था उसका नाम नईम खान था, याद होगा अगर आपको. और पूरी फिल्म के इंटेंट पर अगर बात करें तो उस फिल्म में यह दिखाया गया था कि चूंकि वो नईम खान है, चूंकि वो मुस्लिम है, इसलिए वो प्रताड़ित हो रहे हैं. अगर आप सब लोगों को स्टोरी याद हो उसकी तो. और लेकिन वो प्रताड़ित होने के बावजूद देशभक्त हैं. ये इंटेंट था जिसको कंटेंट की तरह से पेश किया गया. मेरा एक और उदाहरण आपको देता हूं छपाक का. लक्ष्मी पर फेंकने की बात थी, उसमें भी पात्रों के नाम हिंदू मुसलमान गड्ढमड करके इंटेंट बनाया गया. एक तीसरा उदाहरण देता हूं जिस अभिनेत्री का नाम मैं नहीं लेता हूं, मैं लूंगा भी नहीं, रस भरी में आई थी वो, और उसका जो टैगलाइन था ओटीटी का, उस टैगलाइन में स्कूल के छात्रों के बीच मेरठ स्टेशन पर दुपट्टा लहराते हुए जाती थी और क्या क्या बदल देने के दावे वो करती हैं बैकग्राउंड में. तो जब तक आपके कंटेंट का इंटेंट सही नहीं होगा, मुझे लगता है ये जो आप बायकॉट कॉल की बात कर रहे थे ये होते रहेगा. और बायकॉट कॉल जो अज्ञानी लोग हैं अभिजीत, वही कहते हैं कि रिसेंट फेनोमेना है. आप सब लोगों ने भरत मुनि का नाम सुना होगा. जितने फिल्म से जुड़े लोग हैं भरत मुनि के नाट्य शास्त्र के बारे में जानते होंगे, परिचित होंगे. दुनिया का सबसे पहला नाटक देवासुर संग्राम था, जिसके बारे में भरत मुनि ने कहा कि उसको ब्रह्मा जी ने स्वयं लिखा था. उसका भी बहिष्कार हुआ था, उसका भी विरोध हुआ था, और यह भरत मुनि के नाट्य शास्त्र में उद्धृत है. तो जब हमारी परंपरा में भरत मुनि से लेके महात्मा गांधी से लेके, गांधी जी ने भी बायकॉट कॉल दिया था. हिंसक ना होइए आप, आपको अपनी पसंद नापसंद को प्रदर्शित करने का अधिकार है, आपको सार्वजनिक रूप से उसे बताने का अधिकार है, और यह अधिकार संविधान सम्मत है. जो लोग कहते हैं कि बायकॉट कॉल देके एक हिंदू इकोसिस्टम ने ऐसा कर दिया और वो कर दिया, वो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. वो कोई संगठित नहीं होता, वह स्वतः स्फूर्त होता है. जिस प्रकार से गांधी जी ने भी तो विदेशी वस्तुओं के बायकॉट की कॉल दी थी, गांधी जी ने भी नमक सत्याग्रह चलाया था. तो ये गांधी का देश है, ये संविधान से चलने वाला देश है, और गांधी और संविधान दोनों बायकॉट करने की हमें न सिर्फ सलाहियत देते हैं बल्कि परंपरा भी देते हैं.
Gee, thank you. So boycotts are very Indian. Vani ji, I'm going to change that question slightly for you because you brought in ki aap kaise you will not certify a movie that say objectifies women, right? So that's not a boycott. That's kind of a certification thing. But let me ask you this: jahan is desh mein there is an urban India where sexual intermingling is a lot, gender intermingling is a lot more common, as opposed to say a rural India where gender segregation is probably practiced a lot more. Don't you think that there is a fundamental difference in nuance out there where a gender segregated society will want different content? Is it fair to be not certifying what that market wants?
Well, then make the porn industry universal and decertify it and let it. I mean, Gulzar Saab famously said, and I'm on quote here, that if there is no central board of film certification, then everybody will just be making and producing porn. But it's not as simplistic as this, Abhishek. Let's seriously look at what we are talking about. I do want to react to the woke and the anti-woke part that you said before. There is also a word inclusion, and inclusion has to be universal. If there is a LGBTQ plus right movement and a Me Too movement, and there are many things which has brought in the West to start to understand sensibilities and sensitivities of portrayal, we as a country are also a dynamic process. And when I say that objectification of women, where is the gaze of the camera is what is important. Is it between the legs of a woman? Or is it a top angle shot which is talking about criminology and what happens to women when they are sexually harmed? So exactly when you certify films, the gaze is what is important. Frankly, I am the junior most veteran on the Central Board of Film Certification. I've survived, 2 regimes. One thing I can tell you, it is not a very easy process to certify. It's highly democratic. There are about 8 people sitting in the room with me, and I am bound by the redundant act of 1952, the Cinematograph Act. If there's no consensus of certification, the film will not certify. But on record, I'm saying it, there is no word called ban which we can do. So I'm saying there's a constitutionally compromised body, constitutionally put in, not comprised body.
Comprised.
And when there is a constitutionally comprised body, let them do their work. For the first time, there's a board, there's a Gautami, there's a Vidya Balan, there's a former director of the National School of Drama. Every single person in the board is from theatre, film and literature. At least have some respect towards what they do. They have some intention to do what they do. But when it comes to whatever you may call boycott, हम पद्मावत भी झेल गए ना, नेशनल कैलामिटी था ना. जब फाइनली वो फिल्म बाहर आई और प्रदर्शित हुई, किस बात की चर्चा हुई? क्या उन बातों की चर्चा हुई कि ये फिल्म किसी इतिहास के किसी रूप को खंडित करती है, या ये उस चीज की प्रतिमूर्ति है जिसके बारे में 11 महीने तक इस देश में लगातार चर्चा होती रही? So finally all I'm saying is, yes, I have the right to feel offended if you have the right to offend. I do. But when it comes to the collective, why do you have only theatrical certification of films? Then you should be certifying everything, na? You're not.
Yeah.
Again, what is consumed as an individual, the moment it becomes collective, the gaze changes.
Right.
And that gaze cannot be, it is distinct and unique. And all over the world, whether it's France or the United States, films are certified. Yes. They have to be certified. Because when you're watching it as a collective, there is a responsibility. You've also taken responsibility that those 1,000 odd people, those 2,000 odd people are there in that space and they will remain safe.
But just a counter. So you would support a Western style classification as opposed to certification?
Age-related classification. But I'm also saying we are a very nuanced country. You cannot rubbish the cultural nuance of a country.
Right.
What works in the West is going to work with us is a horrendous, generalization. And we cannot. And let me tell you, look at the OTT. We are again going back to what is happening now, what is the most dynamic process, what is happening as a democratic sort of, unveiling of the narrative, look at the stories which are coming from smaller towns of India.
Yeah.
They're about you and me. They're about our lives. They're about what we feel big dreams, big India, small towns, big dreams means. Let us celebrate that. It's time to celebrate that.
Right.
And again, content is not just connected to what is being said on social media, what is being put out. It takes a very long period of time and tremendous hard work to put a thing out, to put a film out. Thousands and millions of people are involved in the creation of that work. At least let that work come out. Let it find its creative journey. Agree, disagree. It's your democratic right to do both.
Right.
Which you've not even encountered as yet.
Fair point. Prakashji, because you brought up evolution, I wanted to ask you about two evolutions. When India was largely rural, and since the 1990s, it's very rapidly, we're almost, 65% urban today. Since you act in movies, what evolutions have you seen in audience perception, number one? And number two, how open do you think, because, for example, let me give you an example of food, for example. Indian food never really competes in a Michelin category because we don't make our food that way. We don't serve our food that way. So it's fundamentally different. Like Iranian cinema is fundamentally different, but it appeals to a Western sensibility. Whereas Indian cinema, like Vani said, it was showcased at Cannes, but it's still seen as a kind of a niche sort of thing. So how have you felt the evolution, and where do you think it's going, and how we're going to deal with it with urbanization and niche?
You talked of food. Just look at the coastline of this country. You come from Gujarat, then you come down to Maharashtra, then to Goa, to Karwar, to Kerala, to Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Bengal. It's two seas, oceans. Fish are the same. But the way you cook and eat is so different. The masalas are so different. And that's how we have lived. Western people looking at Indian cinema, because now again, if you look at Oscar awards, or I've been there, even the Golden Globes, the last film where I did with Priyadarshan, we were one among the 20, and I could see around 100 jurors sitting, and they also have these questions. It is their problem. You don't have to think if we get an Oscar or the global is something which is going, that we become big. No. They have different parameters, there's different, like the Miss World pageant, Miss Universe. So let's not look into it. As she said, we need to celebrate our stories. What has happened, evolution is happening, is more stories are coming out because the whole star system or film system or Bollywood, Collywood, kind of everything, the whole mafia, it has come out of the mafia because the audience are now exposed to different stories. And as he said, anybody can become a star today. If you are a relevant actor, if you are a good actor, a web series comes and he is the biggest star. The stars are born out of the stories. That's what is happening now. And that evolution I'm seeing, and me being an actor myself, in working in 5 different languages, 6 different languages, in the so-called pre-pandemic era, I used to get few films like Kanjivaram or Iruvar or sometimes to do once in a way, but they never ran in theatres. They were good films because there was no space for them in the theatres. But now with the sort of different stories, a Bengali writer, a Marathi writer, yesterday there was a Marathi writer, there was an Oriya film, they want to come and meet me now. And I look at them, I have realized that in this whole system where I was, I am starting unlearning how to act because I'm living different stories. It's challenging for me to see the nuances because I have never in the 3 decades of my career as an actor had never tried such nuances, such stories, such beautiful music of different languages, and that is something which the evolution is what I'm seeing, and I'm very, very happy about it. And I'm so proud of me because in spite of being in cinema, because of my literature, because of my movements, because of my poetry, because of my exposure to theatre, that I'm able to still be relevant and they're still coming up to me so that I can tell their stories. And that is the evolution I'm finding it at the ground level.
Lovely, thank you. Mayank ji, for you. You were talking about how things have changed, how this sort of TV series have now got a much higher production quality, which kind of eats in. It struck me, the parallel to me was Twitter, that 140 characters did not finish off long form writing, but it did change long form writing a lot. So let me pose the counter to you. Netflix posted very significant losses this year and the previous year as well. So clearly things aren't working out there either. But going forward, how do you see this entire thing progressing? Is it going to be constant chaos which produces creativity? Are you seeing an end point to this?
I mean, it's evolution, right? And I completely agree with Prakash. Literally every element of entertainment, media, technology is based on evolution. I just want to, before I answer your question, just a couple of things. One, you mentioned about how Iranian cinema caters to the Western gaze, and it is a kind of Iranian cinema. So the first time I went to Tehran, the first thing I wanted to do was watch a movie in Tehran, and they watch the same masala movies that we watch here. The public watches the same, they want the same entertainment. Then there is the other Iranian cinema that the world consumes, and earlier used to consume in film festivals. I think art house will become the new cool very soon because access has become possible. So we will all watch it now, right? And just to also, Anandji, you cannot compare boycott of British goods to boycott of Hindi movies. Economic ruin of your fellow citizens is not the same thing as boycotting an imperial rule. So let's not confuse. Gandhian boycott is very different from ये film मत देखिए आप. ये fellow nationals यार, उन्होंने मेहनत किया है.
प्रतिभटन, प्रतिरोध, दो चीज होते हैं ना. प्रतिरोध is more, beautiful.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think it's totally legit for someone who has seen a particular film, whether it's a Chak De India, and made observations.
I don't think he was equating boycott of British goods.
I think it was more of a cultural argument that boycotts in general have a cultural...
The idea of, being able to disagree with something is empirical in this country. We were a British colony and we used to respond, even then aggressively to things we did not agree with. That's what I thought.
Let Mayank finish.
The point I was trying to make was that there is a creation or a product. There will be consumers of that product. They will have issues with it, and they will say it loud whether you have a problem with a film Fire or Chak De India. I think that should be important. I should be able to say it. Where I'm asking others not to do something, it's beyond me why you would do that. And I think, and again here, and of course you will respond to me, Anandji, but I thought that there was an ecosystem there. Because that argument started with a simple idea of कि भैया ये जो बम्बई के लोग हैं, ये कुछ film families हैं, ये चलाती हैं, nepotism है, and it's wrong. It started with that, right? But then in that case, you use the same logic. You should not watch Telugu movies. 7 film families run in Hyderabad, run the entire film industry, right? But so who are these people who only have a problem with Hindi movies? Because that problem of nepotism is actually much bigger down south. Yes. But they don't seem to ever boycott any south movie that I know of, right? So, if we keep looking at pro and anti, then I'll say that these people are anti-Hindi. Hindi cinema ke piche pade, they are anti-Hindi people. What are they doing? They're trying to ruin a Hindi film industry of a language that we all love, right? So that is it. So I think that still exists largely in the social media space.
Right.
I don't think that has a real, because people will go and watch something that they find entertaining. Netflix, if I were to make Nobel Prize more relevant, I'd give a Nobel Prize to Netflix.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have singularly, and it could be multiple things that happen one after the other, they have singularly united the world to look at cultures and completely niche worlds and look at cultures and change the way we look at the world now. It started, and it's just this whole binging culture, right?
Yeah.
They destroyed this notion that we have very low attention spans. They came up with a House of Cards. They put all the episodes in one go. That was the first binge show in the world, right? apparently we can't watch more than 2 hours of a film. We have to cut down length from 3.5 to 2, right? Now we can watch 18 hours straight.
Yeah.
3 seasons gone. That's one. Second, we were told, the whole world told us that we only respond to our language. Nobody has ever complained about Narcos being in Spanish. Nobody has ever talked about how Squid Games is in Korean. It makes no difference to anyone's life that Money Heist is in Spanish. Has been watched by people across this country and the world. And so if there is a platform that facilitated that, that made the first move, I think they did something beyond what technology and entertainment is capable of. They brought us together in ways that we could not have imagined before. Of course, internet has a lot to do with it and all those other things. In terms of whether it's doing well in India or not, I think the fact that all these things can become global mainstream makes me really happy that you can have a Sacred Games in India where 2/3 of its viewership comes from outside India. It gives content creators here a chance to immediately reach 190 countries of the world at the same time. I think it's fantastic here. We need to stop looking at this is just Indian or that is just, because that is not how the world is consuming content these days.
Lovely. So we shall move into very quickly. I'm going to give you just 1 minute each because we're cutting into audience time. It's time for audience questions.
Yeah.
हाँ sir. एक-एक करके. हाँ.
नहीं आप बोलिए.
नहीं आपका नाम लिया था ना बॉयकॉट.
धन्यवाद वानी जी. मैं अपना बचाव करने के लिए सक्षम हूं और मुझे लगता है कि मयंक ने जिस प्रकार की प्रतिक्रिया दी और राज साहब ने प्रतिरोध और समरोध पता नहीं क्या 2 शब्द बोले, यहां तक आवाज नहीं आई उनकी. ऐसे इनकी संवाद अदायगी बहुत अच्छी है. मुझे लगता है कि चीजों को समग्रता में समझने की आवश्यकता है. अगर आप अनंत विजय के स्टेटमेंट को सिर्फ गांधी से पिक कर लेंगे तो आप दोषपूर्ण निष्कर्ष के शिकार होंगे जिसके आप हुए. मुझे सिर्फ इतना कहना है कि जब मैं फिल्मों में ये देखता हूं या किसी टीवी सीरियल में मैं ये देखता हूं कि किसी थाने के बाहर अगर 4 मुस्लिम परिवार बैठे हैं और एक व्यक्ति कहता हुआ अनायास चला जाता है कि यार ये तो मुसलमान है, ऐसे ही बैठे रह जाते हैं, सिस्टम इनको पूछता नहीं है, कोई सरकार का ध्यान इन पे जाएगा नहीं, ये राजद्रोह है. और अगर राजद्रोह है तो वो देश के खिलाफ है और अगर देश के खिलाफ है तो उसका बायकॉट करने का अधिकार उसी प्रकार से हमारे पास है जिस प्रकार से गांधी के पास ब्रिटिश के बायकॉट करने का अधिकार है. तो मैं जब कंटेंट के साथ इंटेंट की बात कर रहा था तो इसको समझते हुए आपको आगे बढ़ना होगा कि फिल्मकारों को, डायलॉग राइटर्स को, संवाद लेखकों को ये देखना पड़ेगा कि आप अपना एजेंडा तो नहीं चला रहे हैं किसी में. अगर एजेंडा चला रहे हैं कहीं पर आप, तो आप अपना एजेंडा चलाइए. मैं तो कहूंगा ना कि शेफाली आप ये फिल्म मत देखिए.
सर लेट्स रैप अप क्विकली 30
सेकंड्स. आप कंटेंट और इंटेंट जो बोल रहे हैं ठीक बोल रहे हैं आप. कंटेंट विद रॉन्ग इंटेंट है तो आप पूछ सकते हैं, लेकिन बिना देखे हुए how do you decide content and intent? Just because with one bikini you will say Beshram Rang and content is wrong, intent is wrong, and the whole world goes on ban the film. No chance, it should not come out. That is not done.
No, but Prakash ji,
I understand. If you have an investigator who has gone inside, seen the content while writing the script, has been there with the intent, you come up with that. No,
Prakash.
Just with one kal Besharam Rang, content, intent is wrong, ban it. KGF. Prakash Raj talks against these guys, so ban KGF. अरे क्या हो रहा है भाई?
No. Did you have?
No. I'm telling you, no. Content, intent. If you already know, if you have an investigator who has gone to the writer's table in the thought of the writer, and you know it is wrong, you have every right. Give me the proof. Nothing. Just because one poster comes, one bikini is in Besharam Rang. So it's an orange color, yaar.
It is a democratic country.
No. That sort of banning, that sort of panic is wrong.
No. When Vishwarupam came out, and they said Allahu Akbar needs to be removed from there.
No.
Without seeing the movie, that time did you say anything about it?
Which called Sexy Durga. It was about a lady who was a escort worker. They were against ban it. The name is wrong. I said, you have no problem with the Durga wines. You have a problem with a film which is called Sexy Durga. This is not done here.
Prakash ji.
No, you just can't. Okay. This is the narrative which is wrong. Sir, we are not saying you have every right. You have every right to say something is wrong if you know it is wrong.
आपके कहने का पूरा सम्मान है, लेकिन जिस फिल्म की आप बात कर रहे हैं और जिस काली को आपने सिगरेट पीते हुए दिखाया, जरा सुप्रीम कोर्ट के तो आदेश
अरे देयर वाज नॉट इवन अ कॉस्ट्यूम यार, अ लेडी।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अभी आप सेक्सी दुर्गा पे थे, फिर आप जंप कर रहे हो बिकनी पे।
रामदेव जी इज वेयरिंग अ लंगोट व्हिच इज
एक चीज पे रहो भाई,
यू स्टॉप इट। नो नो,
पे रहो,
यू जस्ट कांट जंप टू कंक्लूजंस लाइक
Just
दैट।
because
Goal
there's
post
one
change मत
religion
करिए।
which is
This
so
is not you are terrorizing
Okay,
people
one
to
second,
think.
guys,
अगर बिकनी को
time
change
out,
करना
time
चाहते-
out, time
As
out,
you choose
time
bikini,
out.
I don't choose bikini.
Time
Nobody
out,
chose
please.
बिकनी। अगर बिकनी चूज किया होगा तो फिल्म 1000 करोड़
Time
नहीं
out.
करती। 1000 करोड़ नहीं करती।
Okay,
Okay.
I need to say something.
30
I still
seconds
have-
each. Thank you. Shefali,
Okay.
30 seconds. Sahana,
So
30
he
seconds.
said लोगों ने मेहनत की है, आप फिल्म का बॉयकॉट करने का मैसेज मत भेजिए। फिल्म मेहनत तो मणिरत्नम में भी की थी बॉम्बे में, लेकिन क्या हुआ, बॉम्बे में उनके घर पे बॉम्ब गिराया गया था, बॉम्बे में या चेन्नई में। He got hit by a shrapnel. Why? Because in his movie a Muslim man was shown marrying a Hindu girl. So the Hindu man and a Muslim woman. Similarly, गदर में जब सनी देओल शादी करता है, हाँ? No. When in Gadar, when Sunny Deol marries a Pakistani girl and puts blood in her head and says, "अब हो गई सिकनी," तब भोपाल में 400 लोगों का मॉब आया था, तब जला दिया था, पेट्रोल बॉम्ब फेंके थे थिएटर पे। One minute, let me complete. So this तब भी तो मेहनत की थी, तब किसी ने बोला नहीं। अब जब मूवीज बन रहे हैं, सॉरी, अब जब मूवीज बन रहे हैं सो कॉल्ड इंटरफेथ मैरिजेस में, वेयर द मैन इज अ मुस्लिम एंड अ वुमन इज हिंदू, एंड दे आर शोइंग इट इन मूवीज लाइक केदारनाथ, दे आर शोइंग इट इन लाइक माय नेम इज खान, तब मूवीज किसी ने बोला नहीं था बॉयकॉट करना है। अब people have the ability to say that, and they are only exercising their democratic right, which they have every right to do so.
So basically you're not disagreeing about anything. You're saying that people have the democratic right. They're not disagreeing with that. They're just saying use an informed opinion. Watch
That's
it.
fair enough.
Fair
He's
enough.
saying let the movie come out and then you react to that.
Right.
So then they have already then
Right. So
but
not-
why? I mean,
but
if
here's
from the
thing.
name of the book.
Shahana, I think the point here is it okay to take a movie boycott without understanding, without knowing the content? How will you know the intent, like Anant Vijay ji said, without knowing the content first?
Well, you see, I would probably, I would raise questions personally rather than boycotting, but I would understand why somebody would want to boycott also. See, in the case of Sanjay Leela Bhansali, he has made Devdas, where he has made those two people dance together, which, the prostitute and the lady, the main character, that was not there at all in the original novel, and it was very objectionable. So people thought that something like that might come in this movie as well. Maybe there will be a dream sequence between Alauddin Khilji and this Padmini, right? And so they objected, and there were many reasons to object.
So basically, this is a fundamentally. Sorry, one second. No.
I mean, I'm saying,
we have to really go. We've eaten up into audience time. No more. We're going to go to the audience. But generally, this is a fundamental. We're not going to be able to bridge this gap. This is not one debate that is going to settle. Sir, एक second, sir. एक second, please.
पूत के पांव पलने में दिख जाते हैं, इसलिए कंटेंट देखने के लिए ट्रेलर देखना भी काफी है।
ठीक है, okay. Let's go to the audience questions. How are we doing the audience questions? I'm sorry, I can't see anything. I'm just going to stand up. This is not an ideological debate we're going to get over. One is preemptive and the other is post facto. That's an ongoing debate in everything, including the use of force. It's the most important thing about the UN's use of force doctrine. I can't see your hands go up. किसका हाथ है? हाँ, चलिए, question पूछिए.
सर नमस्कार, मैं वैभव।
प्लीज डायरेक्ट योर क्वेश्चन किसी एक बंदे को पूछिए, प्लीज।
सर अनंत सर से को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, उनकी बात से मैं सहमत हूं। और सर ये जो पोस्टर में भी आजकल कब्जा हो रहा है, मतलब मैं देख रहा हूं, जैसे आपने कहा ना कि जो स्टार होते हैं वो ना सिर्फ डायरेक्टर पर ना सीन कटाते, बल्कि आजकल पोस्टर भी मतलब सिंगल फेस के होने लगे हैं। पहले फिल्म, क्योंकि फिल्म टीम वर्क है, तो सर ये कहाँ लेकर के जाएगा? मतलब हम लोगों को तो मतलब दिमाग में वही डाला जा रहा है जो उनके मन का है। डायलॉग्स भी वो ये कहते हैं कि हमारे हिसाब से कहानी लिखो, इस तरह से।
राइट, थैंक यू। अनंत सर,
आप बोलूं सर?
हाँ जी, बोलिए सर।
मैं तो भाई पहले ही थोड़ा टेक्निकल चर्चा करना चाहता था, लेकिन भाई लोगों को मंजूर ही नहीं था। कि कोई गंभीर बात कर लो।
सर हम लोग सुनना चाहते हैं सर।
जिस प्रकार से निर्देशक नाम की संस्था लगातार छीजती चली जा रही है, उनकी वक़्त कम होती जा रही है। कोई स्पॉट बॉय होता है, उसको किसी चड्डा नाम की फिल्म में या एक दूसरी फिल्म जो अभी हुई उसका मतलब किसी को भी डायरेक्टर बना दो और उसके बाद अपने मन की करो। तो ये जो प्रवृत्ति है, इस पर बहुत गंभीरता से हिंदी फिल्मों में विचार किया जाना चाहिए। मैं जानता हूं एक फिल्म ऐसी बनी है, डायरेक्टर आंसुओं से रो रहा है बेचारा कि एक सुपरस्टार आया और उसने पूरी फिल्म कटवा दी, अपनी मूछें छोटी करवा ली, अपने को 10 साल पहले उनका बनवा लिया। तो ये सारी चीजें जो हो रही है हिंदी फिल्मों में, ये सबसे ज्यादा बड़ा खतरा है। लेकिन ना तो उस पर कोई अभिनेता मुंह खोलेगा, ना कोई छोटा मोटा निर्देशक मुंह खोलेगा उसके बारे में। लेकिन जैसा कि हिंदू समाज में होता रहा है, वैसे ही हिंदी समाज में भी होगा कि रिफॉर्म अंदर से ही आएगा। कोई ना कोई राजा राम मोहन राय आएगा जो ये रिफॉर्म करेगा।
Thank you. If you can add, no more questions. Please hand over the mic to the next person. Thank you.
बात कर रहा था सर।
Next.
Hello everyone, I am Kunal. Prakash sir, this question is for you. We admit that Bollywood is going through a crisis right now. Therefore, makers of the movie are injecting aspects of religion and patriotism in it. So, how far that would help Bollywood revive?
Thank you. Prakash sir?
Selling doesn't revive anything. Will buying pakoras, making pakoras give you a job? See, they will try to, because of the ecosystem what is there, and if people are looking at putting in religion, films may work, somebody will come to make money out of it. But finally, will it sustain? Will the people see? You know, everybody who wants to make business, today even nationalism has become a business, isn't it?
Exactly.
So everybody wants to do some certain propaganda films. Somebody wants to do left films, somebody wants to do right films, somebody wants to put their ideologies and do films. Everybody has a right. Finally, the audience, the people. And to what extent that it becomes relevant is what is going to happen. People who want to make will keep making films like that.
Thank you.
Thank
you. If you can pass the mic on.
And you can't stop them from making it. If somebody is doing a propaganda film, we say don't ban it. Let it come out. Let it come out. Everybody's intention, everybody has a reason to tell a story. If somebody wants to tell a religious story, he should make a film to make a religious story. He has the right to tell the film and the audience will watch it. As simple as that. The same way somebody doesn't want to make something else wants to make, you have to let them also make those films, right?
Right. Ma'am?
Hi. मेरा नाम अनामिका है. मेरा सवाल बॉलीवुड से
Speak up a bit. We can't hear you. Hold it closer.
हेलो.
Yeah.
हाँ. मेरा सवाल बॉलीवुड वालों से है.
नहीं, who one? You choose one person to answer your question.
हाँ.
Who?
प्रकाश राज जी. हाँ.
बॉलीवुड वाले तो एक ही हैं भैया.
आई थिंक हमें बॉयकॉट वालों को ब्रॉड ब्रश नहीं करना चाहिए. अभी कोई भी मूवमेंट होती है उसमें लॉजिकल आर्ग्यूमेंट्स भी होंगे, स्टूपिड आर्ग्यूमेंट्स भी होंगे. हर मूवमेंट की नेचर ऐसी हो जाती है जो मास मूवमेंट बन जाती है. तो मेरा सवाल है कि बॉलीवुड जो लॉजिकल आर्ग्यूमेंट्स है बॉयकॉट वालों के, उनको कॉग्निसेंस क्यों नहीं देता? जस्ट बिकॉज पठान हिट होगी इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि उसमें जो चीजें थी वो ठीक थी. अभी हमें ये पता है कि इंडिया पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर टेररिज्म का विक्टिम है, तो हम अपनी मूवीज में पाकिस्तान को सॉफ्ट क्यों दिखाते हैं और अपनी साइड को रोक क्यों दिखाते हैं?
Okay, so that's a good point. I mean, so her question basically is, if somebody wants to see Pakistan depicted as a bad state, why should
you wait
they...
for the films which are made like that? Why are you asking the fellow who is making a film? If you see 1,000 films which will be made like that, no, go watch those films. So why are you deciding what a filmmaker should do for you? No, don't watch that film.
ये नेशन को नुकसान करता है.
नहीं करता है, नहीं करेगा. वो नहीं कर रहा है. I'm telling you.
उनका प्रश्न पठान पे है. प्रकाश जी से पूछ लो पठान देखा है नहीं देखा इन्होंने, तभी तो रिएक्ट करेंगे.
आपने देखा है सर?
पठान पे है. आपने पठान देखी?
नहीं, वो पठान पे नहीं है उनका.
पठान पे ही है सर.
नहीं, they are saying.
No, her question was specific to
Her question
Pathan.
was something else.
Very specific on Pathan.
No, it is not. I am telling you, she is telling it. Why are you telling her question? Please. Don't decide other questions also, sir.
Was your question
You can't decide other questions
मैं आपको
also.
सिर्फ
I'm
इसलिए कह रहा हूँ, you must be
I'm
sorry, sir.
sorry.
आपको सॉरी होना ही
That was
पड़ेगा.
not the question.
यही क्वेश्चन था.
No,
आपको मुझे
okay,
पूछना
not
है.
the question.
That was the question.
He's saying.
That was the question.
You are saying it.
वो पहली लाइन में उसने कहा पठान.
She says her question is specific to Pathan.
Don't.
Am I correct?
A sentence is
sir,
not
बात तो
Pathan.
सुन
No,
लो.
no, no.
बात
no.
तो सुन लो.
She is talking similar films. I'm answering.
No,
it.
no, no. She's
Don't decide
Prakash,
questions
she's
also.
saying Prakash sir, she's saying her question is specific to Pathan.
Yeah, that was not the question.
You know.
चलो
How do you
She's
know?
talking about Pakistan. This thing. Why are they showing it?
अरे
Let them
इनको सूट
show.
नहीं कर रहा भाई, छोड़ दो.
Let them show. Let them show. I said. You don't watch that film.
I
No?
need 30 seconds
Okay,
here.
you don't watch
now
it.
he's saying, let her go and watch the movie and then
Let her
decide,
not
right?
watch the
Or let
film.
her not watch the movie. The 2 minutes ago he said, पहले movie देखो तो सही, उसके बाद बोलो boycott करना है कि नहीं.
No,
दोनों
no.
नहीं हो सकता है ना. दोनों नहीं हो सकता है.
True. You can't have both.
You
no?
can't have both.
I said don't try to boycott before not seeing the content.
How do you know?
Content पता नहीं है, intent पता नहीं है.
अभी आप
एक
बोल रहे
रंग
हैं,
देखा
तो
और रंग
कैसे
को भी
पता
हाईजैक कर
चलेगा?
लेंगे आप. सिर्फ आपका रंग है.
तो कैसे पता चलेगा जब रिव्यू बोल रहा है कि पठान का जो हीरो है
उसी में बोल रहा हूं, let-
तो
okay.
how do you read the review?
Let
you
that
don't
film
want
be
to
there,
watch
no.
it. You are saying don't watch the movie.
You
Obviously,
have every
you
right
can't
not to like the film.
No, that's not what you said.
Just because
you
you
said
by
don't
chance
watch the
went
movie.
into the
I'm
theatre
sorry,
and watched
sir.
a film you didn't
You
like, you
please
can't
don't
ban the
change
film.
goalpost. Don't change goalpost.
Okay.
2 minutes ago you said don't watch the movie.
प्रकाश जी
Now you're
जैसे
saying
लोगों
you
के
have
साथ
every right
दिक्कत
to
यही
not
है
like the movie.
कि
These
वो
are two different things. I'm sorry.
जहाँ फंसते हैं वहाँ निकल लेते हैं.
Okay, let's talk about the topic. Let's talk about the topic.
एटलीस्ट मैं निकलता हूँ, अटके रहते हैं आप.
प्रकाश जी आपसे एक क्वेश्चन है. प्रकाश जी
आप ही को पूछ रहे हैं सर. हाँ.
वेब सीरीज में आप गाली देना पसंद करेंगे अगर आती है तो? बार बार फिल्मों के अंदर गाली वेब सीरीज में भी हर जगह गाली उपयोग हो रही है आजकल.
अच्छा, he's asking about गाली
No,
गलौज.
ऐसे रोल्स मेरे पास आ रहे हैं. मैं नहीं करूंगा ऐसे because there's a lot of dark web series which come, which is not mine.
Very good, very good.
I don't like it personally. I would rather do a Mukbir.
Okay.
I would rather do a Chiku.
If you can give the mic to the next
You know,
person.
it is my decision. I don't do dark films.
वाणी से भी एक क्वेश्चन है.
सर एक ही
वाणी
क्वेश्चन.
से एक
सर
क्वेश्चन.
बहुत लाइन लगा है, प्लीज अगले बंदे को दे दीजिए. थैंक यू.
गुड इवनिंग पैनलिस्ट, माय नेम इज रोहन. मेरा क्वेश्चन प्रकाश सर से है अगेन.
यार किसी और को भी पूछो कभी कभार.
या तो
बेचारे
फिर-
इतने सारे पैनलिस्ट बैठे हुए, बस उन्हीं को
इट्स
सर पे टपके जा
कंबाइंड
रहे हो.
क्वेश्चन रिलेटेड टू बोथ साउथ इंडियन मूवीज एंड
ठीक है, आपका हक बनता है. चलिए.
आप उनको डिक्टेट नहीं कर
विनती कर रहा
सकते
हूं
प्लीज.
आपसे, but
आप उनको
पूछिए.
डिक्टेट नहीं कर सकते सर, प्लीज उनको
देश
डिक्टेट
में
नहीं
ऑलरेडी डिक्टेटर है. तू बोल.
सर इतने बुरे हैं हम नॉर्थ वाले सर.
पूछिए.
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि जैसे अभी एक ट्रेंड चल रहा है कि साउथ इंडियन मूवीज को लोग ज्यादा प्रेफर कर रहे हैं इन द सेंस कि एक साउथ इंडियन मूवीज कोई भी आ रही है, एवरीवन इज लाइकिंग देम. दे आर ग्रेट. कंतारा इज ग्रेट, RRR. बट इन दिस सेंस जब एक ही साउथ इंडियन मूवी जैसे अला वैकुंठ पुरमुलु, उसी का भी रीमेक बना शहजादा, बोथ मूवीज हैव सिमिलर प्लॉट होल्स. वन
Can you ask the question? We've run out of time, so just ask the question.
So
please.
one was appreciated while the other was criticized for its plot holes. So does it have a hypocrisy ki एक के plot holes appreciate
No,
हो रहे हैं
certain
कि नहीं?
stories which work with different languages, different music, different sensibilities, they would have taken the plot and it might have not worked in these sensibilities here. You know, certain things just cannot be translated. They must have just transcribed something like that. So there's something lost in translation. Probably that is it. The intent are two different. Now, if Kantara, if you say it's a very big hit, it's a wonderful film. But suddenly you can't say I will do it based on a culture in somewhere in Gujarat or somewhere in Haryana. No, it doesn't work like that. So that must be there. And they must have jumped at the whole idea of the film or the plot that they thought they would work. It didn't work. As simple as that.
So some idioms are untranslatable.
Sometimes. It happens
And thank you. I'm really sorry, but I've been given the chop. I've given the chop order. I'm sorry.
Sir,
Madam,
short question.
Time's up.
The boss has given me the chop order. I'm so sorry.
Sir, just a short question. Sir, just one short question.
नहीं, sorry. Madam, आप मैडम से बात कर लीजिए.
Ma'am, 30
Thank you
seconds.
so much. She's the boss. Thank you. Please don't throw stones at me. Feel free to throw stones at
ma'am,
her.
30
Thank
seconds.
you very much. You're a fantastic audience. Thank you to all the panelists.
Thank you, sir. No hard feelings. All of us will stand by whatever we believe in, and let's make this country a beautiful space.
Since I waited for the 30 seconds, all I'm saying is, and the argument continues.
ये देश बहस का नहीं संवाद का है, इसलिए कृपया संवाद करिएगा, आर्ग्यूमेंटेटिव इंडियन की कोई जगह नहीं है।
Thank you to the moderator and thank you to all the panelists. Jai Hind. Thank you very, very much, very, very much. Did you or did you not enjoy that conversation, the samvad? I did. And this happens only at Arth, a culture fest. Please come together for a photograph. I hope all of you are sharing your experiences online. You can use the hashtags India Ka Arth, #Arth Culture Fest. Our handles are @Arth_live on Twitter and Instagram. And of course, our page on Facebook is @Arth Culture Fest. Send your messages out there. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to say goodbye and hand the stage over to Anjum Sharma, who is a Hindi poet based in Delhi. He's also host of a series called Sangat on Hindvi YouTube that talks to many, many literary figures from across the country. He will now take the stage over for the Kavita Sandhya by the Rekhta Foundation. We begin this session with a short film we are now going to play for you that is about the Hindvi initiative of the Rekhta Foundation. Eyes on the screen, please.
हिंदी कविता और साहित्य को समर्पित एक अनूठा पोर्टल, जहां है हिंदी काव्य परंपरा के सभी प्रमुख नए पुराने कवियों और अलक्षित कवियों की हजारों कविताएं, पद, दोहे और लोकगीत। हिंदवी, यहां आपको मिलते हैं बीती सदियों के धुंधले होते छंद प्रबंध। यहां हम संजोते हैं हिंदी साहित्य की परंपरा और थाती को, लाते हैं समकालीनता और आधुनिकता की सभी जरूरी आहटें, यानी आपकी उम्मीदों से कहीं ज्यादा का एक चौंका देने वाला डिजिटल अड्डा। जुड़िए हिंदवी के साथ, जुड़िए अपनी बोलियों और अपनी प्यारी भाषा हिंदी से। हिंदी साहित्य को समर्पित गतिशील वेबसाइट रेख्ता फाउंडेशन का नवीनतम उपक्रम।
रात में जब बहुत अंधेरा होता है तो कभी कभी प्रकाश की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, और कभी कभी कुछ प्रकाश बहुत देर कर देते हैं। तो हमारी इस कविता संध्या में काफ़ी देर हुई, और उसके लिए मुझे अपना समय बचाना पड़ेगा कि मैं कम से कम बोलूं और आप कवियों को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा सुने। तो अर्थ कल्चर फेस्ट और रेख्ता फाउंडेशन के तत्वाधान यानी सहयोग से आयोजित इस कविता संध्या में आप सभी का स्वागत है। फरवरी की ये जाती हुई शामें इससे बेहतर क्या बीतेंगी कि इस शाम आप कविता सुन रहे हैं और कविता के सानिध्य में हैं। आज हम कविता के सानिध्य में हैं और कल यहां से कुछ दूरी पर पुस्तकों का सानिध्य आप लोगों को प्राप्त होगा। एक लंबा समय आप पुस्तक मेले में गुजारेंगे और ये तमाम कवि आपको वहां भी नजर आएंगे। जब अनुभव बहुत सघन होकर कागज पर उतरने लगते हैं और उन नवरस की ओर ले जाते हैं जिनका आस्वादन करना ही कविता होता है, तब इस तरह की शामें आती हैं, और उस शामों में आते हैं इस तरह के कवि जिनमें हमारे साथ है साहित्य अकादमी पुरस्कार से पुरस्कृत प्रोफेसर अनामिका। हमारे साथ हैं वरिष्ठ कवि दिनेश कुशवाहा। हाल ही में जिनके शब्दों को, जिनके तुमड़ी के शब्दों को साहित्य अकादमी से नवाजा गया, बद्री नारायण। यात्राओं में जिनको लेखन का आनंद आता है, हमारे साथ में है लेखक मानव कौल। और आज के इस कविता संध्या की अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं वरिष्ठ कवि अष्टभुजा शुक्ल। और मेरा नाम है अंजुम शर्मा। तो बहुत ज्यादा मैं आपका समय नहीं लूंगा क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा देर वैसे ही हो रही है। मैं सबसे पहले एक ऐसे लेखक को बुलाना चाहूंगा जो कहते हैं कि अब जो जैसा दिखता है मैं उसे वैसा ही देखता हूं, जो नहीं दिखता वो मेरे लिए है ही नहीं। जो कहते हैं कि तुम्हारी दहलीज पर खड़े होकर कितनी ही बार मैंने कसम खाई, नहीं मैं भीतर नहीं आऊंगा और कुछ ही देर में मैं तुम्हारे साथ तुम्हारे बगल में पाया जाता हूं। जो कहते हैं कि जूता जब काटता है तो जिंदगी काटना मुश्किल हो जाता है, जूता जब काटना बंद कर देता है तो वक्त काटना मुश्किल हो जाता है। मानव कौल कविता से अपने लेखन की शुरुआत करने वाले लेखक हैं, जिनकी तमाम कविताएं कर्ता ने कर्म से में दर्ज हैं, जो अपने बहुत सारे बिखरे हुए को संभाल कर रखते हैं और उसे बार बार मिलने को उत्सुक रहते हैं। तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए मानव कौल का और उनसे पूछिए कि बहुत दूर कितना दूर होता है।
नमस्कार, आप लोगों को मेरी आवाज आ रही है? मुझे लगता है कि ये कविताओं का प्यार है कि आप लोग इतनी देर तक टिके हुए हैं वरना रात तो बहुत हो गई है। मैं अपनी कविताएं शुरू करता हूं। पहली कविता है बादल। जब खाना खाने के बाद तुम थाली में अपनी उंगलियों से चित्र बनाती हो तो पता नहीं क्यों मैं उस वक्त बादलों के बारे में सोचता हूं। उस समय एक चुप्पी रहती है, अजीब सी लंबी, बहुत लंबी चुप्पी। शायद तुम्हें पता नहीं कि तुम अपनी उंगलियों से थाली में क्या बना रही हो, पर मैं उन बादलों को देख रहा हूं जिन्हें कभी तुम घना कर देती हो तो कभी एक भी बादल तुम्हारी थाली में नहीं होता। फिर तुम एक गहरी सांस भीतर लेती हो और उसे छोड़ देती हो। चुप ही रहूं या कुछ कह दूं? जैसे विचारों के बहुत से हाथी और खरगोश बादलों में बनते बिगड़ते रहते हैं। तभी अचानक तुम बादलों को अकेला छोड़कर थाली के किनारों को जोर जोर से रगड़ने लगती हो, जैसे जो बादल अभी अभी तुमने बनाए थे वो बस बरसने ही वाले हैं। तभी एक बूंद थाली में आकर गिरती है और सारे के सारे बादल भीग जाते हैं। दूसरी कविता है जिया जा चुका। जितना भी गुजर चुका है वो सपना ही है। जिया है का विश्वास कम है, फिर भी जिए जा चुके के पिंजरे में कैद हूं। और अब जो जीना है उसे जिए जा चुके के पिंजरे से हाथ बाहर निकालकर छूने की कोशिश करता हूं। जिया जा चुका जीने नहीं देता है। मैं बैठा रहता हूं क्योंकि खड़े होने का डर है। डर है कि कहीं मेरे खड़े होने से कोई जिया जा चुका पिंजरे से बाहर ना गिर जाए, क्योंकि बाहर तो अभी जीना है। जिया जा चुका बाहर के जीने में कहीं खो ना जाए। थैंक यू। अगली कविता है पतंग। छोटे छोटे नामालूम कितने सारे संबंधों के सिरे गिनता बैठा था, जो कुछ छूट गए हैं और जो कुछ छूटने को हैं। जो संबंध छूट गए हैं वो कहानी बन गए हैं, जिन्हें कहते सुनते हमारा वक्त गुजर जाता है। और जो संबंध छूटने को हैं वो अभी इस वक्त वैसे हैं जैसे आपकी पतंग कटने के बाद कोई बच्चा आपके मांझे को कहीं और पकड़ लेता है। वो उस छोर पे खड़ा होकर इंतजार करता है, संबंध को ना तोड़ता है ना छोड़ता ही है। आप यहां अपने पतंग कटने के दुख को भूलकर अपने मांझे को बचाने में लग जाते हैं। दोनों के संबंध का तनाव मांझे पर देखा जा सकता है। पतंगबाजों के अनुसार जो संबंध को पहले खींच के तोड़ेगा उसके पास सबसे कम मांझा आएगा। धैर्य। परीक्षा धैर्य की होती है, क्योंकि बात कहानी में नायक होने की है। अगर उसने संबंध पहले तोड़ा तो कहानी आपकी है और नायक भी आप ही हैं। पर अगर आपका धैर्य टूट गया तो पूरी जिंदगी कहानी में आपकी भूमिका खलनायक की होगी। टीस। सब कुछ हो रहा है। हर शाम एक टीस का उठना सब कुछ होने में शामिल रहता है। किस्म किस्म की कहानियां आंखों के सामने चलती रहती हैं। कुछ पढ़ता हूं, कुछ गढ़ता रहता हूं। दिन में आसमान देखता हूं। जो तारा रात में देखते हुए छोड़ा था उसे दिन में ढूंढता हूं। सपने दिन के तारों जैसे हैं, जो दिखते नहीं हैं, ढूंढने पड़ते हैं। रात में सपने नहीं आते। सपनों की शक्ल का एक आदमी आता है ये बचा हुआ आदमी है जो दिन के सब कुछ होने में सरकता रहता है और शाम की टीस के साथ अंदर आता है। ये दिन की कहानी में शामिल नहीं होता, इसकी अपनी अलग कहानी है जिसे जीना बाकी है। एक प्रेम कविता सुना देता हूं, और उस कविता का नाम है चोरी से। बहुत पहले, अब तो मुझे याद नहीं कब, मैंने अपने हाथ पर लिख दिया था प्रेम। क्यों का पता नहीं, पर शायद मेरे भीतर पड़े सूखे कुएं के लिए बाल्टी खरीदने की आशा जैसा था, सो मैंने इसे अपने हाथ पे लिख दिया प्रेम। आशा यह कि इसे किसी को दे दूंगा, जबरदस्ती नहीं, चोरी से। किसी की जेब में डाल दूंगा, या किसी की किताब में रख दूंगा, या रख के भूल गया जैसा किसी के पास छोड़ दूंगा। अब इससे क्या होगा ठीक ठीक पता नहीं, पर शायद मेरा यह प्रेम जब उस किसी के साथ रहते रहते बड़ा हो जाएगा, तब मैं बाल्टी खरीदकर अपने सूखे कुएं के पास जाऊंगा और वहां मुझे पानी पड़ा मिलेगा। पर ऐसा हुआ नहीं। प्रेम मैं चोरी से किसी को दे नहीं पाया, वो मेरे हाथों में ही गुदा रहा। फिर इसके काफी समय बाद, अब मुझे ठीक ठीक याद नहीं कब, मुझे तुम मिली और मैंने अपने हाथ पे लिखे इस शब्द प्रेम को वाक्य में बदल दिया। मैं तुमसे प्रेम करता हूं और इसे लिए तुम्हारे साथ घूमता रहा। सोचा इसे तुम्हें दे दूंगा, नहीं, जबरदस्ती नहीं, चोरी से। तुम्हारे बालों में फंसा दूंगा, या तुम्हारी गर्दन से लुढ़कती हुई पसीने की बूंद के साथ बहा दूंगा, या अपने किस्से कहानियां कहते हुए इसे बीच में डाल दूंगा। फिर जब यह वाक्य तुम्हारे साथ रहते रहते बड़ा हो जाएगा, तब मैं अपने कुएं के पानी में बाल्टी समेत छलांग लगा जाऊंगा। पर यूं हुआ नहीं। यह वाक्य मैं चोरी से तुम्हें दे नहीं पाया, यह मेरी हथेली में ही गुजारा। पर अभी कुछ समय पहले, अभी ठीक ठीक याद नहीं कब, यह वाक्य अचानक कविता बन गया। प्रेम, मैं तुमसे प्रेम करता हूं, और उसकी कविता। भीतर कुआं वैसे ही सूखा पड़ा था, बाल्टी खरीदने की आशा अभी तक आशा ही थी, और यह कविता। मैं इसे कई दिनों से अपने साथ लिए घूम रहा हूं। अब सोचता हूं कम से कम इसे ही तुम्हें सुना दूं। नहीं, जबरदस्ती नहीं, चोरी से भी नहीं, बस तुम्हारी इच्छा से। शुक्रिया।
बहुत शुक्रिया मानव। तो मानव कौल थे, आप सबके बीच में प्रेम के साथ उन्होंने समापन किया। मैं यहां बता दूं, ये कविताओं की शाम उन कविताओं की शामों की तरह नहीं है जहां जो शामें चुटकुलों में बदल जाया करती हैं। आज के मंच की अपनी एक गरिमा है, और उसकी साहित्यिक आभा आपको धीरे धीरे महसूस होने लगेगी, जिसकी शुरुआत अभी मानव कौल ने की। चूंकि उन्होंने प्रेम पर खत्म किया, तो मैं जिस कवि को आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं, उनका एक बहुत भरोसा प्रेम में है, और वो कहती हैं कि इस दुनिया को केवल बदलेगा तो प्रेम बदलेगा। साहित्य अकादमी के इतिहास में अकादमी सम्मान पाने वाली पहली कवयित्री, मैं महिला कवि की बात कर रहा हूं, वो पहली हैं जिनको इस सम्मान से सम्मानित किया गया, जिनकी कविताओं और बोलियों में स्त्रियों का समय बोलता है, और वो बहुत मध्यम सुर में बोलता है, लेकिन जो घाव करता है वो बहुत तीव्र होता है। अंग्रेजी की प्रोफेसर हैं, लेकिन हिंदी उनकी धमनियों में बहती है। उनकी कविता की पंक्तियां हैं कि जो बातें मुझको चुभ जाती हैं, मैं उनकी सुई बना लेती हूं। चुभी हुई बातों की ही सुई से मैंने टांके हैं फूल सभी धरती पर। दुनिया में प्रेम के लिए मन मांझने की जरूरत पर जोर देने वाली प्रोफेसर अनामिका को मैं आवाज देना चाहता हूं, जिनका एक स्टेटमेंट हाल ही में बहुत चर्चित हुआ, जब उन्होंने कहा कि इस दुनिया में स्त्रियों को पुरुष जैसा होने की जरूरत नहीं है, बल्कि पुरुषों को स्त्री जैसा होने की जरूरत है। तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए प्रोफेसर अनामिका।
आप लोगों को इधर प्रणाम, आप लोगों को उधर प्रणाम। जो पहली कविता मैं सुनाने जा रही हूं, उसका शीर्षक है दरवाजा। मैं एक दरवाजा थी, मुझे जितना पीटा गया, मैं उतना खुलती गई। अंदर आने वाले तो देखा, चल रहा है एक बृहद चक्र। चक्की रुकती है तो चरखा चलता है, चरखा रुकता है तो चलती है कैंची सुई। गरज यह कि चलता ही रहता है अनवरत कुछ कुछ, और अंत में सब पर चल जाती है झाड़ू। तारे बुहारती हुई पहाड़, वृक्ष, पत्थर, सृष्टि के सब टूटे बिखरे कतरे जो एक टोकरी में जमा करती जाती है मन की दुछत्ती पर। दूसरी कविता का शीर्षक है नमक। नमक दुख है धरती का और उसका स्वाद भी। धरती का 3 भाग नमकीन पानी है और आदमी का दिल नमक का पहाड़। कमजोर है दिल नमक का, कितनी जल्दी पसीज जाता है, गड़ जाता है शर्म से जब फेंकी जाती हैं थालियां दाल में नमक कम या जरा तेज होने पर। वो जो खड़े हैं ना सरकारी दफ्तर, शाही नमकदान है, बड़ी नफासत से छिड़क देते हैं हरदम हमारे जले पर नमक। जिनके चेहरे पर नमक है, पूछिए उन औरतों से कितना भारी पड़ता है उनको उनके चेहरे का नमक। जिन्हें नमक की कीमत करनी होती है अदा, उन नमक हलालों से रंज रखता है महासागर। दुनिया में होने न दी उन्होंने क्रांतियां, रहम खा गए दुश्मनों पर। गांधी जी जानते थे नमक की कीमत, और अमरूदों वाली मुनिया भी। दुनिया में कुछ और रहे न रहे, रहेगा नमक। ईश्वर के आंसू और आदमी का पसीना, यही वो नमक है कि जिससे थिराई रहेगी ये दुनिया। तीसरी कविता है स्त्रियां। पढ़ा गया हमको जैसे पढ़ा जाता है कागज, बच्चों की फटी कॉपियों का चना जोर गरम के लिफाफे बनाने के पहले। सुना गया हमको यूं ही उड़ते मन से जैसे सुने जाते हैं गाने सस्ते कैसेटों पर ठसाठस ठुसी हुई बस में। देखा गया हमको जैसे कि देखा गया हमको जैसे कि कुफ्त हो उम्मीदें, देखी जाती है कलाई घड़ी अलस सुबह अलार्म बजने के बाद। भोगा गया हमको बहुत दूर के रिश्तेदारों के दुख की तरह। एक दिन हमने कहा हम भी इंसान हैं, हमें कायदे से पढ़ो एक एक अक्षर, जैसे पढ़ा होगा नौकरी के बाद, बीए के बाद नौकरी का पहला विज्ञापन। देखो तो ऐसे जैसे कि ठिठुरते हुए देखी जाती है बहुत दूर जलती हुई आग। सुनो हमें अनहद की तरह और समझो जैसे समझी जाती है नई नई सीखी हुई भाषा। इतना सुनना था कि अधर में लटकती हुई एक अदृश्य टहनी से टिड्डियां उड़ी और रंगीन अफवाहें चीखती हुई ची ची। दुष्चरित्र महिलाएं किन्हीं सरपरस्तों के दम पर फूली फैली अगर धत्त जंगली लताएं, खाती पीती सुख से ऊबी और बेकार में बेचैन आवारा महिलाओं का ही शगल है ये कहानियां और कविताएं। फिर ये इन्होंने थोड़े ही लिखी हैं। कनखियां इशारे फिर कनखी, बाकी कहानी बस कनखी है। हे परम पिताओं परम पुरुषों, बख्शो बख्शो अब हमें बख्शो। अंतिम कविता है अनुवाद। लोग दूर जा रहे हैं, हर कोई हर किसी से दूर। लोग दूर जा रहे हैं और बढ़ रहा है मेरे आसपास का स्पेस। इस स्पेस का अनुवाद विस्तार नहीं, अंतरिक्ष करूंगी मैं, क्योंकि इसमें मैंने उड़न तश्तरी छोड़ रखी है। समय का धन्यवाद कि मेरी घड़ी बंद है। धन्यवाद खिड़की का कि ऐन उसके सीखचों के पीछे गर्भवती है चिड़िया। जो भी जहां है सबका धन्यवाद कि इस समय मुझ में सब हैं, सब में मैं हूं थोड़ी थोड़ी। भाएं भाएं बजाता है हारमोनियम मेरा खाली घर। इस खाली समय में बहुत काम है। अभी मुझे घर की उतरनों का अनुवाद करना होगा जल की भाषा में। फिर जूठी प्लेटों का किसी श्वेत पुष्प की पंखुड़ियों में अनुवाद करूंगी मैं। फिर थोड़ी देर खड़ी सोचूंगी कि एक झाग भरे सिंक का क्या मैं कभी कर सकूंगी किसी राग में अनुवाद। दरअसल इस पूरे घर का किसी दूसरी भाषा में अनुवाद चाहती हूं मैं, पर वह भाषा मुझे मिलेगी कहां सिवा उस भाषा के जो मेरे बच्चे बोलते हैं। इसमें ही हो जाएगी शाम, और इस शाम का अनुवाद इतना ही करूंगी कि उठूंगी, खोल दूंगी पर्दे। अंतिम उजास की छिटकी हुई किरचियां पल भर में भर देंगी सारा का सारा स्पेस, और फिर उसका अनुवाद अंतरिक्ष नहीं विस्तार करूंगी मैं, खालिस विस्तार।
तालियां आपकी थोड़ी कम है। अनामिका जी को चूंकि जाना है, कुछ बहुत देर हो चुकी है और घर में कुछ इमरजेंसी है, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि आप मुझसे थोड़ा पहले पढ़वा लीजिएगा, इसलिए मैंने उनको पहले आवाज़ दी। जबकि उनसे पहले मैं वरीयता क्रम में चल रहा था। जो सबसे छोटे हैं वो सबसे पहले आए, उनके बाद वो आए जो उनसे बड़े हैं, और सबसे वरिष्ठ जो हैं वो इस मंच की अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं। तो उस क्रम को जब मैंने तोड़ा तो अब मैं वापस उसी क्रम पर आ रहा हूं और आवाज़ दे रहा हूं एक ऐसे लेखक को जिनका संबंध साहित्य से भी है और सामाजिक इतिहास से भी, जो बिहार में पैदा हुए और हाल ही में साहित्य अकादमी पुरस्कारों की जब घोषणा हुई तो उन्हें वो पुरस्कार देने का ऐलान किया गया। उनकी पुस्तक है तुमड़ी के शब्द, जिनकी कविताओं में वो ऐसे कवि हैं जो अपनी कविताओं में वो बचाने की जद्दोजहद करते हैं जो हमारी नजरों से छूट जाया करता है। मनुष्य से ज्यादा मनुष्य के साथ चलने वाली चीजों को वो बचाने की बात करते हैं। मसलन जो आदमी को आदमी बनाता है, जैसे भरोसा, सपने, खेल, घर, कौतुक, इच्छाएं, प्रेम गीत या प्रेम पत्र। और वो कविता में जब कहते हैं कि प्रेत आएगा किताब से निकाल के ले जाएगा प्रेम पत्र, गिद्ध उसे पहाड़ पर नोच नोच खाएगा। और एक पंक्ति है कि सांप आएगा तो डसेगा प्रेम पत्र, झींगुर आएंगे तो चाटेंगे प्रेम पत्र, कीड़े प्रेम पत्र ही काटेंगे। तो प्रेम पत्र और प्रेम गीत और इच्छाएं, घर, कौतुक, इन तमाम चीजों को अपनी कविताओं में शामिल करने वाले कवि बद्रीनारायण।
थैंक यू। मैं कुछ कविताएं पढ़ूंगा। मेरी पहली कविता का शीर्षक है मां का गीत। अगर तू सूर्य होता तो दिन भर आसमान में जलता रहता। अगर तू चांद होता तो पूर्णिमा से एकम तक तुझे रोज रोज कसाई के कत्ते से कटना पड़ता। अगर तू तारा होता मेरे लाल तो मुझसे कितना दूर होता। अच्छा हुआ तू बद्रीनारायण हुआ।
दूसरी कविता है न जाने क्या हुआ। न जाने क्या हुआ, कल एक राजा नींद में चिल्ला उठा। न जाने क्या हुआ, कल एक राजा नींद में चिल्ला उठा, मंत्रियों मुझे लोक गाथाओं में जगह चाहिए। चिंतित हुए सारे मंत्री अधिकारी हैरान, जिसके पास पुलिस है असंख्य किले हैं, जिसके पास जल दुर्ग थल दुर्ग 64 किले हैं, उस राजा को क्या जरूरत पड़ी लोक गाथाओं में जगह के लिए। हुआ गहन विचार, शब्द सत्ता स्मृतियां मिथक गाथा पुराण पुरखे पुरोहित ओम मोम ब्रह्म ज्ञान सबको आमंत्रित किया गया। सब सुने, सब सोच में पड़ गए, इस राजा के लिए लोक गाथाओं में कैसे जगह बनाई जाए। चलो यह राज किसी मदारी से जाना जाए। न जाने कहां से पकड़ एक बाजीगर बुलाया गया, उसे सारी स्थितियों से अवगत कराया गया। सब सुन हंसा मदारी, यह लो हा हा हा। राजा को भी अब लोक गाथाओं में जगह चाहिए, जगह भी वहां जहां लोक गाथाओं में नायक बैठते हैं। अचानक वह हुआ गंभीर, फिर पूछा कवियों से बात की? नहीं। लेखकों से बात की? नहीं। गांवों में जिनकी आंखों में डूबता है सूरज, उन बूढ़ी औरतों से बात की? नहीं। तो मूर्खों, राजा के लिए किस तरह और कैसे जगह बनाओगे लोक गाथाओं में? इसके लिए गलियों पेड़ों चिड़ियों से बात करनी होगी, हवा को समझाना होगा, पानी को मनाना होगा, बीजों को कहीं ले जाकर धीमे से बुझाना होगा, कायाकल्प करना होगा। इतने पर भी नहीं होगा, सबसे बड़ी बात है कि राजा को मरना होगा। तीसरी कविता है, ये एक कविता है तीसरी कविता है बेगमपुरा एक्सप्रेस। एक ट्रेन चलती है पंजाब में। पंजाब से हर साल एक रविदास मेला लगता है बनारस में, तो एक ट्रेन चलती है जालंधर से बनारस तक, जिसका नाम है बेगमपुरा एक्सप्रेस। और बेगमपुरा आप जानते हैं रविदास की का नगरी है, रविदास ने जिसको कल्पित किया है। तो ये कविता उसी पर है, बेगमपुरा एक्सप्रेस। अमरपुर से बेगमपुरा तक चलती है एक ट्रेन, बेगमपुरा एक्सप्रेस। सुबह 5:10 पर, बिल्कुल ब्रह्म वेला में। टिकट काउंटर पर बैठा है क्लर्क टिकट लेकर। कहते हैं कि पैसे से मिल जाता है सब कुछ, पर लोग हाथ में लिए खड़े हैं पैसे, रुपए व एटीएम कार्ड। टिकट बाबू फिर भी उन्हें टिकट नहीं देता। टिकट बाबू फिर भी उन्हें टिकट नहीं देता। कत्ली, खूनी, बलात्कारी, बेईमान, चालू, फ्रॉड, हिंसक, झूठ, बवाली, सुल्तान, साहेब, मालिक, इन सबको नहीं मिलेगी टिकट। इन सबको नहीं मिलेगी टिकट। दंभी कवि, सत्ता के बौद्धिक सब खड़े रह जाएंगे और नहीं मिलेगा उन्हें इस ट्रेन का टिकट। टिकट बाबू अगर बेचना भी चाहेगा तो उसके हाथ बेकार हो जाएंगे। टिकट बाबू अगर बेचना भी चाहेगा तो उसके हाथ बेकार हो जाएंगे। जो 2.5 आखर जानता होगा वही बेचेगा टिकट। जो 2.5 आखर जानता होगा वही पाएगा टिकट। लहरों से आए तारों को, कोमल मन सुकुमारों को, सराय के मालिकों को तो नहीं, पर सराय में रुकने वालों को मिल जाएगी टिकट। सराय में रुकने वालों को मिल जाएगी टिकट। टिकट बाबू सोना ले लो, चांदी ले लो, मुहरे और मोती ले लो, पर मुझे दे दो टिकट। मैंने कई दशकों से कोई यात्रा नहीं की है। मैं जाना चाहता हूं बेगमपुरा। मैं जाना चाहता हूं बेगमपुरा। ट्रेन खुलने लगी है, हरे पंछी पेड़ से उड़ने लगे हैं। ट्रेन में घाना बैठे हैं, पीपा बैठे हैं सेना नाई। ट्रेन खुलने लगी है, ट्रेन खुलने लगी है। एक कविता है कुर्ता और लड़की। कुर्ता और लड़की कविता का शीर्षक है। एक कुर्ता था एक लड़की, एक कुर्ता था एक लड़की, लड़की को वह कुर्ता बहुत पसंद था। जब भी वह उसे मेरे देह पर देखती मुग्ध हो जाती। धीरे धीरे वह कुर्ता पुराना होता गया, उसके धागे घिसते गए, रंग उड़ता गया। धीरे धीरे वह लड़की उस कुर्ते से उदासीन होती गई। धीरे धीरे वह लड़की उस कुर्ते से उदासीन होती गई, उसे देखती और आंखें झुका लेती। मैं उस कुर्ते को ले कोरी के पास गया। कोरी कोरी इस कुर्ते के धागों को फिर से नया कर दो। उसने कहा यह मेरे बस में नहीं। फिर रंगरेज के पास गया। रंगरेज रंगरेज इस कुर्ते को फिर से रंग दो। उसने कहा यह मेरे बस में नहीं। उसी वक्त करवा चौथ के लिए आकाश पर आए चांद ने कहा यह काम न दुनिया कर सकती है न देवता। यह काम न दुनिया कर सकती है न देवता। इसे नया सिर्फ वह लड़की ही कर सकती है जो इस पर पहली बार मुग्ध हुई थी। उसे नया वह लड़की ही कर सकती है जो इस पर पहली बार मुग्ध हुई थी। अब मैं अपनी अंतिम कविता सुनाता हूं। वो मैंने एकदम नई कविता लिखी है और मैं आपको शेयर करता हूं ये कविता। कविता का शीर्षक है, बिना शीर्षक की कविता है। एक लोढ़ा है एक सिलवट, पर दोनों कूचते हैं। एक लोढ़ा है एक सिलवट, पर दोनों कूचते हैं। दोनों ही पाट पीसते हैं, बस इतना ही अंतर है, एक ऊपर है एक नीचे। दोनों ही पाट पीसते हैं, बस इतना ही अंतर है, एक ऊपर है एक नीचे। एक अगल है एक बगल, पर दोनों काटते हैं। एक अगल है एक बगल, पर दोनों काटते हैं। फर्क बस इतना है कि एक बाएं है एक दाएं, पर दोनों चूरते हैं। फर्क बस इतना है कि एक बाएं है एक दाएं, पर दोनों चूरते हैं। एक बाहर है एक भीतर, दोनों चूरते हैं। एक बाहर है एक भीतर, दोनों चूरते हैं। कूचे जाते पीसे जाते, कटते चूरते, चुभन में रहते, हंसते भी हंसते हैं हम, हंसते भी हंसते हैं हम। धन्यवाद।
बहुत शुक्रिया बद्री सर इस कविता के लिए। और अगले कवि को बुलाऊं उससे पहले मैं एक कविता सुना देना चाहता हूं यहां पर, और मैंने मंच से इजाजत में ले रहा हूं उस कविता के लिए। उस कविता का नाम है बायां कांधा तुम और चश्मे का फ्रेम। चूंकि संचालन कर रहा हूं तो ये छोटी सी गुस्ताखी यहां पर मैं कर रहा हूं। बायां कांधा तुम और चश्मे का फ्रेम इस कविता का शीर्षक है। समय हमारे पास दरअसल है, और इससे पहले मैं दिनेश कुशवाहा जी को आवाज दूं, जिनको अपनी कविताएं याद रहती हैं, और उनकी कविता के पढ़ने का अंदाज जब आप देखेंगे तो आपको लगेगा कि कविता ऐसे भी पढ़ी जाती है, और ये कविताएं बहुत लोगों को भी याद रहती हैं। उससे पहले ये कविता, चूंकि बहुत सारे युवा यहां बैठे हैं और मुझे मंच से पीछे से कहा गया कि कोई युवाओं के लिए कोई प्रेम कविता पढ़ दीजिए, तो मैं एक कविता पढ़ रहा हूं, बायां कांधा तुम और चश्मे का फ्रेम। याद है सर्दियों की सुबह जब धुंध से आंख मिलाकर तुमसे मिलने आया करता था मैं, और तुम उनींदी आंखों से मेट्रो की सीढ़ी पर बाट जोहा करती थी मेरी। अपने ठंडे हाथ तुम्हारी हथेलियों में रखकर दोहराता था केदारनाथ सिंह की कविता कि उसका हाथ अपने हाथ में लेते हुए मैंने सोचा दुनिया को हाथ की तरह गर्म और सुंदर होना चाहिए। तुम लजाकर झटक देती थी मेरा हाथ, और मेरे चश्मे के दोनों लेंस पर कन्नी उंगली से लिख देती थी अपने नाम के 2 अक्षर। तुम्हें शिकायत रहती थी कि मेरे चश्मे का फ्रेम छोटा है बहुत, कि उसके लेंस पर नहीं आता हम दोनों का नाम, और इतना कहकर किसी पौधे की तरह झुक जाता था तुम्हारा सिर मेरे बाएं कांधे पर। एक रोज जब टूट गई थी मेरी कोल्हापुरी, तब उतार दी थी तुमने भी अपनी चप्पल और उड़ने लगी थी मेरे साथ हरी धूप पर। उस रोज आखिरी बार घास इतनी अधिक सब्ज हुई थी, और तुम इतनी अधिक गुलाबी। उस रोज आखिरी बार दिल्ली में इंद्रधनुष अपनी पूरी रंगत में निकला था और आखिरी बार मैंने बादलों पर घोड़े दौड़ाए थे। तुम्हारे यादों की नदी में मैं रोज डूबता हूं और रोज तलाशता हूं किनारा। मेरे चश्मे का फ्रेम, तुम्हारी यादों की नदी में मैं रोज डूबता हूं और रोज तलाशता हूं किनारा। मेरे चश्मे का फ्रेम अब कुछ बड़ा हो गया है, लेकिन तुम्हारी उंगलियां इतनी दूर कि मेरी दूर की नजरों को भी वो नजर नहीं आती। कोल्हापुरी अब टूटती नहीं है और धुंध के साथ चलना सीख लिया है मैंने। बस हाथ ठंडे रहते हैं और बायां कांधा बहुत दुखता है सर्दियों में। बहुत शुक्रिया। अब मैं आवाज दे रहा हूं एक ऐसे कवि को जिनका संबंध देवरिया से भी है, जिनका संबंध बनारस से भी है। घुमक्कड़ी उन्हें पसंद है, राहुल सांकृत्यायन पर उन्होंने शोध किया है। वसुधा एक प्रतिष्ठित हिंदी की पत्रिका है, साहित्यिक पत्रिका, उसके सहायक संपादक रहे हैं, जिनकी कविताएं पाठकों की जबान पर रहती हैं। पाठ करने का जो हुनर है, पाठ करने का तरीका है, वो बहुत अनूठा है। जो इतिहास के अभागों की बात करते हुए कहते हैं कि वे अभागे कहीं नहीं है इतिहास में जिनके पसीने से जोड़ी गई भव्य प्राचीरों की एक एक ईंट पर अभी भी है मिस्र के पिरामिड, चीन की दीवार और ताजमहल। दिनेश कुशवाहा एक ऐसे कवि जिन्होंने स्मिता पाटिल, रेखा, हेलेन, मीना कुमारी से लेकर डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ त्रिपाठी के खाने तक पर कविताएं लिखी हैं। उनका काव्य संसार बहुत वैविध्य है और उसी में से आज वो कुछ कविताएं आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करेंगे। और मेरी दरख्वास्त उनसे यह भी है कि वो एक कविता जो मेरी बहुत पसंदीदा है और जितने लोग उन्हें जानते हैं उनकी बहुत पसंदीदा है, पिता की चिता जलाते हुए, उसका जरूर पाठ करें। सर, स्वागत।
शुक्रिया अंजुम। सम्मानित कवि मित्रों और सामने बैठे श्रोताओं, पहले एक बहुत छोटी सी कविता जो अभी बनने के क्रम में है, 4 पंक्तियों की। कील। ईमानदार आदमी आजकल कुर्सी से निकली कील की तरह है। ईमानदार आदमी आजकल कुर्सी से निकली कील की तरह है। कोई भी ठोक देता है उसे, कोई भी ठोक देता है उसे अपनी सुविधा के अनुसार, और बहुत हुआ तो निकाल कर फेंक देता है। मैं एक कविता जो मुझे ध्यान में नहीं था, मेरा ख्याल है 90 में हंस में छपी थी, लेकिन बद्री नारायण ने लड़की और कुर्ता कविता पढ़ के उसकी याद दिला दी, तो मैं वो कविता पढ़ रहा हूं और वो कविताएं भी पढ़ूंगा जिसे अंजुम ने कहा है। लड़की और सोना, ये थोड़ा समाजशास्त्र और बाजार की भी कविता है और श्लेष की भी कविता है। सोना यहाँ लड़की की सुंदरता और उसकी निद्रा, और कंचन स्वर्ण के रूप में प्रयुक्त है। तो मैं आपको पढ़ता हूं कविता। लड़की हेम कंचन कनक लता होती है। लड़की हेम कंचन कनक लता होती है। लड़की होता सोना होता है। लड़की हेम कंचन कनक लता होती है। लड़की की कहानी सोना होती है। लड़की की जवानी सोना होती है। सोना होता है लड़की का सुहाग, जिस पर टिकी होती है उसकी पहचान, जैसे थूनी पर छान। और इस तरह लड़की सोने के पक्ष में खड़ी कर दी जाती है। एक दिन सोना उसके नाक, कान, दिल में समा जाता है कि लड़की चाहती है सोने जैसा पति, सोने जैसा बेटा, बस नहीं चाहती बेटी इस तरह सोना उसे ही उसके खिलाफ खड़ा कर देता है। लड़की हंसती है तो सोना झरता है, लड़की बोलती है तो सोना बजता है, लड़की चलती है तो सोना ढलता है। यानी उसका हंसना, बोलना, चलना सब सोना होता है। इस तरह समूची लड़की सोने में बदल दी जाती है। लड़की पहले भी चाहती थी सोने का मृगछाला। सीता परम रुचिर मृग देखा, अंग अंग सुमनोहर रेखा, सत्य संध प्रभु वध करिए ही, आनहु चर्म कहती वैदेही। लड़की पहले भी चाहती थी सोने का मृगछाला, लड़की आज भी चाहती है सोने का बाला। लुटेरे लड़की का सोना लूटते हैं और गढ़ते हैं सोने की लंका। और सोने और सुंदरता की ट्रेजेडी ये है कि कोई उस पर विश्वास नहीं करता कि ये शुद्ध है। अच्छी सूरत भी क्या बुरी शय है, अच्छी सूरत भी क्या बुरी शय है, जिसने डाली नजर बुरी डाली। तो आगे की पंक्तियां हैं जहां कविता खत्म होती है कि हजार हाथों की अग्नि परीक्षा और काली कसौटियों की रगड़ सहकर भी सोने के गुमान में इतराती है लड़की। लड़की सोना छुपाने में हर घड़ी रहती है परेशान और कभी निश्चिंत नहीं हो पाती। यहां तक कि सोने में भी सोने पर धरे रहती है हाथ। गोरी हो या गहना, बहुत दिन नहीं टिक पाता है सोने का पानी। एक दिन दिखने लगते हैं चांदी के तार। गोरी हो या गहना, बहुत दिन नहीं टिक पाता है सोने का पानी। एक दिन दिखने लगते हैं चांदी के तार, तब भी सोने के जाल से नहीं निकल पाती है लड़की, नहीं निकल पाती है लड़की। एक प्रेम कविता, मैं छोटी छोटी कविता, क्योंकि समय के, एक कविता का शीर्षक है प्रेम कविता, सुनाने जा रहा हूं, इसी काया में मोक्ष। बहुत दिनों से मैं किसी ऐसे आदमी से मिलना चाहता हूं जिसे देखते ही लगे इसी से तो मिलना था पिछले कई जन्मों से। एक ऐसा आदमी जिसे पाकर यह देह रोज ही जन्मे, रोज ही मरे, झरे हर श्रृंगार की तरह, जिसे पाकर मन फूल कर कुप्पा हो जाए। बहुत दिनों से मैं किसी ऐसे आदमी से मिलना चाहता हूं जिसे देखते ही लगे अगर सारी दुनिया अपनी आंखों नहीं देखी तो भी यह जन्म व्यर्थ नहीं गया। बहुत दिनों से मैं किसी को अपना कलेजा निकाल कर दे देना चाहता हूं। मुद्दतों से मेरे भीतर भर गया है अपार मर्म। मैं चाहता हूं कोई मेरे पास भूखे शिशु की तरह आए, कोई मथ डाले मेरे भीतर का समुद्र और निकाल ले सारे रतन। बहुत दिनों से मैं किसी ऐसे आदमी से मिलना चाहता हूं जिसे देखते ही भक्क से बर जाए आंखों में लौ और लगे कि दिया लेकर खोजने पर ही मिलेगा धरती पर ऐसा मनुष्य। बहुत दिनों से मैं जानना चाहता हूं कैसा होता है मन की सुंदरता का मानसरोवर। छूना चाहता हूं तन की सुंदरता का शिखर। चाहता हूं मिले कोई ऐसा जिससे मन हजार बहानों से मिलना चाहे। बहुत दिनों से मैं किसी ऐसे आदमी से मिलना चाहता हूं जिसे देखते ही लगे सारे पाप मिट गए, कट गए सारे बंधन, कि मोक्ष मिल गया इसी काया में, कि मोक्ष मिल गया इसी काया में। पिता की चिता वाली सुना दें। पिता की चिता वाली थोड़ा सा ये पानी का गिलास दे दीजिए। मित्रों, जो भारतीय काव्य शास्त्र है उसके अनुसार ये निषिद्ध विषय है जिस पर कविता नहीं लिखी जानी चाहिए। लेकिन अपने दुख को निकालने का कोई तरीका नहीं था और जब मैंने लिखा तो अपार लोगों के दुख शायद उससे मिल गए। जैसा कि अंजुम ने कहा, बहुत पसंद की गई ये कविता। फिर भी कविता का शीर्षक है पिता की चिता जलाते हुए। कुछ बातें अक्सर कहते थे पिता, कुछ बातें अक्सर कहते थे पिता। भादों की किसी विकट काली रात में जब 56 कोटि बरसते हों दैव, अपने निकट बहने वाली नदी को उसकी समग्र भयावहता में देखो और कल्पना करो कि यमुना को कैसे पार किया होगा वसुदेव ने एक नवजात बच्चे के साथ। तुम्हें लेकर जीवन की बैतरणी को कुछ इसी तरह पार किया है मैंने। धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अघाये हुए और रिरियाते आदमी की हंसी में फर्क करना सीखो। अघाये हुए और रिरियाते आदमी की हंसी में फर्क करना सीखो। अभागा आदमी का बच्चा जन्मते ही रोना शुरू करता है। जिंदगानी की कहानी वहीं शुरू हो जाती है। टूटी झोपड़ी, फटी धोती, डसी देह और कुचली आत्मा ने गरीब को एक अधम शरीर बना दिया। पंच तत्व तो क्षितिजल पावक गगन समीरा। पंच तत्व तो आज भी अमीरों की चाकरी में लगे हैं। इसलिए जनता को शास्त्र नहीं कविता से शिक्षित करो। साधुता को श्रम से जोड़ो, भिक्षा से मुक्त करो कि साधुता वहां बसती है जहां जूता गांठते हैं रैदास, चादर बुनते हैं कबीर। बतरस के तो रसिया थे पिता, कोई नहीं मिलता तो बैलों से ही बोलते बतियाते। उसी पिता को इधर कुछ दिनों से देखकर आश्चर्य होता था मुझे कि आदमी जीवन में कैसे रहता है इतना चुपचाप। विश्वास नहीं होता कि बप्पा सपना हो गए। उन्हें देखकर लगता था कभी कि गांव, जवार, खेत, खलिहान इसलिए जवान हैं कि पिता जवान हैं। कुएं का पानी सूख जाएगा पर पिता की जवानी खत्म नहीं होगी। लेकिन औचक चले गए पिता। गांव से सटकर बहती सरयू के किनारे कभी आग के फूल की तरह खिले थे पिता, और आज वहीं आग की नदी में नहा रहे थे। सबसे पहले पिता के जलते हुए दोनों पांव झूल गए, जैसे उतान लेटे पिता ने टांगें बटोर ली हों और कह रहे हों, अब नहीं चल पाऊंगा तुम्हारे साथ। लपटों के बीच लाल अंगार हुए पिता और अस्त होते सूर्य का रंग एक जैसा दिख रहा था। बस नहीं दिख रही थीं तो पिता की वे आंखें जिनके तनिक लाल होते ही हम भाई बहनों की कपकपी छूट जाती थी। 50 पार करते ही पिता की वही आंखें हर भावुक प्रसंग पर डबडबा जाती थी। पिता ने जीवन भर चलाया मन भर का हथौड़ा, लोहे को देते रहे तरह तरह की शक्ल, पर अब बीड़ी के जले ठूठे ही उनकी याद दिलाएंगे कि धौकनी सी थी उनकी छाती। थाली में रखा चुटकी भर नमक और एक हरी मिर्च थी उनकी आंखें। भुलाए नहीं भूलेंगे उनके जीवन के दुख, जलते रहेंगे मेरे भीतर दिए की लौ की तरह। भर भर आएगा मेरा मन जैसे अनायास नाभि में भरती है कपास। जब भी सूखेंगे मेरे होंठ पिता के पपड़ाए खेत याद आएंगे। मित्रों, बहुत ध्यान से सुना आपने। मैं आप सब सम्मानित कवि मित्रों का और आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
हमारे पास केवल 10 मिनट हैं और इस कविता के बाद मुझे लगता है कुछ कहने की मुझे ज़रूरत ज़्यादा है नहीं। मैं बुलाना चाहूँगा आज के इस कविता संध्या की अध्यक्षता कर रहे हमारे अग्रज, हमारे वरिष्ठ कवि अष्टभुजा शुक्ल जी को। उत्तर प्रदेश बस्ती से इनका संबंध है। अध्यापन करते रहे। लोक जीवन के सुख दुख और जीवन के जो सुख दुख हैं और लोक जीवन है उनके बीच में इनकी कविताएं डोलती हैं। महत्वपूर्ण कवि हैं। अपने काव्य वैविध्य के लिए जाने जाते हैं। लोक संवेदना उनकी कविताओं में मिलती है। पद कुमुद, चैत के बादल, दुःस्वप्न भी आते हैं। ये तमाम कविता संग्रह उनके हैं। पद के लिए जाने जाते हैं और उन्हीं की कविता से उनको आवाज देता हूं कि कहीं जाने के लिए अगोर रहा हूं साधन, साधन मिल जाए तो संभव है यहीं रुक जाऊं। घृणा से भर गया है मन, कोई पापी मिल जाए तो संभव है उसे प्यार करने लगूं। आवाज देता हूं अष्टभुजा शुक्ल जी को। आप जोरदार तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत कीजिए।
सबसे पहले मैं इस कविता सत्र के माध्यम से विश्व कविता के उत्कृष्ट अनुवादक, बहुत ही खांटी सज्जन लेखक गणेश शंकर विद्यार्थी पर बड़ा काम करने वाले श्री सुरेश सलिल जी को अपनी श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करते हैं हम, क्योंकि अभी कल ही वो कीर्ति शेष हुए हैं, मैं कुछ कविताएं आपको सुनाता हूं। कविता है जवान होते बेटों। जवान होते बेटों इतना झुकना, इतना कि समतल भी तुमको खुद से नीचा समझे। जवान होते बेटों इतना झुकना, इतना कि समतल भी खुद को तुमसे ऊंचा समझे, कि चींटी भी तुम्हारे पेट के नीचे से निकल जाए, कि चींटी भी तुम्हारे पेट के नीचे से निकल जाए, लेकिन झुकने का कटोरा लेकर मत खड़े होना किसी घाटी में, कि ऊपर से बरसने के लिए हंसती रहे कोई कृपा। इस उम्र में इच्छाएं कंचे की गोलियां होती हैं। इस उम्र में इच्छाएं कंचे की गोलियां होती हैं। कोई कंचा फूट जाए तो विलाप मत करना। इस उम्र में इच्छाएं कंचे की गोलियां होती हैं। कोई कंचा फूट जाए तो विलाप मत करना, और कोई आगे निकल जाए तो तालियां बजाते हुए चहकना कि फूल झरने लगे। किसी को भीख न दे पाना, किसी को भीख न दे पाना तो कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन कोई आगे, लेकिन किसी की तुमड़ी मत फोड़ना। किसी को कभी भीख न दे पाना तो कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन किसी की तुमड़ी मत फोड़ना। किसी परेशानी में पड़े हुए की तरह मत दिखाई देना। किसी परेशानी में पड़े हुए की तरह मत दिखाई देना। किसी परेशानी में से निकल कर आते हुए की तरह दिखाई देना। कोई लड़की तुमसे प्रेम करने को तैयार न हो, कोई लड़की तुमसे प्रेम करने को तैयार न हो, तो कोई लड़की तुमसे प्रेम करने के लिए तैयार हो सके, इसके लायक खुद को तैयार करना। जवान होते बेटों इस उम्र में संभव हो तो घंटे 2 घंटे मोबाइल का स्विच ऑफ रखने की कोशिश करना। इस उम्र में संभव हो तो घंटे 2 घंटे मोबाइल का स्विच ऑफ रखने का संयम बरतना, और इतनी चिकनी होती जा रही दुनिया में कुछ खुरदुरे बने रहने की कोशिश करना। और इतनी चिकनी होती जा रही दुनिया में कुछ खुरदुरे बने रहने की कोशिश करना। जवान होते बेटों, जवानी में न बूढ़ा बन जाना शोभा देता है, न शिशु बन जाना। जवान होते बेटों, जवानी में न बूढ़ा बन जाना शोभा देता है, न शिशु बन जाना। जब बेटों, यह उपदेश देने का ही मौसम है, और तुम्हारा फर्ज है कि कोई भी उपदेश न मानना। मित्रों, अगली कविता है इस कविता का शीर्षक है गालियां और थूक। ओह क्या राजप्रासाद था साहब, ओह क्या राजप्रासाद था साहब, इतना भव्य कि कोई भूखा आदमी देखते देखते 2-4 दिन और भूखा रह जाए। ओह क्या राजप्रासाद था साहब, इतना भव्य कि कोई भूखा आदमी देखते देखते 2-4 दिन और भूखा रह जाए। उसके चारों ओर झाड़ियों, खाइयों और कुंजों और महकते फूलों की ऐसी मेखला थी साहब। उसके चारों ओर झाड़ियों, खाइयों, कुंजों और महकते फूलों की ऐसी मेखला थी साहब कि लाशों की दुर्गंध
और नवजातों के कें की दूर दूर तक कोई आहट न मिले। क्या चमत्कार था साहब, क्या चमत्कार था साहब कि अंतःपुर में झरते आंसुओं के झरने, क्या चमत्कार था साहब कि अंतःपुर में झरते आंसुओं के झरने चौखट तक आते आते चमकीले संगमरमर में बदल जाते। क्या चमत्कार था साहब कि अंतःपुर में झरते आंसुओं के झरने चौखट तक आते आते चमकीले संगमरमर में बदल जाते। क्या सक्रियता थी साहब, क्या सक्रियता थी साहब कि कारिंदों के आगे 22वीं सदी के रोबोट हाथ जोड़कर खड़े हो जाएं। क्या सक्रियता थी साहब कि कारिंदों के आगे 22वीं सदी के रोबोट हाथ जोड़कर खड़े हो जाएं। क्या प्रताप था साहब, क्या प्रताप था साहब कि मूत उतरते उतरते परिंदों तक को करक पकड़ ले। क्या प्रताप था साहब कि मूत उतरते उतरते परिंदों तक को करक पकड़ ले। लेकिन क्या विडंबना थी साहब, लेकिन क्या विडंबना थी साहब कि ककरीली गलियों में गालियां और थूक और अभिशाप बेखौफ टहलते मिलते राजप्रासाद के चारों ओर। मित्रों, जो पन्ना खुल जा रहा है वही कविता सुना देता हूं। एक पद सुनाता हूं। पॉलीथीन अपना परिधान, पॉलीथीन अपना परिधान, त्वचा के ऊपर त्वचा चढ़ाना, धारे हूं श्रीमान। पॉलीथीन अपना परिधान, त्वचा के ऊपर त्वचा चढ़ाना, धारे हूं श्रीमान। रूई के घर में रहता हूं, रूई के घर में रहता हूं, लगी समी की थूनी, पटसन के खिड़की दरवाजे, रमी द्वार पर धूनी। बिछा पुआल, बिछा पुआल बाल के बंधन, सेमल का उपधान। बिछा पुआल बाल के बंधन, सेमल का उपधान। भूये की उज्जवल किरणों का फैला हुआ बितान। दीपाधार मोम का निर्मित, दीपाधार मोम का निर्मित, लाक्षा की लघु लुटिया, फूली हुई कास के बीचों बीच हमारी कुटिया। ऐड़ कुचाल कुभाव कुबोली, ऐड़ कुचाल कुभाव कुबोली, मावस की हर रात, मड़रा रहे यहां घर फूकन, आस पास दिन रात। दूर दूर तक कहीं जलाशय देता नहीं दिखाई, दूर दूर तक कहीं जलाशय देता नहीं दिखाई। गर्मी की ऋतु जेठ महीना, लहक रही पछुआई। कितने दिन तक चल पाएगा अष्टभुजा यह ढाक, कितने दिन तक चल पाएगा अष्टभुजा यह ढाक। रख देगा कोई चिनगारी। मित्रों, अंतिम पद। और नहीं अब सहने वाली, और नहीं अब सहने वाली, हमसे जन्मा पुरुष वर्ग हमको ही देता गाली। और नहीं अब सहने वाली, हमसे जन्मा पुरुष वर्ग हमको ही देता गाली। हर नातों की मूल हम ही हैं, हर नातों की मूल हम ही हैं, हम ही कोठे वाली। हम चौके में, हम बिस्तर में, हम पत्तल हम थाली। अंतःपुर से झुग्गी तक बन करके नदी बही हम। अंतःपुर से झुग्गी तक बन करके नदी बही हम। जोरन जहां खोंच भर पाई, जमकर बनी दही हम। सूर्य न देखी, घाम न जानी, गाली लात सही हम। सूर्य न देखी, घाम न जानी, गाली लात सही हम। हमसे जो कुछ कहा पुरुष ने, अब तक वही कहीं हम। हम माया तो वे मायावी। हम माया तो वे मायावी, कौन दूध का धोया। उनका अपना बचा हुआ सब, हमने सब कुछ खोया। मंच उन्हें, नेपथ्य हमें, यह नाटक नहीं चलेगा। मंच उन्हें, नेपथ्य हमें, यह नाटक नहीं चलेगा। इस अभिनय के मूक दर्शकों सबका दुर्ग जलेगा। पहले हटें विदूषक, इसमें से फिर बात करेंगे। पहले हटें विदूषक, इसमें से फिर बात करेंगे। अष्टभुजा तर्जनी दिखाने से अब नहीं डरेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
कविता अनुशासन से आती है। आपकी तालियां कम है, मुझे लगता है आपको और जोरदार तालियां बजानी चाहिए। कविता अनुशासन से आती है और उस अनुशासन का पालन करते हुए जो हमें समय दिया गया था 1 घंटे का, उसके भीतर आज की कविता संध्या को हम यहीं विराम देते हैं। आप चाहते तो इससे बच सकते थे, लेकिन श्रीकांत वर्मा जैसे हवन कविता में लिखते हैं कि जो बचेगा वो कैसे रचेगा। तो आप नहीं बचे, आप यहां पर रुके रहे, यानी आप रचनाशीलता के समर्थक हैं। आप रचनाओं के प्रति प्रेम करते हैं, उन्हें प्रेम दिखाते हैं। तो आपके प्रेम का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। शुक्रिया अर्थ का कि उसने रेखता के साथ, रेखता और हिंदवी के साथ ये सहयोग के साथ ये कविता संध्या का आयोजन किया। मैं अपने तमाम कवियों का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। अष्टभुजा शुक्ल जी जो इसकी अध्यक्षता कर रहे थे, रामिका जी जो किन्हीं कारणों की वजह से मंच पर अभी नहीं है, बद्री नारायण जी, मानव कौल और साथ में दिनेश कुशवाहा, इन तमाम लोगों का शुक्रिया। शुक्रिया आपका, शुक्रिया प्रोडक्शन टीम का जिन्होंने लाइव प्रसारित किया उनका, मंच के पीछे जितने लोग हैं उनका और आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।